morning to everyone on this absolutely fine Thursday morning. If you can hear that at home, that is because we are live here in Hamburg, Germany from Barclays Arena. The crowd is already gathering. I'm going to be your host, Nat Teef, in the morning, and sitting beside me is none other than the very handsome Jenkins.
Thank you.
That's a compliment.
Well, this is an incredible crowd, by the way, for a Thursday morning. Like, this is an insane amount of people. Everybody's super hyped. Slacks walked out on the stage. Everybody's like, yeah, Slacks!
Let's go.
Like, what a great crowd.
Well, I still got to introduce the rest of my panel here. We've got Mr. Winter all the way from SEA.
Hello, Nat. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Mr. Stipage. Always nice to see you.
Same here. Always good to be here. This is my 8th TI, and it always feels like it's the first one. I always get way too excited, and good to see the crowd. Good to see that there's so many people already in the arena.
Can you introduce him? You didn't introduce him. You gotta wait for the introduction.
I don't need no introduction.
It's his 8th TI. He needs no introduction at this point. But it's such a pleasure to see you guys, of course, here out on the stage. Have you had a chance at all to talk to some fans to get out there to see more of the arena?
I mean, I've been busy with this guy.
He's a handful, right?
I have. I saw a guy biking to work yesterday.
That's not the arena.
He's out in the crowd somewhere. Yo, shout if you were the guy.
Yeah, unfortunately,
he's out
they're
there.
not there.
It's just there's one guy, so it's very
There was
quiet.
that one guy. We know two guys, though, that love to catch up with our fans, get all of the inside scoop before we do kick off the international, and that's Slacks and Tsunami.
Yes, right, everybody. We are outside right before the doors open here on day one, Barclays Arena, 8 a.m. Tsunami, and the people are awake.
Are they, though? Are you guys awake? Ready to start the day?
Damn. He was
Bright and early.
somebody way in the back who didn't even hear what you said and went, woo! Good for that guy. All right, I'm going to interview the freaks at the front of the line. You go down. Let's see if we can get some info. Gentlemen, the first men in line, how are we doing today? What prompted you to get up here today?
Well, I had to get up at 5:45.
5:45.
Yeah, and then we didn't breakfast. Just got here on the way. We grabbed something, and
Are you with these guys?
with him, it's my brother, and these are friends.
Yes, First also here. He's always here.
All right, you guys all Dota players, or are you in the same squad? What's the deal?
It's really awesome. Look at his collection.
Oh, we've seen Mr. Crimson Witness. Once again, Mr. Crimson Witness has come back again, and he's getting his new pin for the year. You've been to every TI. Good to see you again. We'll do a longer piece with you in the crowd, but how's it feel to be first in line for the 14th year in a row?
14. I don't know about that. I do it so they don't have to.
Ah, that's good. Now, you guys said you pub together? All right, who?
No. We met at ESL Birmingham last year.
Oh, Birmingham's. A friendship made in Dota land?
Yes, it's possible.
What better advertising than that? You too can make friends if you go to these things. Gentlemen, hope you get the best seats in the house. Who do you want to win?
Well, I would have liked to Liquid to win, but
Well, you know, we all can't get what we want.
now Nigma would be nice.
Yeah, baby, stars align. Let's go. All right, thank you very much. Hello, beautiful Sharter, the Hoodwink Burger, delicious. Very good. What's your name?
Anirudh.
Yeah. How's it feel to be second in line?
Too bad. I mean, I wanted to be first. I woke up at 5. Kind of disappointed.
I'm so sorry. I really thought that was going to go a different way. Do you know these guys?
Yeah, we all came together. We're from Berlin. Like, we have a pub stomp group.
I'm from the U.S.
He tried to hide that, so that was a good effort from you. We're all from Berlin. Don't talk to the guy. It's all good. All right, sir, you excited to get in there?
Very excited.
All right.
I'm sad I'm second though. We've been in the same group.
Well, technically you're like 8th, so it's not that bad.
Still more bad.
Yeah, no worries. Tsunami, did you find someone?
I did.
Okay.
So this is a massive pub stomp group, and you've been to quite a few events with this, 30-person group now?
Yeah, I think the group itself is it's even bigger, but like here we are 30 people just to come to watch it live. So.
And you guys are German locals, so I need some German language tips on how I can hype up like a Dota crowd. Because I remember I did the Berlin major, and I was told it's something like, "Was geht Berlin?" It was something like that.
Yeah, that's really good. That's already a good one. Like, "Was geht Hamburg" always works.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe, I don't know, you want them to cheer and like be excited?
Yeah, let's say, what would I say to these guys if they're saying, like, are you ready for TI? Are you ready for some Dota?
Seid ihr bereit?
Seid ihr bereit?
Bereit, ja.
Bereit?
Seid ihr bereit?
Let's test it. Let's see how many. Hey, how many Germans are in the crowd? Das be bereit? I don't think I got it. I tried. But then you're ready for your first ever international now?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
And you've got a little gift, I
I
say.
made you bracelets, like with the theme and everything. It says TI14.
Amazing. Just a small sample. We got to get you into the secret shop next time. But thank you very much. Enjoy the show. And I believe Slacks is down there.
Hi!
What do you want?
I found Tori! All right, you think you got a good bracelet? Tori said she made bracelets too. Give me that bracelet, Tori. Look at that, baby! That's gold! How's your bracelet? Oh, green.
That's pretty good.
Green. Tori's the queen of bracelets! No competition from Tori! Thank you so much, Tori. You excited?
Yes.
Yeah, she said, please don't put me on camera. Please, please, please. What's your name?
Erwin.
All right, you here with Tori?
Yes.
All right, why are you guys here?
To watch TI.
Yeah, who's gonna win?
Falcons.
Falcons is gonna win, the Falcon fan. How could they possibly beat Extreme Gaming, sir?
Because they have ATF.
Okay, the toxicity runs well. Thank you so much. Tori, very non-toxic. Give him the bracelet. Where'd he go? Oh, he's found another one. All right, Tsunami has another victim. Tsunami, who do you got?
I've got a purple-haired person.
Oh, she's wearing a liquid jersey. Everybody point and laugh. Sorry, just kidding.
You know there's a hair dye meta at TI. You've seen it over the years, right?
I'm pretty sure they're following the other meta though.
Slacks, I found your people as well.
Hey, the boys! What's up, my bald brothers?
Who else
wait,
we got? The line goes further.
I got one more over here. We've got a man ready to represent the heroic boys. We got the sign. We're out here. How you doing, boss?
I'm doing okay. And you?
I'm doing very good. Look at this. You even got their level 30s on there. Oh, my God. We got the meme Meepo right there. Fantastic. How do you think they will fare? Are you going to be cheering them through?
I think they are going to do like really good at this today, and they're going to win the TI for South America.
Okay. Any other SA fans out here? We got
another one.
Talk to that person over there. Yeah, she's very excited. All right. Yeah! Well, I sure hope you two are sitting next to each other for that one. But thank you so much, my friend. And with that, we have talked to many of the fans. Fans, can we get one more time for everybody at home what idiots they are for not coming? Let's hear it. Are you guys ready today? Oh, they're set. They're ready. Thank you very much, my friends. And we'll shoot it over to you guys. Back to the show.
Slacks and Tsunami always doing a great job of finding out all of our most dedicated fans that are out there. But everyone here showing up on a Thursday morning is just as dedicated, wants to watch all the Dota actions. Have you guys run into any other fans out there?
We were busy doing prep.
Okay, I wasn't. I ran into Tori, and she gave me my own friendship bracelet, by the way. Can I just give her another shout out? She was at TI last year as well, giving a bunch of them out. So big shout out to Tori. She's a massive fan, putting in a lot of dedication there. For you guys, though, seeing some underdogs being cheered for there. Heroic making it to the top 8 and having some fans, getting some artwork out there, some signs. I can hear some of the cheers too.
Everyone wants to see Meepo.
That's what it is, you reckon?
I think people want to see Pudge. This is the only team willing to pick this guy.
Yeah, it would be really cool. Imagine if he predicted that Heroic is going to win TI with the 5 heroes that he actually drew on that sign. That would be pretty amazing.
That guy's the Oracle, the true Oracle.
Yeah, no one was Oracle enough, though, to be able to predict the road to the International. We're going to have exactly what the Swiss bracket looked like a couple of days ago, all right? I know not everyone might have been watching, but you should have been, because there were a lot of upsets, a lot of game 3s, and a lot of 60-plus minute games. Anything that stands out for you, Jenkins, when you do reminisce back 3 days ago?
I mean, this just genuinely has been like the least predictable TI that has ever happened. The games have been absolutely incredible. We've seen a ton of like 60-plus minute games. You know, previous TI winners are out. Like everybody is saying, and I 100% agree, that no matter who wins this year out of the top 8 that we have, like it's going to be some Cinderella story, right?
Yeah, also the fact that Chinese Dota, are they back? You know, that's a really, really big question, you know, after the road to the International.
Yeah, they had 2 out of their 3 participating teams qualify to the International, make it to this top 8, and they were 2 out of 3 of the first teams to make it, right? We had Extreme Gaming go undefeated, Lacoste, Tidebound. They lost to Extreme and then ended up qualifying just the day after.
Yeah, they had a pretty rough year last time. TI 2024 was the first TI with 0 teams, Chinese teams in the top 4, and now they already have 2 in the top 8. Chinese Dota is definitely back.
China is in an interesting spot because, yes, they don't always make it to the grand finals, but in the last 26 tournaments, in the 5 grand finals they did make it to, they've won 4 out of 5 of them. So, like,
they just need to get there.
If they can get there, like when China is dominant, it's really dominant. So I don't know, it might be their year. We'll see.
Yeah, it could also be a patch thing. I think this patch currently really favors their playstyle, where a lot of heavy team fighting, Chinese teams have always put a lot of priority in that. So maybe this is their time,
Yeah. Would you say then that Extreme Gaming are your favorites to win Winter, this TI?
Yeah, probably. I think they have a very favorable playstyle towards the patch, and they're doing really well. They boot camped in Europe for a month, approximately. I think that actually helped them a lot, because in SCA and in China region, it's really difficult to find scrims. And it's hard for you to figure out the meta. I think being here itself helped them a lot in the past month.
Yeah, the fact that they're doing that whole month lead up, because like Kost, there's been conversations on what is too much that you kind of feel yourself burn out in a way that you're almost over preparing, but then you have to find that line that you're not coming in under prepared either.
Yeah, you got to find that right balance, I would say, but it is also the reason why we are having such good games, where we're seeing such 60-minute games, we're seeing some of the new stuff coming out as well, is that we did hide the information from the public, what these teams are going to be playing, so there's a lot of new innovation, a lot of new stuff coming out, which I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, is there a specific team for you that has more of that innovation and therefore could potentially go further?
I would say Enigma Galaxy. This is the team that I think a lot of got surprised with, being in the top 8. They started pretty strong against the BB team and then losing 3 in a row. But this is a team that will get your heart pumped because they had played another series after that. They played another series after that, eliminating Navi, eliminating Aurora as well. And this is the team that has a lot of hidden strat. They're the only team that are willing to play heroes like Lone Druid. They're so far undefeated, 2-0. And this is why Ghost is such a scary player. I like what he's been doing with some of these hero picks, but this is one of the plays that he did. I guess that's why he's called Ghost out of the invis. The bear attacks him, even forcing Miero to use a refresher, and he manages to get the kill. I love to see the gelling between the team. I feel like Enigma Galaxy right now are extremely hungry to win this whole TI.
Yeah, I think winning 2 elimination series as well, and whilst they went quite long, it felt like the games that they did win were just very dominating, and that Lone Druid pick being somewhat of a specialty for them too, no one else picking it up. But Jenkins, I haven't heard from you exactly which team is going to win in your eyes.
So I was spending a lot of time during the group stage watching player perspectives. I was trying to get into, like, how does, Satanic, for example, like, how does he farm? How is he always top of net worth? And I saw a little kill that to me really represented like a champion mindset from this kid, because my question was, like, in front of a crowd, can he perform? So there was a kill that I watched where he killed GPK solo, completely solo. And like the way that you have to think about this, the way that I would think about this is, imagine you're Satanic, right? For your entire life of playing Dota, GPK has been good. Like, this guy is the Eastern European mid that even when his team is not good, he is still good in carrying his team. Like, that name bears a lot of weight in that region. And in that clip, Satanic uses his BKB at the last frame before the enchant totem hits the ground. And he had a Kaya and Yasha, right? So it's not like there's some amount of time, like there's 25% less time in the cast time there. He's like calculating that. He has the instincts for that. Like, this is insane to me. Like, to kill a core in Dota is very difficult. To kill a core at TI in Dota is even more difficult solo. To kill GPK of all people, this is insane to me.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to see. That question still pertains, right? Because there's only a handful of times we've seen people come into their very first TI and win it. So
there's some notable names there. Yeah,
sure.
you got the Thompsons of the world. We'll see with him. I do think that the team around him is playing really well. They're actually doing a lot of things that Extreme Gaming are doing when it comes to team fighting, where they take very interesting fights. I remember seeing one clip where P-Vision, they were like 3v5 at the Roche pit. I saw no one epicenter, BKB, jump into the Roche pit, instantly TP out. And it's one of those things that as a Dota player, you're like, what is he doing? Why would you epi BKB TP? Boom, 9 class steals the Aegis. They trade 1 for 1. They don't lose the game because they got the Aegis in this play. And it's like, somebody made this call to take a fight, but not really take the fight, right? It's something which is like if you're a more skilled Dota player, it's kind of complicated to do. It's not just committing or not committing. It's like some gray area in between. So in terms of fighting, I think P-Vision is exceptional as well. They're on the level of Extreme Gaming right now.
I feel like you're really selling, the plays there for them, the story around them. But I do think that it is fair for people to have those questions. It's first times. You're going to be first times out on the stage as well for a lot of those players. 3 of them, in fact. But there's players that are veterans here. There's players that have won before. We're going to have a look at exactly who are still multiple TI winner hopefuls for us after having such a cutthroat road to the international. We say goodbye to 8 teams and also a lot of 2-time hopefuls. So right now, Tidebound, Tundra, Enigma Galaxy, and Falcons, they're the only team that have potential 2-timers, Lacoste.
Yeah, this is very interesting. You can see, the old Tundra squad as well, Skeeter, Snaking, and Saxa being on the same team. You see the combination between Team Liquid, the EG with the Sumail. The King is back. The uncrowned King is back as well. Ame, he wants the crown. But yeah, also the Chinese players as well. I'd say they've been very hungry. Last time they won TI was TI6. OG kind of had to ruin it because we had West, then we had Chinese team winning. OG, we were too good at the time, kind of ruined the perfect sequence that we did have. But yeah, I could definitely see somebody being crowned again as a TI champion.
Yeah, well, there is still one person as well that could potentially be our very first 3-time TI winner. That's, of course, 33. He's still left in the tournament. All of our other potential 3-peats were unfortunately eliminated when we had to say goodbye to both Aurora and Spirit there.
Yeah, hope the stars align for him. I can't wait to ask if he's going to change his nickname to 333.
I love
you think you should add another one?
I love that this is just Spirit and 33. Like, essentially, this is the 2-time Spirit. It's so funny.
No, it is. It's a lot of fun to look at it when you see it there. And it was really sad to have to say goodbye to the potential of getting more competition of the repeats, right? It was nice to see such a full graphic of those 3-timers that could have been, but they weren't playing up to par. We had to say goodbye to them, which I think it's a mix of fan favorites, but also kind of player favorites. Everyone thought Spirit were coming in really strong. And
yeah, I think we had like 70% of the people predicting that Team Spirit is going to be winning TI. And guess what? You people were wrong. So were I, because they looked way too good coming into TI. This is the squad that we talked about being one of the most resilient teams in the world when they're trying to close out the game against Team Spirit. But something just didn't click. I didn't feel them being as hungry. And some small mistakes were definitely made. But I'm sure this team will bounce back.
Yeah, they like lost their last 6 matches in a row or something before getting
not what happens usually.
No, and it's really surprising because the patch kind of feels like it's going to favor their kind of play style. They are very similar to Extreme Gaming, where they play for the late game. They're really good in team fights, and not doing well here is really very, very hard to take, if you're a Team Spirit fan.
To be fair, not to make excuses for, the previous TI winners, but like Spirit and Liquid, the way that they got eliminated in their series, like the first game, both games went over 60 minutes. And I understand that's happening a lot these days, but like the games are very close. I think the level of competition has just never been higher in this game.
I would agree with that, but also the way that the format played out too just led into we had to say goodbye to some of those teams. It was kind of inevitable. We've only got a top 8 here performing at the international, so we were going to have to say goodbye, of course, to 8 teams. And you've talked about, Winter, whether you thought this patch was going to favor them, but I want to see what heroes have been favored this patch, right? We want to see who's the most successful, who's been played the most, because that's something other teams are going to be looking at. They've had a couple of days now to really reflect on the road to the international. That was such an intense 4 days for them. Now they get those 3 days break. And for our most picked heroes, it's really heavily support leaning here with the Disruptor, Bane, Pugner, and Snapfire.
I mean, the heroes here have one thing in common where they have catch and they're really good at the team fights, So basically what's happening right now is you have to play the map. Maybe you don't have a good start, but you're still going to be farming on the corners of the map. So it requires you to have heroes that can catch the enemy heroes because you can't take a direct team fight. But when you are strong enough, the heroes that can take a direct team fight is obviously also going to be very, very preferred because team fights are very, very important, especially around the objectives, Tormentor, the Wisdom Shrine, everything, So team fight is, I think, the name of the game other than Helm.
Yeah, these are all lane bullies, pretty much, all these supports. Disruptor, Pugna, Bane, Snapfire. And all 3 of those heroes have been picked, you know how many times? 33. I think this is a sign.
It's his year.
It might be the sign.
I love how into numerology Lacoste is. He's like, I'm just going to, all the numbers, they just seem to meld together.
This is the astrological
Yeah,
TI.
Mercury is in retrograde.
It is definitely
now,
in retrograde, yeah.
What star sign are you, Lacoste?
I don't even know.
Let's have a look at our most successful heroes, though. Let's get back on track. Let's keep talking about something we all know and we all want to hear more about. And this is a little bit different, right? Our most picked were the supports favoring, but for our most successful, with over 10 games so far here in the international, road to international, is favoring the cause with a question mark because of that alchemist.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephant in the room here, guys.
That Shadow Fiend is so broken.
No, everybody's thinking it when they see it. This 9-class alchemist, I was trying to figure this out. It looked so complicated the way that P-Vision was playing it. Like, this is something that just does not work in pubs, because every time 9-class would like clean up some farm somewhere, some core on P-Vision would go and basically like act as a support somewhere else. Like they had, and it was never the same core. Like you couldn't duo queue with a buddy and have them kind of like act as a core that's supporting. It was like whatever core it was convenient for. They were like weaving in and out of like, okay, 9-class, you can have my farm.
I mean, imagine being DM, in this sort of game, it's...
But the thing is,
it works.
It wasn't just DM. It was DM in the laning phase. Don't get me wrong. That guy gets grief, bro. But it was the other cores outside of the laning phase. Like, it just looked like such a complex strategy to play against, which is why I understand why teams are just straight up banning it. They're like, we don't want to play against a team that does this. It's just so weird.
You're a P-Vision enjoyer, though, so I want to hear from Lacoste and Winter as well what they feel about it, right? Because you think they're going the way, Jenkins. So you're like... You're going to hype it up. It's done well, but I want to know if you guys are split, if it's the same as the win rate, if you're 50-50 on this hero.
Well, I think the thing with the ALC as a support is you have to kind of help the support get a good game. So you need to pick an offlaner that enables your support, and usually it's the other way around. You pick a support to enable your core. But in this instance, you kind of have to adjust that, and like Andrew mentioned, DM is kind of already used to it at this point. I have to play for my support. He's the core, I'm the support for the first 10 minutes. And it works out for them, and especially because of the lack of information, you don't get to see what your opponents are practicing right now. So I think this actually helps them a lot in developing all this new tech, so to speak.
They've been called out to be playing dishonest Dota throughout the years, ever since 9-class started to kind of this trend where he's playing this position for Slark, something that he's on the completely opposite side of the map, going for the careers, just not playing Dota, playing for Vision, being very annoying, forcing any kind of rotation from the enemy team. He shows on the map for a brief second to try to force a rotation, and then he goes away. Like, this is very difficult to deal with, especially in this current meta where we have Helm of the Dominator being the core item. So he's also building into that item and also being able to cut the waves and just be even more annoying than he was before.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think there is honest Dota anymore. I don't think this exists. Since the Facets patch, like when we looked at the most picked heroes, like just consider Snapfire for a second, right? That hero used to be kind of honest. Now you're getting a talent where you get 2 cookies, you're going for the Aghanim's shard, and you're one-shotting creep waves. It's like there are all of these gimmicks. People are eating the Helm Dom creep and then throwing it in with the Gobble Up. It's like, this
also,
is...
the range on Gobble Up is insane, too. That also doesn't feel like honest Dota.
This is not honest.
I mean, Snapfire has got to be one of the more honest ones in the current
Out of those heroes, Bane is sleepwalking heroes into towers. Like, we play a very complicated game.
Yeah, but nothing is dishonest if everything is dishonest,
That's the Dota mentality. That is absolutely true.
It definitely does ring true with it. And so that's the shaping up right now of the heroes we are most likely going to be seeing, whether that's being picked, whether that's going to be banned. But we want to see exactly where our teams are now lined up, that we have our top 8. We are, of course, going to have everyone starting off in this upper bracket. It feels like after such a grueling 4 days of the road to the international, it is only fair, Lacoste, right? These matchups are so close. You're going to have all 8 teams up there. And then, of course, we can talk about our schedule when exactly they're going to be playing. But is there a matchup that you think isn't so easy to predict if you were in your Dota client and trying to look in your predictions right now?
I think there's a lot of them. I would say Tidebound against Falcons is going to be a very close one. China is definitely on the rise, and Falcons also playing pretty much their own style of Dota. They're really not building into that Helm of the Dominator the way they did eliminate Team Spirit as well. Didn't buy a single Helm of the Dom in that game, in both of these games as well, but they looked very dominant. We talked about the meta being some of the longer games as well. This is where Team Falcons really shines.
Would you say that Falcons is an honest team?
No.
In this tournament, would you say that they're an honest team?
No.
They just play their own dishonest Dota.
Exactly.
Well, that was our schedule there. Our day is closing off with BB up against Nigma Galaxy. We got that Tidebound Falcon series you guys talked about. Of course, second is going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. And to start us off, it is going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. All of the games, in my eyes, are a must-watch, a tune-in. But for you, Jenkins...
I mean, I gotta go P-Vision Heroic.
Yeah, I knew you were.
But the thing is, because also, on the other side, you have Heroic, which I think has surprised a lot of people. Like, they are playing this chaotic, fundamentally South American Dota. Like, it's so good to see it back. Like, Schofield and Whisper are playing Pudge Clockwork offlane. Like, this is some griefing stuff that your friends are playing in unranked, where it's like, we're not going to win anyway. We're going to play Pudge Clockwork.
Yeah, I mean, they're also Heroic side. They're on an 8-game win streak so far as well. So there's those things that you have to think about that's coming into that series.
Oh, they got momentum for sure.
100%. And of course, those heroes that you mentioned there for P-Vision, but that's not the one that we're going to be starting on. It's going to be Extreme Gaming up against Tundra. And so I think it's only fair that before we get into TI, before we get into all those nitty-gritties, we talk about them, just exactly how we can expect this to go, because Tundra having a stand-in in that position 5, Whitemon not here with them, Toby instead, and Extreme Gaming being our 4-0 team, undefeated.
Yeah, Tundra kind of lost the formula. The formula is 4 players plus 1 SEA player.
I wanted to ask about that as the Southeast Asian expert, of course. I feel like Whitemon is potentially the best position 5 in the world. I think a lot of people have held this opinion. If there's one person that you are going to replace him with, I feel like Toby has been the stand-in of the year. He has proven that he is a genuinely very good position 5. People ask, well, why is he not on a team? It's because he's switching to position 5 this year, right? He's learning, but he's learning at a crazy pace, and I feel like he's having a lot of impact in these games.
Yeah, he also has a very wide hero pool right now, and considering he just swapped over for about a year, it's really, really impressive,
Do you feel like making that change is easy? Is making any change in Dota ever easy, really?
I think from the offlane to position 5, some of the things are kind of overlapping in terms of the item builds, because sometimes on position 5 you build like support items, like aura items to help your team. That's kind of something you do on the offlane as well. Whereas if you compare like switching from mid, say, to carry, I think would be quite different. It's a lot of the things that you do don't really connect to each other.
It definitely depends on the heroes, right? And like Toby's known for like Venomancer offlane, right? Like that's a position 5. So I feel like there was enough that he could play his specialty heroes as position 5 just to start out, and then learn how to play the other heroes by first learning the role, playing his specialty heroes, and then switching into the other heroes.
Yeah, this guy has the most deaths out of any player, average number of deaths.
He went there. He went there. I was trying.
But in a good way. These are tactical deaths that he's providing vision for the team. It does allow rest of the team to play extremely well. Like, you're killing position 5, but you're really not getting the value out of it because he's collecting the info where the enemies are. And I think Toby has been doing a very good job at making sure that he is securing the lane for Crystallis, because they've been winning most of their lanes.
I mean, look at the team that he's playing with. It's Tundra. Like, these are some of the greediest cores, depending on like what they're playing. If it's like BZM Invoker mid or something like that, offlane Doom, like, you need somebody that's running in and just dying for that team.
Yeah, I think so too. And he was like a sacrificial offlaner, doing a lot of things for your cause. Now you're playing a sacrificial position 5, doing a lot of things.
I mean, I would argue
cause.
that's actually better, because now you're not doing it on a core role. So he has a least amount of negative impact on the game for your team.
Yeah. The inverse, though, when their opponents Extreme Gaming, it just feels like they're winning these lanes. They're coming together earlier as a group, and Winter, there's no really stopping what they're trying to achieve. The number advantage almost always is in favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very, very tough team right now. I think there's like some kind of heroes that you probably have to think about when you're playing against them, but overall, it's very, very difficult to play against them in a game, because they're just so good at the team fights and outmaneuvering you on the map.
Yep, and I think it's worth mentioning, we're talking about position 5s. X-Nova has the world record for D wards over all TIs. Like, this guy...
Which TI is that?
All TIs.
Oh, right, so like...
He has the world record.
I see.
He's the record holder. So if you're talking in terms of D-warding, like, this guy's the best support in the world for it. Vision game, he will win.
Okay. We can hear a little bit better of a countdown going on. Yeah, it's a loud one, right? right, the horn. Lacoste, do you remember what the horn signifies here at TI?
Yeah, I think it's time. I think it's time.
It's definitely time, guys. It has been 14 years since we had an international in Germany. The very first one. Yeah, it's massive, right? We're back here in Germany again. It has been an unpredictable road to the international so far. I'm sure that journey is going to continue. There's going to be a lot more action. And whilst we've talked a lot about things that have happened and what will come, the one thing I know for certain is that it feels not official yet, that we almost need to open the new chapter on our 14th international.
Some call it fate, others destiny. A meridian that spans the course of cosmic history. Vesting all that was and all that will be. Chasing the spark of creation across the eons, into the unseen eternity beyond. course of fate's meridian is broken, when an inflection point arrives, those who see the true shape of the system might step forward to defy all forces of opposition, to inscribe their own names into the cosmic record, and decide for themselves the course of things to come. The Aegis of Champions. It shines like a beacon, daring us to meet the magnitude of the moment, to join a constellation of greatness, to reach for a horizon beyond which only dreams can see. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred, the triumphs we still celebrate, the legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. And now introducing the finest Dota teams in the world. Heroic! Vision! Team Tidebound! Team Falcons! BB Team! Nigma Galaxy! Tundra Esports! Extreme Gaming!
Hi, I'm Gabe Newell. 14 years ago, we held the first international in Cologne, Germany. For me, that first international was awesome. It was awesome to see the skill of the players and the enthusiasm of the community. Before that first international, I really enjoyed the game. But after the international, I loved the game. It's not just the game I love, but the community. Sure, people talk shit at me in chat, and about once a week, people say, hey, noob, uninstall the game and but that's really about their enthusiasm for the game and the energy that they bring. And that's why, after all these years, I still play Dota every day. Now we're back in Germany once more to cheer and celebrate again. Oh man, wäre das ein Spaß. To all the Dota fans who've been with us from day one, to those of you who've joined us along the way, and to any of you who are tuning in for the first time, welcome to the International.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the man. Thank you so much, Gaben. Welcome to the International 2025 Hamburg!
The International started here in Germany in 2011, and in the past 14 years, we have witnessed some of the most iconic moments in esports, and along the way, inscribed 55 different names onto this Aegis. And no matter who wins here, I can guarantee that at least 3 new names are going to be added to the list.
Absolutely. So, no, I mean, nobody could have predicted the teams here today. Literally, none of you guys predicted it. Scientifically proven. Not a single one of you bastards, but anyway, it should be one hell of a TI. We're talking 60-minute games, almost every game. We're going to game 3 all the time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is shaping up to be one of the greatest TIs of all time, baby!
And there was only one thing missing on that road, and that is you. So crowd, Barclays Arena, are you ready? Then let's get the International 14 underway.
The biggest question is my panel ready? Are the viewers at home also ready for what's about to unfold? Because now it's official. Nothing like an opening ceremony, a message from Gabe himself to really get the emotions running and the pressure on Winter.
Yeah, I mean, the players are just going to feel a lot of the heat, but at the same time, we always tell the players, just play the game, don't think about everything else. You have to block out everything and just focus on your duties in the game.
I think you could see it on a lot of their faces, honestly. Like, look at Sumail. Sumail was locked in, dude. There's a crowd of 5,000 people here. He was not looking anywhere. He was in the zone.
He was like envisioning the Dota game in front of him.
And they went crazy for Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy and Extreme Gaming. But I also liked the way Ame looked. He was fully focused. Like, I don't think he was just seeing that Aegis, fully focused on it. He wants to lift it.
Yeah, I feel like he definitely has to be one of the more locked-in players, right? Because even though all 8 teams are playing today, he's up first, right?
I mean, he definitely knows a thing or two going to the last day, you know. So he is definitely going to want to change the story this time.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's also why he, was locked in the way that he was. The rest of his team as well, though, also standing up there with him, Jin-Q. You can't look past Jin-Q and how cute he looked up there.
You can't. The whole team is so important. But we will talk about Ame because so much of the game is through him. I think there's an understanding of the meta that this team has that other teams in the break needed to look at to see what they're doing. In this meta, you have a lot of heroes that you just can't commit to a fight. There's Silencer, there's Dawnbreaker, there's Dazzle, there's all of these heroes where it's you jump in and they get saved, right? The way that XG takes team fights is they have that vision advantage we talked about with the X-Nova dewarding, and then boom, Ame jumps in on one of these big burst heroes, kills one hero, and then they back off. They play as a complete unit, but in order to do that, in order for them to do those back off plays, he has to be these burst heroes, and I wouldn't be surprised to see other carry players adopting the Ame heroes into their pool.
The toughest thing is you're saying the players they've had this time, they should have gone back and looked at what Extreme Gaming were doing. But the thing is they played the least amount of series and one of the least amount of games as well, Lucas. So where are you even beginning to look at how to break down such a dominant team?
You need to shut down Ame. In all 10 games that they did play, they last pick his hero. So this is their win condition. And one of the reasons why Jenkins was talking about that Ame has this explosive game, he's playing these explosive heroes that can go in, can shut down pretty much anyone. The burst, because we're seeing a lot of these longer fights, we're seeing a lot of these longer games as well. Extreme Gaming is a team that is a bit slower on the side. Like they have 3 games over 60 minutes. They did play that 78-minute game against Falcons, which they did win. They did win all 3 of those games. So a bit of a slower team compared to Tundra, who is a bit of a faster team.
I think they're slow because they pick and choose their fights really well. And they always have like multiple ways to win a team fight. It's not just like one condition. They give themselves enough conditions that if they get the vision, if they see an opening, that they can actually take it. But that requires like an insane amount of synergy between the players on the team and trust.
I mean, on top of that, I don't really feel like it's just them being slow. I think the meta is slower as well. So it's not like they're intentionally trying to play slow.
Yeah.
Like the game just feels more natural when you're being more patient, taking the objectives, and you have team fight. You don't really worry so much about, oh, if I lose the lane, I don't have anywhere to go on the map because the map is just so big right now.
I think the map is big, and also let's just like once again, there's a lot of elephants in this
in the
room.
room,
That we need to talk about. When there's like 2 Dominator creeps running around cutting creep waves, like yeah, it takes a while to push towers. There's no creeps taking the backdoor protection off. You have to kill the creep first, then get a creep wave to the tower, then push the tower. This is a 3-step process. It's not exactly easy.
I mean, it kind of incentivizes heroes that can kill off the creeps, right? You've been saying to me that that's why Nature's Prophet's good, because you can kind of TP in from anywhere and you can kill the creep, deal with the problem, without moving too many heroes to one side of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you TP globally, like you also mentioned it, that the heroes that can actually kill the creep are carries, and you don't want your carry wasting a very long cooldown TP scroll to go somewhere and kill the creep. So a hero like Nature's Prophet that can just do it for free on a 20-second cooldown, like that's great. And by the way, the creep can't get a Quelling Blade. It can't get out a Sprout. So that's really nice. Another reason that Nature's Prophet is overpowered. There's not enough of those in today's day and age.
Well, look, who really knows, right? Sometimes we think something is overpowered, we let it through, we don't actually see the result we expect. And something we can expect, though, is for our series to start very soon. We've already seen our teams out on stage, but now we want to welcome them to the stage. We want to bring them out, put them in those booths. And of course, we're going to start with our very first team, Extreme Gaming.
We're back.
Extreme Gaming!
And we're back.
Our only undefeated team coming out of the road to the international playoffs. 4-0 series wins here. The uncrowned king leading his team to the booth. One of the longest game lengths we've seen at a TI as well. Will they change? Was the 4-day break in their favor or against it? The biggest questions are still up for grabs. And the biggest thing that I really want to know is their opponent also ready to take the stage?
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Tundra Esports. Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Moments away of elimination just a couple of days ago. It brings the question, what has changed for them? A massive stand-in for themselves in that position 5 with Kobe now joining this squad and the sole potential 3-time TI winner there in 33. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot these players are having to live up to, and so I have to ask my panel here just exactly where we can put our expectations and our predictions for Extreme Gaming up against Tundra.
This one is not easy. I feel like Extreme Gaming has shown that they played the best Dota so far this year, but also Tundra, they should not be underestimated. Even though they don't have, you did say that he is the best 5 in the world. Whitemon is not here, but he filled the shoes really well. Toby is playing really good Dota, and you have 33. One of the greatest, if not the greatest mind of Dota that we ever had, because this guy is going to try to break the game. We saw it during TI 2022 when they won it with Tundra, the right back. Now we're seeing the same thing with potentially this Helm of the Dominator strat that they've been running very successfully with this BZM Invoker that they did win every single game. He builds into Helm, he builds into Drum's Alacrity, then you have another Helm from the offlane plus potentially a pipe, and they know how to close out the games quickly.
If there's any player that I really trust when it comes to like breaking down
it's this guy.
his own team and like how strong they are in the current meta, it's 33. You know, he has said that they in the past few patches they've kind of struggled to find an identity. And they didn't perform as well as what we just saw on the screen there in their hugely dominant first year. But in this tournament, it looks like they have found an identity. They're picking SK again. They're picking Earthshaker mid. I feel like this team is really successful when they have scaling heroes, when they're able to pick scaling heroes on all of their cores. And it's because they're a bunch of specialty players, right? You have the BZM Invoker that we just talked about. They've got Crystalis on all of his level 30 Dota plus carries. Like, if they can play a meta where all of the roles can scale, then they can pick the best hero in the best position and then give that to the scaling player and then win the game through that way. So I think the meta really favors Tundra right now, and I think they know it as well.
Yeah, and if you're comparing the matchups, like XG is a little bit slower than Tundra. I think Tundra is really good at hitting specific timings with their heroes, and using the Helm of Dominator, I think they are probably going to be able to try to stop the game from going too long, where it enters Extreme Gaming's territory. And I think they have a really, really good shot here at doing that in the current meta and how everything is really revolving around the Helm of Dom and the auras right now.
Yeah, I think another strength for them as well as we talk about, you know, the fact that Toby's standing in, they just kind of have to find that flow for themselves. It's a little bit of a change up, but this is technically the 5th new player they've had on their roster since last TI, right? There's been a lot of changes, a lot of iterations, and I think a lot of the time that actually favors Tundra quite a lot. It keeps a lot of things fresh for them. I think it's a lot of effort and a lot of stress though on their coach Moon, where we haven't really turned eyes to yet.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I remember when Duraccio was playing with Tundra, and my first thought was like, how is this going to work? Duraccio's crazy, man. That kid is nuts. Playing with 33, one of the most calm, cool, collected guys. And then seeing them together, it's like the jokes that 33 was making with Duraccio, they're not PG. I can't even say them here, you know? And it's like he switches his personality to make his players comfortable. Like, genuinely, I know we always talk about 33 as like one of the greatest minds of all time, one of the greatest offlaners of all time, but he's also one of the greatest captains of all time, like integrating players into the team. So I think if there's any team that's going to win with the stand-in, it's either Liquid, they're out, or Tundra.
What about Extreme Gaming? They have a stand-in too. X-Nova, I think a lot of people are kind of glossing over that right now. He did play with them in their previous tournament, which was a whole month ago, but he was a stand-in there. So right now, we're seeing this team going undefeated winter, and then we're also forgetting that they do have a new player on their roster too.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, X-Nova, he's not like a new guy, you know, for them. They've played together before, and on top of that, I felt like the synergy that he has with Ame is probably better than when Ame was playing with Poloson, because they're both very different players. X-Nova is very, I think, more defensive, like in a way where he protects the core a lot more, so you see a lot more smoke tanks, you know, he's really just trying to make sure Ame can farm, whereas when they were playing with Poloson, they were playing more for the kills and trying to attack the enemy more, you know.
It's like Morana every game, like that sort of thing, like distracting on the other side of the map and then making space for Ame, which sometimes doesn't work.
That kind of feels better, you know, for the Ame's playstyle to work, you know, where you're just sitting back and just waiting for your timings.
So you think he's hitting timings better because of this slight change up in which position 5 he's leaning?
I don't think position 5 is a slight change up. Out of all the 5 roles, I think if you were to have a stand-in to swap a role, and it's easy to to adjust is the mid lane, because you don't have to interact with your side lane, your duo. You know, I think when you change a duo, it takes time to get used to the other person.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
the other person has different habits. You have to learn it. The way he speaks is different. So there are a lot of things that comes into play. You know.
You said that Tundra did change a lot of players throughout the year, but one thing they didn't change is the offlane duo. Like, this is the stable for a good reason, and whenever we talk about the offlane duos, this duo comes to mind to a lot of people because they have been so stable throughout the years as well. Saksa and 33, I don't think it gets better than this. When you're laning against them, this might be the most difficult duo in Dota to lane against, because they will always try to find something, try to break the game. If you're playing into unfavorable matchup, you will find a way how to play it.
Exactly. I mean, look at these top 3 offlane combos, right? Like, a lot of these heroes are gimmicky. They will find farm in some way. You know, 33 playing Darkseer farming stacks, Sand King farming stacks. These are all stack farmers, essentially. And I totally agree. I think the most annoying thing about playing against 33 and Saksa is that even if they have a bad lane, like heroes that are not good at laning together, they still find some way to farm by cutting creep waves, you know, putting a sentry ward in the tier 2 to aggro the first wave of creeps so they get a lane advantage. There's always some sort of trick that they can pull out to get a good lane.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well, I think for the draft and for the overall strategy, a lot of the plays start on your offlaner, right? If your offlaner gets a really good start, it becomes very easy to play the map because your carry will just gate and gank, the lane's pushing, the Karti's coming in, you take the tower, everything feels natural, right? So I think a lot of the game starts from the offlane, so you have to really have like a foundation of the draft and strategy based on your offlaner. That's why they don't want to change things too much in that regard.
And he's very familiar with building Helm of the Dominator / Overlord. Even on the heroes when it was not popular, he was always playing like these micro heroes, his Visages, his Broodmothers, Lycans, Beastmasters. And I gotta say, I've been very impressed with his Doom as well, because he's building it the Helm of the Dominator as well. And this is the word that we're going to be saying quite a lot, because this is something that is kind of OP right now. It is a bit imba, but you do go for another aura, and then you get an aura, you eat the creep, so you have 2 auras, and then you can get maybe a pipe from the offlaner as well if necessary.
I mean, the thing is, you call him an offlaner, but is he an offlaner? He just feels like another carry in the game.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Like, Dota is just so different right now. There's like just side laners and mid laners, and even the supports feel kind of similar in what you actually do. There's like no specific role for the 4 and 5. You just do what it feels right in the game. You know, you build items if you need to build items. It's no longer like, oh, you're position 5, you're not allowed to farm. This is your quota for the game, and you can't exceed it, you know.
I mean, especially with the games going the length that we're seeing it, right? I feel like this average of 55 minutes, you almost want your support to start looking towards that later game for themselves.
You have the license to farm, basically.
Yeah, you want some sort of scaling plan.
Yes.
Something to
in
get
one of the supports.
Something to get to the late game, and then to actually use the fact that you're in the late game. I would like to propose, we've talked a lot about the side lanes. I would like to propose we go to the mid, because
look, I'll let you do that.
It's a formal proposal.
When it's more important, because right now the thing that is important for us is the fact we are getting our very first TI Series Game 1 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports, Game 1.
Let's see what these teams have been brewing over the last few days. If we're going to see a shift in what is popular, what works winter, and just exactly if the teams want to start changing up their priority for pick order, where we feel the importance on that is.
Yeah, talking about pick order, I kind of feel like it's easier to be on the first pick side because of the overall, I think even in the first phase, the bans, because you have the last ban and you go into your first pick, I think that's kind of nice to have. And obviously also the 18th pick, which helps you decide your overall strategy. I kind of like to be on the first pick side more, because nowadays teams are really good at banning out heroes that are really good for you. So you rarely see like, oh, that's a really good 24th pick, overall last pick that actually just going to win them the game,
And something to touch upon is you talked about the games going long. You want to have this position 5 that really scales well into the late game. There's this one guy, one hero that is the most picked hero of the tournament, and that's Disruptor. He has the most amazing Aghanim Scepter upgrade in the game, which can turn the whole game around. So that's why we're seeing it being picked so much, because once you get to that timing, you always know that you have some kind of a play that can turn the whole fight around.
Oh, that's the first Helm hero here. right now, Beastmaster. Very, very oppressive hero if you give him a good lane.
This does leave Nature's Prophet in the pool. There's some very strong heroes that are still left in.
I mean, you're definitely thinking about
Monkey King is also there.
The lane, you know, I think you want to give Beastmaster a hard time, you know, when you open up the draft with Beast, you definitely want to at least consider slowing him down for the start so that his aura items come up slower.
Is this Beastmaster more straightforward for a team of Extreme Gaming? Because we know others are willing to flex it between that mid or that off lane. Does that archetype also fit to them?
Probably not so much, I think, for Extreme. I think to them it's mostly going to be
the off lane?
Yeah, the off lane hero. Whereas right now we are seeing this Lycan and Beastmaster. I mean, the story of the tournament, right? All the Helm heroes coming out early and you're going to have to deal with it. I mean, this is definitely going to be one interesting game, you know,
So
Battle of the Helms.
Both teams have picked the Helm hero. Now both teams need to pick the counter to the Helm hero. You need both.
Or do you just go, as long as we have more Helm heroes than them, we'll win?
I mean, it's also the supports, right? You see the opening picks and you're definitely thinking what supports works well with Beast, what enables the Beast, and what enables the Lycans, you know, because both sides are probably going to be looking at similar heroes to pick for the laning phase, and this is going to be an interesting one. Like, what do you ban out? And with Tundra coming out to pick first in the next phase, they're going to have the upper hand in picking the support they want.
I really like the Pugna Beastmaster matchup. I feel like even if Beast does end up going for the Aghanim Scepter build, like decrepping and healing the hero who gets roared is always a very good counter, and this is a hero that Toby has been playing a lot.
Yeah. I mean, there's also like a hero like Wyvern, which didn't really get picked much. I was kind of surprised that the hero didn't get a lot of spotlight because it seems like
it's definitely good.
It's good now, right?
It's a strong hero. With the recursive facet, I see a lot of... Or actually, people
even with
all
the other one.
facets.
Yeah, even with the defensive one on the towers, I think...
Healing the towers, yeah.
Yeah, that is also a really good option because it gives your core damage, you know, when you come out of the core embrace.
Yeah, yeah.
Supports don't really like to play, I would say, in this meta. No, especially after seeing two of the openers. You have Beastmaster with all the summons. You have Lycan as well. You got to be building into defensive. Like, you got to start thinking about. I think Pugna is a really good suggestion kind of for both teams. But Lycan, he also builds into relatively early nullifiers, so it makes it almost impossible for supports to play the game. This is why this hero is so aggressive. He has a really good timings as well.
Yeah, that's why it's really important to pick a good lane matchup into the Lycan. You really need to slow him down as much as you can, and SD is the first one that comes out. Really good counter towards the Beast, you can save the Raw, and he's also one of those heroes where he can kind of defend the tower against the Helm because he can wave shove. And wave shove is also something that's really, really important if you're playing support nowadays, because if you can't wave shove, you're talking about the game going long and you can't farm and you can't scale. And this is one of the better scaling supports, if not the best scaling supports in the game right now.
Why is it one of the best?
Yeah, because of the Axe and because of the BKB piercing disable. Like, if you're a carry, right, and you see SD, you're like, oh, I can't play Lifestealer, I can't play Ursa, you know, or me can, but it's going to be very...
Ah, there's the Wyvern.
Yeah, there we go. Winter Wyvern here. It's a very, very good hero against the Lycan. I mean, for obvious reasons, you counter him with the ulti, you counter with the Cold Embrace. Nullifier doesn't work against the Cold Embrace. Interested to see which facet actually he goes for. I would probably prefer the defensive one more.
I mean, I will say it's not a totally free Wyvern game, though. SD, you can save from Wyvern ulti.
Yep.
But I think the reason that Extreme is picking it is not necessarily just for the Winter Wyvern ult. It's, like you guys mentioned, it's for the heal and the save, right?
You defend the towers as well.
Yeah, just delaying kills a little bit by preventing the physical damage, and then also delaying the tower push that Lycan is inevitably going to bring against you.
You know, one of the biggest counters to Wyvern is a hero we haven't really seen, I think, Skyra. Cold Embrace and you put your ulti on top.
That hero's legitimately
okay.
good.
Yeah, he's in an okay spot. I think any kind of magic damage that's going to be coming out from Tundra is going to be really good. Both of the teams don't really have, I would say, that much control, especially on the side of Tundra. Lycan, Shadow Demon, these heroes are relatively easily exploited. So far, we haven't seen the big hero pool from XM. We have seen only 4 heroes with Storm Spirit, Leshrac, Shadow Fiend, and Puck. Puck has been banned, but anything elusive could really work out for them. For now, this Tiny, he can go anywhere. He can go mid. He can go to position 4 lane with the Beastmaster. It's an okay lane. It's not like super strong, but it gives Beastmaster a stun in the lane as well.
I do want to go back quickly to the Winter Wyvern for you. The one time that had been picked so far here, they went for the Winterproof facet, which is the Cold Embrace one.
Yeah, the defensive one. I think it's actually kind of better, at least for me, when I play the hero. I feel like it's...
Oh, of course you think Winterproof.
Yeah, haha, of course. And here we go, Storm. This is one of the better heroes against the Wyvern because you can find him when he's flying around the trees.
I think they were also going to get stormed as well. XG wanted Storm, so Tundra's also picking it to...
The 16-17 pick is the most, I think, difficult part of the draft for the second pick because you are already considering what heroes are going to be picked at 18 because 18 is really good for the first pick side, and so you have to be prepared for that. So most of the times, like Andrew said, you try to pick a hero that also blocks their hero.
Yeah, and I like if you're picking Storm, I like Silencer Storm when you're picking in a difficult situation like this because all the heroes that get countered or that counter Storm get countered by Silencer. So like this is usually how teams try to operate in this situation. Like you know that you're going to get the Storm countered, right? So you need to pick something which counters those counters.
Do you think that's something that's leading into Storm not really having a good win rate right now? It's only sitting at 35% in this tournament.
Maybe. I think some teams are good at like picking these heroes and knowing how to play the heroes which counter. Instead, they go for the Warlock, more of like a team fight hero. It's very strong against a Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, Fatal Bonds.
Fatal Bonds the boar, right? And you can push the wave out. Beast doesn't really like that.
It's a really good combination with Lycan. You kind of work really well with each other in the team fights. The Lycan runs in, gives you space to drop the rock on. And Troll is one of the better matchups into the Lycan.
It's a really good Troll game. This hero is undefeated so far. He has won 7 out of 10 games. 7 games, I believe.
I mean, his only issue here, I think, is the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is the one that can actually make life...
actually 8 games.
Yeah, can make life very hard for the Troll. But he's going to have to probably rely on his teammates like the Tiny or the Beast to kind of deal with the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, I'm going to rely on you guys for this knowledge. This Troll, being an Ame hero, is one of the very few times that we do not see an Ame last pick. It is something, even when they've been second pick, they still save him until very last in the draft.
18 is like I feel like the most influential pick in the first pick phase, So at least in my book, he's already getting the highest priority in the draft right now, even if it's not the 23rd pick. Okay. I mean, Troll, Beastmaster, there's a lot of synergy. You come together, you hit Roshan quickly, you have the auras. I think Troll really likes to have aura heroes on the off lane. He kind of thrives in those environments. You play really fast when you hit your timings, and I think the heroes that are good against Troll are not exactly very, very good here. I mean, I'm thinking of maybe like something like Faceless Void that's really good late game, but Faceless Void has problems.
Into Wyvern.
Yeah, into the other heroes, So they kind of have a lot of their bases covered here with the first 4 picks. And there's also the Slug, I think, which is kind of like a decent matchup against Troll, but it's not exactly a Slug meta, but it will fit their nighttime draft. You have Slug plus Lycan.
I just love that in these like high-level games, you see like Troll picked into SD, which is traditionally considered a counter, but they just have so much confidence that their other heroes can
do their jobs
and deal with the SD that it's otherwise a very free Troll game. This is why they banned Bloodseeker. Very good against Troll, very good also against Pangolier, and they have absolutely secured the team fights here for them. Even against Warlock, like nothing deals with Pango right now. Like there's no BKB piercing disable. What are you gonna rock him for a single second out of his
You also don't have the damage. At least you don't have the damage to kill Pango.
I mean, there's only Faceless Void, right? Like with the dilation and the chrono. I don't see anything else that can kind of deal with the role. But then again, their lineup will be very, very slow.
Oh, what about some Carry Doom to stop the healing coming through? It's very good against Troll.
It is, yeah.
But it is also very slow.
The only issue there for me is like, you don't do anything against Pango. You doom him when he's rolling, and he just keeps rolling, right? Like, I feel like you're totally happy being a Pango in a game against a Doom. I like the Faceless Void, but there's counters. Razor's also there. They picked the Jug. Okay.
This is a statement. If we talked about throughout the whole year, one of the more staple heroes for Ame, it has been Jug. He tried to make it work for such a long time, and now they last picked Jug against Ame's Troll Warlord.
I mean, I
This is
kind of
pretty
feel
high.
like it's gonna be so tough for the Jug though. Like there's Curse, that's raw, and then you have the Rolling Thunder, which you don't really do much to it. I mean, sure you can Omni Slash him, but the thing is, I feel like Jug has a lot of counters already in the game with the Raw and the Wyvern, Co-Embrace, and the Curse itself, you know. And
They
against
have-
Troll, it's like he doesn't care if you Omni Slash him. He just needs to click his R.
They have no control. They have like no silences. This Troll, I feel like he's gonna pop off. Extreme Gaming, they have overall better team fight, I would say, with Rolling Thunder, with Winter Wyvern, Troll. They don't have that burst damage that he's gonna be afraid of. Sure, there's some kiting coming up from Shadow Demon, but he can survive long enough because of all these reset mechanics that they do have on Extreme.
Yeah, Jenkins, you said even before you saw the last pick of Tundra that Extreme Gaming had secured the team fight. Does the Jug alter that formula for you in any way, or it's still very straightforward?
I think that Extreme still has the team fight secured.
Yeah.
But Tundra now at least has like scaling options in the game. You know, like Juggernaut with Omni Slash, he will full to zero any hero. Like if some heroes are orchided, they will die. So they have play options because whenever you have damage, you always have play options. But I agree, it's not like a free Jug game by any means.
Yeah, I think the execution level is definitely higher for Tundra's lineup, whereas for XG is, I think, pretty straightforward with their heroes. You get some auras, you have Dagger on your Wyvern, you group together, your Troll's hitting a tower, everyone's behind him, it's straightforward, right? Whereas for Tundra, they're going to have to juke and jive, you have to use the Storm, find the Wyvern, you have to farm your items on Jug, and it's not a straightforward game for them.
Yeah.
In the earlier part of it, though, Lacoste, we're talking about just how strong we're feeling the safe lane is for XG and also how strong the off lane is for Tundra. So now with heroes in those placeholders, does it feel like it favors one way or the other?
Now, Extreme Gaming, they have a very strong safe lane. You have
Didn't
Troll
even think
against
about it.
Lycan with the Winter Wyvern. You're not losing that lane.
Okay, at all. Anything else that you guys want to put out there before we get to know some more information from the coach?
I will say I think Jug's generally like an underrated hero. I was seeing it in pro-level pubs up until TI, so I feel like some players just have a read that it's a really good hero and people are not valuing it high enough.
Okay. And Winter?
I think Jug is going to...
Wait, did we see what facet the Winter Wyvern went?
No, but I think Jug is not going to do much this game, so I'm not going to agree with Andrew here.
Okay, alrighty. We've heard it all that we can from our panel right now, but we're going to get some more words from one of our coaches with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Zhao Wei, coach of Extreme, and Helen will be helping me translate. It is the first game of TI 14 here on the main stage, and more than the game, I'm quite interested in your hair. Ame's got lavender hair, X-Nova's got blonde hair, you've got red hair. What's the story behind this?
本次比赛主舞台第一场比赛，我们更关注的是你们的发色很有趣。阿妹的发色是淡蓝色的，然后X-Nova 的是黄色的，你的是红色的，是有什么故事吗？
没有，我们三个就集合训练的时候不约而同发现大家都染头发。
There's no story, but after we arrived at the boot camp, we noticed that we have different hair colors.
Wow, the synergy on this team, even without communicating. And then in the days off, you guys qualified quick through the tournament. How'd you stay sharp after you went 4-0?
作为本次比赛首支晋级正赛的队伍，在休息日当中是怎么保持自己的状态的呢？
我们就晋级以后就稍微讨论了一下，然后每天都会保持训练，然后打路人，也没有干别的事情。
So after advancing to the main event, we continue with our scrims. We had discussions and played ranks. So that's what we did.
Well, hopefully the pubs have kept your things sharp going up against Tundra. Zhao Wei, thank you very much. Good luck in game number 1. And let's send it to our casters, Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. We are here. We are ready. Hamburg, are you excited for the first game of the International? Well, that's good because we're going to be here another 60 minutes, surely, if anything will go by from what we had earlier.
Do you think that's what Tundra have in mind here, though? They picked a Juggernaut into quite a bit of, debuff immunity stuns here, Lyrical. I'm a little concerned.
you know, you're not wrong. And the panel was talking about it, sort of this team fight supremacy that you sort of have in this early goings for XG. And I was wondering if they maybe are even just thinking, we're going to Healing Ward try and like push high ground. And that's why they went for it. Because there were those other more team fight oriented heroes they maybe could have gone for. Instead saying doubling down on the push potential.
Yeah, Winter was bringing up the Faceless Void. I thought that looked kind of solid too. You know, obviously there were issues no matter what hero you picked. This is a very well-rounded draft from XG. You've got this very defensive and annoying Winter Wyvern hero that we haven't seen too often, but you start to think about what happened at the road to the International, and you're like, yeah, Wyvern kind of fits, you know?
Oh, yeah.
We got some swarming units for potential with the Helm creeps. We've got this ability to just like try and defend these towers, slow things down, and also just really big team fights that have been very game deciding at the later parts of this game. And of course, Winter Wyvern, just like Disruptor, one of these supports that late game, you get a Blink Dagger, the fight can just be on you completely.
Yeah, and of course, that's where BZM is going to be looking to make those big jumps in later on to find X-Nova hanging out to the side. But at least out of this early going, we're just getting a solid laning stage, it looks like, for Tundra. You can see they're already putting a little bit of a hamper here onto Ame's Troll Warlord, a hero that I absolutely despise, but it does actually seem like it's pretty good in this game.
Yeah, it's got some issues, but you know, it's pretty much just the Shadow Demon, right? This idea of just trying to disrupt who you're attempting to target during your ultimate, also just being disrupted yourself, perhaps. So some nuisances, but overall, it's obviously been a very successful hero here so far. You saw it's already 8-0 along the road of this tournament. So seeing if Ame can keep it lossless thus far.
And already they're doing some pretty good spam out here. Interesting to see XXS go for the early boars, considering the counter that we've seen them take in Toby's Warlock, but still opting to play more around that, of course, boar, and then eventually Helm of the Overlord build.
Yeah, I think it's a little hard to get like tons of value out of the Fatal Bonds versus his boars right now. And of course, the ability to just stack constantly. You know, we've seen these Beastmaster players just very early getting multiple stacks off, and that has been a key to a lot of the success that we've seen from XG so far. So I can appreciate still using that. And his lane partner here, Xingqiu, on this Tiny, I feel like this is a very contested hero between these two teams. I was thinking that they were maybe going to be grabbing it for Soxa, perhaps moving Toby over to the Shadow Demon if they could, but then just instantly snapped up there by XG. And I have a feeling it's not the last time we'll see this hero in this series.
Well, after the early stages here of this lane, you can see across the board Tundra just getting a little bit of the better of it, and Ame might get a fourth stack here of the poison. Do they want to stick around for a fifth? If Soxa hit this would be huge. Instead goes over to X-Nova, stacks him up again, gets it on the boat. Oh man, Ame very low there.
Yeah, some big value happening here. Has to be past a Tango, and does have a salve coming on. The Courier Chrysalis now spinning away up top here onto Xingqiu.
Turns, realizes this is not going to work. Toby low. Oh, gets the root, a few more hits, but Toby, he manages to survive.
All right, big ward value there.
He just last hit a bird that was going. I have not seen that before on a jug. That was pretty cool.
You know, this is this is what Warlock usually does. You know, you pick Warlock so you can pick your Spectres or your, some other hero that needs a little bit of help in the lane, right? And they just get healed over and over. Chrysalis picks Jug, saves the Warlock under tower. You know?
Not what you expect all the time, but still very good stuff. 29 and 13 for Chrysalis. Still only 13 last hits on XXS. They are really taking it to him here.
Xingqiu kind of struggling to assist, right? He's at half HP, so even if he goes for a play, if he messes up, he's just going to get spun down to death until he has boots.
Well, usually we think about last picks in the context of, being this hero that's going to be a great team fighter later or cause this huge problem. Maybe this problem is just trying to completely dominate the lane and then snowball from there, shut down XXS's timing, because it's going to be a while before he gets that Dominator.
And while all this action is happening in the side lanes, very quietly, we have a pretty big lead growing here for BZM. That's why they call him the best zoomer mid, you see.
Oh my god.
Because he's crushing it right now. Look at him. He's top of the board. Where's this Pango? XM's leading for his own team, but he's under all 3 cores for Tundra.
That's true. No, they're having a good time of it so far. Obviously can turn in a moment if things get a little bit too spicy and some early hits thrown out. But 6-minute mark coming up. First rune, obviously a really important time for a Storm Spirit. And they're getting set up, should be able to secure the top one. Tiny's there too. And it's going to be an invis gotten by XM. Never mind.
All right, back he goes.
But if there's a rune you're going to miss as a Storm, invis, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, it's, we'll take it here. Of course, that is going to be a major focus, as it always is, for any sort of a spirit mid.
So as we get close to the 7-minute mark, we'll see if anybody decides to make the movement over for Wisdom. It does appear like Shadow Demon is going over to try and sneak one, or maybe go for a kill here onto XXS. He's just a little bit... Oh, and Pango rotating also.
Yeah. They really need this play right now.
The invis, they see one, don't spot XM though, and now Rolly back and forth, finds two. Chrysalis decides that he cannot make that move forward onto the Beastmaster, so they shut down any extra action coming their way, and it looks like it is just going to be a trade-off of Wisdoms.
Yeah, that's a lot of time spent here from the mid, unfortunately. Big effort, and I'm looking at XXS. He's lowest of the cores, and he doesn't have anything to fall back on right now.
Yeah.
There are no stacks made for him at this moment. And even if there were some, they're obviously getting very aggressive right now. As you can see, Tundra, BZM's coming in here, he's like, where are the stacks, man? I'm trying to steal a double or a triple here, and there's just nothing for me to grab.
Yeah, that is interesting. I mean, they already put some good pressure on after the big rotations over to this side of the map. XG are able to keep their tier 1 tower alive. But you can see kind of the idea that Tundra's going for here. They want to shut this down before XG really come online. 33.
It's kind of there's this idea of trying to shut down Ame, right? And make sure, because Ame has been the game winner in a lot of these drafts that they've gone for. He is the big condition to get the W at the end of it. But we're not seeing that pressure on him, right? They've kind of just left the lane because they're worried about potential kills. Instead, they're putting all this focus on XXS to try and just slow down any sort of an engine that's going to give that time to Ame. Rather than focusing him, shutting him down, get rid of the playmakers themselves in this XXS Beastmaster.
And then naturally, he's going to lose the rest of his map as things go on. That makes a lot of sense. Well, 8 minutes, another rune taken away from the Storm. That one was a shield rune. So should have a decent chance of getting a kill rune after the fact. Toby takes over at mid and wants to... Obviously, won't be getting that many more points in his Grimoire since it is still 0-0 at 8.5 minutes.
Ah, yes. To be expected, it would seem.
Yeah.
I mean, that has been the narrative, right? There's this idea of XG are crushing the late game. They're doing so well whenever they go late. They are playing for the late all the time. Can Tundra come in and just punch him in the face, get rid of that plan, attack them super quickly? You see this immediate 3-3 Lycan, and you're thinking, oh yeah, here we go. So far, we're not there, but it's all coming together,
That's right. X-Nova still hanging out. Soxa spots him, and that should turn into an eventual kill as the banishment is there. Does have a TP away. Any way to break that? Yes. Soxa gonna draw first blood.
Oh, I see some red flashing in the crowd here. Everyone immediately checking for their Crimson Witnesses.
That's right.
Oh, speaking of flashing in the crowd, it's National Alert Day here in Germany, Lyrical.
That's right. So in a couple of minutes, there might be a loud sound. Do not be alarmed. It's only an alert. You don't need to run away. It's going to be fine.
You got but 2 minutes until that's going to go off. So
maybe there will be a hype fight happening at the same time.
Yeah, so check your phones. It might go a little wild. Just so you know. Thanks. Shout out to everyone warning us about that in the community.
That was good. So 1 kill so far as we get towards that 10-minute mark. And at least for now, no big rotations after that one that went up top. Could look for another rune here. BZM is going to go down bottom. Pango almost done with the Diffusal Blade, and that is a haste rune bottled up for BZM. That's what you want to see if you're a Tundra fan.
Ooh, but he goes right into a ward here, so obviously going to be spotted. Plants a very sneaky one there. BZM helping out the fantasy gamers there as he plants a ward.
Chrysalis gonna come and contest these immovable objects.
Is that what we're calling the Helm Creeps?
Yeah, I think so at this point. As 33 sent one through also. So Helm on Helm action.
It's what everyone here came for,
Heroes are so yesterday, Yeah. We're also almost about halfway to a Battle Fury done for Ame on the Troll Warlord, if you can get to a good timing. And likewise, Chrysalis trying to make his way there too.
Yeah, at the top of the board right now. Chrysalis, you know, a lot of his signature heroes were still in this pool. I didn't know what we were going to get. A late ban on the Bloodseeker, but to go for the Jug, you know, this is New Age Chrysalis. He didn't force a Razor, because like, it's tempting in some ways, but it also has some disastrous counters there.
Oh,
but
yeah.
that hasn't stopped him in the past, you know? He's usually very willing to force his very specific heroes, but wants this Jug this time.
An interesting moment there. And now, as we are scooting forward, it looks like they're still just trying to get Toby level 6. I mean, they cut down one of the towers on bottom. I kind of feel like there might be a moment where they could go for another push towards mid, potentially. We'll see.
They could indeed, my friend. They could indeed.
Trent's just happy that he got a Crimson.
What?
Unbelievable.
What? No, I'm not.
BZM takes Ame down.
I thought it was the alert happening and it was the Crimson. That's not my fault. I was trying to be a good member of production.
That's right. BZM working his way down it.
There, I hear them ringing out now, actually, across the arena. That's a lovely sound.
Yeah, it's nice.
There we go. Hopefully not in the booths as well. Thank you, everyone, for dealing with that.
Is this real that he's going for the Holy Locket on Storm Spirit?
Well, all right. We're juicing it up here. That's a lot of energy, you know?
That's crazy. What an interesting decision.
With a Soul Ring as well.
Yeah.
Just fully committed.
You know what? If nobody's casting spells, you need to make your own charges.
That's right.
So Holy Locket Storm, let's go. Could also be like some pretty cool, like, you know, late game saves.
So this has been attempted before.
Okay.
But the problem is you don't do anything.
Right.
Right? That is the issue. It's because like you're not going Orchid. So it's not some like super aggressive build. You're not going Witchblade to boost your damage. It's kind of like it helps in fights, but it also sort of helps passively, right? It's good attributes. You're just farming it up a little bit. I'm curious to see how it fits. Maybe it's because he wants to be like this heavy initiating role. And so he wants to make sure he has lots of zips to go in, to get back out, and open up these fights for 3-3 to dominate. I think that's the plan here.
Dude, a Cold Embrace. I mean, this is what you basically have to do, though, I think, because it's going to be too tough otherwise. So you've got the Cold Embrace ability to keep these towers alive, and they are desperately going to need it, because I think Tundra is just going to start grouping now.
Yeah, it looks like they're indeed hitting their timing. There certainly has been an impressive recovery here from XXS, I do have to say, with the help of these Helm creeps. He is back right now, so he does have some capabilities as they move in for this fight, but he's going for that Ags next.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of sunk gold right now that's just giving him some stats, but until he gets that Aghanims, he hasn't really upgraded that much.
Oh, and the potential here, they're smoked up.
Is it our first big fight of the International Lyrical?
To contest, they roll it up, trying to find an opening. XM
he
managed to get it, actually. They do have the Winner's Curse if they need it. If they step too far forward on Tundra, they're going to be in trouble. Cold Embrace onto Xingqiu, keeping him alive for only a moment.
Oh, he's going in.
Still hanging on to this. The Winner's Curse is ready, but the roll through on XM. They did manage to kill the Tiny, but they won't get anybody else.
Look at X-Nova. He's just getting zoned back.
Yeah.
Like, the Dragon was on him. The Lycan creeps are there. He's trying to get in there to create a good fight opportunity by baiting in Xingqiu, but he can't get the finish.
Yeah.
Because, how can you get in there as this Dragon?
Buying another
Wyvern.
smoke.
Wyvern.
There you go.
My
Sorry.
bad. Sorry. But there's particulars out there.
That's a crazy one. I mean, yeah, like going for these arcane boots first, you obviously understand you want that, but like some extra mobility, this is the thing that this hero struggles with a lot in this game. But another tier 1 tower taken. That's 3 of them down, and still stacks are being built.
Yeah, this is, of course, the specialty of Shadow Demon. Very easy to do multiple camp stacks. And he's even going to get back to his own wisdom here. So very happy Soxa right now.
Can see top net worth still being held by the Jug, and oh my god, not a camp stack.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I've been watching across, it's like, where it doesn't exist.
Wow. I mean, I guess if they know they're going to be giving up a lot of the map early, stacking camps just like makes that eventual steal worse.
I actually think they would have lost their stacked camps.
Yeah.
Had they stacked near their ancients, I do think BZM would have just simply stolen them.
Interesting. I mean, I guess with the Jug pick, they kind of knew it was coming. It was going to be this early pushing, and so they're like, we're just going to give up the areas where we need to, make sure that they fight for the runes, though. Ame getting jumped on now. Do they have enough to bring down the Troll? Zipping in, chasing for more. X-Nova nearby. Does still have that cold embrace waiting. Turns, pops the ulti.
He's got to pop it, he thinks.
Yeah. And now he's not free from this. It's still not completely safe for Ame, and he drops.
Oh, that hurts.
Wow.
That's a really painful death because he's into a dangerous road coming up here soon. We have an Orchid being built by 3-3. He wants to create this opportunity where they can target the troll, throw the Orchid on him, and then he has no choice. Like, right? He has to build into this Manta to escape from that, to have the opportunity to go into his ultimate while being targeted by a Storm and a Juggernaut.
The late game team fight from XG is very good, but I'm starting to have some doubts on if they're going to be able to get there. There are those other couple of big items that are coming up, for instance, the Beastmaster and the Pango in terms of these Aghanim Scepters, but that Orchid, it creates some problems for Troll that nobody else can really solve.
Yeah,
he's got to do it himself.
And BZM's about to have his Witchblade, so he's gotten his little Holy Locket to help him out here, but he's going to have a little bit of damage to help out here. So they can actually go for these finishes. And then it's time to just start making moves with the Golem. I'm sure that will be the plan here from Tundra and XG. It's kind of a matter of like, how much can you get before this pressure comes in? There is a very important item coming. We're going to have the Aghanim Scepter done here for XXS. So now, he is now a hero. He's garnered something else to assist. But, you know, a lot of the value of the Aghanims outside of taking objectives comes down to how the fight plays out as BZM jumps in Q.
They go, try and blow him up. He's already used his Avalanche, and Zincu, is he going to pop to that? Cold Embrace comes in. Meanwhile, they just dropped a Golem onto XXS. He turns and starts beating it down. The Golem being used actually makes this scary for Tundra.
Yeah, I think what happened is he was worried about BZM, because BZM was kind of getting wrapped on a little bit.
Oh no, Ame forced to pop it again. He's fully trapped in by the Lycan here. Nowhere left to go.
When the dog walks you.
Oh no, Ame in trouble. And in spite of the butterfly, it's going to be a second death for Ame.
And although he's dying, this is what you get with the eggs.
They scan it though. They know immediately, but no Golem.
No Golem. No ability to get here. I mean, BZM, he has no TP. He has no mana anyway. He does have a great healing Lotus. But, you know, it is slow.
They're zipping. They're thinking about it. Tundra starting to run down the river. They're going to get there, I think, just a little bit too late. XXS gets the Aegis. Chrysalis going to drop the Omni's and it goes over
that
the
was crazy.
Unreal. Do they find him? Can they kill him? XXS still surviving. XXS jumps in. He finds Toby. Oh, how is this working? Now they get that Cold Embrace. The Winter's Curse on top of Roar. Oh, you hate to see it, but he might be in trouble. Disruption save. Sox is right there. Do they have enough to catch and kill onto Chrysalis? Looking down, finding, yes! XG win a fight they should not have won. And they managed to put it together. And he still has the Aegis.
You know, I feel like this fits what's been happening at the Road the International. It was a risk, and it feels like taking risks almost never works out right now.
Oh, it was a risk for Tundra to go in and fight that, exactly.
Like, I think throwing out that Omni Slash was just so dangerous.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's the vision issue, right? He doesn't know. He can't see that those creeps are still in there, so he's just like, he thought he had something there. But I'm sure versus the Beastmaster anyway, he kind of assumed that wasn't going to be it. He was thinking like, oh, I'll get the spin down, but he doesn't want to chase XXS there. He gets pulled back, and even though some of the spells didn't quite sync up the way you'd hoped, it still went pretty well for XG.
Unbelievable.
He was close to having spin here too, but I mean, he's just surrounded at this point. Ame's coming back up, and this game evened out, if not in the favor of XG at this point, because that really does put a damper on this ability to keep on pushing for Tundra.
It's bought time. That's the most important part of it, for sure. That was the Aegis that I think you're supposed to get from Tundra and, start walking down tier 2 towers.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I'm not sure what the game plan is.
I mean, that is definitely a wipe all 3 tier 2 towers Aegis. I think without a doubt, they're all gone if you get that. So now they are able to just regroup, focus up, grab the Tormentor. So that'll go over to Toby. At the same time, Zincu did finish his Blink Dagger on this Tiny, which obviously opens up a whole new avenue in how to defend these objectives and take these team fights.
Well, next up for XXS is going to be a Lotus, which can make a really big difference when playing against a Juggernaut, as well as several of these other heroes. But looking to the 21-minute Wisdom, and I think that XG are going to try and sneak away the Dyers. Radiant scanning right now, seeing that they're not over by theirs, at least for the moment.
They do love to give these to Ame.
No, yeah, they're backing out. So they're not going to go and try and contest.
Yeah,
they saw that nobody was at theirs.
Yeah, they were hoping to just give Ame theirs and focus in there, but not able to get there in time. So that's going to go to Saksa again. As he hits level 12, gets the second point in this Demonic Purge.
Man, you think about like all of that stuff and what could have gone differently, but they get the Aegis kill just in time, and now 33 going to have to summon a new creep for himself. It's the Marsh Mage. Kind of a weird one. Love the Croaker more personally because it does that.
Yeah, but this guy looks cool. Look at that staff.
That's true.
Yeah, he's kind of swag.
He's pretty awesome.
I think we should get that as a cosmetic in some of the heroes.
As like the new Tide skin or something?
Oh, no, I was thinking like you get this just the staff. Like you killed him and took his staff, you know? So this, there was a plumber on the panel. I don't know if you guys saw that. He mentioned that XG tend to draft many ways to get into fights, which I thought was very good because that is something they have consistently done. That's why they win these fights, because it's not super formulaic. They play it, you know, more like this idea of there's so many ways to get in the engagements every single time that it's very difficult to predict how the fight's going to break down. You look at Tundra, how does a fight start? Storm zips. Like, is there really anything else? Like, either they're hitting a tower and that starts the fight, but if they want to get aggressive, it's a storm zip every single time, right? You're not just going to like Lycanald and run at someone very often for a good 5v5 situation. You look at XG, we got a Blink Dagger on a Tiny, we got a Beastmaster who can like frontline into a Roar, we got Pango Roll, and then we're going to have this mobility and longer cast range eventually on the X-Nova here too. So it's much harder to predict how the engagements are going to go on the side of Tundra. They have to try and like figure out what XG are doing. And XG can just sort of position, always thinking like, where's the storm zip?
And then play around that continuously, absolutely. A smoke up now is they're going to try and bait out Ame for a moment as they get ready to walk uphill. XXS sees the Watcher, does not see the Storm, which is lurking nearby. The rest of the team also wrapping around. They just also finished a Blink Dagger, weirdly enough, on the Lycan. So he's got another way to get immediately into the fight with this Blink Orchid.
All right, I like this. This brings me back. This is some TC Dota, you know? This is some old school. It's like buying the Blink on the hero that you don't really expect it, then you're like, yeah, this kind of makes sense, you know, because it synergizes with whatever item you bought. Or just the way that you need to win a fight in this case.
I think the one thing that's scary about it, though, is that it's also like kind of doubling down on an idea that's already been answered. With the exception of XM.
Because he has a Manta.
Troll has a Manta, Beastmaster finished a Lotus, and now Pango, I mean, he doesn't have a way to deal with it yet. So that's something to watch for. You could also potentially see maybe a jump line, a jump at the back line of X-Nova, and that could be a really good answer. If he's able to spot out that Wyvern, then you could jump him with the Lycan.
Yeah. Yeah, this Lotus could be really nice, too, especially if Storm zips in without BK being first.
Oh,
you know, suddenly you're just yeeted.
That's true. But you can see Tundra, they are not comfortable with trying to make any big moves at this point. And actually, Chrysalis is starting to get a bit more farmed. I believe that's the full Butterfly, or close to it at least, coming on out. No, still waiting for the Talisman. Okay.
Yeah, he's shifting around that inventory a little bit. But XXS getting a little aggressive here. Almost runs into Toby, but Toby walks it off.
And not willing to commit much. And I mean, this is, again, all into the favor of XG right now. I'm at least feeling like them going into the later stages will start to feel better, but Tundra have a couple scary windows when they can keep this push going, particularly if they manage to get the next Roche.
Yeah, and you heard the panel talking about like scaling supports. That Shadow Demon, great. You know, heading into the late game, you're always going to have this opportunity to just ruin the way that they want to go into a fight. As we do start one here.
Jump in, Xingqiu, Avalanche, toss. They drop the Golem. Connection, XM, roll through onto 3. It's pretty good, and Chrysalis tries to spin it off, and now realizing that's not going to work so well. They are all grouped together. 5 heroes of Tundra.
Where's X-Nova? He's just, you know, kind of scary.
They just don't have a great way to make this function. Again, that's the jump in from BZM, but what's the follow-up? Now immediately starting to drop huge amounts of damage out, but he gets the ulti disruption. Saksa, key play. Need to find more. Can they get it? Ame is low. Ame is dead. Tundra. They've outlasted so far with that healing ward. And
do you want to chase into Curse, though? XSS stands.
Needs to be careful. There it is, the winner's Curse connection onto 33. Do they have enough damage to kill him off? Not quite, but he does fall. Omni Slash onto the Beastmaster and then hits over to the side. XM trying to play cleanup. Gets down Soxa. Maybe a chance here for him to bring down the rest of these heroes. He needs a few more hits. BZM, he gets the triple though. And then the turd finds the double on Chrysalis. Too much sustain.
Oh, focusing down, getting Ame at the beginning there. They lose it on so much of their damage on the side of XG. And they just hold out. They don't allow too good of a curse. You know, it was good targeting the fact that they're able to get down 3-3. But after that, Soxa, he does go down, unable to save his ally. But then there's that cleanup from BZM. That's going to put him up to 12 galvanized charges now.
Oh, man.
As they're going to get some revenge here and grab a Roche for themselves.
I mean, this was nuts. How many heals did Toby throw out?
Look how close Ame is when he pops his ulti here.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that was crazy. Then the silence comes.
Yes.
Like, that was wild.
And we are seeing the problem of the XG draft right now. Not a great way for them to find those backline supports. They're just free casting.
It's also, we're talking about like these abilities they have in these big team fights, but they're not synchronizing, right? Like the Pango roll happens, it ends, then Tundra start their fight. And also, you know, a full Omni Slash coming out was pretty huge too.
Oh yeah. Full on all of those heroes, and you can see here the cleanup.
I like Toby.
Yeah.
Just standing here throwing in his right clicks.
Every little bit helps.
A 7K lead now here for Tundra. Of course, we have seen that gold leads mean pretty much nothing this tournament. Plenty of comebacks have happened. But it's more than just gold. You know, they have this Aegis. They have this ability to push waves pretty safely. They're going to start trying to contain XG. And now try and march down these tier 2 towers that they were hoping to get a little bit earlier in this game, I imagine.
I gotta say, Ame is just exploding in a couple of these fights, though. He's gotta get some more stuff going for himself.
It's coming. The BKB is only 100 gold away.
And a disruption into push is what it looks like we're going to be seeing. Soxa sends out the illusions. And in the meantime, the goal for XG is what it's continued to be. Farm, farm, farm. Find a pick when you can. As MKB is going to be the next bet for Ame. And another Blink Dagger, this time for the Jug.
I like this. This is just another way to sort of give these ideas of how to start fights to heroes that traditionally don't build a way to do it, right?
Right.
Better ways to try and outplay and make sure that you're not just like super one-dimensional for your opponents.
Ame might show for a second here on this wave, but is very far back, recognizing the danger that could be coming his way. Well, is he? Do they know? Okay, he sees the poison, and Soxa gets the banish. He went back over. Okay, no, they're not close enough, though, that it's going to matter.
Tumblr's toy is crazy.
Yeah. Jump in. They see that Ame is not there, and now they feel like they can go. An immediate catch and kill on XM.
That lack of Dispel. Just deadly still for that Pangolier as X-Nova and ZenQ both going to TP out.
Manages to escape. Hide and seek. That's the game that XG are playing.
Toby lurking nearby Ame here. Ame, of course, no chance at an MKB as he didn't finish that BKB. So in the 1v1 versus Chrysalis, he's going to have a bit of a rough time right now. But Toby decides there is no play here. He's going to let Ame go. Now
managed to kill his courier.
Close to a blink as well here on Soxa. That's going to be another massive change in these engagements. And X-Nova seeing the struggle in this game. I mean, 4,800 net worth now. That Blink Dagger, he knows it's not really coming very easily, so he's gone for the Pavise instead.
More ways to try and keep his team alive as a smoke up with 3. 33 joins the rest of the fray. Manta to back away. And so that initiation, when it doesn't work, ends up getting away freely on XG.
Yeah, it's going to push them back, though, while they grab Tormentor, so...
You know, I gotta say, I felt like we were going to be getting more out of this Aegis this time around, but not any of the tier 2 towers have fallen yet for XG.
Yeah, I guess it kind of comes back to something we were talking about before we went live, this idea of just like taking risks.
Yeah.
You know, this is one of those situations where even going to a tier 2 is a bit of a risk right now because you're playing versus this Wyvern versus this Pango. Why bother? Why not just farm up the entire map right now, get an even bigger lead, get even more defensive items on our heroes before we commit to anything too large? Now, if the fight occurs, if there's some sort of a pick-off they can go for, I'm sure they'll opt for it. As, I mean, they can even see now the push up top has caused, like there's so much vision up top, they've seen that, like, oh, okay, we're safe down here. You know, we can go for this tower.
Well, we'll instead start to move towards the mid lane a little bit. BZM, again, threatens with the jump. XM is nearby. And they call off any extra hits that way. But they pressure, take that bottom tier 2 tower. Juggernaut shoves out the wave the entire way through and is getting close to a swift blink now. After AC completed on Lycan. Man, they're getting some big items.
Yeah, Ame's illusions aren't enough to stop this mid wave with the help of the Lycan Wolf. Is X-Nova now. He's going to be that pick-off.
Yeah. Should be a pretty easy bring down. So they find and kill the Wyvern.
BZM wants a little bit more here as he gets the regen.
Aegis expiring, jumping. And we'll find a creep. Extra 100 gold in the bank. No problem.
Nice. Toby gets the wolf. Let's go. And look at this. Chrysalis just, with the help of the dragon, taking that tower down as his allies, moving towards the Ancient to grab this outpost.
Yeah, bullying movement. That's what you want to see. And the areas where you can farm right now on XG are few and far between. I do like this eventual Shiva's pick that they're getting on Beastmaster. It feels like with all the heals, that was a big part of that sustained live that happened for Tundra last time around.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of value into this game for sure. Xingqiu going for these high skill items as well, grabbing himself a Yules, so trying to interrupt some of these plays. You know, you have these blinks coming in from heroes. You just immediately get a Yules on them. I'm not memeing. Yules is a high skill item.
No, I'm with you. I was I was laughing because I looked and I saw there's 3 greedy enchantments on all of the supports that could get it.
You love the greedy.
Oh, the greedy is good, man.
You're checking it every game.
Well, you know, you got this Blink Dagger queued up for X-Nova. That's how you get there eventually.
We don't have
the only one without it.
We don't have any Dormant Curios left. That's always my go-to. I love those. So, if you're XG right now, are we contesting the Roche, or are we going to wait for high ground?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I kind of feel like you can like lightly contest, but that's how they got into that terrible fight last time.
Yeah, but the first one was really good.
That's true.
You know,
they're
50-50 on Roche fights this game.
That's true. Now, one of them came right afterwards, didn't even lose the Aegis.
I would say with how XG have played so far this tournament, I would imagine them to try and push out these waves, try and get some vision down, and contest the Roche.
Okay.
That would be my guess.
BZM leading the charge again. And zips on forward, finds X-Nova. Ame right there, gets the root, pops the ulti. BZM forced to pop his BKB. And then get out of here. Wait, jumps back in. TP out. Ooh, buddy.
Oh, meanwhile, we got a smoke coming in. Chrysalis coming close to XM and Xingqiu. Ulti dropped by Toby.
What do they have on the docket? XM gets caught and killed, shows the value of that Omni Slash, and now Xingqiu in further trouble. Tundra hitting hard, finding kills.
BZM wants to join the party here as an arcane rune, so he's okay with burning a little bit just to get up with his allies. This amplified damage rune annihilated that Pango, and now it is coming for your towers.
And jumps forward, Chrysalis by the tier 4s.
Jeez, danger there for X-Nova. That could have been a disaster.
And ready at a moment. They throw out the Splinter Blast. Do also have another Cold Embrace, so these towers are going to live a little bit longer. They also have Shiva's done now for the Beastmaster. Tier 3 tower down, jump in, finds one, Ame there, roar onto Shadow Demon. It's a good target to get. Do they have enough for the kill? No! Saksa lives through it.
X-Nova bought back, he's coming.
Chrysalis going, hunting, ethereal mode. A couple more hits is all they need. They got to take down that Shadow Demon. He's in further trouble with Chrysalis just walking away.
BCS on X-Nova.
Going, but do they have enough damage? Needs a few more avatars, yes! Xingqiu gets him!
And X-Nova lives!
He might be able to do a bit more. I mean, BZM is inside the base still while the rest of XG is cleaning up. Can they take down any more? Toby is gonna fall. but the hold happens.
Oh, X-Nova surviving long enough to get the curse off to delay BZM. Gives so much room for XG to go out there, and now the third Roche has spawned.
It was almost an instant spawn. And Jug is not here. Do they realize, though? Are they going to go and check? Oh, man, that was a huge moment.
You got summons. Surely you're going to go. Soxa did scout already. He also knows it's up. He threw a poison in there.
They have buyback. I kind of feel like you have to go for something here. But also, it was Tundra that got the last Roche. So they're not going to get a roar. And so I think they just get this in time.
I mean, Soxa sees it, but...
They're on the other side of the map. They cannot get here in time.
No, there's no way.
Oh, third Roche going the way of XG.
That is an Aegis. That is a refresher, and that is some cheese to the team that mere seconds ago was losing a mid lane of racks. And it was only the range racks that went down.
Oh, man. This is going to get a little spicy here in a second. I'm starting to feel it. It did cost a buyback from the Wyvern, but well worth it considering what they were able to get out of it.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Ashiva's now claimed for BZM. Still an 11K gold lead, but signs of life for XG.
And you think about how that push started, too, right? It was an amplified damage rune on a Jug who managed to get the ulti onto the Pango. You can't really be sure this stuff's going to happen again.
Oh, yeah. 9K on that gold lead. And where are we going to go now as Tundra? Because, again, they are really far ahead. The gold lead is into their favor. You're getting these big items, but they're playing now into an Aegis. I mean, I do feel like they've shown that they have what it takes to sort of team fight with XG in the late game. But do they want to try and just sort of delay out longer? Is there a point where they sort of run out of steam a bit here? Tough to know.
Yeah, these are the questions. But right now, you can see the confidence is back a little bit here as they move outside. There is a great Ob Sentry combo inside their base right now, so there is some good vision here for Tundra. Maybe they can take advantage of that to try and find themselves a good play, but for now, they don't really see a whole lot of what's going on. They're trying to just keep pushing in this bottom lane, using the creeps, but XXS is back to defend.
You could see there, too, a Ghost Scepter picked up for the Pango, understanding the danger in this game. Of course, with Soxa in it, you've also got the Demonic Purge that can come out, and then you're just done.
Yeah.
Oh, Ame decides to go for Satanic after the MKB.
Yeah, he's got himself double Dispel here, so very helpful. And we are going to have, it looks like, 2 Abyssals at some point here as well. Chrysalis, not exactly sure what he's going to do. He's got a few items going on right now.
Yeah, the Swift Blink seems like it makes sense. A straight-up refresher bot now on the Beastmaster.
And the Shard is sitting on the Pango as well.
24 on Beast. XXS has had a pretty standout game after a rough laning stage. And now a smoke up with 5. Tundra. Are they going to realize what's happening?
Speaking of which, it is the plus 50% Blade Dance lifesteal on that Jug, so...
Okay.
That could be very pivotal in these fights, but, that Shiva's certainly helpful.
Oh, and actually going for the Shard on Troll now, too. Ame has that one coming out for himself.
True.
So the extra percentage chance to throw out ranged attacks at the same time. Nullifier for XM. It's going to be the next call, but as has been the case so far in this game, the big save is that guy, Soxa, and does not care about the Nullifier.
Well, he does have an A on disc, so
that's true.
He might care a little bit.
He'll care about that when he's saving other people. He doesn't care.
That's going to help. There was also a Force Staff just picked up by Toby, too, so that's another issue for that. And Tormentor will be coming up here shortly. XG in a very good position for it.
Yeah, they're even calling out the Lotus pools. I think, are they trying to get enough for a block of cheese? Roar mid. Finds him. XXS wanting to blow up. Double roar. He did not like Toby, and that was 763 gold gained for that.
Okay, I mean, it helps out, right? Draws a lot of attention mid. Ame takes the top tower at the same time. He has a couple people smoking next to him right now.
Roar back up in 15 seconds because of that level 25.
Should Toby buy back here?
Saksa looks for a jump, immediately catching, trying to blow him up, but the cold embrace is there. Another way to save. That's BZM's BKB, and he's rooted. BZM able to get out. Oh, last second, able to get the stun from the Croaker.
Okay, Toby buy back for this. There's still Troll ulti. They have not gotten anything here.
A dangerous situation. 25 seconds until the Aegis is back up. How much do they have in the tank right now on Tundra to fight this?
I think they want to try and kite this, right? If you can get a disruption or something, try and like bait them into a bad fight right now if you can. And XG are backing away because they don't want that. They don't want to fight with no Aegis. There's no point.
Playing it safe. They get the double roar, they find themselves the kill, they walk down mid, they get a buyback as well.
And they're going to start pushing this wave. They're going to try and find something right now. There's a circle there from BZM. He encircles exactly where they are.
Look at XG, they're just running back to the base.
They're drawing the exact same line that Tundra are moving on right now. They're perfectly predicting this. Will this Swift Blink open something up for Chrysalis? Will he get lucky with a bash? What does he have?
Jumps in, zips, finds one, it's onto the Beastmaster. Is it going to be enough? He got the Lotus off, but it's onto Ame. He pops the ulti, trying to stay alive, but a huge crit blows up one. Ame turns back now onto the junk, trying to find that kill. Chrysalis, he's out of here. A huge kill, and now looking for more. That's 2 down.
He's trying to get XXS, but he's just running.
33 is in too far, and XXS is healing up through this. But wait, they're also kiting over to the other side. 2 fights going on simultaneously. Looks like XM is able to get away for a moment, and the Pango rolls. Ethereal mode, trying to survive. Kills off Saksa on nothing, and he gets the blink away.
He's got the barrier.
I can't believe XM did that, getting away with murder, and now XXS also finds himself the storm. The toss, no! He gets the BKB out. Tundra in shambles after that fight. I mean, they got torn apart.
They look the same, I'll tell you that, since the break. This is XG. They have not lost a step right now.
Oh.
Simply utilizing their opponent's net worth lead to gain more gold.
Yes.
It's genius.
And now they do not have a Warlock for this defense because of the buyback. I mean, also no Golem for 80, so even when he's back up, it doesn't really matter. This is going to be a full lane of racks for XG as they take this down. And, I mean, how much more do they want to go for? What's the call, XG? Still 18 seconds till Jug is back up. 33 is behind them. And Pango is not quite here yet. Oh, Ame's just going to leave his illusions there and slowly back away.
X-Nova is just calling for the retreat, drop some vision behind
33?
him.
Oh, I thought he was going to go in, but no. He is sending in his creep and finds XM. Could see Dota plus win probability still in favor of Tundra somehow. But it's starting to swing, I think.
I mean, if they eventually win a fight, it'll be great.
Yes.
So far, they consistently have not been able to do that. Yeah, Ame is picking up the lion's share of this gold, so just immediately buys himself bots too.
And buys out for it. So he will have buyback in, a couple of creep camps, but if the fight happens before then, that could be a problem.
And they're still staying on the aggressive here, going in behind the creep wave, thinking, hey, if they come on out, but, I mean, they have Ops and Sentry in this area, so they're pretty sure it's empty. Hoping that someone's smoking through, they can catch them off guard, perhaps. As Saksa is lurking in behind, grabbing these waves right now, trying to delay things once more.
Do whatever they can to stop the push that they know might be coming back their way. And the other thing now, too, is that with bots 2 online, Ame has the buyback TP in play to potentially just end it if the fight looks good.
That is true. They have so much split push potential on Tundra, though. It's very annoying. Like, we got the multiple wolves now for the Lycan. He got the +2 at 25. So he's sending them out right now. He's got his Helm of the Overlord creep. You got a Storm Spirit who's zipping around. And have we gotten a good catch for the Storm yet?
Not really,
We don't have a Scythe, really.
The best thing that we've seen is Troll Roots. And Saksa tries to blink away, TP out. Do they find him? Oh, he's sneaky, sneaky Saksa.
Yeah, he was here for so long, too. X-Nova will find his ward, though. Figuring, okay, if this guy's been here for that long, he definitely dropped some vision, so. Good eye on that one.
But again, you bring all those people over, what are Tundra doing? Shoving out all of those lanes. They've got one in pushed very far on bottom. They do see Ame bottom alone.
XSS, Lotus is forced out here, but doesn't panic BKB.
Yeah, and Ame now TP's mid and realizes we're in the area.
I mean, it's when you look at a creep wave and you got 5 wolves on it from the shard, and you're just like, okay, this is a little crazy.
Chrysalis shows on the wave, so does Ame. Underneath some sentries, but no great
He's
vision.
going in.
Now they find him. There it is, immediately popping away with that Aeon disc. Ame is hitting onto these creeps, but off to the side, it's BZM that was able to blow up X-Nova.
That's a buyback.
Roar now, connection. Do they have enough to bring down BZM? BZM zips away. Second roll now coming from XM.
We're still holding Omni Slash.
There's still a bunch of team fight that can come out here from Tundra.
Dude, he can't get out.
Kill him. 33 gets fully rooted.
Just locked down, no way out. Bought back on X-Nova to secure the Roche pit. They're still chasing, though. They're not happy with just Roche.
Ready for a moment, toss away Chrysalis, but the Omni Slash waits for a target and gets it there. It's on to Ame. Is it enough for the finish, though? No. Ame hits, now immediately away, and Satanic's back up. They even passed the cheese over to him. But they need to back out now on XG. They might be a bit too far forward. Even without 33, it's a dangerous time to stick around.
And they know too, right? There's no worries here. Go back, get another Aegis, cheese, refresher shard. And Tundra, what can you do?
The roar is there. They know it's going to be dropping quick. Tundra, we always knew that this could have been an option.
There's still a curse right now. There's no Omni Slash.
Think about a zip. BZM not going in yet. The roar is there. Finds him. Chrysalis disruption, saving his life. Roche falling low. Not dead yet. Waiting, jumping. BZM, no, they curse right at the end. Great play by X-Nova, and that stops this battle in its tracks. Rooted. BZM manages to get the zip out, but gets caught by XM. And then able to zip away. But the damage has been done. XG, China is back, baby.
Great patience there from X-Nova to hold out on that curse there. Make sure there wasn't going to be a zip-in steal, because he definitely had the moment. But it was taken away by X-Nova. And these buybacks have been very clutch from him, not diebacking after, and just helping to secure these objectives. And there's also an Amplify damage rune here, it looks like, in the river, too.
All of this being done by X-Nova without a Blink Dagger. He's still got it queued up and soon will be ready for more jumps. But again, this constant question comes back up. Do you want to try and walk high ground, threaten high ground? Or maybe you just kill them right when they come to mid lane?
Oh, that one hurts. I mean, this is the road to Scythe right now for BZM, and this is going to cost it for him. Like, this will be a buyback. Surely they're going to push right now. Dead Storm Spirit, 2 cheese, an Aegis, a Refresher Shard. They are coming high ground right now.
BZM, you got to do something to stop this.
They're calling for a wraparound. Chrysalis is trying to get an angle for an insane Omni Slash. He's decided this is the play for them right now.
You've got to do something. You need anything you can get. Fatal Bonds can also go crazy here if they can get the right opening, the right initiation. But after they get the entire racks, they just back out. Now underneath vision, Ame moves over, takes away the ward, and that stops it.
They don't want to go in, like, if they haven't bought back already.
Yeah.
You know, they're just going to sack the racks instead, knowing they have a tier 2 bottom. So they will hold that. They're going to give BZM his opportunity for perhaps another buyback after, just in case this push comes bottom lane for the Megas.
Very fortunate for Tundra that they had not lost that bottom tier 2 tower yet. You can see Dota Plus, in spite of the dominant position, they feel like it's still just 50-50. And to be honest, you win one fight with this Tundra lineup at this stage of the game, they could run down lanes. It's a possibility, but it's feeling harder and harder for it to function.
Can they kill Ame twice, though? I mean, once is hard enough. Oh, Vlad's as well. That's a GG Vlad's right there from ZinQ.
Oh, yeah, he knows.
Flying that out. He just wants a little last item, squeeze out every bit of juice he's got left. He's got no buyback anyway, so he wants to give his team an aura to go high ground.
You know, and we talked about it. Do you take the risk as XG to go high ground? You got double cheese, you got Aegis for 2 minutes. They're still not willing to. This is a patient team. They have waited years to get back into this situation to be playing at TI. They can wait another 10 minutes.
Also, more fantasy points.
True enough. Condolences to those that didn't lock in yet. But we are ready to keep that pressure on. And for Tundra, got to find some wraparound, some way to break the status quo.
This is the kind of game, too, that if you lose this as Tundra, like, it hurts. Because it feels like you've been controlling a lot of this game, right? You've always had the kill lead. A lot of the game, you've had the gold lead. And yet you just couldn't quite sync things up the way that you were hoping for with this lineup.
Well, and it was, you know, one specific moment of going for that Roche fight that really started the turn. And then it was like everything else after that also starting to fall apart bit by bit. A disruption onto Ame. XM immediately ready to cover his carry.
Yeah, I really foolishly believed this wasn't going to happen. I was like, this game won't go long. Nah, one way or another, I think it'll be a quick one.
You know, there's a lot of people that weren't quite sure also if, you know, this team was going to be able to maintain that level of play going into, you know, the international itself playing. But when the games go late, China somehow always seems to be able to pull out these amazing comebacks.
Yeah, I think for me watching XG and Tidebound, it has definitely looked like it's just this surplus of tools that they have as we get to this late game, because they're just so good at breaking down these team fights, and it's like they've already thought about all these different permutations and they have these ideas and these combos they want to use, and all of this together, there must be like some just very strong either just insight that they already have or communication of just how these fights can happen and all the different tools we have to make them go our own way, right?
So they hold on to this high ground there, Chrysalis. You know, this is the one downside, too, when you're playing Battle Fury heroes that don't have a helm also. It means you have to, like, show on a wave and then you might die. Otherwise, you can just send down creeps. It's fine.
It is crazy that we have heroes that buy Battle Fury and helm. I just want the fact that you had to point that out is insanity.
One of them got banned, you know? It was the
I know.
So still floating a lot of gold at this point. BZM opting, of course, like you talk about, for the Hex instead of something like an Aghanim Scepter.
XM is getting close here. That we're very, very concentrated down here.
A jump for a moment. Finds him. Now the Golem to try and turn it. 33 right on top as well. Do they have enough damage to take him down? Yes! BZM gone again, and the winner's curse, and the wolf has been leashed.
Let me guess, rooted?
Rooted forever. Ame, double kill. Takes them both down. Can they find more? The TP away looks, but not quite able to break that one. Roar gone. They take down another 3 clutch kills, and the buyback from BZM, it was not able to get back into this fight.
You know, I'm starting to think that this Troll Warlord hero might be a problem in the late game. Because it would appear there's nothing you can do when you're just constantly being rooted and dying.
You're not wrong. It's kind of crazy how that functions.
Chrysalis, he's looking for a snipe. This is a dangerous play.
I mean, you got to do something, right? Oh, he didn't go for it. Wanted to save the Omni Slash. It was close to an explosion. But the Nullifier, oh, he can't get up to the high round. Toby is going to be caught and killed. And now the silence onto the Troll does not matter. Still manages to kill the Golem. They buy back on 33. XG wanting to close out this game here.
They're thinking about it.
Sans Aegis, they move in. Now the pull back. There's the buyback on all the heroes. Do they have anything else left in the tank? That's a dead Saksa. Chrysalis tries to back away, still has Omni Slash when he comes out of this. Ame still alive. Hitting onto towers. 33 ready to jump. Do they have anything else left in the tank? They find him. He's out of the game. XM, come back. No, that's the wrong way. XM somehow stuck out of the base. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. Ame now hits to the side, trying to find a root. Can't quite get it, but the roar is there. Immediately it's dispelled off the end of it, but it won't matter. Chrysalis still to die. BZM, the last one left alive. They buy back on Jug. He needs a little bit more time before he can get Omni Slash back up. 5 seconds, but in that time, your racks are gone. They have Megas.
You know, XM taking the theme a little bit too seriously, heading into outer space there, but it didn't matter because he got the very important leading stun on 3-3, which gave the roots over to Ame and secured the kill.
One last chance to dance for the Juggernaut. Can he get in there and make an Omni Slash happen to stop this push? It does not look like it as they step themselves forward. There's the connection. Immediately, he goes away. He dodges it completely. The staff gets him out. GG is called. XG, they win game number 1.
They were down, but they were not out. XG continuing to show this beautiful defense that they have in these games. They didn't have stacks early. They were falling behind on net worth, but they gave the space and the time to Ame. And once again, he comes through in the clutch. His team sets him up so well for success, and he's just getting there for them. He's converting that into wins.
Unreal performance from XG. And for that man right there, you got to come up with some new answers. What went wrong in the draft? What could they have done better? We'll find out in game number 2 as we head back to the panel.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be asking those questions here because this early game was a little bit more Tundra favored than we were really expecting, Lacoste. We thought that it was going to be extreme gaming from those lanes, definitely into team fights. As the game progressed, we saw those team fights, but early on, it was just a different story.
Yeah, they did much better in the lanes than we kind of expected them to do, especially this bottom lane with the Lycan and Shadow Demon. I think Saksa did a very good job making sure that Lycan is getting the farm. He's the one getting the first blood as well. It's a bit of a slower game as we kind of expected as well, seeing that the Extreme Gaming, they have a lot of slow entries to the game, and Tundra, they needed to really try to close out the game relatively early on, and that's exactly what they tried to do, but a couple of mistakes were made.
Yeah, and I think XG capitalized so well on these mistakes. Like, up until this point in the tournament, this is what they've done, where you can see that they've isolated, like, what is the way that we're going to win the team fight, which was somebody deal with Saksa. And then Troll, Ame, can go completely ham on everybody else. He counters all of the cores of Tundra, and it's like the one time that they were able to pull that off, the game goes completely in their direction. And up until that point, it was legitimately, they were just biding their time. They were just waiting.
I mean, it's also the fact that I felt like XG really utilized being on the Radiant side because it actually meant that they could kill Roshan between 15 to 20 minutes. And because they already had a bad start from the lane, from the side lanes didn't really go well. And being able to claim that Roshan before it moves to the other side, which would probably allow Tundra to get it, I think that was like a really, really crucial moment in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about these side lanes not going so well. There were still a lot of rotations, and I think something that could have been a little bit better to swing this in the way of XG earlier was the rotations coming out of XM Penga.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 rotations weren't really successful. This is the second one. You know, some may say that he's not a licensed driver there, so he missed a couple of crucial kills in the early stages. And they kind of needed him to connect, right? Because they were having a tough time on the side lanes, and the Pango kind of needed to help them come back into the game.
That was also at 7 and 14 minutes, right? So they were not just fighting, they were fighting around an objective. Yeah. They were trying to claim the Wisdom Shrine. So if you fail to connect on those kills, it's even more impactful than if you're just like randomly ganking a side lane because you have a rune or something like that.
But that also kind of speaks the strength of their overall lineup, right? They could make mistakes, but there are still a lot of options to come back into the game later with their lineup.
Yeah, we always talk about like when a draft is easy to execute, if there's those contingencies for XG, there was. First Roche is always a big one, Lacoste, when it comes to any game of Dota, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It does give you tempo. This is something that they wanted to get on Tundra, but also what happened prior to that is, you know, there's always going to be memes when you see Troll, the way he's trying to utilize his ulti, 33 running away, 900 search radius. It's just too funny to watch, and Tundra realizes that XG realizes that at this point that they showed 3 heroes, so they immediately go inside Roche pit. They take the Aegis for themselves. XSS is going to be holding that Aegis, and they're going to be using quite a lot on him. The fact that I like about this fight is also a bit of a polarizing between 2 offlaners, what they're doing. One finished the Helm, the other one didn't. He did go for the Aghanim Scepter with Winter Wyvern. It does allow him to get the sustain in this fight, because there's a lot of sustain overall on the side of Extreme Gaming. It does allow them to get the fight, and another good roll from XM to be able to finish off these 2 heroes.
I like the build from XXS, to be honest, because I feel like they understood on XG that all they needed to do was bide their time and go late game. And late game Beastmaster, he's not about the Helm Bomb too. Like, he's about, even the Aghanim Scepter, this just kind of healing you. It's really about like Refresher, double BKB, double Roar, and we saw how much impact it was having in the team fight. So just if you have faith that you can get there, then I feel like the build makes sense. And that was where they wanted to win the game because they had Troll versus a bunch of very good matchups for Troll.
Yeah, he truly understood his role. Like, he's the front line and he needs to be in front to soak up the damage. That's why he didn't go for the dagger. Usually sometimes you see Beast go dagger.
Yeah.
And they kind of had the dagger from like the other heroes, right? The Tiny, the Pangolier, and would actually love to see the Wyvern actually get the dagger earlier because it kind of limited a lot of his team fight presence because he didn't rush a dagger that game.
I think one of the biggest team fights that was an impact for is the one we're about to see here, right? It was 26 minutes around that Tormentor area, and it feels like so much of Tundra is grouping up together. If this Wyvern had have had that blink, it could have been a big swing.
He was also kind of connecting to the fight, so he was far away. But I could understand why the Troll decided I needed to hold the high ground. I cannot leave this area, you know. Yeah. But at the same time, if the Wyvern would have had a dagger, it would mean that this fight was going to be so easy because he could have easily gotten at least a two-man curse here, saved the Troll, and maybe the team fight would just end right there.
You can see in this fight, this is what happens when SD is not the primary focus, is you have Ame ults, and the person that he ults gets imprisoned, and he gets kited, and then he dies. And this was the name of the game. It was if they kill Soxa on XG, they win the fight. If they don't kill Soxa or deal with him, they don't win the fight.
That one was a double whammy as well because Beast Roar was used on that target and Shadow Demon is just sitting there with enough range to be like, all I have to do is look at where this Roar is going out, Lacoste. That's my target. That's my teammate that I have to focus on saving.
Pretty much. But Shadow Demon, they focused Shadow Demon throughout the whole game for the pretty much last 25-30 minutes because they realized, even though he had a couple of defensive items, Ether Lens, he was having Ghost Scepter as well, Aeon Disc on top of that. But you have heroes with the Blink Dagger, and as soon as they got Nullifier on Pangolier, this whole thing kind of changed because they can initiate on top of him, get him to maybe even put him in a position where he's using the defensive disruption on himself, and then your Juggernaut's just straight up going to die because you're playing into Curse, you're playing into Troll. This is not the matchup that you want to be fighting 1v1.
Yeah, it felt like the Jug was in that unstoppable, unkillable sort of area. I'm sure he felt it too on Chrysalis. We saw him going a little bit deep on that high ground push. This was one of the moments that we could have seen Tundra just close it out. Extreme Gaming wanted that late game. They were biting for it. It ended up paying off for them with such a good high ground defense. If this crumbled the Jenkins edge, who knows how it could have gone.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of timings that were very important. Like, I love Dota because you have so many like rock, paper, scissors type scenarios where like first the Ghost Scepter on Pango means that he can't be Jug ulted and therefore Jug is stronger than Pango. And then once the Pango gets the Ghost Scepter, all of a sudden Jug is getting kited and then Troll is stronger and then SD comes in and he's important, but SD is dead at the start of some of these fights or dealt with. So, I mean, that's just Dota, and it's basically like bide your time until you have that open window and then try to take the good fight when that window is open.
I mean, it's also the fact that the SD kind of had too much to do in the team fights.
Eventually, yeah, eventually. It was
and when you look at the XG lineup, they had, I think, equally distributed responsibilities among the other heroes, the Curse, the Embrace, the Raw. You know, they needed to go on SD with the Beast, and someone else has another duty, but whereas the SD had to watch so many things.
It's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Do you think that was one of the biggest unravelings then, Lacoste, when we look back at that, is how much pressure it was on one support, how little the rest of the lineup could really stop that support being targeted?
They try to end the game relatively early on side of Tundra. You saw this 23-minute Blink Dagger on Lycan with the Orchid as well, because he's playing into Winter Wyvern, so you want to have something to get on top of him and try to kill him before he can get the defensive item he did. But this is not your traditional itemization on Lycan, because you want to be building into maybe your Shard, maybe AC, your Auras, but it was way too difficult for them to take the fight. But once they get the items, Extreme Gaming, they managed to stabilize.
Yeah, this to me was the crucial fight for Extreme Gaming, and you mentioned the items, Lacoste. The reflected Omni Slash there, Jing Q used the Lotus Orb. Like, that was incredibly important. And then at the same time, XM is jumping the backline SD, and he has that nullifier that we talked about. So Soxa had to imprison himself, because this is the only thing that he can do that is not going to get purged by the nullifier. And if he's imprisoning himself, he can't imprison to save the reflected Omni Slash or the Roar or the Curse or all of these other things that he needs to do. So once again, like, this is just so XG, the way that they win games, is they find a way to perfectly execute a single fight, and then they turn it into an advantage for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what makes them a really, really tough opponent right now. It's either you beat them really hard in the lane, and then you have to also be able to execute in a team fight, which actually kind of happened this game. Tundra won the lanes, but they couldn't really, I think, control the first Roshan, which was really, really crucial. And that kind of, I think, gave Extreme Gaming the time that they needed to get back into the game.
How would you deal? Well, actually, let's talk about our standout player because he's on our screen, right? XXS here on that Beastmaster Jenkins. You're just like, there's no one else. I don't know. Pengo's kind of in there for discussion. XM did so well.
He's definitely in there. I mean, when you have a comeback like this, you pretty much have to shout out every player. Like we saw Xingqiu had the Lotus Orb play in the most recent fight that we watched. But XXS, I feel like he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Like he had the double roar. He had to go on the right targets. He picked up every Aegis. So they're saying, okay, you're going to carry the game. He was top of net worth the entire game as well. He was going for a scaling build.
I would give it to XM because he found a new spot to be stuck in. I didn't even know that was possible. That's an ending fight where they're basically fighting 4v5.
Imagine winning a game where you get stuck, and I'm sure when he pressed W, he's like, okay, now I'm going to get out. He just gets even more stuck.
Yeah, that shows how much better their lineup is late game because they won it basically 4v5 at that point. He didn't really do much apart. I think he had one stun on one hero initially, then he did nothing after that.
I wonder if anyone else out there has ever experienced being stuck in that situation before.
Oh no, Pango players, they find a new spot every
single time. They do find it, yeah.
Yeah, they find all of the nooks and crannies there. We're also going to be looking, though, at some deeper details about this meta forming, just exactly how teams have adapted, because our biggest question mark has always been around this Helm of the Dom. What are people going to be doing within the next few days to counteract it, right? And for us, Purge, well, he knows exactly what these players are thinking about this item.
Thank you, Nat. Yes, the Helm of the Dominator is the item of the tournament so far, and how teams react to it at this point is really, really crucial to whether or not they win the tournament. And Tundra, being the Helm of the Dominator team, is certainly trying to solve this problem. But ultimately, it starts in the laning stage. They pick this very strong double heal safe lane, the Juggernaut, as well as the Warlock, allows them to pump so many heals in and then later get an advantage with their ranged heroes. So that basically results in a really fast, a slower Helm of the Dominator for the Beastmaster, but a faster Helm of the Dominator for the Lycan at 7 minutes and 40 seconds. And on the other side of the map, Beastmaster is still working towards his at 8 minutes. So this basically means your timing goes faster. 3-3 was able to use his Helm of the Dominator to kill the enemy tier 1, and because he got his so early, after killing it, he ends up bringing his creep all the way to the safe lane so that he can then defend against their opponent's one that ended up coming later. So this is going to delay the gold advantage that the XG got with their Helm of the Dominator while compounding their advantage. They even rotated those 3 heroes to slow things down. They did eventually give up on it, but the amount of minutes extra that it took for XG to take this tower over Tundra gave them a nice gold advantage and more map control. In the meantime, they were getting things done. The Helm of the Overlord, the stronger Helm of the Dominator here, ends up being finished at 12.5 minutes, which is very fast. They get a stronger creep in this one, the old Black Dragon, and then they're going to use that to pressure the map. So this laning stage that they drafted towards, to make sure that they had a better early game and a faster Helm of the Dominator, they countered their opponent's Helm of the Dominator moves, and then they used their bigger timing to end up pressuring mid towers as well. But what was on the other hand is that XG picked the heroes they did, knowing that they were going to have worse lanes because they would have better heroes for some of these solutions. They first glyph this tower, and then they bring the Winter Wyvern over. He grabbed a really weird facet, actually, that almost nobody takes, that does allow you shield buildings. That would allow them to counteract this push that Tundra is doing. So both teams are on top of this Helm of the Dominator meta. They both have solutions to try to deal with those early pushes, and we'll see how this keeps cascading throughout the tournament, because this game, it was not good enough for Tundra.
Thank you so much, Pudge. And we got more of that insight, just exactly what's happening, that people are willing to just sort of sacrifice their Helm of the Dominator creep to stop the pushes of the other Helm of the Dominator creep.
Meta is evolving, but meta is evolving also with the itemization. We saw a very interesting build coming out from BZM. This is not your traditional build by any means, because he was building into Holy Locket as his item with the Soul Ring. So this gives you quite a, I would say, infinite mana, because when you check the numbers, it is 255 mana with 17 charges on this Holy Locket, slightly over 2 minutes that you get it from, plus the Soul Ring, plus the charges that you get from potentially fighting. So it is very interesting. This is the first time seeing it. Maybe somebody else did it before, but we can see some new stuff, new tech coming out, and this is very, very interesting.
So this is dependent just for the Storm, not anything related to his matchup in the mid lane per se.
I think it's any hero that builds into Sanj and Kaya also enjoys it, because that's going to amplify it as well. Like you'll see Ember will also go for a Holy Lock. I think BZM is the one who first started doing that as well. I think it's just a good item, and especially in this meta where like there's a lot of early pressure from the Helm Doms, like you have to have sustain to get into the side lanes and like actually be active. It didn't, end up working out, but the idea is there.
Yeah, I mean the stats are just very nice for a core hero. I think I've been seeing a lot more core heroes buy the item nowadays, so we might see a shift. Like it's no longer a support item; it's just like a very good early fighting item for cores.
Also, Winter, did you enjoy Purge pointing out the facet that Winter Wyvern took?
It's always, I think...
he said unconventional was his wording.
I mean, he said it's unconventional. It definitely is according to stats, but I think in a lot of, at least the games I played before I came here, I've seen a couple of players already starting to do it because it's just good against the Helm. It's really nice for your core because it gives you damage, and I think it's just much more reliable overall compared to the recursive facet. Because pro players, they're not going to just clump up and let you get like an Imba curse, and kill everybody.
Sure, yeah, the other facet is more for when you're playing at home and you want to go for the highlight reel on stream, That's a Jenkins move.
Absolutely. I mean, there's like aggressive and defensive, and sometimes people go for some aggressive plays when you just don't need to, right? You have teams that do it all, or players that do it already.
I'm interested to see just what sort of aggression both of these teams are going to be bringing for a Game 2 draft. XG were very willing to have the lanes lost a little bit. They were willing to bide their time. For Tundra, they wanted that aggression in the first game. They really wanted to close it out. Now you got to put it back a little bit where you go, what exactly is actually going to work here? Because we couldn't even do the early game plays out against Extreme Gaming.
It's such a tough one because it was working for Tundra.
Yeah.
Like what they wanted to do was happening, and they still lost. So I guess a lot is going to fall into Moon, like breaking down what actually went wrong in that game and how to fix it. I see Tundra as the type of team to not completely change their draft and say, okay, we won't do this.
Oh, yeah. That's one that was definitely not on the draft because they executed pretty much perfectly first 15, 20 minutes. That Roche fight should have maybe happened because it was also a good play from Extreme Gaming, realizing what needs to be done, taking away Roshan from a team that is 5k gold ahead, which wants to put more pressure. But Tundra, seeing how they played out first 15 minutes, it was pretty much flawless, understanding what the holes in Extreme Gaming's draft are. And Extreme Gaming, they are a team that we've seen it so many times where they just put themselves in a position where they are 5k gold down 10, 15 minutes into the game. It feels like they really want to be pushing the limits, see if they can make a comeback. And this is one of the better comeback teams in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, something else to add to that, right? It's not just about the draft. I think which side you're on actually matters a lot. Because if you're playing the way Tundra is playing in the first game, you want to be aggressive, you want to secure the lanes. Being on the Radiant side, like I mentioned, the 15 to 20 minute Roshan, that is actually super crucial for you.
Yeah.
You do well in the lanes, you get Roshan, then you can snowball a lot stronger, So I think being on the Radiant side actually matters a lot for how they are playing if they want to keep everything the same.
I totally agree. I think if you were to look back at this game in retrospect, Moon is definitely going to call out the Roche play. It's very interesting though because the trade is a kill on Ame, right?
But it's not worth it.
But it's actually not worth it. That's the thing. But you can understand why players of this caliber are going to take such a bait because Troll is the counter to their lineup. You know that this is what XG wants to win the late game with, but you also need the Roshan to go high ground. So all of the fights should be around this objective, whether or not you're killing Ame.
Yeah, to sort of close out this game one, though, and before we move on, I want to ask about a Troll. It's now been picked 9 times in the International and the road to the International, and it's still at a 100% win rate. So how are you taking late game fights against a hero like this?
So apparently click R win game right now.
that's what it feels like, Winter. Is there a solution?
I mean, it's not just the Troll. I think it's the other stuff as well that's going on in the game. I think maybe the environment right now is really good for Troll to succeed in the game with the Helm, creating pressure. Because Troll is not exactly like a super greedy carry. He comes online quick, he hits your buildings, he stands there, and you have those auras on top of him. I think I already mentioned in the previous draft that Troll loves auras around him.
Okay. Well, a previous draft, our previous game, that's already been done and dusted. And right now, we get to look forward to a Game 2 draft.
Extreme Gaming versus Tundra Esports Game 2.
That's right, in this best of 3, Extreme Gaming already won a game up. It's not elimination, but you definitely want to give yourself the best fighting chance here, Lacoste. You want to stay in this upper bracket, and you want to learn more. You want to be able to find a solution to this team, but also what's working for yourself. So for the game number 2 draft, the bans any big change-ups, that beast is not going to be getting let through by any means if Extreme Gaming has...
Yeah, for a good reason. He played an extremely good game, really loved the itemization. The big one for me is removing Mars, because they have a lot of success with Mars. I believe he is sitting at 75% win rate on the hero, which does allow them... I think the big reason why Mars is also popular because of the team fight, they are going for both of the facets, but also not necessarily rushing the Blink Dagger. Like, you're building into items, you're getting Yule Scepter, you're getting your Lotus Orb before that, and then maybe you're getting a Blink Dagger. This is kind of a new trend. It gives you everything, and this is the fan favorite, the Earthshaker. Maybe we're going to be seeing some Ogre, but yeah, seeing him use that Enchant Totem, it's always a pleasure to see him on a big stage.
One of the most overpowered heroes of the patch, too. It feels like every year at TI it always comes back, but right now it's not really about the big Echo Slams. I mean, you do see them, but it's more about the Shard and the fact that you can one-shot creep waves with the Kaya and Yasha.
The Shadow push.
Yeah, it's so hard to push into an Earthshaker fissure.
It also feels a lot of the times that this Echo is dealing so much damage.
Yeah, way too much.
It feels like you can one-shot heroes pretty much in a single creep wave, even with level 1 Echo Slam. And it's also a flex hero. Like, we've seen quite a lot of offlane Earthshakers as well. You're pretty much building into the same items, doing it slower than from the mid lane, but also if you pair him up from the offlane with a position 4 hero, with a range position 4 that can get to the triangle and get those stacks going, so you can use the first Echo Salami to be able to kill those creeps, that's still going to give you...
One thing to really focus as well on the Earthshaker, right? You mentioned the Echo, but it's the Echo on the Ancients as well, right?
Yeah.
You have to be really thinking about that first Echo in the game where he gets his dagger. So are you going to be able to contest it with your lineup, or are you going to just be happy letting him get the...
That's interesting. Like, do you want to contest, go in and get 2 of your heroes killed because there's going to be like 20 creeps around?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, or you just let him get it and you have a trade on the map.
You also can't stack against him because he'll just go echo your creeps and kill you while you're trying to farm stacks. Like, that when people became comfortable with using the big ulti on the stacks, because I think there was a while where people were like, it's just a meme to echo the stacks, but you never use the first echo for a kill anyway, you know? You get more gold from stacks.
Sometimes in the lane, I guess you use it if you get a solo kill, but it rarely happens. So most of the time it's on the stacks, right? And you gotta be thinking, because it's a huge part of Earthshaker, are you gonna contest? And like both of them mentioned, it's very difficult to contest, risky, so you have to be able to get a trade somewhere. You get a tower, or you push and you farm your own stack, at the very least.
One of the things that Xnova has been amazing on doing on Extreme Gaming is blocking a lot of those tri-camps to ensure that stacks aren't happening. He'll pick himself a strong sort of trade support, and that's his goal, is just to ensure stacks aren't building up by any means, rather than having to even worry about, are we going to contest it? They themselves, though, Warlock might not really fit that sort of archetype, but it doesn't necessarily have to be an
No, I think they wanted a hero that can break the fight as well, especially when Shaker goes in, try to reset it. You also have Queen of Pain, so the picks coming out from the carry or mid-roll, wherever the heroes are going to go, these are not difficult, but these are difficult matchups to be playing into, because the pushback during the BKB Warlock with the Golem, so you're wasting good 3-4 seconds of your BKB.
I mean, the Golem is very good at stopping the combo, right? Like, he can come in with a BKB, try to combo your teammates, but the Rock just stops everything, right? So I think in that regard, they kind of have the better or easier teamfight execution.
I agree. And to be honest, going into this tournament, I was surprised to see Queen of Pain not picked up as much as it was on the previous patch, because in pro level pubs it was still very popular coming into the tournament. However, for XG, this is a different hero because Ame plays it. So what I really like about this pick here is that you can follow Earthshaker. All the roles you guys just mentioned, 4, 3, 1. They can play Queen of Pain in any lane against Earthshaker right now, and it will do well. So I think that's what makes sense here. Tundra, they go for the counter, which is Pugna. You cannot Queen of Pain ulti with Pugna ward being down. It costs so much mana, you will kill yourself, and guess what? You cannot blade mail the ward.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, we were mentioning about what would be the adjustments that Tundra is making. Right away, I'm already seeing they are trying to drop a lot more priority in terms of the team fight with the Snap and the Pugna. And now we are going to see a Slada here, which is not, I think, a very common hero against Pugna because of D-Crab.
Yeah.
But they are probably looking at a type of lineup where you don't really try to play around teamfights as much with the whole wing. So you try to play the side lanes. These two heroes are really good at playing the side lanes. You go around like with two heroes, you basically kill anything.
And the Hood Wing is like good magic damage into the D-Crab. So you kind of have a lot of ways of killing heroes through D-Crab.
It's another BKB piercing tool. So they are going to be shutting down Crystallis pretty heavily. You're playing into 3 BKB piercing abilities, Sharpshooter, potentially break
I
mechanic.
mean, he also beats the Earthshaker in the mid lane if they want to go that route.
This has been XM's specialty for a long time, especially when we've been seeing these Ember Spirits being popular, Void Spirits as well, something that he's going to be playing into a melee matchup.
And it's a good counter.
It's a great pick.
Yeah, you remove the Fatal Bonds, you remove the Slada Amp.
This is an S tier Abaddon pick. It counters pretty much all of XG.
They need to ban Abaddon counters. Like Doom, I think is one of the biggest counters. You can't heal, he just needs to Doom you before you get your ulti off. So that's something that you have to be on the lookout for. And obviously there's the break, right, from the Sharpshooter.
I mean, I like Abba here too because Tundra can run it in any of the side lanes against Queen of Pain, depending on where it goes, and it does well. Although we have seen Ame as a Quap carry do well against Abaddon. It just plays differently as a carry.
I actually think the Quap is probably going to go mid because the Abaddon is probably not going to go mid. I think that would be my trail of thought right now after I'm looking at the Abaddon pick. So they do remove the Doom, and right now they removed the Doom themselves when they could have just picked it to counter it. So they probably have something else in mind already. They ban Doom and Darkseer. What are they trying to do here?
Could be, I mean, you have Warlock as your laning partner. It could be Alchemist. It could be Faceless Void. That does give you a good laning stage.
Medusa, maybe? But Medusa doesn't care about Doom. He cares about Darkseer, not Doom.
Yeah, I mean, I like the heroes that you mentioned, Lacoste. I think they're quite good. Faceless Void would be quite solid. I mean, there's nothing really to kill him in this game so far. Earthshaker stun is the only really good disable for him, and I don't think that's enough to kill a Void full to 0. Not a farmed Void.
What else could Tundra be thinking about banning here? Because a lot of times
TA is Slada TA.
Yeah, I mean, also Ursa, I guess. Like, XG really does like to play the bursty carries, and I feel like double down on the Slardar amp and just insta-kill somebody. Sure, there's the decrep. Okay, they ban Ursa.
It would give them so many objective takings on the map because you have Slardar, you have Ursa, you can basically kill Tormentor Roshan in 5 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure Ame has a few options. We're assuming it's Ame. Could still be Ame Quap, but I'm sure XG has a few options here. They get to see the whole Tundra draft, so they will get the, hashtag perfect pick.
Have you decided where you see this Earthshaker going now that we've revealed a bit more for Tundra?
Probably mid, I guess. Mid is probably
That's
the
where you feel most comfortable.
Yeah, most likely hero. I think 33 is going to just get another Helm hero. They're going to put the Abaddon on the carry role here.
Okay, what else is a good Helm hero with Beast and Lycan being taken out? In the 33 hero
I've seen Underlord. He played Underlord.
Okay.
I mean, you kind of want someone to maybe build Crimson Guard against the Slada. I think that could be an option.
Yeah.
The root is pretty nice against the Quap.
Broodmother?
Oh, Sand King, yeah.
Okay, so they don't go for a Helm hero. But instead they just go for
scaling, more scaling.
Yeah, it's a 33 classic. It's also something BZM has been playing a lot.
I know you've been a big fan of his Sand King Jenkins. You always talked about his itemization, like that one null talisman that he does buy. But you also need to rely a lot on stacking whenever you have Sand King because he's not the strong laner. Even though I watched some of the replays from Tundra, they did lane for a couple of minutes first, and then you will have Saksa go into triangle, try to get some stacks going in the outer ring as well, because Sand King, he can still farm it. It got nerfed because of the distance between the camps, so he can't like fully farm, especially the outer ring in the top part of the map.
Is it?
Whoa. Whoa, okay.
A Clinks?
Clinks with Slada Amp, that is scary.
Okay, so last pick, Ame Clinks. Guys, we've got to talk about this hero because Fear was very adamant that we would never ever see this hero at TI.
This is like the highest DPS hero if he can actually sit there and just right-click in the game.
Okay.
And you combine that with a Slada, he is going to shred them. But they do have answers, right, with the D-Crab.
So how does the Clinks play Lacoste. It's been so long since he's been seen in a competitive game, so long since he's ever entered the stage.
We see it from time to time. I think this hero definitely has a place in meta with a specific setup because you have a good amount of saves. We talked about the BKB piercing tool, so that's going to be a good way of maybe protecting Ame. And this hero gets super tanky. Once you get to that level 5, 2 charges on eating the creeps makes you super tanky. Plus also the scaling. You did mention the Slardar plus his DPS could be very, very good. Plus the Sanking. We talked about him not being the strong laner, playing into Clinks and Warlock. It's a very difficult lane for him.
Yeah, I think the Warlock is what really makes it work because Clinks' laning stage is pretty rough. Like
you want to heal, basically.
Yeah, you just want to heal and farm and get to the late game. It's kind of more of the same from what we saw in Game 1, but I got to agree with the old man Fear. I don't think Clinks is a very good hero. Like, you can get bursted. Like, you can die. Earthshaker, Sand King, like Snapfire ulti, even a Pugna can solo kill you, depending on the time of the game.
Yeah, you're really not instilling me with faith here, Jenkins. The other question I have for the side of Tundra and their lineup is seeing a Shaker and a Sand King. Is it a little too greedy? We're looking for two heroes that if they have kind of rough lanes, they both want to take stacks. Where does the priority go there, and how are you going to play around that?
I mean, they do have strong supports to kind of balance that out, right? They just need to make sure that they can survive the early phases. They don't get run over because they do have slower heroes in the early game with the Shaker and Sand King having to farm stacks in jungle. But I do feel like this game, I'm going to have to agree with Andrew here, where Tundra they're going to have the easier to execute draft this time, and I think we were probably going to see a game 3.
Lacoste, I feel like you have nothing more to say other than I concur.
Yeah, it's a lot of easy to execute team fights for them. The 1-2 combo with either Earthshaker going in, Snapfire with the ulti, or Sand King jumping in. So they always have some kill threat on the map, which is very easy for them to execute. I think Extreme Gaming, they like to really push the limits with the drafts that they do have.
100%.
But I think they're going to take this.
You got to respect the draft.
Okay. You gotta respect it, right? You gotta respect it, especially if maybe at home you guys knew. Let's see, though, if Tundra's coach Moon knew that this Clinks was gonna be coming out.
I am indeed very curious about that. Moon Meander, coach of Tundra. I was wondering how you prep for a team like this. Extreme, they made their way through the road quick. Only played 10 games throughout that group stage. You, on the other hand, had to play quite a few more, so you don't have much data on these guys.
Yeah, we're just kind of guessing what they're going to play, I guess, and looks like their lineup's kind of impossible to guess.
Yeah, Clinks is not something that many people can predict. If there ever was a player to do it, it's probably Ame, but still, it seems like these 24th pick surprises are still alive and well.
Yeah, but I saw him play a pop on Clinks, and he lost, so maybe things are looking good for us.
I like the sample size of a 1. And my last question is, obviously, this whole situation has not been ideal for you, although it seems like things exciting may be happening. I was wondering how you integrated Toby into the lineup so quickly, because making it here to main stage is quite a feat with a stand-in.
We had like 1 hour to pick a stand-in. It was so last minute, and we decided to get Toby because we saw him own with Team Liquid.
And hopefully he's going to do some more ownage here. Good luck, Moon Meander, as we get into game number 2.
Thank you so much, Neil and Moon. And we are into the game already, underway. A lot going on here, Trent. Some crazy stuff. And the Bone Man almost got brought down, but we did get a first blood, too.
We did indeed. As Moon was taking the interview, wondering how the game was going to go, his team grabbed a kill. So that is indeed a pretty good start.
And Ame goes down again, down bottom. He was already coming in a little bit low HP, and 33 combos together with Sox to secure the finish.
Yeah, softens him up a little bit there on the initial play. They grab it. 3-3 is still very low. So potential maybe if they can find something on him before he regens. But he's got 3 tangos and, well, it's a Warlock and a Clink. So they're going to be doing a whole lot of chilling in this lane, presumably, as Soxa has to throw the body on the line here to get that Sentry into camp just to block the 1-minute spawn.
Yeah, important stuff right there to make sure they can't equalize this lane equilibrium at all. And, I mean, we talked about it there. This is a hard team to figure out. Moon was saying that even when you think you have an idea of what they're going to draft, it doesn't end up working out fully. They've ended up picking this Clinks. He said he did see him in a pub, though.
Yes.
So that means somebody on his friends list was playing with Ame. An important thing to watch for is when you can see their picks out a little bit earlier, since that's somewhat been gone recently. It's made some crazy matches, and we'll see if this Clinks pick is another one that gets them where they need to be.
And most importantly, he lost.
Yes.
As Moon pointed out, so. We'll see. I mean, this looks a little bit like last game in the sense that things started out very well for Tundra. In fact, for quite a long time. They were doing very well in the previous match. We'll see if they can perhaps get the finish. I think if we go back there, it's BZM, of course, melee hero versus Queen of Pain tends to have a pretty rough time.
My goodness.
You know, we're used to this. But if we go back to that first game, I think if they had... May I continue, trouble. BZM? Or you good?
Yeah, it's good.
I think if they get that Roche as Tundra, I think they win that game.
Yeah.
That first Roche, I think that it gets so much harder for XG. So if they can manage to avoid a disastrous moment like that in this game, Tundra should have a better chance.
This is scary stuff right now. I'm able to get that deny on XM, but BZM still very, very low, playing against the 2 points in Dagger Queen of Pain. And you can see that's going to the tune of 12 and 5 for XM.
And you can see he's not even trying to force this, right? Like, XM's low there. He's got a blink. He's thinking of some stuff there, but there's an enchant totem. There's creep waves. Like, why not just secure the runes and guarantee that he's just going to have to leave?
Yeah, they don't have to necessarily play as aggressively as they don't want to. Oh, XinQ, XXS. Battling out in a lane that we have not seen a ton of, and they can't get in range quickly enough to contest for that Lotus. And so a little bit of the disparity from last game, it is XG that instead is winning across all 3 of their lanes, and 2 of them in a pretty good fashion. That Clink's 13 and 6 right now versus the 10 and 3 for the Sand King. I do have a feeling Tundra are not going to stack 0 camps by like 15 minutes though.
Certainly not. Yeah, they are definitely going to be getting the stacks on for the Sand King. It is a necessity when you're playing it in the off lane. You know, we get these mid Sand Kings. They just work the camps nearby. It doesn't even have to stack it too much because you can just grab 2, farm it up, stack when you can. But for the off lane, you need those stacks if you want to propel into these important items that get your game going.
XXS.
In this case, a helm.
Right. Yeah. XXS.
Yeah, remember, the panel was like, I think they could use a helm hero. And they're going to pick Sand King. That's not a helm hero. Aha!
Yeah. Well, also Slardar, the other one that is going for it. So
yeah,
every hero, helm hero, as we've come to expect. I'll also mention, between all of the heroes that XG has, insane amounts of physical damage coming out later.
Yes.
Obviously there's Ame, but you also have a Slardar, and then even if the Hoodwink, if you start to get some more items up on XinQ, and that's definitely a player that loves to farm.
He's warming up here on the Bushwhacks, as you can see. This looks like a really annoying lane for a Slardar, I gotta say. You like to be a bully, and obviously he's doing very well, but Chrysalis also still at 21 CS, and you're dealing with D-Crab potentially. He doesn't have a point in it yet. And also just the ability to shield and kind of turn that damage back on you. So he's not able to shut down his opponent as much as he'd like to, as we tend to think of Slardar as more of like this anti-carry, where like you're played into this lane to also slow down your opponent.
Have a short disconnect here. Saksa gets the pause going for himself, and I would imagine that pretty soon he's going to be making that move back into the jungle that we've come to expect from him, stacking up camps and making sure that they're off to a decent start. Likewise, you can see XinQ already heading back that way as he's very low on HP, and will just reach up a little bit as he goes.
He queued up like 8,000 observers, but now he's changed his mind here. Gonna go for a wand into some arcane boots, pretty standard stuff. Can they contest these stacks, though? Probably not this game, eh? For XG?
I mean, yeah, it seems a little bit... I feel like you can contest. I don't think you can take. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. You could definitely target him for sure. Like, you get an OBS in there. You see when he's going for these stacks. You can definitely come in, throw out a Sonic Wave, and maybe grab a cheeky kill.
3 points up in Dagger as we get back into the game. XinQ is going to stack that camp up and head back. Oh, come on. Look, they don't even know how to do it. They're like, this is not our meta. We're just off fighting instead.
Man, usually, sometimes the 3 points Dagger is a scary thing because it really hurts your rotations in a lot of games because you don't have earlier access to burst damage for the Scream of Pain. But versus a Shaker mid, this is hurting. Like, BZM is just constantly off the wave. He is a fisher for CS. It is not feeling great. He is the lowest of the cores in terms of last hits, and he doesn't really have an ability to jungle yet. So we're talking about these stacks for the Sand King. We're going to need him for BZM.
Oh, and they glyph, they bring him low. The cookie to try and get away, but he is going to die to XM.
He knew he was dead.
Yeah.
I think the second he got hit by the Shadow Word, he just started going in knowing he was going down.
So they managed to find the kill on the Shaker right before the 6-minute mark, too. So this could also be a clutch
Look at
room for
Xnova.
XM.
Xnova and Soxa, though. They're battling right now. Xnova comes in. He does not try and body block, but all right. I thought he was going to try and stop that spawn from happening. Was too worried about potentially dying there versus Soxa, so he lets it go.
And XM is the one that is going to be benefiting from that, picking up a shield rune now. So I'm not sure what you do at this point as the Shaker, because everything feels bad.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not great. He looks more like that position 4 Shaker right now or something, but he does have a stack here, so he can start working on that a little bit. But yeah, it's not great. Sox is going to hold the wave. There's an OBS in behind the tier 1 tower planted by XinQ that's going to allow all these opportunities for ganks. It's a very scary place to try and play versus 3-point stagger and a potential Sonic Wave.
And this type of bullying behavior is what you want to see if you're an XG fan. On the other side, for Tundra, take away their abilities to bully you back. 33's got to get off to a decent start with this helm, and is trying to finish that one off and maybe try and push this Clinks out of the base. At the very least, Clinks can't eat your creep anymore.
I know, right? Like, this hero will be crazy if you could eat helm creeps. Unfortunately, not a thing since they've become creep heroes, and partially why we're seeing them everywhere.
So while the CS starts to stack up, it's really 2 that stand a little bit above right now in the Clinks and the Quap, with Sand King and Abba still having a good time. And as we get to that 7-minute mark, did get the Shrine for each. And Toby trying to actually step forward and stop any extra passive pressure from the creeps heading his way. Oh man, dude.
Again, Xnova just walking in here trying to disrupt these stacks because they know, right?
Yeah.
Like, all the Shaker wants to do is get this big stack going so he can come in and dunk on this. And he's going to interrupt at least one of them. It was close. They almost managed to get it still. But actually, the Ancients get messed up too. So neither camp stacks.
Really well played by Xnova and Toby.
2-3-3
underneath. The bushwhack is there, and Sonic Wave for the finish.
All right, meanwhile, Ame's walking into a sentry here. He just eats the creep.
And he's going to take some of them away. I mean, if Xnova dies here, it's not the end of the world. If XM does, that's very bad. And so they're going to back away. Giving a little bit of space now for BZM in the mid lane.
He has nothing. There is no piggy bank, you know? You thought your parents left you an education fund, but they spent it all on your brother. He's got nothing left. Like, what is there here, you know? And 3-3 came over, took one of the creeps with his helm. Ame came and ate the other, you know? It's just, he's truly a zoomer.
Yes.
The previous generations are just taking it all.
BZM trying to find anything for himself here. Does have, at the very least, level 6.
And you can see that camp blocked in the back.
God, they're just making his life miserable.
They're bringing him the helm creeps. 3-3 is bringing him a creep wave. This is where we're at. Yeah. He walked a creep wave to BZM in the jungle.
Toby, underneath his own ward, is trying to back away, and yeah, they did bring over a creep wave to make sure that they could get a little bit of extra farm towards BZM. Now, a kill here onto the Hoodwink with the helm creep helping might actually be decent for him, but instead, I kind of wonder if he's going to end up in further trouble. They dropped the golem on him! Have some mercy! Poor BZM. Will he be able to get out of there? A Photic Shield, XM still on the chase. He's bottling up and finally getting a little bit of help.
Again, though, this is constant. The pressure on the other side of the map, Ame always takes advantage. He's very good at this. Gets a lot of pressure onto this tower. But once again, it is Ame at the top of the board at the 10-minute mark. He has all the space in the world down bottom. This is a consistent theme that we are getting from XG.
Well, surrounded now. XM playing in mid with Soxa nearby, and though they did not get the kill with the golem, they are going to get the tower with it.
Yeah, that ward lasting the entire time as well. So much value, giving them this capability to take this. I gotta say, the tower lasted longer than I expected. Oh no, not again. Not his little piggy bank.
Jumps in, finds it. BZM might need to get denied, and it's not enough. No! Soxa not able to take down his buddy, and in fact, could be in further trouble. Xingqiu doesn't get any bounces out, though. And yeah, there's still...
I think he got a glancing shot, because that only did 17 damage. That attempted deny on the snap. So I think the innate screwed him there.
Oh, the innate got him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very frustrating. Or the, yeah.
Good old
shot.
snap.
Well, we said that we thought they could contest. We weren't sure if they could steal them. They're making an attempt at it right now. BZM still has Echo at the ready.
Oh, you don't want to share this XP, though.
Yeah, that's true, too.
Even to your allies, like, guys, can you guys leave? But he just has to go for it. He needs the protection.
A wise decision, and trying to get some more gold into BZM here.
Lyrical, he is 2,000 gold behind the next nearest core.
Yeah, it's been an impossibility. And this was a first pick XM here, too, on the Queen of Pain. They weren't able to draft things to help move over and shut him down more. It was just a complete answer the whole way through.
Yeah, they're going to have to find a different hero to lead the charge here. Now, you know, we've talked a lot about Ame farming up here. Chrysalis not doing too bad. He is behind, but he is going to try and rush into that Radiance as XM continues to exert this pressure mid lane. Tower here or gone or not, he's sticking around. He's decided this is the part of the map he wants to play to open up the room on the side lanes.
You know, it's interesting too, right? Because people often talk about Quap not being able to rotate effectively with 3 points and dagger, but instead he says, fine, you guys rotate to me and we'll take that tower and then make everything else feel bad for Tundra. Yeah, they're a 4K gold leave at 12 minutes.
Yeah, when it's such a specific hero that you can target with a dagger like the Shaker and just make his life so miserable, it is very, very worth it. And amping up that physical damage that you can see will be a concern throughout this game will be that Deso.
Yes.
So, Slardar, Deso on a Clinks, it's going to be a lot.
And it's Blade Mail for XM. The choice for this one. Toby back in base, thinking about where can I go? What's the play next for him? At the very least, BZM has another tower to play behind, so harder to dive and kill the Shaker, but not impossible, as XXS takes the top one. And queuing up a pipe. I don't think I've ever seen a build like this out of Slardar before, but it is awesome.
BZM's tilted. He just body blocked his own camp. I mean, he's having a hard time, dude. It's not good. Like, walking through your own camp spot in this situation. Meanwhile, the enemy carry is picking up 3 bounty runes. That just shows what, like, they create this just wilderness zone that no one wants to go into except Ame. It's like a private resort just for him, the bottom lane every game.
Ame's area, that's what they'll call it. They need to find a kill on him, though, because he's going to start taking off like crazy. And instead, they have to deal with this. XM runs in, and you have to keep Toby nearby, because otherwise BZM's just dead. They're going to try and make something happen bottom now against the Clinks. Do they have enough for a kill? He summons. He's trying to stay alive. Not enough.
That was kind of terrifying how long it took, but he does go down. Will there be revenge?
An attempt at one at the very least. Burrow strike to back away, and it looks like it's not going to work.
Yep.
So a nice play by Tundra, managing to take down Ame. Still 5K behind, but some signs of life.
Yeah, good positioning there from 3-3 to evade any sort of a bushwhack play there by using his Burrow strike when he did. And Xingqiu knew it too. Didn't have an option to get him.
On the other side, you've got Chrysalis here, who's been relatively quiet, but working on a Radiance. And BZM finally has that Blink Dagger done.
At level 8.
Yeah.
That's the downside, right? Like,
you're not wrong.
Unfortunately, you just don't have a whole lot to offer at this point. Like, he's the same level as Soxa. There we go.
I mean, he's going to have to make back up that deficit by virtue of finding kills and finding good fights.
Oh, or another big set of stacks here. Okay.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, awkward moment here. 2 cores. It's like, okay.
Well, they're going to stack again, but yeah, I feel like injecting this into the BZM would be a really big win. And 33, never mind, would be a really big win for 33 too to get all this gold. You got your blink already.
Yeah, listen, one of us is having a game here, okay? Just let me take care of this.
Still just 2 stacked on the side of XG. I mean, the other thing to keep in mind, right, is that while we did see Clink stay alive for a while there, if 33 was there. A lot of like his survivability came by casting spells, and there's a decent chance they can just stun lock him.
That's true. Yep. It can happen if we can catch back up here. It makes me think of the FE voice line. You know, I'm farming lane because I'm a winner.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's XG right now.
Got
now,
it.
stacks, you know, I don't care stacks, right? They're just camping all 3 lanes, farming up like crazy. So all of their last hits are mega value.
Going in now. Chrysalis forced to pop ulti, and the TPs come in. Are they going to go for more? Soxa nearby, thinking about it, hunting to the side. Toby decrypts himself. That is the Radiance, assembled by Chrysalis.
Will he be the
rotations.
Avenger? That is the question with said Radiance.
Yeah. It's a tough one. They force a lot of rotations and then back out.
Ooh, XM, mid lane, Arcane, Amplify damage rune.
Yeah, good blink away there by BZM before things went south. And maybe 33, if you waited a second.
XXS, confused as to what hero he's playing, picks up the pipe. So his Helm Pipe Slardar ready to take over this game. It's great itemization in this match. It's really, he is just playing for his ult to help with the damage and then just control.
First time this tournament, it makes sense, and it's the perfect item. Yep. The question is, if you start losing out at this point, if you lose a fight or two because of some chaos happening, how well is this hero going to be scaling? I mean, you've still got the Helm.
They're very good at forcing towers right now, but if they were, like, let's say, trying to hunt for a 5v5 fight, they don't really have very good tools for it right now, right?
No.
It would be like Bushwhack or just a Golem drop, whereas we have Blink Sand King.
Control, kisses, done. XM is out of there. That is exactly what they needed, and now 33 trying to find X-Nova, who is pretty quick in the river, but with Blink Dagger back up in 8 Burrow Strikes, trying to stay on target. Bushwhack stops it. BZM Fissure, they miss off to the side. Oh, he's getting out! 33, he doesn't have anything for him. And so they do manage to TP out with X-Nova, but the kill on XM.
Yep. Very, very important. And, I mean, it comes back to what we were just literally just talking about as it happened. They have great ways to start fights as Tundra, right? We have the blink on the Sand King, we have the blink on the Shaker. We're going to have these cookie plays, and then you can defend your towers with your kisses. It is risky to push into it, which is what they're trying to do with the pipe, but immediately losing your Queen of Pain like that kind of makes you look at your pipe and be like, oh, well, that wasn't great.
Ame runs into BZM, spots him, and oh, that is not feeling good for Tundra.
Yeah, you heard this brought up on the panel, but Klinks, although we don't see him very often, it is one of the heroes that just has the most insane amount of burst damage if he's allowed to just swing. And when you think about how XG has played this whole tournament, the best thing that they do is enable Ame. So giving him the full-on glass cannon of Klinks seems like a pretty solid strategy from them.
This gold lead staying steady, though. That's something that has also been a constant at this tournament, that even when teams are behind, they have found ways to keep farming, to stay relevant in the game, and to extend the duration. And, well, now these types of kills start to hurt a whole heck of a lot. Ame goes down again.
Ooh, a rare mistake there from Ame, pushing out a little bit too much, maybe an incorrect read as to where they are moving on the map. He tends to play just like so defensively.
I mean, Ame is 3 of their deaths in this game.
That's 75%, Lyrical.
I thought it's half.
Yes, you're right. I was looking at the wrong column. Yeah. I thought I really nailed my math for a second there.
That's, I mean, when you think
it's tough out here, you know.
I hear you. When I think back to the beginning of this tournament and, you know, the way that Ame had started it, it really feels like so many of the games of XG have been in response to those early days and how well he did, where people like are explicitly going out and saying, I'm here just to kill Ame.
That has only grown now.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. after the Road to the International. All right, some obs down here spawning some of this movement by Tundra. They scan, saying, hey, I think they're going to do a 20-minute Tormentor, guys. Just this feeling I have.
The creep is in. XXS, no Blink Dagger.
Ame's coming.
No, he did have it. He got it back up in time. Now Sonic Wave. Chrysalis low, but not dead yet. He's broken. Forced to pop the ultimate. And now kisses from Saksa. Do they have enough damage? Ame spots him, immediately blows up.
Oh, wait, no!
No, he gets a cookie off, and then burrows straight through. 33 says no, but big hit down from X-Nova. Can they take down this Sand King? Fisher immediately breaks off the burrow.
They need XM.
And now XM low, dead.
Oh,
XXS,
baby.
All the X's are fallen. There's nowhere left to go as Slardar 2 is going to die. What a beautiful setup from Tundra.
Oh, that's exactly how they need these fights to go for Tundra, right? Like, that ulti looked very dangerous for Chrysalis. He was forced to pop it because of the break. He was a little bit nervous there, so he just goes for it. They completely stop hitting him. He gets almost no heals off the ulti. And then you're worried about the re-goose from XG. But just that little bit of survival on Saksa to get the cookie stun onto Ame gives them that kill. And then a delayed fight, the burn of the Radiance going the entire time, and BZM finally getting his revenge after that mid lane.
So we take a look at this, the full breakdown of the view. I mean, again, at the beginning, you see Tundra, not as much HP, not as tanky, they don't have the pipe.
They kite the ABBA ulti, and then this play.
How did he not die? The Decrep coming in saved his life before he got burned.
And there, it looked pretty dangerous with that ulti. You see this chase down sliders coming in, but the Fisher block even to help protect 3-3. I mean, that's beautiful stuff right there.
What a sick play. And in the end, it is Tundra that reigns supreme and able to survive through all of this. And some of it being that ABBA just making the difference there.
Yeah, and that's going to help him a lot. I mean, that is a fully finished Manta now for Chrysalis as he takes the top slot here over Ame in terms of gold. Now eyes will start to move to the Roche Pit. Likely the next goal you're hoping for on these teams. Particularly XG, of course.
Yes.
They can just do it instantly if they ever get the moment.
That's the thing that I think is going to be tough for Tundra is keeping an eye on that Roche Pit while making sure that, Ame doesn't have a few seconds just to get away and start taking it.
Yeah.
And he's working on a BKB, 2 components of it. He shows over there to the side and immediately look at all of Tundra running towards Ame.
I mean, he has his own obs, right? He feels a little bit safe here. Now there's a scan. They know they're coming through.
They see him. He's in trouble. Ame again. A 5th death.
Yeah, but he gets that last hit. So 50 gold going back his way. I mean, someone on the Radiant team was like, bro, they're coming. They scan next to him. It turns red, and he's like, well, I'm still just dead, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
He's trying to make a little bit more space here in this game, and he's getting punished for it.
I mean, again, when you've got the Slardar that goes first 2 items, helm, pipe, it sort of puts a target on everybody else's back in a way.
BZM and
crush here.
Yeah.
Still taking a while to take down Saksa, but they do eventually get the Snapfire.
But there's that situation where they don't have Ame up, so they can't just move in towards the Roche Pit or something, even though they get a kill kind of nearby. They got to just wait for him. Come back in this game, and look over towards BZM. He's thinking about finishing up a Yashikaya here, just for some general, mobility, gameplay, spellcasting, all those nice things for a Shaker. But he's not going to have a BKB anytime soon.
No.
I mean, he's got problems, right? You think about a BKB with Shaker, you think, oh, nice, like good mobility in the team fights, lets you get off your spells, but then you look at this, you're like, oh, there's a Slardar. There's the damage from the Clinks. There's Warlock ulti. There's a lot of issues with BKB.
Yeah, there's massive physical damage in this game coming from the side of XG. And I will also say, sort of like, when you've got so much burst on XG and you've got like the ABBA on the other side, Chrysalis could be that like sort of key central bit to this fight that can make things work. Because I think that they were hoping to blow up the ABBA in the duration of a sharpshooter.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really happened. He's been able to get his ultis off twice when he's broken.
And the other issue is that your Slardar just needs like every item in the game. Because he went for this Helm Pipe, he still needs Blink. He still needs BKB, and they desperately need a Nullifier.
He does have Blink now, but yeah.
Yes, yeah, but I just mean like all of these items combined.
Right, afterwards. It takes longer to come online as Xingqiu dies to 33. A lot of pick-off.
And you don't have full confidence in these engagements until you have a Nullifier on your team.
Yeah.
Right, because they're building Ghost Scepters, and they have a Pugna.
Chrysalis, Ame ships in the night, passing by, BKB done. And that should stop. I mean, he could still get chain stunned. Like, that's the problem.
Yep.
Gonna go for the nullifier next as Roche heads up to the north. Not as much vision around that area for a potential fight.
Oh, it's a very small lead right now. It's mostly just the idea of like Roche is what it comes down to, is they kill a creep down bottom while scanning the Roche pit.
Right, they're ganking creeps. They're ganking Helm creeps.
That is but the reality we live in, Lyrical.
That's right.
That's where we're at right now.
Sand King does have Aghanim Scepter.
That's a lot of damage.
And Tier 1 Tower still alive for XG. Also Aghanim Scepter done on Quap a little while ago.
A haste rune here. They're going to give it to Chrysalis, and he's running in.
They want to take down this tower before a Roche fight comes in, so it's harder to reinforce.
3-3. He's winding up. He's thinking about it just in case.
A nice play right there. But now you know what's happening. And 33, does he catch sight of anybody? They're ready to jump at a moment's notice. XM is there.
They want this.
He's thinking about it. He's going in. 33, Blink, Burrow. How much they have? The Crutch interrupts, but there's the Golem down too, and XM, he gets out. Broken. Brought down low. 33 in trouble now. Great play by XXS to interrupt the jump. As XG planned that out perfectly and dodged from the damage.
Wait, there's no BKB here.
Never mind, they're in trouble now, and now XXS is the one running into kisses. Do they have enough damage to blow him up? Hits from low, the control is there, but XXS, he actually gets out.
They didn't dunk. BZM saved it.
They didn't decide to go in, and now XM, oh, they're all fatal bound together. They're taking so much damage on the side of Tundra. Starting to die, Chrysalis needs to get out, but there's nowhere to go. Another 4 down.
Once again, it's just the first Roche. It's all these ideas around the first Roche that spelled disaster for Tundra. It's just like game one. If they were able to secure it, they have a nice path that you can see the vision and where to go. And this time, they try and go a little aggressive, right? It all starts with this attempted epicenter under the tier 2 tower. And then back to here too when they try and get this kill. So this is no BKB slider. It's already been used. The kisses are coming down. BZM blinks in right here, but he doesn't want to echo. He says, you know, he doesn't think it's going to be enough. And instead, now they get no opportunity for it. And then you just get XSS coming back in here with a pow, easy crush.
And as soon as those, you know, fatal bonds are out, it just shuts down any chance of a reinitiation from BZM at that point too. There's just nothing else that you can do right there.
Yeah, and now that's going to be Ame here. Has his BKB, has an Aegis, and is 500 gold away from a nullifier.
Well, we have one big fight that goes the way of Tundra, another now going the way of XG. Still not a meaningful like separation between these two squads that's like an item difference. You know, you're sitting 3,000 gold on Ame. They're basically equal. So I feel like there's got to be some more type of a battle coming from Tundra. They're probably going to wait for their next timing too, though.
Yeah, we're going to get back to dodging here. Not the best lineup necessarily on Tundra for just like pulling waves and playing super safe. You do have the full bore on the snap, which is nice. So blasting away and cooking. Pretty solid hero with your shard too to clear the waves. Shaker, probably one of the best heroes in the entire game at this with the shard and the fishers. You can keep things down. But, you know, we have Jump. We have this spooky, scary skeleton guy. So it's not a super simple proposition to be pushing these out as Tundra.
A bunch of the whispers of the dread coming out. Everybody looking for spell amp and ways to burst. And it feels like those spells to save are going to be at a premium in this one.
Yeah, well, at least it doesn't reduce your nighttime vision. So
true.
They're safe for now.
30-minute mark. Saksa not going to get caught. XXS blinks right on top of where he was. And likely going to be looking for another chance at the Tormentor here in a moment. Another amp damage for XG. Toby making the big run in, and, well, he gets punished for that one.
It was a bold move.
Yeah, a little bit.
Boots of Travel finished for BZM, so wants to be able to capitalize on any opportunity they can find on these side lanes as Ame,
Nullifier out. No chance. Yeah, that is an interesting one too. Just saw that on Hoodwink finished off the Mage Slayer. So pretty annoying to deal with for Sand King.
Sand King, even just like everyone, really, it's truly everyone. So we're going to be watching those bounces on the Acorn. Not many heroes, of course, that can hit multiple with the Mage Slayer, but Hoodwink is one of them, so you get this debuff on multiple people. Feels great, but it does only last for 3 seconds now. It's not as crazy as it used to be.
Ame under a ward. But with the rest of the team coming in behind, he is going to show for a moment and then actually take down that tower. This is Clinks. This is the problem. Look at how quickly that fell.
Yep. It is very, very fearful.
I'm gonna need to make use of the mass magic damage that you have on the side of Tundra and hope that's enough to burst him. Obviously, they're gonna need to do it twice right now with the Aegis. 1 minute and 30 left on that one. As XG head up to the north and get themselves ready for a Tormentor.
What? Where?
Yeah.
Immediately gone. Here's the shard goes to X-Nova. And Tundra just continue to dodge as much as they can right now. I mean, attempted nullifier for 3-3 could be something. The Bloodthorn for Chrysalis is probably their best chance to at least get a full chain stun kill and just kill as fast as possible.
Man, it really is something else, Ame. Like, he has died the most in this game and is the top net worth on Clinks. Like, he's died more than the person that's died the most at the tournament so far in this game. And he's still just making it happen. Daedalus close to being completed. And a 9,000 gold lead as XG ready to battle.
Yeah, look at this. They scan the high ground. They just want to run in, take over this area.
Counterplay coming from Tundra sometime soon. They're almost at a nullifier, 433. Meanwhile, Bloodthorn is going to be the call for ABBA. Still a little ways away from that one being done. But Chrysalis, not sure if they recognize where he's over here or not, but is going to blink out. And a tier 2 tower taken now bottom as well. 33 under the ward. And I guess they can just feel safe now, spreading out, farming away because they see that 33 is there. They know that there's no chance that he's setting up to kill anybody else. He's just trying to finish off his item.
Yeah, exactly. They're just going to wait it out. It would be nice if Tundra was able to get some better vision out with a gem, but it's just so risky. Ideally, you manage to kill this Warlock, you know, maybe steal it from X-Nova. That'd be a great target for them to grab on these pickoffs, but he's obviously playing very far back and quite safe.
All right, a couple of items done. And the team grouping together down on the bottom side of the map, around the Bloodthorn, around the Nullifier, and an opportunity here. They find him. Xing Q, caught, out a bit too far, and brought down.
Yeah, Chrysalis has been very cautious to ensure that he's always bringing dust. He's got another one flying out right away. Does not want to let these kills go by.
And you can see, though they are down 9K, Tundra is still very capable of pushing. It's not quite as quick as the Clinks.
Pretty fast, though. Pretty good.
They get it done.
Yeah. As we get an Aghanim's Scepter picked up for XXS. I was a little surprised by this. I thought maybe stacking Nullifiers might be the way to go here. But instead, obviously it's a very, very good item on Slardar. Just helps you out so much whenever you're in your puddles or trail or river. Just gives you so many bonuses. It is pretty ridiculous. Just going to try and ensure that he doesn't get chain stun down. He's always got opportunities to go for his hits, get off his items as they hop onto Chrysalis here with the BKB from Ame even.
Use that. Yeah, a big commitment.
Is that a fat finger?
Up a little bit north too. They find 33, throws out the sharpshooter, nothing there. But with no BKB on Ame, I feel like this could be a go.
Yeah, that is a big opening right now. I think for sure BZM is hunting. He's leading the way. He's angry. Hasn't had the funnest game.
And they're hunting down bottom. Okay, no, but Ame's backing out.
Good choice.
Yeah, realizing that would go south very quickly.
Unfortunately, it's hard to go on this hunt without a gem. you know?
True.
Very scary. You don't want to be walking through these wards and potentially through the clinks, not knowing where he's at.
Well, 12-14. And while the smoke does not connect onto anybody for Tundra, they do get another chance to push out their waves. XXS is showing it mid. Ame still has no BKB for another 40 seconds if something were to pop off.
So if the Roche were to spawn instantly in 7 seconds, it would be extremely good for Tundra.
I don't even know about that necessarily.
Soxa is getting really aggressive. He goes, that's a greedy ward, my man.
Able to take
he
it
will
away.
take down the sentry, but
They
obviously
placed another one.
he tries to get the deny. Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he did get it. Nicely played. It is not an instant Roche. It is a max Roche by the looks of that clock, I would say.
Wow. Okay.
It is like 3 full minutes, man.
All right, we're chilling here. Now, the flip side of that, too, is that I feel like there's still a potential that you could get into a big fight. It does also mean that Roche is probably going to be moving down bottom by the time something else is happening. No TA in this game, so neither team is fully aware of what time it's going to respawn at.
That's true.
But the wave shove is going to happen. And even though it's that 7K gold lead, the win probability is still very even between these two squads.
I feel like the gem advantage is just so good in this situation.
Yeah.
Like just moving across the map right now. They put it on XM, so we can just move across there as, yeah, Dota Plus refusing to give up on Tundra today.
Favored him last time, too. Next tier of neutrals out. Getting some Pyrrhic Cloaks. That's actually kind of sick against Clinks.
Yes, it can turn south very, very quickly.
Interesting. He does have like decent armor on Clinks.
Oh, the Radiant scan. Oh, look at this. Okay, so 3-3 has the Helm creep in the Roche pit, which registers as a hero. So then XXS has to send his creep in, which means now if they scan the pit, you know.
Yeah, they're going to be aware. Okay. Good
now,
to know.
Keep in mind, you know how they changed the vision around Roche?
Yeah.
Right now, XXS doesn't actually see 3-3's creep. So he's actually still in one of those spots. So he's got a very sneaky creep placement where that creep can actually see inside the Roche pit, but when you're inside the Roche pit, you don't see that creep.
Could be very important how this plays out. XM.
The rune spot.
Oh, that is... Oh, oh, geez.
All right, there's a call from Xnova. He wants to wrap around.
Again, they don't know yet. Roche not up. It's going to be up very shortly. That is a Lotus now done again for XXS this game.
Yeah, no more Helm shenanigans. He's fully sold it? I guess.
I think so.
I thought maybe just backpacking it, but no. He's just done. He wants his Lotus. He wants to play. He's done microwing. Just wants to work on his own hero, you know?
Now, when I think of XXS, I think of like Mars, Magnus. He's not a micro guy.
Here comes the Croaker.
So second Roche up, wrapping behind.
They see the creep moving. They know someone was here. All right, now there's really good heroes to get first and really, really bad ones like Abba, right? Unless they can fold a 0-up. Can they do it?
Can they blow him up in time? Looking for it. He's broken, but he gets the ulti off. And that stops it.
That's a free reset, but that's 65 seconds of no ulti. So that does take away one of the good conditions of an engagement for Tundra, which is they go on Abba first.
And it basically costs them nothing.
Yeah.
The other issue.
I mean, pipe, I guess, you know?
That's true.
Croaker coming in. Congregating. Tendril of the Deeping even.
And they're just going to start taking it. 33 sees this, though. His creep is gone. Xnova, Glimmer, walks away. BZM throws out the fissure.
Xingqiu's just coming up. Hello?
A chance.
Little poke.
Ended up hitting him for a moment. XM also jumps, but not able to connect as 33 did
All right,
back
there's only
away.
10 seconds here. Roche is going to migrate.
Yeah, and now he's going to get fissure blocked.
Oh,
I'm not sure what's going to happen. XM is right there to the side. 33 gets caught, but BKB! The reaction from XM!
Wait, he's alive!
He's staying alive. Able to get it off the Lotus. keeping him back and low, but dead afterwards. XXS puts the kibosh on that, and Chrysalis, now in more of a world of hurt, is going to start to fall. Ethereal form for a bit longer, but in the end, it is going to be a dead ABBA, and hunting down Toby, hides off to the side. Ethereal form, no way to break in.
Do you know what's crazy? Is that he didn't have ulti as that sharpshooter was coming in. His ally died and gave him ulti from his facet.
Ame moves back, but no. Comes in, shuts down the captain, 33 to fall, and XG ready to run away with this game number 2.
Just, I mean, everything going their way. But, like, what more is it, you know? They jump in there. At first you think, like, oh, there's a heal. You know, maybe they can turn it with the shaker, but they just never find these opportunities. And just instant roshing. Zero chance of contest here. And yeah, this is where it starts, right? Like, on to BZM. What is the heal here? Did someone pass him a Lotus or something?
Yeah, it must have been. Regardless, you could see also the just swing that came in as soon as 33 burrow striked, and then the reaction of the BKB from Quap shut that stuff down completely. And I mean, now that you lose the fight like this, you get the Aegis ready to start going high ground. I mean, there's got to be some answers to it, but you don't have buyback. You don't want to buy back on Sand King.
Their spirit is broken like their base. I mean, that wasn't even a fight. It was just simply a massacre. The comms are quiet right now, you know?
And another tier 3 tower going to be hit.
They're TPing in with BZM. They're going to try something.
Does he have the range? The creeps are starting to walk forward, but Ame just backs away. Now the jump finds Chrysalis. BZM waiting for his moment, waiting. There's a fissure block. XXS is stuck.
He wants Ame, but he's just not coming in.
And the cookie, but there's the BKB reaction.
Look, Ame's just running.
A chance? Sonic Wave 33 can't chase now. No Blink Dagger available. XM, he's fine too, gets the blink out, and after just destroying that base, are gonna freely walk away. Full 2 sets of racks.
And they've still got it all, right? They're just walking out with this Aegis and only a single lane now to try and keep alive for Tundra. Their last hopes here in the upper bracket.
XG. If there were any questions about if this team was for real going into the main event, they have been answered at this point. They have looked so good. And now an Aghanim Scepter done for the Clinks. They're doing it with the weird heroes. You love it.
It's so much damage, man. The Burning Army comes out. It already is a lot of damage, but now this is that safe damage, the way he's been playing, right? He can just chuck this out.
Does also get increased hits to kill the skeleton archers when you pick up that Aghanim Scepter. So big range, drop it down, say come and fight us in this, which is even harder to do now because they're going to be breaking Blink Daggers of Sand King and Earthshaker.
Yeah, who've already struggled, of course, to try and find these plays in. But you know, he doesn't have buyback.
That's true.
So kill him twice, you won't have to kill him a third time. At least there's that.
Tundra, how many more tricks they have up their sleeves? Ame is there, channels ton of damage onto the ABBA, and then he's forced to back away. Yeah, I'm not sure what the right answer is at this point for them. They're down so much gold, and it feels like the fights have just not gone their way at all. And look at this. XM just blinks right into the middle of everybody here. They find Toby, and he is going to end up dying for his troubles.
And look at this. XM scouts the Amplify damage rune, too.
And there, Soxa dying. Woo, buddy.
All right, I've now seen an Outworld staff actually save someone.
It almost worked last game there. Oh, he went all in. He bought a refresher on Shaker. This is going to be a reveal. They jump in, Burrow Strike. Do they have enough? Control, wanting to kill Ame. He's not dead. He's not going down. Ame Clink survives through it. He held on to his BKB that entire time, and now BZM is going to be the one that's caught instead. Still everybody from Tundra alive. Unfortunately, their base not so lucky.
No, that's mega creeps. And could you even want to go into this mess?
I mean, you've got to do something. You've got to find a way to punish, but the damage is just not there, and BZM so low. XXS jumps forward. There's the epicenter. It's hitting onto nobody. They do burrow strike, though, and now it starts to click away slightly, but the damage is too much. Ame, he stands tall despite the early deaths, taking out hero after hero. Another burrow strike used, but look at the clinks. The skeleton man is doing way too much damage as they find a triple kill, looking for 4. Can they get it? Ame instead gets the nullifier out. There's another combination. Damage, maybe? No, they're not gonna kill him. Ame is too damn strong. They take down 2 without buyback. GG is called. XG, they came to play.
The streak will continue for XG, undefeated in series on the road to the International, and they're going to keep that up here as they take our first series on the main stage, stay in the upper bracket.
Continuing on through the upper bracket, and for a team that it looked so good and felt like they were, on the verge of making things happen, even with the stand-in, it's just one of those things that couldn't come together in the end. So impressive, this XG team, because you think about that game number 1 again, and how things could have gone different if not for that Roche fight.
Even game number 2. I mean, again, it's the same thing where they have this advantage a little bit there on Tundra, and you're thinking, okay, we're seeing it, this could be the play that they get where they actually make their way through this game, get a little bit of a surprise upset, but no, XG, they just slam the door in their face and say, no, we're the favorites for a good reason.
Absolutely. The favorites make their way out of the stage, and for Tundra, they're going to have to forge a new path through that lower bracket, come up with some other answers. They're going to want to move on in this tournament. But XG, the ones that come out on top in this first series, what a performance from them on the main stage. Trent, I mean, the other thing to think about with this is, how worried are you going up against this XG team for the next squad?
Well, if you were thinking things like, well, there's not that much data on them. They haven't played that many series. We'll just wait and maybe we can learn some more. I don't know what there is to learn. I've just learned that they're even more frightening than I thought after that game 1. So if I'm their next opponents, I'm just thinking, what is it? What is the solution? Because they tried playing a little fast. They went for this insta-Lycan. That didn't work, right? They got this big early lead on Tundra, but they're able to fight back on XG. They're so good at picking these team fights, very much like Team Spirit style, right? Of no matter how far down they are, they know the exact moment when to strike.
And it's been so long for XG coming together here on the main stage. They forgot, we got to go over and shake hands as well. So they come back in, give a handshake there. And of course, Tundra dropping down to that lower bracket. But the fans loving it here out in the squad. XG taking that 1 victory there. And again, for Tundra, you kind of got to reset yourself because they came in on a high.
Yeah, they did, right? They got that amazing win versus Liquid. They're feeling a little bit better. It feels like the team's starting to come together a little bit. And unfortunately, after all that hard work, you go up against the Titan of the event so far, right? So you obviously have some players who are very familiar with going for long journeys at the International. So I'm sure that they're going to be able to talk to the team, figure that out. They have a great coach in Moomeander, who's also been going through this a lot. And, they've also had stand-in issues before in terms of having to bring someone extra to the event. So don't count them out yet, right? It's a very tough opponent. And I'm sure that they will find their footing as they move to the lower bracket.
And of course, a type of event like this where it's one of those moments where anything could sort of happen as you move through, because it's a squad that's going to gain more momentum as time goes out, as we have a chance now to get onto the stage and hear from our victors.
Thank you, Trent and Lyrical. Yeah, fantastic to be here at TI with Ame on the main stage. It's a fantastic way to start the show. Great opening and a great series. Ame, that was a very impressive Game 1 victory. Does it feel good to be back on the stage at TI?
你觉得回到 TI 的舞台感觉怎么样呢？
就感觉还不错吧。
It feels pretty good.
Fair enough. You guys played fantastic, so I guess it does. There were a few mistakes from both teams in Game 1. Do you feel that was nerves coming into TI?
在第一把的时候，双方都有一些小失误，你觉得是紧张呢，还是有别的原因呢？
主要狼人比较难处理吧，这英雄，所以第一把打的就比较艰难吧。
Because Lycan was a bit harder to deal with, that's why game 1 was a bit more challenging.
Fair enough. And I've got a question about Klinks. We haven't seen Klinks yet in the tournament. Would you have picked this hero if you hadn't won the first game of this series, or was it something you were very confident with?
我们想问一下克林克斯小苦工这个英雄，如果第一把没赢的话，你们还是会选这个英雄的吗？
就看情况选吧，觉得他好用就选。
It depends on the situation. If he's good, we'll pick him.
If he's good, he's good. Fair enough. And last thing, there's a lot of Chinese fans here supporting Extreme Gaming. Have anything that you'd like to say to them here at the TI 14?
现场有很多中国的粉丝，有没有什么想对他们说的吗？
谢谢大家支持吧。
Thank you all for your support.
There you go. Thank you, Army, for a fantastic performance. And let's throw it over to the panel now. Nat T and the gang, take it away.
Thank you so much, Piri and Ahmed there as well. It was nice, you know, in a way he was saying it wasn't really nerves. It was just kind of coming up against Lycan for that game number 1. And for game number 2, there was no doubt in his confidence about this Klinks, which is, I think, the big thing that we have to start off with, Lacoste. Did this Klinks have that impact you thought? Did it kind of play out exactly as you expected for this hero that no one thought was going to be picked at TI at all?
He did at the later stages of the game. His lane was fine, but he got caught off multiple times. Like, he was getting killed left and right. At one point, he wanted to go for the Dragonlance, but he realizes, you know what? I need to get my BKB. I need my BKB. I need my Nullifier. These are going to be 2 core items that I need to get to be able to survive, because he was getting heavily focused. He was out of position a couple of times as well, playing super aggressive with XM, which did cost him a couple of deaths. At one point in the game, they had like 4 or 5 deaths on Ame out of 7 deaths, which is not something that you see usually.
Yeah, I mean, really all they needed him to do in this game was be damage, because the other cores on the side of XG had such phenomenal games. XXS on Slardar, like, he was doing so much again. I don't know if you guys agree or disagree. For me, he's my MVP of the entire series. I think he did incredibly well as an off-lane enjoyer. But XM in this game as well, even playing into Pugna, very hard counter. It's difficult to use any spells against the Pugna ward, and he made it work. He did a ton of damage in this game. He was a menace in team fights to deal with. They felt like they had to completely focus him.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, the Quap and the Slardar, they were moving around the map to set up kills, but all that couldn't have happened if Klinks didn't really shove out the lanes. Right? I think Ame did a really good job pushing the lane. Sure, he died a couple of times, but it was due to really, really good ward placements, the Observer ward and the Sentry that caught him out. But I wouldn't say like he didn't really do a lot in the game. You know? I think that he did a lot in terms of maintaining creep equilibrium for them. They pushed the waves, and it allowed the Quap and the Slardar to do their job in the game.
It's also now something moving forward that you have to think about, that we're seeing Extreme Gaming winning in multiple different ways with different heroes, right? This Klinks, no one thought was going to be picked. It works in a very different way than what Ame has been playing and heroes.
But it's the same kind of hero that Andrew was mentioning.
All damage.
Yeah, the damage, the burst hero.
Yeah, but it's not as much as this full Protect 1, which was the early stages of Extreme Gaming.
Even Slardar offlane is somewhat unconventional, and he did an unconventional build on it with the Dominator into Pipe build, like realizing this is basically what they needed. One thing that we have talked about all year for Extreme Gaming, pretty much the only thing, because they've done decent, but they've never been this powerhouse that we're expecting to beat Tundra, you know, is that they're weird. Like, they pick Sniper mid. They can play these unconventional picks. You know, they pick Juggernaut carry when Jug is terrible. They pick Spectre carry when Spectre is terrible. So to me, it's interesting that, like, this is not the narrative we're talking about, that they can pull out these weird heroes, because this is what we've seen all year from them, but they're just also, you know, mixing it with excellent team fighting and decision making, which we're now seeing.
Yeah, it feels like that spell casting, everything feels very on point, you know, comparatively. However, the laning phase, Lacoste, it was really strong this game. I think that was the biggest difference between Game 1 and Game 2 for Extreme Gaming, is we saw them be a lot stronger in those lanes, and it was more Tundra on the back foot, having to find farm for themselves, having to claw their way back into it.
They had a couple of small tricks up their sleeves, because the matchup in the mid lane wasn't really too good for BZM. He was struggling pretty much throughout the first 15 minutes of the game to find his kind of blink dagger. But look at this observer ward. So they're seeing everything. Jin-Q is being very annoying. He plants down a sentry ward. BZM, he can't go into triangle. This is where Sanking's going to be farming. We talked about it in the panel before the game. He's trying to stack for himself, maybe get his Echo Slam on the multiple creeps, maybe get that Blink Dagger early on, but it's just not working out because right now Sox is stacking the triangle, and again, BZM's going to go here because what Jinkyu did is he did show himself, he did body block, so BZM didn't think there was going to be a sentry in this camp, so again, he doesn't get the stack and he's farming only one camp at the time, which is super slow, and then 11 minutes in, you have them trying to invade, so they go with the Fatal Bonds, they're going to be trying to steal the XP, they know that they want BZM to get this Blink Dagger, they want to use this Echo Slam, he's only level 6, 11 minutes into the game, which is something that doesn't usually happen, they're going to be stealing a couple of creeps away from him, but you can tell that Extreme Gaming, they have a very good read on the game, where they're going to be playing and how they're going to be playing the game.
And that was going into this, we knew that Sand King, Shaker, heroes that love to take stacks, how exactly are Extreme Gaming going to deal with it? And it felt like they weren't really focusing on that try. They actually wanted them to get those stacks and was like, we don't have to take the last hits, we just have to make them get less from it, Jenkins.
Exactly. I think the idea there is like, you just look at the amount of heroes that Tundra had to bring to defend that. We talked about the Sand King and the Earthshaker. You don't want a Sand King just watching his mid take stacks. That doesn't feel good at all. Like, Tundra had to allocate so many resources. And this is another thing when it comes to Extreme's decision making. They're able to make these calls where it's like, this was not about the fight. This was not about kills. It was about, we're just going to posture and force you to make bad decisions, essentially, which is a very interesting way. I mean, essentially nothing happened, but in the decision, a lot happened.
Yeah. For yourself, Winter, is that where you were seeing this game going, or at what point were you kind of impressed with what Extreme Gaming was doing?
I think they were kind of behind till a point where I think they sort of got a good fight when Tundra dove, I think it was the Quap in the mid lane at some point. I mean, they did a really good job like catching off the Klings here. You see, he got spotted on the Observer and Sentry. I think Toby predicted that he would move up, so he placed the Observer and Sentry early and they got the kill here. And this was another Observer and Sentry in the lane as well, which saw the Klings again, you know. So I think the game was going pretty well for Tundra up to that point, but then they sort of messed up when they overcommitted for a Quap in the mid lane, and they got, I think, four-man Rock, Fatal Bond or something. They lost the fight, and that was when things started to go in favor of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the idea is like the overall last pick, Klinks coming out, it kind of feels really good to run around and kill Ame, but we even saw that happen in game 1, where he was troll and he died, and then XG goes and takes Roche. Like, they seem to be very good in this series at sacrificing Ame, and then the other cores just carrying the weight.
Yeah, there was this fight that you did mention, Winter. It was pretty similar to game number 1 when they were pushing the tier 4 towers. Tundra did kind of crumble, and same thing did happen in game number 2, where they're going for the push, they're going for this tier 2 tower, and there's going to be a very nice counter initiation coming on from XXS, because he goes in, they proc Abba ulti almost immediately. They're going to be killing the Sand King, who can't really save himself, even though he has really good items this game. He does have Lotus Orb. He's going for the Helm of the Dominator as well, so he's super tanky, knowing that this is going to give him quite a lot of armor. And now they're on the chase. They understand that they're weak without Sankey. They don't really have that much. And at this point, XXS, he feels like he's in trouble, but he's sitting in the river, getting that river buff from his innate ability, gets the Glimmer Cape. And this Sonic Wave, it doesn't look like it's that good until XM blinks in again with the Blade Mail, and the rest of the team, they're ready to chase. There's not going to be any kind of a buyback coming out from Tundra, and they're ready to clean up. They could sense that at this point, Tundra, they're really weak. They try to go for this push, but didn't really end up going well for them. And something to highlight as well is this itemization, this Pipe on Slardar, which was unconventional, as you mentioned, Jenkins, but also pairing up with the Hoodwink, who goes for the Glimmer Cape, who goes for the Mage Slayer as well, which is not a usual item on the hero, because they understand that you're playing against Shaker, you're playing against
Sand King,
you're playing against Snapfire as well. It's all magical damage. So those bounces from Hoodwink are going to be reducing the damage heavily, and also just the casual Vlads coming out from Hoodwink as well to be able to amp up the damage of his carry.
Yeah, the name of the game was just survive the start of the team fight, and then they have enough damage to persist and you know, kill the rest of Tundra. Like that's the thing, is like we talk so much about Klinks because it's like it's Ame, it's last pick Klinks. You know, you expect a lot from this here. We don't see it very much. And then you just have Queen of Pain late game. Aghanim Scepter, he went for the right talent, so he was getting extra scream damage, and he's doing so much damage in these fights. As long as they survive, he's able to chase and put out the damage.
Yeah, we can revisit this a little bit more and talk more in depth about that game 2 and exactly about this tier 2 and how Tundra sort of let it slip from what it feels like their fingers, but we really want to hear it from Purge and some more insight he has about this game.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to take a look at why BZM had a below-average performance on his Earthshaker. So I went through and looked through the clips, and I found some really cool stuff. First off, XM got to play Queen of Pain against the Earthshaker, which is a nice matchup advantage because every time that you go for these runes, you can bully him with daggers and right clicks. He did a great job doing this, even missing some last hits to get extra daggers and harass on BZM. But BZM knows this. He's going to trade his health to try to get last hits because he's just trying to accelerate his game and get towards a blink dagger so he can affect the game in a huge way. But check out this dagger here that XM throws. Pretty normal here. It's at the exact same time that BZM gets a healing salve. And keep an eye on these buff area. It's almost off, and he actually isn't paying quite good enough attention. He pops his salve and he gets interrupted almost immediately. So he not only spent gold trying to get that salve, but it also got completely wasted. So as a result, he has to go back to heal. XM gets 2 water runes, and at this point has a huge last hit advantage, about double. And then when the rotations come in, BZM is going to get punished. He ends up getting killed in this and many other scenarios, and it basically gets him off to an atrocious start. Very, very abnormal for him. He thought he could get through the difficult moments, but it ended up just being XM getting a bunch of kills throughout this early mid-game. BZM dies here as well. So 10 minutes in, a couple deaths for him, and eventually they do clear these ancient stacks over here for the Earthshaker, but that mistake with the salve really cascading, because take a look at the net worth advantage here at about 12 minutes. Here's the Queen of Pain, 5,300, Earthshaker all the way down on 3K. He just cleared stacks, and he only has 1,100 gold. It's incredibly low. So this laning stage, they thought they could handle it, but the small mistake that BZM made ended up being a huge deal, and it ended up really affecting his damage output in the mid-game fights.
Thank you so much. I had someone in the audience shouting it out as well. It's all these small things. I didn't even notice it the first time we were watching because you kind of assume this matchup isn't going to be easy at all winter. You know, like there's some players that are very good at having those bad mid matchups and still coming out, you know, just a little bit behind. But for it to just be down to a small thing like a salve not being on you for long to the point where your net worth is all in one blink dagger.
I mean, we were kind of wondering why he was like losing. We knew the matchup was bad, but felt like he lost the lane really, really hard, you know, more than usual, and we didn't really notice the salve. So thanks, Bert, for showing us.
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest and just say that hurts to see. Yeah. That really hurts to see in a matchup like that. You, as a mid laner, a lot of the time they'll say, okay, I know it's a bad matchup, but I'll deal with it. Like they know the tricks, right? You send a couple salves here or there.
It actually matters so much for the lane.
It matters a lot. If he can just have any game in a matchup like that, like they could win off of the back of him doing that.
Yeah, and they almost did. We already talked about it, just how close everything was. Ultimately, it did go in the way of Extreme Gaming. That's only our first series, and while those games are happening and in between, Slax was catching up with some fans.
Hey everybody, we are here at the arena with the fans, and today at this international, we are implementing a brand new system. The current time is 10:59, and we have actually gotten everybody's Steam IDs on their introduction passes. We've linked their Steam IDs, and we are going to be sending out very shortly a text message or an alert to people that have a less than high Dota skill, less than median. These guys are going to receive an alert, and then they're going to find helpers within the crowd that will potentially be able to help them raise their MMR. So hopefully at 11 o'clock, we should get that alert going. How's the MMR? How high are we?
Like 3K.
3K? I'm not sure if it's going to ping it. It is, if you're above average. What's your MMR?
15K.
15K. Who has the highest MMR, do we think? 15. Oh, back here? Hello? You got pointed at. I don't even think this guy knows you. Oh, okay. MMR, sir?
6.5.
6.5. Can anyone beat 6.5 MMR? No. 7.2. What do you spam? Oh, wait. All right, if you are below average MMR, you should be, your cell phone should be going off right now. What? Everybody? Everyone? Everyone here? Oh, no! Oh, my God! You, 7.5? No! I am so sorry. The phones are going absolutely ballistic right now. Well, that is unfortunate, but it looks like the entire arena is below average. Yeesh. Well, back to you guys. Dang, I'm so sorry.
The entire arena, apparently, Jenkins, including Slax himself. I saw that alert on your phone.
Yeah, my phone went off as well.
Yeah, I know. It was really annoying. I was asking you to turn it off the whole time.
I was just paying too much attention to the wonderful game, Lacoste.
Lacoste's phone didn't go off, though.
No, it
there was
didn't.
no alert there.
The only pro here.
Get this 15K guy on a team.
He's so old, he doesn't use a phone. He writes notes with pigeons. That's why he did his didn't go off.
Yeah, I use Abacus.
What's it?
That's for maths. That's how you count.
You gotta
Did you
Google
actually
that.
not know that?
I don't know what an abacus is.
Okay, all right. I just had to check
I've
if
seen
your
Doctor
IQ
Who.
was also below average. It's not. Good work, all right? We can look at our next series. We've got P-Vision up against Heroic, so it's going to be taking us halfway through the day. Winter, obviously, as someone who also didn't have their phone alarm go off, that knows a lot, where would you expect this series to be pointing towards?
I think probably most people will expect it to be favorites for P-Vision, but I do feel like based on the games that I watched Heroic play, they definitely understand the meta in a very different way. They have a couple of distinct picks that only the other ones are using it. So I think it's going to be a surprising series for a lot of people here.
Yeah. Oh, well, look, I want to just kind of point towards the fact that we want to get into these games, right? Our teams are already ready. I know they are. I can see them out of the corner of my eye. And for the very first time, 3 players are going to be taking to the TI stage as their debut. So everyone, I definitely want to hear a lot of hands clapping for P-Vision.
And we're back.
It is definitely a team that a lot of people are familiar with. However, these guys are not so familiar with the TI stage. For Satanic, 9 Class, and Ducalis, it is their very first time performing in this arena at a tournament like this. There's a lot of prestige, a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and it's going to be a tough one because their opponents are not to be messed with.
And we're back.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic! Choose wisely.
An 8-game win streak. That is what the team of Heroic are coming into this series with. That's right, I told you it was going to be a tough opponent for P-Vision, but Heroic, the sole South American representatives here, making it to a top 8. In fact, Jenkins, I think that makes them the sole American representative in the top 8.
That's right, our brothers and sisters in South America. Of course, we were a combined region at a point, and still, for some qualifiers, we are a combined region. So,
maybe for the fans as well, still a combined region.
I think so. We're all very familiar with each other. It's so great to see these guys in particular on the main stage because they really embody the South American traditional style of Dota, which is just cause as much chaos as humanly possible and then take advantage. And it is so damn fun to watch.
Okay, well, what game do you think, or what moment has caused the most chaos from Heroic so far on the road to the International?
I would be very surprised if P-Vision lets them get Clockwork. I think if you're talking about chaos, probably the most chaotic player in the world is Schofield. This guy is...
No, you could see him on stage that he is chaotic. He can't wait to go in.
He just can't wait. He's out of his mind. I mean, maybe the other guy is like 9 class in another 4 position, so it's great to see this matchup. But we can see some niche heroes that they play. We always talk about Yuma playing Meepo. You know, if it's a good Meepo patch, Heroic always seems to do well. Finally, it's a good Meepo patch. We have to look at the Whisper Punch. Come on, he's played 3 games with it, won 2 of them. And I think all of these picks, at least for Whisper, are enabled by Schofield having such a weird hero pool and weird play style as well. Like the way that they manipulate creeps using Clockwork in particular is what I think lets Whisper have a good early game on something like Pudge.
Yeah, dishonest play style, right? You said these are the kind of things that you want to watch right now. I think teams are just finding ways of making Dota work in different ways and manipulating the creep wave with Clockwork. I don't think every team does the exact same thing. I mean, it's a common thing already. You already knew that you could do it with Clockwork, but they are the ones that like to do it because Schofield is a Clockwork specialist.
Yeah.
And I also have to point out that these three players, these three cores from Heroic, they do have 3 people in highest average KDA. Like, these guys are so good at playing the map, being super aggressive. I think Yuma right now is playing the best tournament of his life. Like Meepo, he did bang it out a couple of times. He's having, Pudge plus Meepo combination as well, but you also got to be careful on the other side because P-Vision, they also play both of these heroes. Not from the core role, they do play Pudge from position 4, but also Satanic. He's also very familiar with playing the Meepo.
Yeah, I think them being so high up in the average KDA is something to take a look at Lacoste because at the end of our day 1, it was really funny. We had Ame up there. He had a 90 KDA, right? That's how good the game was. It's shifted a little bit over those 4 days where GBK now is the highest. Ame is there on the 5th. And then right in the middle, it's Yuma, Analog, and Whisper there. So something that you really have to take into consideration. And what helps was that 8-game win streak I was mentioning coming into this.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what's really impressive about this is that it's not just one core that's soaking up all the kills. It is everyone. And in terms of average kills in this tournament, Yuma is actually number 1 with 12 average kills per game. 12 kills per game. Think about that. On average, that's insane. The next person, which I think might be GPK, is 9. And then everybody is within that 8 to 9 range in the top 10. 12. He's ahead by that's 3 standard deviations or something, Lacoste.
Yeah, he gets active very early on. Also the heroes that he has been playing so far, playing the Nature's Prophet, playing Ursa, Monkey King, Gyrocopter. Maybe Ursa not as much to be super active early on, but these other heroes, they can be pretty much anywhere on the map, using the Twin Gates, using the Teleport from Nature's Prophet. Meepo as well, using the Twin Gates, can be anywhere on the map. Gotta be careful about these type of heroes that I think coming into this series that they needed to figure out how to play against Heroic. And if you shut down Yuma, I think you're also not just shutting down the carry, you're shutting down the playmaker as well.
Yeah, he kind of enables everything else for his team, right? I think he's like a dream type of carry that you want on a team where he actually prioritizes helping his teammates a lot. And he doesn't really play selfishly, right? He wants to come to the fights, he wants to defend the towers, he wants to enable the off-laner, he wants to enable the mid-laner. And you can see from the heroes that he's been playing here, it's all very active heroes, right? They can fight early, they can come to the gate, they can gank, they can defend towers.
Love the Spectre, putting a win on the board for the Spectre players here.
Yeah, representing. There's always that 1 or 2 heroes that people want to see. That's their spammer. I think on the side of P-Vision as well, though, because we're giving Heroic a lot of credit about their niche heroes, what they're really excelling at. The same thing can be said about P-Vision. They definitely are a team throughout the year, not just this tournament, that have had massive picks that no one else is really looking at. Then they do so well with it, other people have to adjust, and most of the time it's by picking up those heroes themselves.
Yeah, this is gaslighting the team because I feel like 9 classes heroes just absolutely ruin pubs. And I'm not even sure. I feel like it ruins DM's lane and game as well. And P-Vision just kind of makes it work. And then everybody bans heroes against them. And I'll just say what I'm thinking, which is I watched the Alchemist gameplay. He just fed and then gave an axe.
Which one, or all of them?
All of them are like that. It's
correct answer.
Obviously it's good. Right, I'm memeing a little bit here, but it's the fact that it's good, it's weird. Other teams can't seem to make it work, but other teams have to ban it. This gives P-Vision such a huge drafting advantage to the degree where I even feel like if 9 class was overtly feeding on all of these heroes, you probably still do this strategy just for the drafting advantage that you get.
Well, we should talk about that because with unique heroes, you have to wonder when do you want to bring them out? When do you want to be getting a more stable pick for yourself in a draft where it feels like you're not really going to be able to predict what either team is gunning for?
And usually when we talk about the important pick, it's always the 18 pick for the first, when you're on the first pick side, and the 24 pick and on the second pick side.
So that's the last pick is the 24, and then the last of the second phase.
Yes, correct. So basically what we've been observing during the road to the international is P-Vision has been prioritizing more towards their mid and their carry, with I think around 10 picks each, whereas Heroic, they're prioritizing more on their off-laner. So there's a huge difference there with who is the boss in the team. For Heroic, it's the off-laner. For P-Vision, is the mid and the carry.
P-Vision's first hero pick usually is a normal hero, let's call it, and then they start going with the weird stuff.
They unravel at that point.
With their Zeus position 4 or 5, with the Shard farming the jungle until they get the Aghanim Scepter. And I think this is not going to be an easy matchup by any means for Heroic, even though they're playing one of the best Dota throughout the year. They did win one of the Valakias, 2 different players on the team, but still the core still stays the same. And 2025 didn't do them really a favor. P-Vision did beat them. You know how many times? How many games?
You're about to tell me.
It's 10-1. So they only managed to win 1 game off of P-Vision.
Yeah, I think this is often a thing that seems to happen to Heroic, where they get like pitted against each other. And the reason that I think this is such an iconic matchup is you have Cavs versus Astini, right? It's like you have Brazilian coach and genius that is, controlling and masterminding this new team. And then you have CAFs and a bunch of Brazilian players who, these guys have known each other for years. Like, they are in each other's heads. They know what Whisper can bring out. They know what Analog is good at in his mid lane. They remember the days he was an OD spammer, right? I was in those pubs as well. Like, we have played so many years with each other, and I think this adds another layer to the draft, where it's not so much about what is the general meta right now, it's what is the meta between these two teams, and historically speaking as well.
Yeah, they played in the road to the international playoffs against each other, right? That was the very first round matchup for them, was P-Vision up against Heroic. P-Vision came in, they 2-0'd them. From there, Heroic just kept winning, right? They were just in a fantastic position for themselves. So just kind of looking back at it, it really puts this question mark on, has Heroic ramped up enough that time frame is enough of a change that we could see a series win, that we could even see a game win here.
And I mean, these are really good teams as well that Heroic beat.
Yeah, 2-0ing Tundra.
Like, Tundra, Colt, it's like you can make the argument, like, Wildcard didn't do so well in the tournament, but I feel like their games were pretty good. Boom also, it's not like these teams bottomed out.
I mean, it's not just about winning, right? It was the manner that they won. It was really clean game.
True.
So it actually showed that they had a lot of confidence. They knew what they wanted to do in the game, and they didn't make a lot of mistakes, So I think that is the important thing to take away from that.
So then is your answer yes, Heroic have powered up enough to make this a 3-game, an interesting series?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to come down to the draft. Can they come up with something that Astini doesn't know?
Yeah, and it feels hard to do that with how much Astini is cooking, with how the boys over on P-Vision are kind of going back and forth.
He's cooking, and he knows the boys on Heroic better than any other coach in the tournament.
We've seen some crazy picks coming up from P-Vision so far in the tournament. The Zeus, the Alchemist that you mentioned, again, position 4 Slark. But DM, he also has a very interesting hero pool. We're talking about Necro. We're talking about the Medusa. I'm not sure if he was the one who pioneered this offlane Medusa or it was 33, but still they are playing it. The other teams, they don't want to touch it. He's playing the Phoenix as well. This is also something that 33 did play. Brewmaster as well. So very interesting heroes that he can bring to the table. And very interesting player, because you are saying that a lot of the times 9 class will put him in a situation where DM is kind of on his own. He needs to figure out how to get back into the game, because 9 class, he's playing mostly melee position 4s. So there are some Rubiks, maybe some Zeus, but these heroes can't really stack.
I mean, that's why both of them are perfect for each other, right? Their heroes just work with each other, and DM kind of enables 9 class, because I've been saying this a lot. 9 class is a support player that needs to be enabled. I don't think he's like a support. He's like a core support. He plays like a core. And I feel like they sometimes have 2 4.5 heroes in the game. They don't exactly have a clear 3 and a clear 4.
And I think this is a perfect storm for a player like Satanic, who we've actually not touched on that much talking about this team. But he has the record for the least deaths, highest GPM, highest XPM, highest last hits per minute, and overall last hits. That is insane. He holds like half the records in the tournament.
And you got to think about it. He only came into the scene, the pro scene, at the conclusion of last international.
He's brand new. This is his first TI.
A massive debut for him, and there's still also those question marks around his hero pool cost. He gets to sometimes get the cheesy last picks of Broodmothers and whatnot.
He does. He has also shown that he can play carry thinker, which is something that...
I didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, this team also has a bit of a toxic lineups with the heroes that they've been playing, very annoying to deal with. And seeing him on camera tells me that he is in a good mood. Like, this is his, you said, 3 players, first time TI, so there's going to be some nerves playing on the stage, most definitely. But seeing him super relaxed, I think they also have no one who's kind of, dad in this team because he's been playing for such a long time that he's going to give him the good advice. I think there was also a video after EWC where he was telling him how to bounce back, and you can see the connection, you can see the bond between two of them.
Yeah, that was my biggest question for Satanic. It's like, does he have the champion mindset? Because he has the skill, 100%. This is the most skilled Dota player that we've probably seen in like the last half decade come onto the scene. But my question was, can he survive the pressure? Can he survive the crowd?
And did you know there's a fun fact about him? He spent around a year playing in SEA because his dad was in Vietnam. So he was playing Dota in SEA. That's how we kind of started to notice him like a couple of years back.
So P-Vision is an SEA team is what you're saying?
they're the four players and 1 SEA player.
Yep.
That's what you're
That's
talking about.
That's the combo
That was
for XG.
that was the winning combo Winter said at the start of the day.
Yeah, keep it. Yeah, it's great. No one can know.
Right, no one will know.
No, of course. For this P-Vision and Heroic matchup, we're just still struggling to get some of the players into the lobby, so don't go too far, guys. It's definitely going to start very soon. But we've talked about just how crazy everything is when it comes to a draft, when it comes to a hero, and how to predict that. But what I want to know is, who do you think has had the cleanest gameplay? Heroic on this upturn of not having lost a game, 8-game win streak. P-Vision just kind of all over the place, but are those wins just as dominant for them?
I would say no. They have not been looking clean. In some of the games, they've been really struggling to find what they want to do. I'd say a lot of the times with this position 4 and 5, these weird picks that they do have, it does feel like griefing a little bit, but they seem to manage to find what they want from these type of picks, especially Slark, who's being super annoying. You see him go on one side of the map, try to get something done. You see him dewarding, you teleport, suddenly he collects the information, and then he just bounces back, runs away. Also, Helm of the Dominator from position 4. This is something that 9 class does like to do. I mean, we've seen it mostly from the carry role, some invokers from the mid lane. Offlaners, they love to buy it, but most of the position 4s, they don't love to buy it, but the 9 class, he will definitely do it because he wants to be even more annoying. I think this is the perfect item for him.
Yeah, P-Vision is such an interesting team. I mean, Astini himself has said publicly that they always throw once, at least in a series. And
in a series?
In a game, sorry, in a game.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
Definitely worse, but they know that the problems that they have. And I think the heroes that they pick make it more likely that this sort of thing is going to happen. Like, you have an Alchemist running around stunning himself on Ancient stacks. Like, goofy things are going to happen. But on the flip side, I don't think you can call Heroic clean either, because they intentionally create a game which is unclean so that way they can capitalize.
The way they play upsets the momentum of their opponents a lot. I think it's very hard to find a rhythm. I think in Dota, it's important to maintain rhythm. You know your heroes are strong right now. You want to play with that rhythm. I think against Hero, it's usually difficult to do because
they break the rhythm.
They kind of mess everything up, so you don't really know whether you're still strong or not.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pre-lobby chat. One of the teammates, I think it was 9 class on the side of P-Vision, said, "Yeah, we're ready." They only had 3 players in the lobby, and he was ready to start the game. They don't even need all 5, apparently, Jacob.
I don't think he thinks about his teammates in general, to be honest. If he's picking Alchemist for...
He's like, I'm going to be the carry and the support and everything else needed.
But the goofiest thing is that in the draft, it's going to be banned. Nobody wants to play against it, even though it's so silly when you watch it.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see, right? Because people have lost against still banning the ALK. People have lost against letting the ALK through. I really don't know where to take us from here except straight into a Game 1 draft.
P-Vision versus Heroic. Game 1.
There's definitely some mixed cheers here. Heroic having a lot of fans in the crowd at P-Vision as well, and so they're going to be hoping for a lot coming out of this draft. That small little delay there, does it kind of ease the nerves, do you think, Winter, or does it make you more impatient? You're like, I just want to get into this already.
Yeah, I think most of the players would think that, you just want to get the game started, you just want to get into the game, make sure you're focused, you don't really want to
bother yourself with the noises outside or anything else, Just focus on minute 3 Lotus, minute 7 Wisdom, minute 6 Power Rune.
I agree.
Yeah.
You're thinking about all those things, and as a core, you're thinking about, okay, I have to make sure that I don't throw myself away when I see my teammates fighting and I'm not ready to fight,
I think when the game starts, that's when System 1 activates and you're just like, you're just in, right? You're literally not thinking about anything else. At least that's ideal, in an ideal world.
Okay, well, hopefully we're going to get the draft up on the screen soon, because one of the bans is already very interesting from the side of Heroic. A bit of a spoiler is that Tinker. We talked about it, Satanic, just how he's able to have some cheesy picks for himself. I thought it was, Brood in that last bit, but they also love to open with Tinker, and that could potentially have a bit of flex. It's so annoying to do.
Yeah, it could be, but this is also a hero that can be pretty much anywhere on the map. We talked about, again, Helm of the Dominator, that is very annoying, split pushing, and this is the hero that can actually kill it with laser, because it's on such a low cooldown that you can actually use it multiple times. And this is something that they definitely theory crafted, how to deal with these annoying heroes, because they are probably the most annoying team to play against in terms of when they don't want to take the fight, they're not going to be taking the fight, they're going to be doing something else on the map with these multiple Helm of the Dominators with position 4 Slarks that they love to run. And this also leaves Beastmaster in the pool if P-Vision wants to grab it, because there's no gyrocopter, seeing that there is Undying as well banned out, so potentially it could be a good opener for P-Vision. We talked about them getting like one really good pick at the start of the draft. Mostly it has been offlaner, getting something for DM, some Enigma, and also leaving maybe a bit of a flex with some Kunkka potentially that they can run across 3.
I mean, I kind of like that though, because if you have to open your draft with Beastmaster, right, and if you're in P-Vision's side, you're probably thinking, if we have Beastmaster often, it means that my position 4 can't actually run around and just do his own thing. He kind of needs to stay and secure his lane, So that's kind of like a little bit of upsetting the way they normally have to play. Because with Beast, I think ideally the situation is you have a position 4 that's range, that you want to sit in the lane and secure the Beastmaster's lane. And if they don't really want to do that, so this might be a good pivot, for Heroic.
This was one of the first teams, though, P-Vision, I'm speaking of, that would run the Beast as mid and as carry as well. So I could definitely see if like Beast gets countered in lane, they just run it as another position, or like let's say you have a free safe lane as Beastmaster. I could absolutely see Satanic flying Beast.
Yeah, when the maps changes were first introduced, we really thought we were...
Oh yeah, baby.
It's coming.
You're kidding. First pick.
All right, do your bench.
What about the stable openers? What happened to that?
Well, we never talked about Heroic being
There's no stability here.
They're doing it for the crowd. Look at the cheeky smiles like KJ and Caps. They definitely knew that punch pick was going to get a reaction.
Wow. I really respect this. I mean, Hook one-shots the boar, doesn't one-shot the Dom creep anymore. But I will say, if you're playing Core Pudge, Aghanim Scepter plus Flesh Heap, you run in, all the Beast summons hitting you, it doesn't do any damage. The Beast Aghanims is also effectively damage over time. Like, Flesh Heap counters all of this. I actually think Pudge is one of the better heroes against Beastmaster in general. Once you get a BKB on Beast, Dismember, you can kill Beast while he's BKB'd with a little bit of extra damage. So it's honestly not a bad pick here. But yeah, I agree. Like, I'm really shocked Clockwork is not out of the pool here. Like, this is how they make Pudge work as an offlane, is they do the lane manipulation. It is always...
You know what, we had this discussion, right? We were saying, is it important to actually ban it, or we just let them get the Clockwork, and before you start the game, you try to control your side of the rune, and you anticipate his movement, you place the ward, and you kill him when he's trying to block the creeps with the cogs.
Yeah, and I think
because it's important to block the first one. He can do it the next time, but it's not so impactful after that.
And we disagreed on this, where I think that you would have to invest too much to deal with Schofield, and he
loves to do that.
He loves to do that. You're playing into his hand, but it is an interesting question. I have to see it happen.
And there it is.
Well, you're going to get an answer eventually.
P-Vision knew this was coming.
One of the better supports to stop that is something like a Bane, because you can just go in and sleep him. So I wonder if they're going to try to do that. But the downside is Bane is not as good against the Clockwork in the mid game. He's only good at stopping lane shenanigans with the steal.
I think SD is the same. Well, you can't SD either, because it's the cogs that aggro the creeps, right?
I mean, you have to wait for him to come, and before he does it, you have to sleep or disrupt.
That's the problem, is where he does it is literally at the tier 1. He walks into tier 1 range, and aggro's from like far away. It's like there's a very small window where you can stop him from doing this.
I would love to see some position 4/5 that is going to give them something to get out of the cogs. Snapfire is still available, so you can push him out of the cogs. Also potentially good against hook, good against dismember, so you're not taking the rot damage as well.
Yeah, are there any other supports that sort of do that? I do want to go back to the clock a little bit while we're thinking about that, because for me, I'm looking at the P-Vision bands. It's this Enigma and Like It. And so then I had a question mark, is the Pudge potentially going somewhere else? Why are they so focused on taking out those two heroes? Is it a lead-up protection to what they want? Or were they actually looking at this Pudge not necessarily having to be an off-lane?
I think if these two are supports, Clockwork and Pudge, it's just not gonna work out. Like
I guess mid Pudge is the idea. Like
potentially, but I think they're just gonna keep things.
I mean, they must know something that we don't, you know.
Yeah.
But
based
that's
on
what
the
I'm
fans.
wondering. Like, we see it from Heroic very straightforward, just off lane, but P-Vision aren't necessarily showing that same sort of line of thinking. But either way, the snap does come out as well. Exactly what you're looking for, Lacoste, just something to help with those cogs.
Yeah, it also gives you good amount of damage. It gives you overwhelming teamfight. Beastmaster, I love the 1-2 combos that you can pretty much kill any hero on the map.
It's
Roar
easy.
with the Snapfire ulti, Monkey King, Boundless with the boot.
I mean, don't forget, if it's a pause 5 snap, you just go into the lane and you learn your Shredder and kill the cogs.
Yeah.
So that is
can
like
also do that.
very annoying for the Clockwork in the game.
Pudge is also a very low armor hero. So running into the lane and little shreddering him at level 1 is pretty good.
Have you seen the Blightstone build?
I have seen the Blightstone build. I don't think it's that good. I feel like little shredder already does what you need it to do. I mean, the weird thing here, though, is like Pudge Clock is not going to be laning. That's why I'm not a huge fan of like the Monkey Kings and Undyings, these heroes that normally counter the melee offlaners. There will be 2 lanes. There will be Clockwork cutting one wave, and then Pudge playing on the other wave. And both heroes will be farming just fine. You will 50-50 this lane always. That's why Heroic plays this strategy. So I'm curious to see what P-Vision does. Like, I think that idea of like hard countering it with the Bane makes sense, or bringing a position 4 that can help.
Crystal Maiden, that's another uncontested hero so far at TI getting picked up here.
It's
Clink?
it's for the Pudge.
Oh,
Frost-
and
Frostbite.
Crystal Maiden.
I think it's a carry.
It's a carry Pudge.
Frostbite.
Wow.
Also, the Flesh Heap plus the Crystal Maiden facet
Barrier.
allows you
Yeah.
to be extremely tanky. Do not mess with this. Like, this is super
Really?
insane if you want to turn the fight around with the stick, with the barrier, with the Flesh Heap as well. You feel like you're going to kill them, and then they just stop taking the
There's also another thing good about CM. She's one of the better supports at dealing with the Helm creep because you have Frostbite and you can kind of kill it.
It's
in
the
a way.
one thing that still works against the creep.
If you're laning against a Beastmaster and someone
I mean, you
that
still
builds
kill the
Helm Dome,
boss.
but
You
what's
still
the,
kill the boss before he gets Helm.
right? Then, but what's the skill build then
Most
for
of,
her in lane?
Most of the time, I think you would get your Frostbite max because you want the cast range and
Okay.
everything else you have. I think the cooldown, the lockdown as well, because it's easier for Pudge to follow up if you have a higher point in cast Frostbite.
Yep.
Pudge CM is just one of the most classic
It's
lanes.
crazy lane. You just die at level 1 if you're not careful, you know.
Yeah.
Frostbite into hook, you die.
I love Pudge in the safe lane. I mean, I play at 5. I grief my games. But the tree spots that you can now hook into, you need like 2 trees to Quelling Blade to get out. Otherwise, you run through the tower.
This is a very good pick into the potentially Pudge carry. This is one of his worst matchups, you know. Lifestealer against Pudge. You can't really fight him because he does more damage because you have a lot of HP. I mean, the only good thing about it is you can bite him during his rage, you know.
Yeah, they have a couple of BKB piercing tools against the Lifestealer, but overall a good matchup. What Pudge Core doesn't like to be playing into is some stacking damage, playing into Ursa, playing into Viper, playing into Lifestealer, these type of heroes that can actually man-fight him. And you're also going to be fighting into Monkey King, whether this Monkey is going to be played from the position 4 or the mid-roll. It's still going to be building into the Fusel Blade because we've seen 9 class go for Helm of the Dominator, go for the Fusel Blade, and this is something that Pudge doesn't like to be playing into. If he has no mana, you're basically just
You're also getting
just
ganked by Gorestorm.
Yes.
He's coming with a creep. He is the creep, and you're going to be able to kick the enemy carry out of the lane.
I think the Meepo ban is very smart, by the way. You do not want to get obsessed with this idea that it has to be a CM Pudge lane just because it's a classic lane. Because you can still rotate CM through the portal and play with the Pudge. Like, for the game, and for the early game especially, it's still very good. And this would be a phenomenal Meepo game.
Yeah, but if you do that, right, I feel like it's not easy to kick the lifesteal out. Let's say lifesteal is already level 6. Like, it's not that straightforward for you to kill.
I think you would just play as like the trio, and then Puck connects, and you're never going to kick the Lifestealer out, right? But I literally saw them do Clock Pudge against Lifestealer Undying, which is a like harder lane than this, and they did fine because he's just farming on Pudge.
Right, so would you say like the gate wards are going to be very important if they're going to play like this? You have to place wards to see those moves coming. Which
Definitely,
can be very game changing.
Or jungle wards if the trio is like moving between the one side lane and the mid lane.
I like this ban a lot from Heroic, removing Void Spirit. Even though they have a good amount of lockdown, you have CM's Frostbite. This hero has a good matchup against Puck in the mid lane. The other one I'm looking for is potentially Ember Spirit, because you can build into Mage Slayer. Blade Mail is not as good as it was, so we're seeing them going back potentially for some Spirit Vessel if it's a good game for it, going for the Mage Slayer as well. And so far I'm seeing Heroic having all magic damage, even though Pudge, if it's going to be core with the Rotten Core, he's still dealing good amount of right clicks, but most of the damage is going to be magical.
And by the way, the good shout on the Void Spirit ban, that also means that they think that it could be a monkey support.
I was going to say, like, could you not still move that monkey into?
And it is a 9-class specialty hero from back in the day. I don't think it's as good because the Simian Stride, you need to level the jump up to level 5 before you're getting the instant jumps. It's a lot worse, but I don't think 9-class really cares about that sort of thing.
The thing is, they're going to have to reveal it, right? They're not going to be able to have that flex.
Yeah.
Is it a Monkey King mid? Is it a Monkey King 4? Going into this, they're kind of just going to have the last pick and place their odds on exactly where they think the Pudge is. It's still 2 carries that they're banning out, both Meepo and Terrorblade.
I like. Do you guys like the Monkey King mid and you pick something like a Rubik for 9 class to play the lane? Seems like a pretty decent Rubik game.
There's some good spells to steal.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Monkey versus Puck is a classic matchup that I think no one in particular has done really well in.
Oh, this is good. This is something that
position for Night Stalker
that NA team did use, and got banned a couple of times against it, I believe. Night Stalker, like, Puck doesn't get to play the game. It's a very difficult matchup for him, forcing
you have to buy
either a BKB early on. Force Staff does work, but once you go in, like having a vision game, it also allows you to have Lifestealer being inside of the Night Stalker. There's a lot of memes that you can actually do with the Snapfire, with the Aghanim Scepter, with the Infest, and then just spitting someone out. Suddenly you have 2 heroes. We're going to save that for the later stages, but I think overall this is a very good Night Stalker pick, even though the hero is not the strongest right now.
Some sort of illusion hero would be so good here. Like, if Naga was still like, okay, they go for Ursa.
Well, it makes more sense than why they did ban out that Meepo and that Terrorblade towards the end, wanting to lead into a mid beast and an off lane Night Stalker actually was what it is. So that's the change up that happened. And 9 class is still just going to stick to that Monkey King for himself. And then Yuma having the Ursa last pick.
Yeah, it's a very good carry to carry matchup against the Lifestealer. Yeah. I kind of like it, and it's also good against the Beast in the lane and in the game. And I feel like overall, I'm not so sure about the Night Stalker. I know the Night Stalker has his play here against the silence against the Puck, but can he secure Beastmaster? Actually, it's not an offlane Beastmaster. It is.
It's a mid Beast.
Oh, it's a mid Beast. Oh, so it's going to be support Monkey King.
Again, we're saying DM, he gets his lane griefed. Monkey King, double melee against Ursa and CM just doesn't sound that fun. Even though Night Stalker...
It's before.
It did, but Night Stalker with the Night Rain facet, he does put a lot of pressure, very difficult to catch because of the extra movement speed. Has a lot of regen as well. Want to see the lane shenanigans, I think, in this one. I don't think you can just straight up fight it 1v1.
Yeah, the gate gangs are going to be very crucial to watch. Who can destabilize the lane? I think it's probably more important for Heroic to get a good start and try to snowball with their heroes, whereas for Paravision, they just want to like get their levels and try to play a slower game. And eventually, they're going to have that overwhelming vision to win the team fights.
Okay, well, it's that off-lane Pudge, and I know you love Pudge, Jenkins, so I'm going to give you a little bit of time to talk about it on the side of Heroic.
Which set he's going to use. That's what matters on Pudge.
I can see on my screen here which set he's using.
That's cheating. You can't do that.
It's the best set to use, to be fair. I mean, yeah, I agree with what these gentlemen said, which is I feel like the laning phase will definitely go for P-Vision. They're going to win that. But then after that, like after the 5-minute mark, once the lanes start breaking down, then we're going to look at this trio. We're going to look at Whisper, the Clockwork, the Puck, running around, CM going through the portal, and see if they can get kills in those moments. Like, this is how Heroic makes space for Yuma.
Okay, all right. Look, I was checking behind my shoulder because I already saw Slacks with one coach, and I was wondering why we weren't hearing from him, and that's because Slacks has both coaches.
Absolutely, my friends. I have brought the two biggest brains in Brazil here to fight it out. I dubbed this segment the US East Server. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Now, you were having a conversation before the camera came on. What did you say to this man?
I asked how spicy would the interview be.
How spicy will the interview be? No, not too spicy. But let's go ahead and ask, why did you give them their iconic Pudge clockwork? Pretty risky stuff.
I full respect them, so the best way to show respect is giving them their best strat and beating it.
Oh! It is spicy! All right, last one. Any words for him? You gave him a lot of 100% heroes. Snapfire, the Monkey King. What do you think?
I think we should give them the best strategy and beat it,
Okay, all right, gentlemen, give yourself a handshake here before we get into it. Let's get into this match between these very good friends and these two fantastic teams.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we're getting ready for the action here. It's going to be P-Vision up against Heroic. What a way to start the draft,
Perfect.
right? We get the Pudge coming through. I mean, there was no way they weren't going to do this, right? When you saw what they were able to do during the road to TI, you got to go with these Pudges and these clocks. The question is, are P-Vision going to be able to deal with it here on the main stage?
That's the question, right? Because I think Schofield, for time and time again, especially at internationals, he has broken ankles. Even at other tournaments, of course, too, but he's playing his signature and a ton of signature heroes, as we do see across the board. Master tiers, grandmasters all over the place. This will be an absolute treat, as we do see pointed out by our beautiful observer right there. Yeah, this has so much excitement in it because there's some heroes that maybe were not really countered so much, right? The Puck, limited disables on one side. They clean up the draft with the Night Stalker at the end on the side of P-Vision to just have that type of lockdown. And this long silence could definitely be pretty disruptive. It's something that even Ursa doesn't like to play against at times. Yes, the lane for the Ursa with the CM looks fantastic, but as we've seen sometimes, lanes can be broken very early on. 9 Class has shown it, Schofield has shown it, that they just go through portals, they make all these crazy types of moves. So yeah, we're in for a treat. This early game is going to dictate quite a bit.
And because overall as well, I mean, very much putting the vision into P-Vision, right? Especially with this Night Stalker last pick. The sort of information that P-Vision's going to be able to set up with in these kind of early to mid-game plays, it's going to be quite difficult for Heroic to catch them by surprise.
No, for sure. And we've seen it so many times, right? P-Vision, that's a strategy they do. That's why they used to, well, I say used to, but that's why they do the Slark as this 4 position at times, right? They're a very vision-based team, picking and choosing their battles at ideal moments. So Heroic, I mean, it's kind of a good matchup for them, though, because this is a team that likes to cause chaos, likes to make a team make mistakes. And yeah, when you have Pudge, this type of hero in particular can cause mistakes. You get hooked past position. Some really cool stuff that we could have coming in as...
And what do you sort of make of the last pick from Heroic, going for the Ursa to close this overall draft up?
Comfort hero, obviously, for the side of Yuma, but it's a core-to-core matchup that they wanted. Because I was debating a couple other heroes that would be good for the game, perhaps, but I think they wanted something in particular that deals with Satanic. Because looking at the other 4 heroes, yeah, you have the bite that goes through, you have the clockwork hook shot that goes through that rage in particular, but you want somebody that can stand toe-to-toe. I think me and you were debating like Spectre or something, right? But these heroes just don't match that core-to-core matchup the same. So I think they just want him to be able to scale in these later stages.
And, you know, sort of talking about the bites, talking about the support, so getting Crystal Maiden coming in. We didn't see this hero at all during the road to the International. It's definitely not a rarity in pubs, right? This hero is played. Why was it not picked up until this point, and why do you think Heroic have gone with it here?
To be honest, I can't give you a direct answer of why it wasn't picked up in particular, but in this game, you have great setup. It's a great lane as well, too, if you know that you're going to be playing versus something like a double melee. And I think I've seen a lot of games, especially from P-Vision, it's a double melee off lane. Yeah, they're going to creep pull, they're going to do some shenanigans, right? But at some point, CM is very good versus most double melee lanes, especially with an Ursa,
So you think that Heroic, they do have the tools to sort of match the pressure that P-Vision will put on during the laning stage, or kind of heroes to heroes, it will still be tough overall?
I absolutely think they can, yeah. It's just this top lane. I want to say that, the lifesteal and the snap should come out advantageous, but I've seen Heroic play almost versus the same lane and came out ahead with the Pudge in the past. So, yeah, curious to see how these lanes are going to be played as Bit of an extensive pause we got.
Yeah, because I guess that's because when we talk about the snap being in that lane and trying to deal with this kind of these Schofield clock movements, is this sort of a hero that you're picking because it's going to be kind of chasing around the clock, or are you just trying to focus on fully punishing the Pudge when they're left alone?
I think it's the punishment, but also they mentioned something on the panel there. I don't remember who it actually was, but you can kill the cogs, so you can do some little things to disrupt this clockwork. You know, the cookie's not as effective, but there are ways that you can play around it. And I think, yeah, Pudge, low armor, can definitely look to take advantage if you get a good position to pressure with that snap. Did you see what was going on? Okay.
Okay. Apparently should be good to go pretty soon. Just getting some final things lined up in the booth, making sure all players are ready to roll.
Something I'm looking forward to is, I mean, we're likely to have some Dominators, of course, in this game, at least 2, potentially even 3, because we do know 9 class likes to build it, but Heroic, they don't have a Dominator build.
I don't think, yeah, they don't need no Dominators.
No, so
maybe some of the victories they had, but definitely a lot of the wins that they were getting towards that second half of the Road to the International, where they started to hit this win streak. You know, they were just doing it with kind of just raw chaos.
Exactly.
And especially around these 2 heroes, of course, that they have opened up the draft. So this sort of game 1 as well, it's going to be very much a test or a showing from them whether, you know, other teams and if P-Vision down the line in the draft in this series need to make sure that they don't let this kind of Pudge clock get through as the first 2. You know, if Heroic can get this game 1 win, they're definitely going to have a lot of implications in how P-Vision is going to have to start their draft in Game 2 against them.
Absolutely. I'm so glad that we actually did get, I knew we were going to get it, right? The double coaches down there, they're such good friends. I think this is going to be a really interesting kind of thing that maybe dictates how the rest of the drafts are going to go for this series in particular.
Yeah.
Because they might just give them everything. Both sides might just go, you know what? We'll just give you guys what you want, and we'll see what happens. Because the bans, if you saw, were pretty specific. There was a gyrocopter ban in the first phase. You don't see that always. So.
No, absolutely. No, and indeed, as we heard from the coaches, you know, the respect they have, they want to beat what the enemy gets the best, you know, it's the best in the enemy's hands. So, you know, maybe sort of, you know, just sort of a mutual agreement that kind of played out during that draft as well, in the fact that both teams did get those strong openers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to see what we do get going down, but we do have this pause at the moment.
We do. It will be over pretty shortly, and hopefully once the pause is over,
anticipation.
we'll be good to go. Yes,
anticipation for a hook immediately, right? That's what we want. That's what everybody wants, the Pudge.
Getting a lot of scribbling on the mini-map.
Yeah, they were playing tic-tac-toe. They drew some stars. I don't know. But it looks like we're underway. Ducalis gives us the good.
Ducalis has said he's ready. We'll see if Heroic's got everything good as well in their booth. And hopefully we'll then get the word to get this game underway. But one thing for sure, I don't think this is going to be a game that's going to have a pretty slow opening 20 minutes. Right?
No, I don't think this series will, period, right?
No.
These 2 teams are definitely going to be looking to run at each other. Heroic maybe more so than P-Vision, who does like to play, as you mentioned, more about the vision, controlling the map. But let's go.
All right,
we're
well,
underway.
thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready to get on with the action here between Heroic and P-Vision. And action we should definitely be getting.
And look at this, P-Vision, they want to secure that lane in particular, right? They don't want Schofield to do his little put a sentry to make the lane meet at a weird position, get the cogs down to mess with things. So they're trying to protect their jungle as much as possible here to prevent these type of moves and maybe an early hook, right? So you see P-Vision, they will back away. Heroic places a deep early ward, and we are underway.
Yeah, P-Vision holding back, but still under the cover of smoke. Still difficult, really, for them to approach and try and make a play into this. So yeah, purely defensive. So making sure they don't get tripped up by Heroic as the lanes do set up.
See, if Heroic wants to stick a 3rd hero just for the start of the lane, since they do have that CM Pudge combo, they could trip them up to potentially go for that quick early first blood.
That's true. Yeah,
there's definitely a
first blood
chance.
Play could be pretty tasty and a very good thing to go for, especially here on the main stage. Now, if you can start to shake up the enemy early, you could start to tilt them a little bit.
Yeah, and look, let's see the positioning. Schofield, he's doing what he does. He's going to immediately run in, put the cogs down, or just body block the wave until the cogs get closer. And that lane positioning, it's going to be exactly where they ideally would want it. Let's see if Satanic catches the wave. We do see this combo is up here.
Yeah, let's see. See if Satanic's ready for this. Heroic getting ready just in case Satanic steps out a little too far. They're going to go for the hook. They're going to be able to grab him away from the creep wave. They'll get him caught in the cogs. They'll have to skill the level 1 rage to back up. So no kill to be found, but a decent bit of damage there from that early setup and an early aggressive poke from Heroic, showing that Satanic's got to be on his toes.
And then we do see Ducalis does what we were mentioning, right? What the panel was talking about as well, too. Get that little shredder early so you can either kill the cogs or just be able to harass a hero like Pudge, who's 2 armor, super low arm in this hero. So we'll be able to attempt to counteract these moves.
Now let's see how well he does. Because I feel like even in some of the lanes where you expect Whisper's Pudge to get punished, he ends up coming out insanely far.
He does.
So very, very comfortable on this hero in this position.
Yeah, and let's see how many, I'm going to keep watching how many cogs they do kill, because, yeah, Schofield, he's going to be doing his annoyance in this lane. But overall, I would say Satanic, yeah, on paper, right, Satanic should have a pretty free time up here, unless some crazy stuff happens from Schofield and Whisper. And looking at the other lanes in particular, it's similar, right? P-Vision does have very strong setup for the lanes. The mid Beastmaster versus the Puck is very, very strong matchup. The bottom lane is the one that can be a bit different, where the Ursa and the CM can take advantage. So 2 lanes that do look quite strong for the side of P-Vision at the start.
I mean, and sort of take advantage to the point where is there kind of sort of a stage in this bottom lane where the Ursa CM can get kills?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime that they do see a misposition, misstep there from DM, they could look for it. Same thing from 9 Class, but 9 Class also can do some pretty annoying stuff, as we've seen from him on this Monkey King, of going through the portal, bringing numbers to an area that is not as expected. So this mid lane, I've seen the Beast most of the time come out ahead, but also these Pucks usually don't fall that behind anymore in a lot of these matchups that they used to struggle, like the Earthshaker versus Puck matchup, which used to be a hard one. Now these Pucks just do fine because of curveball. So we'll see how no one does in this matchup with Analog.
It definitely feels like a mid matchup where, I mean, probably from both teams, right? The supports, rotations early on could warrant a kill in that mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if we'll see an early rotation, though, because these side lanes they do need their supports to stay there. As we do see early aggression, even from bottom, DM, getting the early point in silence. Maybe they'll be able to play this lane a little better than anticipated, even though it's versus Ursa CM.
CS-wise in the top lane so far, 8-4 on Whisper against Satanic 13-3, so I see the damage here coming in with a little shred and a few right clicks. Not too fun for the Pudge here on the early levels against these 2. Anytime that Schofield steps away.
Yeah, he even went for the chainmail immediately on Whisper, right?
They've got to watch out for this, though. Something about Schofield and sniping the carrier's couriers. It's happened so many times.
We had that one series earlier.
Yeah, he got like the DK's courier like, what, 3 times in a row or something. So Satanic's definitely going to have to be a bit more careful with his courier placement when he gets those, or he's trying to get those items brought out. Because Schofield, he will be on top of the timings. Like, you know for sure, right? He's keeping track of when that courier is respawning, and he's going to be ready to get in position to go for it again.
100%. I mean, that's his best involvement that he can have up here, is really killing the couriers and just disrupting them from killing the Pudge. Because right now you're seeing Whisper, he truly is struggling up here. He even bought the chainmail level 1, or immediately when he had the gold, so that he could try to survive the pressure. But look at it, it's constant.
Yeah, poking him underneath the tower. Still have to be careful. I mean, you saw that anytime that Ducalis tries to step up and go for that, if he lines himself up to get hooked under the tower, could get turned around.
Definitely wants to have the lane in maybe a better position. They're not so close to that tower, so they can get aggressive.
Down on the bottom side of the map, Yuma so far 20 CS, 18-4 on DM, so being able to match the farm so far on this bottom lane. And yeah, indeed across the board, just Whisper is having the slightly tougher time top, but as expected.
To be expected, exactly. So mid, Analog is handling his own, 22-3 to the 26, a couple extra denies on no one, but
I mean, look at this damage. It gets harder now, though. I mean, no one just stepping up and just absolutely beating the hell out of this. TPs are coming in. He's going pretty deep, no one.
No one is very deep.
It's taken a lot of tower hits as well. He went for the dive. Is he going to be able to get away? There's going to be the all back up in a couple of seconds. Analog, he's going to have it.
He's got him.
First blood there for Analog, as no one gets far too greedy there with that aggressive dive.
He tries to go for the axes, but the shift is back up. He dodges it, and he has more than enough damage, and they lose the courier, too.
That's a big kill to get as well. I mean, up to that point, the mid-matchup was pretty close, but now Analog's going to get the chance to get kind of a full creep wave ahead, and having that first blood as well secured on the puck.
Massive. 2 couriers also being killed. Nighttime soon to end also. So DM, the bottom lane, will become much more difficult for him now, as immediately they go aggro on this Night Stalker as the daytime hits.
Oh, the swipes are stacking up. He will be able to push him back momentarily there with an Ironwood branch placement. So
that was a really nice branch.
Nice little moves there from DM to stop Yuma from getting a couple more hits in and kind of give him a chance to break away from that blood grenade that was thrown out.
Very nice branch play. KJ was not quite in range. Yuma tried to get that advantage play there, but wasn't able to. And so far, I mean, Whisper, he has yet to die top, right? So he is getting something. He is, of course, getting sacrificed a little bit, but if he gets a hook kill, he'll be right back into it, which can absolutely happen at any moment.
Yeah, and the fact that he's not dying up there is definitely giving Schofield the freedom to just kind of get to do Schofield things, moving up and down through the jungle, being around to provide pressure in the mid. The Roar's going to be there for the setup.
They got him.
No one able to get the kill. Schofield not able to do anything to help out that time. P-Vision, they're going to try and chase Schofield a little bit, but I think as we'd learn, right, you got to be careful when you're chasing Schofield. You don't want to waste too much time running down the clockwork.
Never. If it's Schofield, you almost never do. Never want to chase him. Whisper.
Rotation's coming in. Jump forward here from 9 class. Schofield is around. Cogs down to try and hold Satanic back, but he's able to get round with the rage. To get the cookie connection as well. Boundless strikes up. Whisper trying to back up to the tower.
He's still alive.
The battery assault holds back Satanic. Whisper's going to be fine for now. Analog's TP'd over. Does have the Dream Coil available, but they won't even need to stick around because P-Vision, they back up. They didn't get the kill. They're not going to try and make any crazy dives top.
Do they stick around for this Shrine of Wisdom? It looks like 9 class wants to.
I mean, the thing is that they're going to know that Analog's around.
Yeah, I don't know if they can contest this when the puck is in the area.
Whisper, they got the vision. They're able to get the hook straight away. They catch 9 class. Analog jumps in with the burst. 9 class is dead. Another bit of a greedy play there from P-Vision, just underestimating the fact that Heroic, of course they're going to be sticking around for that timing. You know, Analog, he wasn't going anywhere. He was ready.
Didn't anticipate them putting the ward, I guess. He was trying to make that sneaky play, but yeah, Analog is just still in the area too. And Analog still has Coil for that next move available too, if it does happen. As let's see how, I'm just going to keep eyes on DM these next couple minutes, especially for P-Vision, since it is this daytime. This is a very crucial point. If he's able to keep the lane in this position, he's going to get a lot. And it does look like this wave is going to stay here, so that's very good for him.
Top, Schofield. Should be fine here. Whispers in with the backup, looking for the angle for the hook. Not going to get it this time.
They're not giving him that chance to get that hook. He has his phase boots finished up, though, so a lot easier for him to survive up here. And as you said, Schofield, it can't open up the map for him. Power rune. Ducalis is setting up.
9 class. It's going to end him with a jump, but now that Yuma's hit the 6, very hard to bully the bear unless they catch him in some sort of chain control between like the roar of no one on the Beastmaster if he makes the move down bottom.
Analog gets a haste. This is a big rune. Could potentially even save him. When you get this rune, when you're playing versus Night Stalker, it's the dream early game.
On top lane. A little bit of a dismember. He's going to force the TP reaction from no one. Comes in, drops the roar. That's a very dead Whisper there.
Bait play there from Satanic. Good TP coming in from no one. They do know now, though, that no one has no resources since he did TP top.
I mean, they could try and dive in for DM bottom now.
He has ulti available, though.
He is going to be pretty slippery.
Yeah. DM is getting a lot down here, Owen. This is a big deal. He's level 6 now. He's going to be getting his Dominator pretty soon, too. Even though 9 class has left him for some time, he's getting way too much. And they're not able to bully him because of the positioning of that lane on that Night Stalker. He's just keeping it at his tower, not shoving it in. So that's going to be really important timing for him on this first night.
Gonna have a smoke up coming in from the two of them, Yuma and King Jungle's ready to make this play towards the top.
This is a clever move. This could catch him off guard.
Let's see what P-Vision do in response. Ducalis, not a chance for him. Satanic can
is in
get
trouble.
away from this. Whisper ready to lead and gets the hook into the dismember.
What a move.
Excellent plays there from Yuma and King Jungle's coming in and securing Yuma a double kill from that little trip top.
I love this move, too, because they had just communicated that the Beastmaster TP top, he used his roar, he was leaving the area, so they're like, he's probably not going to stick in the area.
That's smart.
Quick gate move, get this kill. Very, very clever.
And also the fact that they knew that they couldn't really abuse the fact that the Night Stalkers alone still a very tough target to kill.
Yep.
The other lane's where to be, and they make it work.
DM has literally kept this lane at his tower like this for 3 minutes so far. So very good on him to be able to do that, but of course does open up the opportunity for Heroic to make an aggressive move as top.
They're going to strike back at P-Vision. Whisper to fall. Schofield looking pretty dead as well. So just as quickly as they get the 2 kills top, as the action continues, P-Vision returns to that top lane and make sure that they then secure some positive action for Satanic to get involved in.
Love that we're seeing these early moves already coming in, though. Pre-10 minutes, we've got 8 kills. Heroic, looks like Analog will get the benefit of getting this power rune again after getting the haste rune. Another very good one for him.
And these sort of movements, they're only going to continue, right, in the frequency that we're going to be getting them from these 2 mids each time the ultimates are up. And
every single
obviously
time.
from DM, he very shortly is going to be prepared to get involved, especially around these nighttime moments.
I think he's got the Dominator finished,
right?
Coming out, right? Pretty early timing for this Night Stalker who's been left on an island to have this pickup. It's coming out in the Courier. He's got the Dark Ascension too if he wants to use it to get involved and get on top of the puck too, even though it is nighttime. See what the next move is going to be.
I mean, so far, if you're both of these teams, from Heroic side, who is it that they're most concerned about is getting the space? Because sure, DM's getting a lot down bottom, but Satanic, he's getting a good chance and a good area at the map, especially with the security of both supports being in the area, to hit probably a pretty solid timing on his Radiance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you're too... You want to obviously think about these things, but I don't know if you're too fussed because you're also getting a lot, right?
Sure.
It's like Whisper's getting shut down, but your Ursa and your Puck are having a phenomenal time right now, so I think at the moment, things are pretty chill for them.
Yeah, we can see the Battle Fury just about a few hundred gold away from coming out to Yuma.
Here comes the smoke. They've got what? Snapfire ult is up, so kisses are at the ready.
There we go.
See if Heroic is ready for this move.
And they do have to be a little bit careful in the sense that Satanic is very close to having enough money for his relic, so
That's
if the fight
true.
goes wrong, might hurt him a little bit on that timing.
They're bringing the summons, though. They've got the Dominator, they've got the Ancient Black
But look
Dragon,
at this
which comes
position.
in.
Yuma, they've already pulled back right up to the tier 2.
They seem to know.
This move ain't going to find anything. Might get them the chance to pressure and bring down the tower, but catching Yuma, unlikely.
Yeah, very good awareness coming out from Heroic here to not hemorrhage anything in the mid lane. TP, though, toward mid. Or in the bottom lane. TP toward mid. Ducalis is setting up. They do have that roar available with the kisses. Power rune will be bottom. Illusion rune.
A nice one here for no one if he does get jumped. Gives him an extra chance to slip away. Very close to his Aghanims. Just about 1,200 gold off it here for the mid Beastmaster. Top net worth right now.
How's the stacks from both sides? I feel like it's been fairly even. I actually don't know if we did get a counter for that, but maybe a couple more on the side of Heroic. This is a tech that I've seen only Heroic do because they're the only ones picking Pudge, but we've seen this a couple times now. They do this, smoke a deceit with the Pudge to be able to farm the Ancients freely to get him a better timing. So
that's pretty nice, yeah.
It'll help his game.
Super safe.
He was struggling, he'll need that. So that will get him toward it. He will have at least one component of the Aghanims, but slowed down a fair bit anyway, still on Whisper. And he doesn't have the luxury. I mean, he has the luxury of being able to hook creeps, of course, and get that extra farm, but he doesn't have the luxury of a Night Stalker with a Dominator who just sends the Dominator creep to do his business. You can get that extra farm that we've seen so much throughout this tournament as we'll watch the Dark Troll Summoner.
Oh, here we go.
It's going to start cutting some creep waves, probably.
Yeah, with King Jungles.
He's ready for it.
See what he can do to deal with it.
Okay, he'll disrupt the stack.
Yeah, they'll bring Yuma over as well. Let's clear this out, because they don't want to give DM the chance to start grabbing creep waves.
And they'll kill it pretty effectively. It farmed absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
so.
I honestly, Ursa probably one of the better carries in the game, right, for dealing with these Helm of the Dome creeps. Kills them very, very fast.
Very true. They did the same thing with the Meepo the other day, if you remember. These heroes are fantastic at killing these Dominator creeps, so influx of gold for them.
Top lane.
They want to fight, it looks like, here.
Will be a good time to strike. I mean, it's a Satanic very, very close to having his Radiance timing complete.
Also setting up around the Shrine of Wisdom. 9 class
they're gonna have
playing around the Vision.
Whisper ready to walk up. Boundless Strike talking about, gives him the chance to jump into the trees. Good escape there for 9 class. Can he keep this up?
Split second. He's got
away.
another jump. He's gone.
It's a bit too tricky to catch him now. 9 class should be fine.
Typical 9 class being very disruptive, giving so much information.
I mean, Whisper could try for a blind hook, but
no.
They don't have any information here.
That would be pretty wild if he's able to find him here.
So just going to keep eyes on Yuma. Another rocket comes in, but again, 9 class a step ahead.
They're probably keeping track of that experience that he's sapping as well, so Yuma. He's being annoying. He's giving info. It's giving time for these items to come in for P-Vision. I believe that Aghanims for the Beastmaster, it's done. No one is invading with an Invis.
Ooh.
Yuma.
Good little push here, but the roll's going to be set up on a Yuma. The kisses are coming in as well. Dreamcoat down to the 2 of them. Yuma's able to get the enrage off and starts to back away. 9 class falling low here as Analog and Schofield look to chase him down, but no one's able to finish off Schofield first.
DM.
Analog has to back up now. 9 class able to survive.
DM trying to find that angle with the Dark Ascension for the puck, but can't quite. A good invasive play here coming out from P-Vision, but it only nets them the Clockwork. Radiance is done. Whisper will find more money.
About halfway towards the Aghanims, and as we saw just there, Satanic getting the pretty much pre-15-minute Radiance done and online.
And that second Dominator is soon finished for 9 class.
Schofield, maybe considering something around the mid. Needs Analog to be a little bit closer though so they can bring in the damage required, and King Jungle's a little low on the mana right now to contribute.
It's funny how Schofield, even in this type of game, He's still queuing up the Aghanims. Doesn't deviate his build, even though the other games when he got it early, he was kind of crushing the game. This one, it's a lot slower, but he's still going for his build.
Oh, here we go. Smoke time here from the supports of Heroic. Whisper ready to join.
How long on the Roar? The Roar is back up. There's no nighttime, though. That's what they're taking advantage of here. DM did pop the Ascension earlier.
It's been hit by a scan, so P-Vision know what's coming. Can Heroic really still stand a chance of catching them by surprise here?
The rocket for Vision.
It's going to give them Can Whisper line up the hook? Ooh, not quite, but the coil does connect before the cookie jumps there. Hookshot comes in as well, but it's deep. Backup's coming in from P-Vision. They'll be able to lay down the Crystal Maiden ult here. Destroyed Ducalis, but the TPs from P-Vision continue to come through. They're ready to turn. Boundless Strike on a King Jungle. Satanic moves in to kill off the CM as they're ready to see if they can maybe catch Analog as well. He's got the jump back up to the orb, so should be fine.
I love the aggression, but it's a little deep this time. They were able to get punished. Their P-Vision, they're TPing in, might be able to pressure this tier 1 themselves now. Might actually get the tier 1 first now because of this move.
Yeah, pretty hard to push Satanic and no one off the tower, especially with some of the ults expended by Heroic.
And they had to use so much to get the snap there. The hook missed, the coil was broken. As Ducalis.
And gets himself another one there. Finds Schofield alone up top. He's got the burst to do it solo.
Wait, he got him by himself. Look at that. Maybe a Dominator creep also assisted, but either way, able to find that grab. As yeah, we did see the creep.
Yuma though
with his blink.
Indeed, with the blink reveal comes in and gets a kill for himself. Back up to level 12 now on the Ursa.
Now, Yuma is having a phenomenal game here so
close.
far.
Look at the two carries, right? Pretty much
so close.
As close as it gets, really.
This game,
the progress of these two, and both of them not afraid to turn up to the action, right? You know, when you look at P-Vision's heroes, they've got a good ways to kind of get Satanic on the Lifestealer onto the front lines, and Heroic, obviously with his Blink Dagger Ursa, Yuma, any sort of fight that happens around a tower that's going to be set up by this puck Analog with Dream Coil, Yuma's going to want to make sure he's there.
Now we'll see how the economy game goes, right? Because, as we said, Heroic playing a more honest approach toward the game. No Dominators. P-Vision, the double Dominators are up. A 2K separation at the moment, and a lot of that is the Monkey King's extra net worth, of course, over those supports at the moment. Roar, the shield rune gets off.
It's giving him a fair bit of protection and should be easily enough to allow him to jump out of this one. So the Roar here will push off the tower. Nightglass is there with the backup, but Analog forces at the ready, gets himself away from the follow-up to that Boundless Strike. They'll put the nighttime though, DM, closing the gap. Yuma ready to jump in aggressively. The kiss is coming in, but Analog's got another orb up. John's back under the tier 2 tower. Satanic and Nightglass go in to kill off of King Jungle's under the tier 2.
Yuma
has to enrage, get out of the Wukong's command. Whisper not quite able to find a chance to get anyone hooked in over towards the tier 2 tower. So P-Vision back off. They don't take any casualties themselves. They're just able to get that kill against King Jungle's CM.
A lot expended again there, though. Roar was used, but no one's able to secure himself this amp damage. Roar going to be back up in 30. Heroic, are they going to look to make a move to try to punish now that this Dark Ascension's down and Nighttime's down?
It's got to be appealing. I mean, we saw that earlier play. That it is that raw timing that's kind of everything when it comes to what Heroic can try and punish when it's down.
And Whisper does have a big timing now. His Aghanims is done, so a lot stronger in the fray in terms of the aggression he can put on, but also just disrupting the healing and things from the Beastmaster,
it's
right?
A lot.
It does do quite a bit versus Beast. So they're feeling confident to get a bit aggressive here since those ultis are on cooldown. And we do have to mention, you know, you talked about their Analog adjusting his build. You're playing versus Night Stalker, you need a Force Staff either on yourself or supports. Probably wanting it on the puck as well, too, so he did go for it. And he'll have a blink next soon, too.
Yeah, he's going to be very slippery on the puck. Now, we'll have the tools to indeed dance around these heroes that are trying to get in on top of him.
See if we see perhaps an Orchid built up at some point. I know we used to see some of these Monkey Kings go for it, but maybe not yet. Maybe later down the lines could be something he thinks about versus that puck.
Overall, though, we can see kind of during the slower paces and periods of this game, P-Vision able to make that little bit more out of the map. Around a 3K gold lead here as the game starts to slow back down a little bit.
They do just farm that bit faster with these Dominators and, yeah, having this Monkey King able to play like this, but Analog...
He's feeling pretty safe. I mean, it's just going to take a lot to lock him down, right, and stop him from being able to slide, blink, and orb away. They do need a pretty perfect combo of skills to come down on the puck to punish him.
Nighttime is hit. DM. Ult also at the ready very soon. The Tormentor, it's a bit different since it is with this Night Stalker, so it's on the bottom side. So unlike usual where it is up top. P-Vision is going to be setting up for that one very quickly. It doesn't look like Heroic is in any way to contest it. They'll throw a rocket to scout.
See the shard.
Who gets it?
It's going to go the way of DM.
That's a really nice one to get for free.
Heroic. They'll make something happen elsewhere, though. Into the pit. Drop the freezing field as well. They need to speed this up.
I think so as well. I was about to say, they might want to use every spell as possible that they can to damage it. Looks like they should get away with it.
Yeah, P-Vision, they do smoke up now, but it's a little too late, Roshan. It's going to all be Heroic. Streamer's going to have that Aegis secured for the next play. So, P-Vision, they get a Tormentor, they get a Shard, but Heroic do manage to find that timing to get the Ursa in the pit and secure that second life.
Balance in all things. No one, a full BKB finished up now for this Beastmaster. He is going to be very difficult to bring down. Even though they have BKB piercing disables, the damage, unless the Ursa gets the fully free hit onto him, could be problematic now to deal with this beast early. But could just be a bit of a slowdown time. Both teams might be content with sitting back, finishing up that next item. Yuma in particular, his BKB.
Yeah, it's going to be so important just to be able to give him the chance to run in and not worry about having the silence come into play, stopping him from getting that enrage off.
DM is the big nuisance for sure versus that Puck and the Ursa. They have to be very careful in terms of this game. I'm wondering if Analog even at some point does pivot toward a BKB. Sure, not yet, but maybe one of the next items, even though we don't see it too often on the Puck. Depending on how he gets tripped up from the Night Stalker, we'll have to see if he does want to adapt.
Satanic, he's got his plans completely lined up.
9 Class is spotted.
He's going to get a hook shot in here from Schofield. 9 Class, unlikely to get much backup here. He's able to jump out though with a sharp boundless strike.
He's actually going to survive.
He's away. No one. Coming in from the high ground. Maybe see if they can get an angle in on Analog, but it's very, very difficult. Analog at the ready, and Yuma. He's going to be around the mid, ready to grab that bottle and hold on to this amplified damage rune for the next team fight play that they'll look for. And you'd imagine Heroic.
They have vision bottom.
They're going to want to do something. Whisper, looking for the setup on a DM. DM popping the ult off onto the side of the map. He's going to be able to sneak away. Nothing they can do about that right now whilst the hook shot's still on cooldown from Schofield. So DM will get away. But yeah, there's 3 minutes of opportunity really for Yuma to try and force a play with the rest of the team. And you can see how aggressive he is. He's ready to try and find some action. With the BKB, Amplified Damage Rune, and the Aegis, I mean, P-Vision, they've got to be prepared for this aggression that Heroic's going to be looking for.
They just have so much info getters, right? We see the Night Stalker and the Monkey King just constantly getting information. Again, they see Heroic.
Whisper, some of the blink. He's only going to find the helm of the Dom creep.
So they avoid the smoke immediately, just from that little play there from the Night Stalker. Able to gather that information, as you see time and time again.
I see Yuma there as well. Was maybe see if he could find the chance to get the solo catch on Ducalis, but Ducalis headed elsewhere.
P-Vision's just avoiding until they get these timings.
And they're getting a lot of the timings. The gold lead increasing with every moment here for P-Vision. Up to now 7K. Gold lead here, 23 minutes in. Heroic, they're desperate for blood, but P-Vision just aren't giving it to them.
Just avoiding every single time. Satanic. SNY is now finished up too, so he's got that status resistance versus that bite in particular. So a lot safer for him to survive. Now Blink also for no one, so easier for him to pick and choose his target for the roar. P-Vision is slowing the game down into a more and more comfortable position to be able to fight versus Aegis. They're very strong in team fights. 9 Class.
He is able to grab him off the trees. Has the dismember. It's going to be enough. It's slowing him down in the rot, so a little bit of action. The Heroics able to get back on the table there as 9 Class gets caught out.
It's been a long time since they've found a kill. It's just been avoidance from P-Vision. But look at the Dark Troll Summoner. 9 Class dies, but so he lives on.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. And there's another one right above it, by the way, too, cutting the next wave that maybe was getting through.
Let's see what Heroic do about this.
They're trying to hunt them.
I mean, what do you do if you're Heroic in this situation? You know, you want to find the fighting, you want to kind of get this action going, but P-Vision are just not letting themselves sort of trip up.
That's a good question. You might have to start looking to play the economy game yourself, or just maybe go for more crazy type of plays forward, but that's a risky play. Going for such aggressive dives when you know the P-Vision's playing on this defensive footing, it's dangerous.
P-Vision just getting so much DM.
He's in.
He's got his eyes on Schofield. No one's ready to back him up as well, so P-Vision will be able to grab themselves a kill here.
They'll use the roar.
I mean, the game's kind of at that pace.
It's slowed down.
I don't think he cares. Yeah, he's ready to drop that cooldown. We'll see top lane Yuma having to back off here as Satanic's starting to run him down a bit with the Radiance. Won't want to chase him down too much. Still 40 seconds left on the Aegis on Ursa.
will find himself a Dominator creep.
And that's that
Nullify
timing.
finished
DM,
already.
I mean, he's pretty terrifying. That 4-star ain't going to save you anymore if he gets on top of you.
And this is a Night Stalker who is in a lane versus a CM Ursa, and look what he's got. He's got Blink, Nullifier, Dominator at the 25-minute mark. It looks like he was in a lane that was pretty much free for him. That's going to be very problematic for them.
Yeah, because now it's at the point where, Heroic, they couldn't quite find any action. Now if they do, it's not necessarily going to be guaranteed at all that they come out on top of these skirmishes. P-Vision will be ready to turn.
And this is that time. We'll wait for a second. 9 class again.
Should be able to finish him off here, a little too far away. And now, at this point, they've got the damage. So
good kill.
They're getting something. They're getting kind of a 9-class kill here and there to kind of keep that overall gold lead that P-Vision have against them kind of closed up, at least not growing any further than it did in the last couple of minutes, still around that 6 to now down to 5k gold. So Heroic definitely starting to slow down the advance that P-Vision was gaining on them.
And Yuma is still farming very nicely, right? Almost neck and neck with that Lifestealer, so he's feeling confident. The Basher's done. I was going to mention this, so for Analog, let's see if he does adapt in the build that we were talking about, because that Nullifier's done for the Night Stalker. So now if he gets on top of him, Silence plus Nullifier, it can really cause some problems. But at the moment, it looks like he's content with just going for scale. And if you can get away with this type of itemization on Puck, on Ursa, your lineup does scale super hard. So, yeah, curious to see if this does work out for them, because they're not overreacting to the side of P-Vision. They're just playing their own game, and they're like, okay, let's see what happens. Let's see who idea is better.
Always have that threat of the high ground defense, right? You kind of consider P-Vision's lineup, the cores, and one of the supports, it's melee heroes, right? So when it comes to hitting the high ground down the line, you're lining yourself up for some pretty tasty hooks to be coming in from Whisper.
No, absolutely. And Whisper, we didn't mention him, but he also has his BKB Blink done. He's actually matching the farm of DM, even without the Dominator. I guess those extra kills do matter, of course.
On the hunt themselves now.
See what they can find.
Schofield. Oh, they're going to make the jump forward. They'll get him. Very easy kill around the tower.
No funny business, but look at the wraparound here. Heroic. Looking for a sneaky play.
I mean, maybe if they can kind of catch P-Vision starting to split up, but at the moment, P-Vision's staying pretty tight to one another. There's going to be a buyback from Schofield. They'll make the jump straight away onto Dekalis. They'll clean him up. Wukong's command in the barrel strike. Drop down on a Whisper, but he's pretty tanky. Dreamcore comes in onto the two of them as Analog jumps forward with the burst. Yuma trying to look for a target, but the ethereal form at the moment for no one stopping Yuma from being able to get the right clicks in. Now it ends. They're able to continue to chase the Beastmaster out of the fight. Schofield gets cleaned up by Satanic, but that chase at the top against the Beastmaster succeeds. They kill no one off. All in all, I mean, they did lose Analog. They did lose Schofield a second time, but they are able to take 3 kills away from P-Vision.
Satanic and DM want to go back in.
Fight might not be over yet, indeed. King Jungle's getting jumped. Yuma's going to try and help out. He's getting the swipe stacked up onto DM, but Satanic comes in with a heal. Still the Yuma, keeping those swipes stacked up onto DM. The damage building up. The bash comes in. DM.
He's still alive.
He's actually going to be fine for now. Okay, walks back in, accepts his death. Did get the Nullifier off onto Yuma as Satanic will run him down. Good jump to the low ground.
Can he stick on him the blink?
He's going to blink up in a second. Good jukes as Yuma will manage to dance away from Satanic.
Oh, what a cool fight. I mean, the wraparound for Heroic almost works beautifully. The problem in that fight was honestly, DM killed Analog Photo Zero. That Nullifier that he got, he just completely sandwiched him and brought him down. Satanic and Yuma will survive at the end of it all, but Satanic comes out a bit more ahead in the end of it all. Up to level 21, a 20k net worth now for him. I think he does have to adapt somehow. I'm checking Analog, what he wants to build. Okay, he's going Hurricane Pike. So he's going to use that on the Night Stalker instead to have that be the counter rather than having to build a full another item to protect himself.
Because if you Hurricane Pike the enemy, even if you're nullified right, it still pushes back.
Yep, it does not dispel it off of you.
You're still able to get pushed back.
Exactly. So this is if he had this in the last fight, he likely lives, and it could have been a completely different outcome where Heroic maybe comes out even a bit more in a good position there. But as it stands, P-Vision, after that fight Satanic, he is cruising. That's almost an AC finished also for him.
Oh, yeah. And we see, on the other side, Yuma, he's going to opt to try and get that Abyssal as soon as he can. And he's got it now. So Abyssal Blade done. We did see how kind of clutch the Bashers were coming in that last fight. He's able to drop down the active on someone. Should have the chance of tearing them apart pretty quickly. Now, obviously, that last fight, they did get no one, but it did take them a long time, right? They had to really chase him out at the team fight and stay on top of him to get that kill.
And that was them with the positioning, right? They got that wraparound, and it's still, they didn't get those kills almost immediately. And speaking of which, P-Vision, smoke, or Invis, sorry, on no one, looking for another play. Whisper, he's under vision.
As I said, Straight in with the Roar and bringing in Satanic. They easily have the damage to tear apart the Pudge.
Satanic gets the last hit as well, too. Even more HP up to monster kill. 418, 421 bonus HP now for him. He is getting very tanky.
Difficulty definitely rising here for Heroic.
Does feel like that, absolutely. Analog, he's got the pike, does get the phase shift off. Can he play around this?
It's tricky to chase. Silence comes to an end. Nullify will catch on to him, but no, he's able to jump out with the phase shift dodge and the orb. 9 class is sweeping across, so Analog has to continue to play on his toes here because they're on him. Jump. The Silence is back up. They get the jump on him, and this time he's not able to jaunt away.
And in the meanwhile, too, they get a Roche. P-Vision is starting to accelerate things.
They really are. About 500 gold away from that AC now on Satanic.
No one's got the Roar ready. They bought him a gem earlier, too, after that last fight. He's always in a good position to know if anyone is stalking him. Schofield. They found him.
They do. They've got the Roar.
There's just kills everywhere, Owen. It is falling apart for Heroic.
I mean, King Jungles, I think he got very close to a bit of a clutch snipe there. I believe the Courier did have the rest of the BKB of DM on, but the delivery was actually made just before the Courier got killed, and of course King Jungles still loses his life for that effort.
This life steal is just getting way too big. Just the difference between him and Yuma now at this point. Yuma can't do it on his own. No one jumps forward.
It definitely
4
feels
minutes
like
on this Aegis.
It's going to get to the point where the question is, how strong of a high ground defense can Hero pull together? Yuma will find a grab out to the side whilst Ducalis is separate from the rest of the team, but now the rest of the team's ready to close in. Defensive hook will drag Yuma away, as Yuma will get away with that one. Gets the kill, gets out with the help of Whisper.
P-Vision sticking in the area. Satanic still feeling as strong as possible.
Definitely, the pressure's going to fall onto the shoulders of Whisper. Can he get these crazy angles on the high ground defense to get those hooks, pull apart the attempts from P-Vision when they look to try and close up towards the barracks, towards those tier 3s?
It does feel like
that's going to be their next best shot.
Yeah, it feels like it's very dependent on the cores in this game on Heroic. It's been a pretty quiet game from the support zone, I have to be honest. Schofield not really having much of a game this time on the clockwork. Maybe, yeah, in his lane, absolutely, but right now, he's 0-7, and he hasn't even built any items to buff up his allies either. He's built completely for himself, so.
It's definitely one of those risky builds, right, when you rush the axe. Sometimes it looks great, sometimes it looks like the support you encounter in your pubs. It's a risky move. It's not paying off so far, but, Schofield will say, hey, this game's still young. We're only 32 minutes in.
Hey, it's very true.
We're probably going to hit the 60 minutes, and Schofield's absolutely still got a chance, if it goes 30 minutes more, to maybe come in with those plays, and he'll say, hey, you know what? The axe rush, it was absolutely warranted.
We'll have to see if it does pay off, because he can do still some really nice stuff with the Aghanims. I'm only critiquing him a little bit extra because it's Schofield, but, he can scout a lot, right? And in this game, scouting has definitely been pretty crucial, so.
And you can clear the waves, right? You can prolong the game.
You absolutely can.
Flares, being spammed down, so. Yep. As I say, Schofield, he's ready to keep playing this game for another 30 minutes. Let's see if they can try and hold on that long, because P-Vision against them, they're continuing to hit these timings. They'll get themselves another shard. This time goes the way of Satanic. They've got 2 minutes of Aegis, so very likely to bring the fight. Heroic, they've got to do the best to kind of limit the casualties and try and not lose too much against these next moves from P-Vision, because otherwise P-Vision, they could be moments away from shutting down the game.
Absolutely. I mean, P-Vision, they're just getting a bit too much, it feels like, out of the map. The map is shrinking. All of Heroic is having to follow each other because of this annoying vision game that we've seen from P-Vision, so they can't really separate from each other because they just might hemorrhage 4 kills as we saw before. If they split up on Heroic, heroes could die all over the place, so they have to kind of stick together like this versus the P-Vision strategy.
A refresher on no one.
Continues to grow.
They can find the opening to get that sort of set up, the Silence, the Roars on towards Yuma. If any of these fights really where they take Yuma out, the damage, it's just not going to be there for Heroic to tackle these 3 beefy cores of P-Vision.
I think the only reason this game has felt as close as it is because Yuma is having a flawless game.
Absolutely.
He's 6-0. If he had died even once, this game might just feel completely out of control.
He's holding on pretty hard here for the team, Yuma.
Another amp damage to spawn. Satanic will be waiting at the bottle at the ready.
This could be
They're just going to pick it up. All right, they want to just pressure with it. So 1 minute left on this Aegis that he wants to use this amp damage with.
He wants to get in. Get right in there. So they start to bring in the mid push.
What's the response going to be?
Not going to be able to push them off the tier 2, that's for sure. So they'll have to let the mid fall.
There's a sneaky ward that has been placed down bottom also quite some time ago that could catch Heroic off guard when getting back to their base.
And at the same time, we'll see if Heroic themselves are able to get some sneaky vision outside of the base to set up for those high ground hooks from Whisper.
Whisper's looking for it.
He's going to try for 9 class. Isn't going to get him. He'll get the Dismember off onto Satanic, but Satanic is perfectly fine. They have to be careful about how they go about tackling the Lifestealer, and indeed they'll be able to pull back. They do not want to put too much into trying to go on this Lifestealer, especially whilst he still had a few seconds left of Aegis. Will start to now come to an end.
Daytime will hit. Looks like P-Vision will back up with that. Continue to play that economy game as they continue to grow and grow and grow in terms of that economy. Seeing 9 class, he's gone full greed this game, as he tends to, but Diffusal into the Scotty next, it's going to be very, very annoying to play against for these cores, in particular the Pudge and the Ursa. The fights just, they continue to feel harder and harder and harder for Heroic, and I'm wondering how and when it's going to feel that much easier. Perhaps it's when Yuma does have that MKB, but again, it does feel like it's starting to feel like him versus the world a lot in this one.
Still just sort of little things like the Ghost on no one that makes it hard for them to get jumped. He's going to try for King Jungles. King Jungles at the moment kind of juking him in terms of the vision, so a lot of time of this BKB being put to waste. Still will get the Roar, though, at the end of it, allowing Satanic to close up and take down another.
Hey, Owen, that's actually a really good call that you did mention there, right? Like, Yuma has to do so much, and he has no nullifier.
No.
So they can just dance around him, either with these Ghost Scepters or Force Staffs in particular. Very hard heroes to bring down with the Monkey King as well, too. He can just boundless out of a lot of situations, too. So definitely hard for Yuma in terms of how he wants to progress into this later stage.
And we'll see Refresher being queued up next. I imagine what the plan's going to be. If Whisper can come... Ooh, no one, he's in there. The jump on a Yuma. Schofield comes in with a hook shot in the cogs to hold them back. Schofield will fall for sure. Yuma, though, with that play from Schofield, should be able to get out. Did cost him his BKB, though. Had to use it.
85 seconds, no BKB. No one's in.
He's going to have the buyback coming straight away from Schofield. Does not want to allow P-Vision to get away with that.
He's got another Roar. He still has that at the ready, and double BKB if he wants to have it for the side of no one. Forcing a buyback again. That's 2 from Schofield.
Yeah, the gold difference starting to look
growing.
Pretty crazy now. 20k gold advantage here for P-Vision 37 minutes in.
Satanic is getting close to being maxed out too. He's got to believe the Daedalus finished up. His Ag is going to get consumed too. He is massive, and that's the Scotty's finished up now too for 9 class. These supports, I say supports, these cores now on P-Vision are cores as well.
Absolutely, I mean, 9 class, he's definitely not got any problem with this game going on. He's more than happy to get to the stage where he might just be 6-slotted as well.
Heroic has to do something chaotic, and that's what they're looking for here. Smoking out, there's no Dark Ascension, there's no nighttime, so looking to perhaps take advantage of that here. But P-Vision are all so far back.
Well, this could be a bit risky, stepping out on the map like this.
They're not even going to find Ducalis down here, who's just farming in a
very
interesting spot.
Even if they get up here onto Satanic, it's going to be tough to take him down before backup is inbound.
Oh, and Yuma also has no BKB, so it's 15 seconds on cooldown if they commit for this.
He's going to get it.
Satanic.
They're going to make the jump. They're going to see if they can try and burst him. The damage is stacking up. It's enough.
They got him.
They've killed him off, but the Roar comes in. P-Vision ready to punish. Yuma is going to be able to jump away for now. Refreshers pop. Whisper holding back no one, though. Will give the chance for Yuma to continue to retreat. It looks like they're going to get away with it. They're going to try and go for more. The Boundless Strike will stop Yuma from getting his hands onto no one.
What a play from the split second. He was a split second from getting that infest off and perhaps surviving.
And it's such a risky time, as you said, to have the foresight to go for that play, despite the fact that your own carry, his BKB was still on cooldown. That could have gone horribly wrong, but they get away with it and take away at least a 5k gold. You know, sort of lead that P-Vision did have. Down to 15k.
And Owen, look what just spawned. Roche is up. It's 60 seconds without the Lifestealer. If they're able to scout that, be absolutely massive for Heroic. What a heads-up play. And I think that's, honestly, that might just be how they have to play for this game. They can't just, like, sit back. They kind of have to do these chaotic plays and find this Lifestealer.
Right. So
very
they can
nice
keep this
play.
up here, Heroic. P-Vision next time round, they're definitely going to make sure that the backup is ready if Satanic does get caught, even in the deeper areas of their map.
Oh, and they're going to get, it looks like 2 T2s and maybe even that Roche if they do back up for it right away. They scout it.
And you've got to imagine again, when you go for that play and you carry Yuma still at the BKB on cooldown, that was probably Yuma making that call, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's
It definitely feels like Yuma being that sort of solid rock that's bringing the team together.
High risk,
and
high
giving them a
reward.
chance here in what so far looks to be a very difficult game still for Heroic. They'll finish the Roche. Aegis here for Yuma.
They killed it before it could shift sides too, so a good aggressive play. They're coming out from Heroic. A massive turnaround.
Yeah, they're coming back swinging here, Heroic.
Almost have completely recovered this game just off that one move, finding Satanic. A 10,000 gold swing. Level 26 now for the Ursa. He's actually gone for the double Earth Shock, which I feel like most times we see the overpower lately, but yeah, an interesting little adaptation also for him. Maybe just wanted to have that extra bit of enrage too is going to be nice for these fights.
A big step up in damage output also for Heroic. The Parasman now online for Analog. And this is the thing, right? Whilst there's been a little bit of a difference between the carries that Yuma has now pretty much closed against that of Satanic. Now, when you look at the other cores, it's pretty even.
It is.
We have Analog pretty much in the same position as no one. And DM and Whisper, they're in a very similar situation gold-wise as well. Overall, the majority of that difference, it's between the supports.
Exactly, so. And Yuma now, a full another item picked up. He's got the Swift Blink. They have the luxury of the 4 minutes with this Aegis. And they have this Refresher Shard on Whisper. This Refresher Shard could just change everything too, right? If he gets a double bite, full duration on the core.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That gives more than enough time for Yuma to kill anyone that Whisper's got his hands on.
And yeah, Cheese, right? Cheese for the puck. He essentially has a second life to protect versus that Nullifier combo that can come out from the Night Stalker.
I mean, looks like
Owen, we're in for a treat here.
They're not afraid to fight still, even though this Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher Shard is on Heroic's side. They've smoked up themselves, and they're ready to try and get the jump.
They spent their gold too. No buyback on DM. No buyback on Satanic.
Well, let's see what they do here. They find Yuma with the Nullifier. Jump in from Whisper, though. He will miss the hook. 9 class. He's going to get hook shotted in the face here by Schofield. Core to the side. That's 9 class gone. Back in the midst of the fight. Whisper will fall. Analog. He's going to try and push forward. Phase shift just in time before the roar was going to be coming in from no one. And now Yuma makes the jump forward. Looks to Dakalis, but the 4-star gets Dakalis back to safety. Buybacks now coming out from both sides.
Analog's alive.
Phase shifts there just in time. Analog, can he jump out of this one? He cannot. He'll get the coil off, but Analog's gone. And that probably should be the cue for Heroic to get out of it.
Trying to disengage, but looking to reset. Yuma's thinking about it.
He's considering. He's under this Observer Ward from P-Vision, though. They're going to set down further vision, knowing that Heroic will try and live for this risky play. They do get the D-Ward, though, so Heroic, they're going to know that P-Vision was maybe prepared for this.
It's eyes on Whisper. He did use the buyback in this fight.
DM. And 9 class just sort of stepping forward. Heroic. They make the call to back off. I think as soon as they sort of popped the sentry down, saw that P-Vision had vision on Yuma maybe trying to get back in at the end of that fight, they kind of called it. They said, we don't want to go for this anymore.
Whisper dies with almost getting nothing off. He got his BKB off, but wasn't able to get the secondary one, got completely locked down. And then Analog, he jumps in to try to help his buddy. I think he uses Cheese and gets Greater Healing Lotus and still can't reset and get out of that fight. So still getting tripped up by the silence. Even with all these defensive tools that he's tried to go for, no BKB, no way to just prevent it completely.
Yeah, now P-Vision, they're going to be more than happy to try and look for the play there. I mean, we saw them not afraid to fight and being able to kind of come out even on the results of that little bit of a skirmish. Now that there's no Aegis, no Cheese on Heroic, P-Vision, they're absolutely going to want to try and go again. Besides Schofield, he'll get the setup, catch the 2 of them in the cogs, he'll die for this, but Yuma's able to get the jump, they get the dismembering onto DM.
He's gone for 90.
Schofield happily trading his life there for the core of P-Vision.
And it's the gem as well, too, so a big pickup. Great connection there from Schofield. I don't even think that was the initial target that he wanted. That hook shot actually hits the smoke target that was blocking Ducalis. Nice little pickup there from Schofield again.
No doubt about it, even though P-Vision have maintained the lead for the majority of this game, they're definitely going to feel shaken up a little bit with how well Heroic has proven to be able to hold the game, punch back.
I mean, and Yuma just continues to just play almost flawless. Like he's 7-0-3. He's truly being the rock for the team.
That's pretty insane. Yeah, if you consider sort of the amount of action that's been starting to go on in these later stages, the fact that they've not been able to get this Ursa at all is rather remarkable.
Doing a great job of keeping that core-to-core matchup versus this Lifestealer.
Yeah.
That's why they wanted it. That's why they wanted this last pick, because we do see Heroic smoked up again. Still 30 seconds, no Night Stalker.
And And I guess this is the thing as well for Yuma, why it's working so well for him in these fights. He's just got so many heroes around him that are more than happy to throw their own lives into the front lines, right? You got Whisper jumping in, Analog ready to make these aggressive moves straight underneath the entire team of P-Vision, and Schofield always ready to initiate with a hook shot. So with all this stuff being thrown at P-Vision, it's very difficult for them to isolate and deal with the bear.
And he's not the one getting silenced, right? It's the Night Stalkers having to go for the puck. Because if Analog gets left alone in these fights, Analog might run rampant. So, yeah, it's a good way that they've been balancing off of each other of who tanks which spells. We do see Heroic still looking for potentially another play, but not going to be the case. Schofield just has to continue hugging Yuma. And he is just, using this Aghanims to just scout tree lines.
Yep.
Every single time he can, he's shooting the rockets, looking for 9 class.
Oh, it's doing a lot. I mean, it's definitely, as I say, getting closer to that period of the game where the greediness of the clock definitely feels good. You're happy to have him on the team.
BKB also finished up for KJ, so that Frostbite, or that Freezing Field is going to start having some impact as well, too.
A lot of money on no one. What do you think he's considering next? 5.7K coming up in the bank for the Beastmaster.
That's a good question, because they already have the AC. He already has... Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
Could you look for a Hex, or does a Hex not really do too much?
I think Hex is probably the best one. I was thinking Hex or maybe even just Lincolns to protect and block this Abyssal Blade in particular on a core, but...
That's true. Maybe help someone kind of for the dismember efforts, right?
Yeah, because there's a couple of different single target abilities that can be very annoying this game, so
like
he's got options. I'm not too sure, though. I think he's also debating which one is best so far. This gold lead has been kind of sitting at a similar amount for a lot of this game,
really
but Heroic has been able to play around that beautifully.
And it does feel like each time that P-Vision's had the lead, they haven't really left their side of the map too much.
True. Yeah.
They're very much holding back, seemingly sort of waiting until they themselves have kind of like these 6-slotted, maybe, as we said, the 6-slotted supports like 9 class. You know, he's very close to having that BKB on top of the Diffusal and Skadi.
Just having more difficulties getting the scouting that they did earlier on. They're going to go for another smoke play, looking for something here. No one still has not used his gold, but he will he will be able to boots of travel and buy back into the team fight. So maybe that's just the thing that he's prioritizing most.
Sure. I mean, he should still have a little bit of money on top of that, but indeed maybe not quite enough to pick up a full item. So really considering his options.
It's probably just in case he has to buy boots of travel 2 and rejoin the fight rather than just bots 1. It could be something along those lines as we do see the fight coming toward this top left side.
There we go.
The Rockets will give some information.
Heroic, no, the P-Vision's coming for them.
Whisper on the front.
Shot off the mark. And there's the BKB, no one. It's going to make the jump in. They're going to try and go all out in onto Whisper. Bound to strike the side, holds down the glove, and there's Yuma jumping in, looking for DM. DM's able to get out to safety, though.
Whisper's
Yuma,
gone.
he's got to back up now with his teammates dead and the BKB and Enrage coming to an end for the Ursa. He's got to run. King Jungles will put the BKB, but the physical damage tears him apart. P-Vision coming out on top and maybe not even done yet. They've still got their eyes on Analog. He'll get the phase shift off. So if he can jump out of this one, he can't at all. P-Vision take down the 4 of them.
He spent his gold on the puck, too.
I mean, they all
destroyed.
have no buybacks available here on the 4 dead on Heroic. This could hurt them big time. Only Yuma alive. We'll see how much P-Vision's able to take away from them.
This could just be a Rax without the other 2 cores available. Yuma's got his work cut out for him. The dream start to the fight for P-Vision. They kill the Pudge. He gets nothing off. Whisper, I believe he gets a bite off at the end, but the damage is already done there. Complete chaos coming out from Heroic, and P-Vision just playing the fight beautifully. Look at DM even hiding Yuma around during that coil.
Absolutely, yeah, just too slippery, too fast. Can't stay on top of the Night Stalker there in that situation, Yuma. It's P-Vision. Here comes the push up to the base of Heroic. Let's see how much they can take away from them.
It's at least 1 set.
It's tier 3. And the barracks gone. Still a painful amount of time for Heroic where they're going to have to sit back without the presence of Whisper or Analog for the defense.
They'll pop the glyph here. But yeah, so 30 seconds without the puck. They need every single one of their elements.
There's no way the 3 of them are going to try and make a move without the 5-man alive. So they've got to let a second set go on.
All right, this could be 3 sets. They've got to defend soon.
P-Vision with the patience and lead that they've had this game. Finally finding this huge opportunity to absolutely demolish the base of Heroic. Schofield's going to try for it, and Yuma's going to go for it, but the Raw's there.
Invest.
I'll get the Enrage off Yuma. Has to start backing away, though. as the BKB begins to fall off. P-Vision, they've got the damage done. They've taken the barracks all the way from Heroic. The Mega Creeps are out.
Heroic have done such a good job through the majority of this game to hang on, but hang on it just was, it seems, as P-Vision now Mega Creeps, and a huge opportunity as now Roche will also spawn. They're hitting their element. Yuma, as we said, still yet to die, but can't do it on his own.
I mean, they're trying to head out.
P-Vision.
It's been hit by a scan, though, so P-Vision know that Heroic are going to maybe try and make this last-ditch attempt outside of the base.
And they've just got this Dominator up on the high ground giving information as well. How do you approach this fight as Heroic?
It's so hard. In particular, where it's 4v5, you don't have Schofield ready to sort of throw himself in and disrupt the action with a hook shot and a cogs.
I think they might have to do that, though, and I think they can't approach these fights normally. They kind of have to get the initiation.
They've got eyes on DM, but instantly out with a blink. Yuma's going to try and chase. We'll get the Abyssal Connection. Whisper jumps in as well, but DM is going to get forced away. Coil will catch on to him, refreshes pot, as Yuma stays on top of DM, is able to kill him off. Pudge in trouble though, Whisper controlled here by Satanic. They'll get the buyback coming in. King Jungles will live for now, but Satanic jumps forward, takes him down. Ryuma having a run for the last few seconds of the BKB, but P-Vision will stay on top of him. His Earthshock's down to the low ground, but the Abyssal from DM is back up. Yuma's dead, triple kill for Satanic. Heroic, they tried to go for that last attempt. It does not work out. This Roshan, and very likely the game fogged, it's going to be P-Vision's.
They tried to do the chaos play, but they did not have the numbers. Everyone just buys back the targets that they prioritize. DM's like, I can throw my life, buys back, rejoins it immediately. The Ursa dies for the first time in this game, but as you said, it could be that nail in the coffin. He has buyback.
He does.
But let's see if they can even hang on here.
Whisper, though, does not. Still, yeah, 350 gold away from having the buyback on Pudge, so we'll just be with the four of them. And trying to hold against P-Vision now seems pretty impossible as they're on to the tier 4s. Aegis on no one, refresher shot on 9 class. P-Vision, they're ready to lay down the Wukong's command. Try and enter Yuma, he's in with the jump. They're trying to burst the Lifestealer. Satanic, he's gonna get hit again by another bash. He'll get him with the Infest. Survives, heals up. They take down the bear, and with that, the tier 4s continue to remain exposed. This game is over. GG is called. P-Vision will take the first game.
The economy war, I mean, P-Vision playing the map as they do, as we've seen them do so much this tournament. It works again. Heroic, they really tried their best getting these type of chaotic plays, which absolutely worked at least 1 or 2 scenarios, but overall, P-Vision, they had a pretty good grasp in a lot of this game.
Yeah, the lead was just too much for Heroic to deal with. They just needed to find more of those plays. We just saw such a long period of this game where P-Vision, they really were a step ahead, and to a putt that was going to be expected because of how strong the Vision game was going to be from P-Vision.
Absolutely. I mean, the Night Stalker in particular, this last pick that they were able to grab up really was such a nuisance for something like Analog in particular. And DM, he had a crazy good game. So see what they do to adjust.
Absolutely. Great play and great patience from P-Vision in that game to maintain the lead and know that when they go for that killing blow, it's a successful one. Game 1 to P-Vision.
And it was a great game for P-Vision here, right? If you're there in the arena cheering for them, you're so happy with how this one looked. It felt like just every core was having the time of their life, Lacoste.
Yeah, beautiful execution of a strategy coming out from P-Vision in this game number 1. We were wondering, whether there's going to be some nerves kicking in. They're playing in front of the crowd, the 3 new players at TI stage, but they didn't really feel like it. It feels like this is their home, and they're playing it extremely well. You did mention the 3 cores. I love the synergy between them. I like how both supports are kind of allowing them to play their own type of a game. We saw so many early rotations, Beastmaster deeping in, making sure that they're going to be killing Whisper, and also this Beastmaster, like usually we don't see it from the mid lane nowadays anymore. It is still a good flex, but they realize that they can pick this Lifestealer as well and combine it with the Night Stalker overall last pick, and now you have overall the better vision in the game. Monkey King, Night Stalker as well. It's very difficult to fight into these heroes.
Yeah, well, we want to focus on those rotations, right? Because we're talking about how good no one was rotating to help that safe lane of the duo with Satanic there on the Lifestealer, but something that's more important that we're not really seeing too often is actually carries themselves rotating through the portal, right? We saw Yuma do that one quite early, Jenkins.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like this is the Yuma rotation. He does it in almost every game, where he comes through the portal sometime after 5 minutes, and he gets a very important kill here because Whisper was struggling against Lifestealer. They pick Ursa to counter the Lifestealer, and it almost worked. Like, he didn't die until like very late into the game, where they had to literally throw like 3 heroes' deaths into buybacks in order to kite out all of Yuma's abilities in BKB, and then they finally killed him, like at the very end of the game.
But I also felt like P-Vision did a good job exposing the weakness of Pudge as a core, right? Because the hero doesn't push out lanes quickly, and because he had a bad start, it's really difficult for him to recover. And you see, like throughout I'm sure there are more clips later, they couldn't really push the wave out, and they're constantly getting ganked by the Monkey King because he's giving vision. So I think Astini said, he wanted to give them their best strat, but he had a way to deal with it. He knew that Pudge is not strong because he can't really push waves, and it's really important that your cores are able to push waves out. And Puck couldn't also push waves because he got countered by the Night Stalker.
Oh, I have an idea. Something that can push waves? Pudge Helm Dom. So you can block your own hook.
Okay, back to retirement home with you. All right, look, guys, we're going to look at that Vision game specifically with the Monkey King, the Night Stalker. We said the lineup was big, but seeing it in action and exactly how they're able to utilize it is a whole different thing.
Yeah, 9class is just being himself, being super annoying. Look at him dodging the ganks. This is 3 heroes, so there's going to be a hook, there's going to be another hook shot that they're trying to go for, and he's still going to be escaping, lurking around the 14-minute mark, trying to go for the Wisdom Shrine, and he's just going to be staying around. So he came back, and what he did is he provided vision for Schofield. You can see that he's buying time, he drops down, it feels like he's going to die, but they also understand that they can help him out. The rest of the team, after he provided vision, they're going to be helping him. He gets a really good boundless strike, and in the end, he doesn't even die. But this is what he does the best. Like, he's very annoying, and there's going to be another situation where he gets initiated on, again, providing info for the team to see where the heroes are, which allows others to play much more safe, and then you have him escaping with the shard. Plus, also, we got to point out the Night Stalker. Like, he's really, really good. He's going for the Nullifier as well. Didn't have it in this fight, but it also completely ruins what he wants to do with Ursa. He's good against Pavis and Crystal Maiden, good against this 4-staff / Hurricane Pike on Puck. They understand how to itemize correctly, and 9class standout player for a good reason.
It is a really big deal against, especially like Heroic in an Ursa lineup, to waste time like that, to waste these smokes of deceits, because you end up in these games where like you have a timing, like Ursa BKB, something like that, and you just legitimately don't have any smokes because you've spent so many of them, like smokes being broken, or a Monkey King, jumps in, makes some, like, waste some time in the early game. Like, these things really matter in a game like this, especially when you're the team that is trying to create chaos.
And this kind of happened during the game when they traded Tormentor for the first Roshan. So the Ursa got the first Roshan, but he couldn't really push the map, for advantages because they were constantly chasing around the monkey. He was pressuring them. The map was pushed out. They just basically couldn't really do anything with the first Aegis.
They just blocked. They just blocked every play from Heroic.
They couldn't progress on the map, and I felt like that was a huge problem in the game for Heroic.
Yeah, and I think they also understood the fact that, okay, Roche, that's going to be an objective early that Heroic are going to be really strong at, right? You kind of want to give it away, but things and objectives that aren't as easy to give away, look, cost is these Wisdom Shrines, right? You want to be able to take them away from your opponent as often as possible, and we normally see early fights around it, but in this one, we saw that later 27, 28-minute fight around it.
Yeah, they understand that they want to take it away, and this is the fight where Night Stalker does have Nullifier available, so it's going to be very difficult for Ursa to play the game. You remove his overpower, which means that he's not going to be having enough damage, and he's going to be running in, providing vision one more time. We've seen so many Infest bombs in this game because you have both Beastmaster and Night Stalker ready to jump in with the Infest, so in the end, they're going to be stealing the Wisdom Shrine, and Night Stalker, in this one, it turns into daytime. His ulti just ended, but he's still going to be using Nullifier before he dies, making sure that the Ursa is not going to be able to do much, but Yuma, man, I gotta say, he had a perfect game. It doesn't get better than this. We said that he's playing the tournament of his life so far. Dying first time 50 minutes into the game. He was very slippery, even though he played into a really difficult matchup. You're playing into Beastmaster, you're playing into Night Stalker. These are not the matchup that he likes to play into.
I mean, even Lifestealer with the Ags, we talked about it. Like, you can kite out the Ursa in Rage with the Lifesteal Ags. You infest, and it's not affected by status resistance, so it's not exactly the matchup that it was before. We did see, like, one time, I think, or a couple times, like, he was able to do a lot of damage. Right here, for example, like, finally you get this, BKB piercing disable from Whisper. Obviously, Pudge does not do enough damage to kill a Lifestealer, but Ursa's like, okay, don't mind if I do. And this is where I think a lot of people were thinking, like, are they doing it? Are they coming back? But more annoying P-Vision shenanigans, like able to slowly kite everything out and only lose Satanic there. I think this is something that they're very good at, is when they do lose a hero, they will retreat tactically. You know, they, as Astini said, will throw once per game, and so they're very good at making sure that that throw does not end up throwing the entire game.
It happens, they recognize and they're like, okay guys, that was the one, now we just have to go back, reset, wait until Saitama
Right,
comes
it's like
up.
we've done this so many times at this point.
Yeah, something else for this game that interested me was the buybacks. Normally people are holding it, right? When we get past that 35, closer to the 40-minute aspect of the game, everyone's very hesitant or reserved Winter to just immediately buy back. They kind of want to hold it and they wait until that high ground is being pressured. But for P-Vision, it's like, yeah, the Ursa killed 4 of us, let's all just buy back, kill him, and end the game.
Yeah, I mean, the buyback part is something that you have to really understand as a team, like how to use it. Having the buyback is not just like, oh, I'm going to say buyback, but you don't really plan how to use it, right? So they showed in a couple of fights how to use buyback. Sometimes it's easy when you're in your base, but sometimes it's also a bit more complicated when somebody has to willingly sacrifice your life to ensure your team has a good opening in the team fight. So those are things that are not easily done in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Heroic did so well for themselves, P-Vision as well. Breaking it down a little bit further for us is, of course, our Weatherman Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, I thought 9 Class had really an amazing game, so I wanted to highlight some of the great things they did because he had a little bit of a rough laning stage. This game playing Monkey King, getting back into his normal thing. Now, very importantly, he's basically trying to waste a lot of his opponent's time. They happen to get lucky and hit him with a rocket flare, and as a result, this is an easy kill on Monkey King if you can catch him before he manages to come off cooldown here. But because he jumps into the trees, they put all this effort in trying to kill him. This is wasting tons of time, and he's doing economic damage. So him surviving and then ultimately having a great fight over here is fantastic for his team. He's not dying, he's getting pressured, and ultimately his cores get farther and farther ahead. And how this changes as the game continues is basically because of the item of the tournament, the Helm of the Dominator. Now, Monkey King classically never buys this, but it's working out for 9 Class here because it fits his playstyle. He's trying to waste his opponent's time. He's trying to push side lanes where it's normally dangerous for somebody to farm. So he's taking care of this, and it's accelerating his team's growth in pretty interesting ways. This is a little bit further forward into the game, but I wanted to show you the kind of vision that P-Vision is playing towards. What they're doing is they're basically trying to make a big blockage on the map so that they can control. I should do it a little bit more like this. They basically get to farm all of this by themselves. And that space is going to be smaller than the left side of the map. So that means as the game goes on for 5-10 minutes or so, they're just constantly getting more net worth per minute than their opponents are. And this further gets cascaded because 9 Class is using his trolls in interesting ways. He's sending the skeletons out to spot where his opponents are. That means less of his teammates are getting ganked by pressure from the enemy lineup. And check out what he's doing with these skeletons as well. 19 minutes, 30 seconds in, he's even hiding the Dark Troll there. He's not necessarily pushing with it, and he's sending the skeletons to block camps, similar to what a Broodmother is going to do. So that's further decreasing the GPM that Heroic has. They have less of the map already, and now they're getting even less gold out of it. And this is why P-Vision started getting more and more net worth from this point of the game onwards and made their game just much easier to play.
That is just insane to really think about, right? It's always been about utilizing the observers, and now we're wondering, Helmdom coming in, that's great for pushing out or stalling waves. That's something that you can delay the game with. But now there's a whole nother aspect to it of supports getting it, prioritizing what sort of creep they want, and now blocking cans with
that's incredible. That is just incredible. I don't think anybody was thinking about that. Using the skeletons to block camps, like, that's one thing, is people can complain about Helmdom, and yes, it's running rampant, it's in every game. This is a high skill item. Like, to use at this level, there's so much that you can do with it.
Yeah, normally you would only be able to do this if you're Naga. If you're playing support Naga, you send illusions in block camps.
Nature's Prophet as a position 4/5. He can also go and block multiple camps at the same time. But this also allows you to not get enough farm, because you talked about the lane pushing. Now you don't have your own camps. Crystal Maiden, Clockwork Pudge, these type of heroes, they want to be playing very active. They want to be on the other side of the map, and these are not the fastest farmers in the game. So P-Vision did a very good job choking them out of the map and not allowing them to get that farm.
Yeah, avoiding fights, making sure there was no map for them. It feels like a lot of things are going right for P-Vision, but Heroic, one thing that I do know is on their side is a lot of the fans in the arena, and I believe Tsunami and Arvo are down there trying to check in and see how the fans are doing.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I have sided with the winning team so far. Because
Tsunami?
What do you want, Avo?
Look, I know you've already picked a side, but I think I have the larger side. I'm literally surrounded, literally, by heroic fans. Can I actually just show, 1 second, please. Please, can you please show to the crowd how much of a fan you are?
This is what we are going to say when Astini loses the second game. If I cry, and then that's it.
But South Americans, if there's something they know how to do, we know how to roar, South America! Let's go!
Avo,
what now?
What is going on
Tsunami?
here? South America makes it to top 8. You just reappear. And yet I also find that P-Vision very excited here. They see the Oracle. Tell me the story behind this.
Astini can do all the predictions. He do the best picks. Wait for us, Cafurtado.
He knew to let the Pudge and the Clockwork through, and he beat it, Avo. What are you going to do about it?
Okay. It's hard to compete against Astinissimo. It's true. He's also Brazilian. He's also part of us, okay? And as true South Americans, what we do is we claim anyone that plays well. Anyone that does well is from Brazil, is from Peru. And today, I want your whole stadium to roar for South America. Please, a big shout for the greatest Dota tournament. It's the International.
It's an appeal to the crowd, but one that will always be very, very encouraged. Thank you very much, all of South American Dota. No matter what, no one's going home yet. We could see it reunite again in grand finals, but for right now, we're going to go back to the panel as we prepare for game number 2.
Thank you both so much, Tsunami, Avo, getting everyone on their feet, getting some more cheers out there. I know everyone is just cheering for some good Dota, and that's what felt like it really happened in that game number 1. Very good back and forth, whether you want to look at it on the deepest levels, Jenkins, or if you just want to look at it at a surface level and be like, yeah, Pudge under tower hook, I like that.
Yeah, 52-minute game. It wasn't like a stomp either way. I think if we're talking, maybe like 5-6 months ago, P-Vision is supposed to stomp Heroic, but now we have a top 8 international stage game between these two teams, and game 2 could go either way, because I feel like that game, that went pretty badly for Heroic, given that they had their, arguably best strategy, and it felt like almost none of their plays connected. Things could go a lot better. Like if Cavs can, work out the kinks, I think game 2, give them the same thing, they're gonna take it to them.
Yeah, just shake it up, It's hard to say that, but it's not elimination. These guys are in the upper bracket. There's still so much potential for them. There's a lot of chances. It's not over by any means. They get to have this fun between the two coaches, really kind of ego check each other a little bit, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. I think Cavs, he did tweet it out yesterday that they are ready. All the prep is ready, and seems like, coming into the second game, I want to see that prep as well, because this one didn't really work out for them, especially against a team like P-Vision, who kind of managed to outmaneuver them on the map, choke them out real heavily. I want to see slightly more aggression. I want to see them create that chaos, because 10-15 minutes into the game, we only had 8 kills, and this is not how usually Heroic plays. So I want to see them try to put them in a position where P-Vision doesn't feel as comfortable.
Yeah, he's going to play a really important role here, deciding whether they're going to stick to their guns and make minor adjustments, or they're going to just completely change up their draft, right? Because we saw in the first game, they had a lot of problems dealing with the speed pushing of the creeps. They needed something like, maybe something along the lines like Ducks. We still play Ducks here. So you can have one of the core heroes just shadow pushing the waves out so that you can fight, because they like to fight. They like to kill heroes.
Yeah.
But if you don't push the waves out, you can't kill the heroes.
To be honest, I don't think they should change anything up, because if a single smoke gets broken, just one in a game, that's a blunder in my opinion. Because there's a Night Stalker on the enemy side. He just pressed ult. You cannot walk into a lane and press smoke. To me, this is a little bit of maybe pressure getting to them. I guarantee you, this is a talk that they had backstage. Yep. I guarantee you they talked about dealing with the Monkey King better. Maybe they ban the Monkey King, whatever. 9 Class is going to do the same thing no matter what. You have to find a way to deal with him with wasting less time or just don't deal with it. Make your own plays. But if you're going to do that, you cannot just run your smoke into a Night Stalker.
I think you got to respect that position force. Like the best position force in Dota history, you know, we're talking about Jarex, like Baboka, Jinkyu, these very annoying players, Boxy as well. It's very difficult to deal with what they're doing on the map because they understand the micro and macro, like, completely. They know how you're going to move. They can predict your moves. And this is exactly what 9 Class is doing right now compared to Schofield, who's a bit more of a polarizing player, I would say, who's playing much more aggressive. I don't think he's fishing for information as much as 9 Class is doing.
I mean, that's like a very surface level problem. I think the true issue is the overall strategy. How are they going to build a lineup which allows them to cover more ground? You know, they have a lineup which, technically speaking, they need to snowball. They're going to kill heroes and they just keep running at you. But you can't do that if you don't have an all-rounded draft. So I think they probably have to look into that. If they don't change anything, I think the game is just going to end up the same way.
That's true. It's easier to make the good plays and to not have to deal with 9 Class if you're also creating pressure somewhere yourself.
I think sure, he's like a huge problem, but he's not the root of the problem, I think.
There's also a big difference, I would say, with the position 4s, with the itemization that they're buying. For example, in the previous game, you have Schofield rushing Aghanim Scepter, so you're really not getting the value out of the gold until you finish the Aghanim Scepter, which is 4.2k gold, compared to Helm of the Dominator, which is 2.5k gold, and the components that he's getting. And so he's coming online much faster, and we're also talking about them having an early lead, so he's utilizing that much better compared to the enemy position 4.
Yeah, I was expecting an earlier 4-staff from him, to be honest, because if you look at like literally every P-Vision hero, all of them don't like playing into 4-staff. Like they have some circle that you need to force out of in the Monkey King and the Night Stalker, you know, Beastmaster Roar, things like that. But Schofield, I also respect that he's got his own way of playing. He doesn't care what we think. He doesn't care what his team thinks. He doesn't care what anybody thinks. He just plays his own way. Unfortunately, it meant that he didn't have much counterplay for his team. But he's got his own strats.
The teams have had their time. We've had our moments to talk about those game 1s, the potentials we want to see for game number 2. But as we can see, our players are back in their booth, and that means we get to look forward to a game 2 draft.
P-Vision versus Heroic Game 2.
Upper bracket, no elimination on the lines by any mean, but Heroic definitely are going to want to bounce back to this one. They want to make it closer. A closer series is what everyone would love to see, and we've already highlighted a position 4, maybe even just the support picks in general, Winter, because they, in game 1, picked up that Crystal Maiden, uncontested, and now maybe showing the reasons why.
Yeah, I guess they probably really wanted maybe to make the Pudge the carry. That's why they picked the CM, and it didn't really work out. So this game, they're going to have to rethink their overall strategy. Because sometimes when you try to flex your heroes around too much, then it ends up being really hard to make the whole draft come together. You know, they're going to have the Nature's Prophet now, which is going to solve a lot of their wave shuffling problem.
Yes.
Hero is global, so it's definitely going to be a very, very different game here.
And it's also a hero that can deal with the Helm of the Dominator creep. With the Sprout, you can easily kill it. Mostly from the core role, position 4 doesn't kill it as easily. And P-Vision, after seeing what 9 Class did do in the previous game, they're not going to complicate too much. Having that 1-0 lead after game number 1, they can try to repeat what they just did.
Yeah, they, on the side of Heroic, they actually value that Night Stalker being much more of an issue than the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And we did offer 2 different ways to deal with it, either drafting to deal with it, or just kind of ignoring him. There was actually 3. The third one was to ban him, right?
Maybe they wanted to go for Puck again this time because they're on the first pick side, so they're probably planning to maybe 18 pick the Puck. So
they banned DK as well. That also indicates the Puck.
So there's a very high likelihood we see P-Vision maybe on the 16-17 pick try to snatch the Puck away if they think that's a good move for them.
And removing Spectre as well, which means that Nature's Prophet is going to be played as a core most likely. This is not the matchup that he likes to play into. Heroic is the only team so far in the tournament that did play Spectre. Overall, they did win the game, so it seems like they know something about the hero that could potentially be really good, especially in this matchup, having that global presence against NP and try to punish him.
I mean, it's also the fact that whenever you're playing to Nature's Prophet, you kind of want someone to be able to shove the waves away from the team and also join the fights, right? Usually we talk about Dawn, Underlord, those are the type of heroes, and Spectre kind of, even though it's not a very popular hero, but he can kind of do that with the ulti.
Heroic was so quick on their side of this with the bans, P-Vision taking more of that time. They see what we saw, right, that Puck. They don't want to pick it up for themselves, and they're really going to make sure that Heroic can't have the perfect setup for a Puck game.
I mean, this is also really, really good sequence here. So they know that the opponent is going to ban the puck, and when you remove the puck, Queen of Pain becomes very high value because puck is a huge counter to Quap in the lane in the game.
I will say though, Nature's Prophet traditionally has been a very strong hero at laning into Queen of Pain. So it does eliminate like an off-lane Quap potential. You know it's most likely going to go mid. I mean, 9 class was experimenting with position 4 Queen of Pain for quite some time in pubs. Maybe he'll do it here. We'll see.
Yeah, this is the hero to catch the Monkey King in the game. You sleep him, you grip him, as long as you have some high ground ward, you see him. This is one of the best setups for killing a Monkey King.
I'm interested to see if they still value like Clock Pudge. You know, I feel like they've solved some of the issues that we talked about with the Nature's Prophet. They did go to 52 minutes in the game. It was a relatively close game.
Yeah, I would maybe lean towards melee position 4, maybe Marcy, keep that potential flex from the off lane, maybe even Tusk to have ability to save people, because right now you do have Bane with the Nightmare save, that's going to be good, and these heroes that I just mentioned even get more value after seeing the Shadow Fiend pick. Even Clockwork that you mentioned comes into a play for sure.
Oh man, what a combo Bane Shadow Fiend is too. You can Nightmare sleepwalk somebody into the SF Requiem, and that is going to one-shot pretty much any hero.
I mean, does this indicate the Nature's Prophet might be a support, or is just going to be a Nature's Prophet carry and an SF mid?
I feel like it's analog calling for the SF. It's like his best hero, so I mean, other than Puck, which is out.
Yeah, he's played it twice already in this tournament, so it kind of does make sense that it's leaning that way. I do think maybe just trying not to flex too much could also be a strength for Heroic.
I mean, but at the same time, I feel like if P-Vision chooses to go for like some Tusk, Spirit Breaker here, those are heroes that are really good at punishing mid SF, right? So if you get like 1 or 2 kills on him in the laning phase, you could completely ruin his game as the SF mid. I mean, ET is kind of nice against Bane in a team fight. You can cancel the grip from far range. Amps up the Quap damage.
It's also a great hero at securing lane for Satanic, no matter what. Like an ET is gonna do well.
Yeah, not to mention the runes though. I think the rune fights are going to be extremely important in this game if the SF is going mid. You want to win the rune fight, so you need suitable supports that are very strong at using their body or they have stuns to secure the rune.
And I like this. They just picked Phoenix on 17. Not showing where the Phoenix is going to go, not showing where Monkey's going to go, so having the flex open between potentially 4 or 5 with Phoenix and ET, and also DM is the one who did play offlane Phoenix. We saw 33 played as well, so definitely a hero that could potentially come out.
It's a scary lane, no? Phoenix and Monkey King.
Yeah.
If your SF is carry right now, you're going to be feeling the hit, right?
Yeah.
Or even a Nature's Prophet.
Even Natures can die to that.
Does Phoenix really hit that archetype? Because we talk about it so much. DM kind of gets left alone in that lane, right? We're probably going to see 9 class on a Monkey King again. Is it going to be okay for DM on this Phoenix? How much?
I mean, the thing with that is you don't really need much help later. As long as you get through your weakest phase, which is, I would say, the first couple of levels, especially level 1.
Yep.
As long as Monkey King is there, he helps you secure your couple of levels, you get the Lotus. I think Phoenix wants solo levels. You want to get to your level 6 as quickly as you can. And I think Monkey King could actually just allow you to do that, and he just runs around and ganks, especially the SF mid.
I think you're pretty tempted to pick Snapfire here, right? Into the Phoenix, kill the egg. I think it would also do pretty well in lane against like Elder Titan, position 5.
At this pick, you want to use the 18 on the support? Maybe the next pick, but it's probably not going to be there anymore after you pick the Mars.
So then what is the Mars adding for value for the Heroic draft that is slightly better than that Snap?
They need team fight, plus they need someone to buy pipe, I think, against this Phoenix core, potential Phoenix core.
Right.
I mean, Mars destroys Monkey King in the game. Like, you drop the arena, and it kills all of the trees around the arena, as well as in the arena.
Yeah,
so.
and you don't have the old facet, those 4 seconds that you could stay out of the Wukong's command, so one spear could push you out. It means that your Wukong's is gone immediately.
I mean, you also kind of have a combo, right, with SF. You lock them in the arena, then he fears them to the wall.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty nice.
That's a crazy combo. Like, their team fight is incredible in this game. I mean, I still think Snapfire is amazing. It's like Snapfire, Mars lane, arena into Snap ulti. I'd be very shocked if P-Vision lets it through.
There's a lot of things that they're going to have to think about for themselves because it's the same issue. You don't want a tunnel vision that they are looking for a support. We have said that it is most likely going to be a Nature's Prophet that is in that core role, but you don't want to oversight of a support Nature's Prophet either.
No. Yeah, you never want to like lock something in. I mean, especially hero like Nature's. It literally was played as a support just like 2 weeks ago.
That was you.
I was playing it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm still playing it as a support. It is still a good support. It's just that with the prevalence of Dom and being able to kill the creep as a core very easily, it's like a free Midas. It's a lot more of a core these days.
But when you look towards the picks winter, do you think there's more impact coming from another core hero for Heroic, or more impact in that Snapfire that is still...
Probably the Snapfire. I think the Snapfire just solves, I think, the egg problem, and it also kind of gives you more damage into the arena. So it feels very natural to go for the Snapfire. Yeah. I mean, they've opted to ban out the Silencer. I mean, it's kind of okay.
It would have been a pretty nasty Silencer pick. It's like super high win rate against Queen of Pain. She hates playing into Silencer. It's so much magic damage. And then Phoenix as well.
Yeah, both the bans are kind of to protect the Quap in the game, with the Abaddon to remove the poison. But I still think Snapfire is like more important than those two heroes. I think I'll be okay if I'm heroic. If I'm taking that trade, I'm fine.
The only thing is like it's a question of does Schofield want to play it? I mean, he does play it in general. Like this is one of the heroes that he came onto the scene playing. He's been enjoying mostly melee heroes in this patch.
If they feel like they need a better 5 with Shadowfiend, they could run Bane as a position 4.
Yeah, true.
Because there's a flexibility. You can still play NP from the mid lane. This is doable.
Disruptor? You want Disruptor?
Huh?
Do you want Disruptor if you want to pick a 5?
I'm still leaning maybe towards melee position 5s if they want to run it, with the Bane position 4, and then you have Shadowfiend from the mid lane, NP with either Tusk or Marcy, even Clockwork that Jenkins mentioned.
Yeah, that will actually make sure that the lane is a lot more stable for the Nature's Prophet or the SF.
Well, with not a lot of time left, Terrorblade's the last ban for themselves, and it feels like they still haven't solved exactly what they want last pick. You were kind of shaking his head. Does that instill faith in you, Jenkins?
I mean, I still think Snap is just, it's the most obvious. And they go for Ursa. So, okay, we will see Nature's Prophet support position. I think. It's very hard to predict when it's...
So what's the idea here? So he can actually mirror the Monkey King moving around the map?
And you kill the egg. Like, we were talking about Snapfire to kill the egg. Ursa is one of the best cores, the best core in the game at killing egg.
Well, 2 wins on hard support on a position 5 Nature's Prophet so far this tournament.
I mean, this is King Jungle's best hero.
Yeah.
So I think it's a matter of, like Yuma said, I played an amazing Ursa last game. We lost at 52 minutes, but he had no deaths for pretty much the entire game. He's feeling strong on it. It's a really good Ursa game.
You have faith in him, like you haven't lost that at all.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's calling for it.
I think they've solved a lot of the issues that were in the previous draft. You know, I want to meme about the Pudge. I don't think that was the issue. I think what Winter said definitely was, like, not being able to push out the lanes.
This is going to give them a lot of tempo, a lot of explosive damage that's going to be coming out. You have ET that's going to amplify your damage from Queen of Pain, from your Phoenix core, which is going to be dealing insane amount of magical damage, and then you have Templar Assassin with the ET aura on top of that. So the heroes are going to be dying very quickly.
I think the laning setup is also very, very strong for P-Vision here with the TA, ET, and the Phoenix Monkey King. I could see them kind of getting a good advantage out of their side lanes, and then you have a Quap to run around and snowball the lead even further. You know, so this game could either be really, really quick win for P-Vision, or Heroic is going to be able to drag the game long enough for their heroes to be able to fight back.
Yeah, I agree. I think P-Vision's got a really good mid-game timing for sure. But if it does go late game, if Heroic can get there, like SF with Mars Arena and Ursa damage, like they have a lot of scaling in many different ways.
The question isn't also just can they get that. Do you believe that they can get that, Jenkins?
They did last game. And I think if they do the exact same thing, it's way easier for them to execute this game.
Yeah, and they also have Nature's Prophet this time around who can scale from position 4 compared to Clockwork. It will, 5 in this one, but it will allow them to scale. You can still get the items, you can push out the waves. This is the problem that they'd have in game number 1. Shadowfiend, he 2-shots the wave, Mars as well with the 2 abilities. Ursa kills it quickly. So I don't think they're going to be having the same issue, and I also do think that they addressed Monkey King from position 4 not sure if that's going to be enough. I think P-Vision's draft checks all the boxes with the explosive damage, Roche taking potential, all the objectives on the map, and being able to fight when Heroic wants to fight as well.
Yeah. For yourself, Winter, you said that like Monkey King was kind of, trying to target it as a bit of a band-aid patch, right? You're not really fixing the solution. Is there more of a fix to the underlying issue now?
I think they definitely solve some of the wave clear issue, but it's just about the sacrifice they're making this game where they're picking a lot of weak heroes in the lane, and if they can actually bypass and solve that problem in the game, I think they're going to be in a good shot going into the mid-late game for Heroic.
All right, okay. I just got to see where it is, because we said coming into this one, it could potentially be a very close series. You don't exactly know where it could lay either way. P-Vision up against Heroic. I do know that Heroic, they're going to need a little bit of backing here, Jenkins.
From the crowd, you mean?
Yeah, or you.
Yeah, let's go Heroic, game 3. So we can get another punch. Let's get another punch on the menu.
I was hoping for a little
More
bit more,
chances for Crimson Witness. Let's hear it for Crimson Witness and Heroic.
I believe in this P-Vision draft, I'm going to be honest.
We're going to go down to the coach, because I feel like that's someone who could definitely give us more faith in Heroic.
Absolutely. We are here with Caps. Caps, welcome back again. Hell of a game that you guys played last time. Really fought till the end there, and pretty good draft here, I have to say myself here. You did give them their iconic Monkey King again. Do you think that the Mars will be enough to deal with that, or did you have any other plans for that?
We think that the hero is annoying for sure, but if we worry about a hero just because it's annoying, the draft gets too hard. And I think this game we have better tools to deal with it. And we could have won last game as well, right? You guys saw it. It was close.
Absolutely. It was a hell of a game. So how did you get the guys out of that mindset? Because it really was a back and forth. You guys did great in that early game. Were there any words that you said to them, like, guys, drop it, let's get into the next game?
We usually just try to be as direct as we can about the things that went wrong and cheer them up in general, like a good friend.
I could definitely tell that you guys are big homies in there, and obviously against a team that you know a lot about. The crowd, I don't know if you saw them, but they were absolutely screaming out for you. Heroic fans, you still out there?
There's way more than expected, since South America is a bit far, you know?
Yeah, South America far, but they're here in spirit, and they are ready to see you win this one. Bring it to a game 3. Are you ready for that, my man?
Of course, of course.
All right, let's bring it into the game and see if they can make it then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get this game 2 action underway between P-Vision and Heroic. Fogged, what do you make of the approach this time around? Changes, but of course Heroic, they do still end the draft with that Ursa once again.
He played a hell of a game in that last game, right? So I can see why he probably asked for it again. But adaptations made on both sides. We do see a ton of team fight this game, Owen, on both sides. It's actually insane how much it's been round up with an ET being brought into the mix. My favorite hero, of course, I have to say that. But yeah, lots of different things that we can talk about here as Analog getting to play his extremely, if not his most comfort hero. Of course, his Puck is one of them, but he loves to play this Shadow Fiend. So looking forward to see what he can do on this, because I felt like in that last game, he just had such a hard time in the Puck. They just had so many answers for him. Yes, he was pulling attention away from the Ursa, tanking the Night Stalker silence a lot, but this one, maybe he can have a bit of a better time in terms of just standing his ground.
And do you like that overall from Heroic going for this approach where they do keep that, the Nature's Prophet back in the support position and get something else secured for the cause in a game like this?
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool because it's KJ's favorite hero. He's played it so many times in pubs, also in these officials, and I think it does give you an extra tool in terms of playing the economy map game. P-Vision has shown how many games they love the economy map game. Having a hero like Nature's Prophet, even as support, it can do a lot. Either scouting with the Sprouts, sending treants eventually once he starts getting the points in it. So looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do, if anything in particular. And let's see how Yuma's game in particular also goes, since he did have a great performance in that last one, but does feel like there's a lot more things to trip him up this game.
Oh, well, yeah, well, you would consider
Fire
this
Spirits
as a tougher challenge for the Bear.
Yeah, besides the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker was very difficult for him in that last game, but the attention from the Night Stalker was on the Puck. This one, I think more attention is going to be put on this Ursa in terms of just naturally inside of the fights. With the stomps, the Shadow Strikes from the Queen of Pain, Trap Silence from a Templar Assassin, let's say mid-game. So let's see how that adjustment comes out. And speaking of the Shadow Striking in the mid lane, right now no one having a pretty great time in the mid lane. 13-8.
A lot of denies in bottom lane. First blood's going to be found here by the two of them, TM and 9 class. That's a rough one.
Yeah, this lane in particular is way harder. The Night Stalker plus the Monkey King lane is a passive farm style lane. This is an oppressive lane that is going to try to constantly kill you. And Phoenix, if he gets off to a hot start, can be one of the more oppressive 3-position heroes as we've seen.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
33.
Because in this lane, as long as DM has dive up, he's never going to die against his Nature's Prophet and Ursa duo, right?
No, unless there's a third hero, right, that rotates in. But I don't think Schofield can really leave too much. He has to stay top since he wants to make sure that he can give his Mars something, because that's a hard lane for the Mars playing versus the ET. ET can constantly set up kills onto you.
And we saw last game, obviously, you're very much a fan of them finding a way to get the Lifestealer in as the carry pick. This time round, getting that TA here for Satanic, another one of his strongest heroes in the carry position. They're going to be feeling pretty good about getting that through this game, right?
For sure. It gives them so much hybrid damage. Now they have so much physical. They also have a ton of magical. And they have ET, which just loves to have this type of hero that thrives off of that extra minus armor, too. Definitely looks strong. For most teams, I mean, not everybody picking the TA, but it gives you, map control,
Bottom lane. Another kill here for the two of them.
Yuma, the earn charges, giving up kills is dangerous here.
It's going to get just tougher and tougher for Yuma really to survive through this laning stage. I mean, they're going to have to bring out a lot of regen. I mean, how do they sort of keep him in a position to farm down it?
He might just die, honestly. It's very likely he might just die almost immediately. DM, if he lands even an earn on him, might just be the kill.
Rama Spring. He's able to dodge it there with the Earth Shot. But yeah, this is not a fun spot to be in if you're the Ursa.
He's going to have to spend a lot of money on regen, so he even buys his own salve. They've got an early bracer that he goes to try to withstand some of that pressure. But yeah, it feels like this is going to be very sad for Yuma in terms of this laning phase. Gets his salve canceled immediately from the Urn too, and instant Fire Spirits.
DM ready to just push the hero to the limits and gets him with the dive as well. Boundless is there. Yuma should be all right this time.
Can they turn it?
So if they can get the swipe stacked up on a 9-class Sprout to block him off, Yuma's got to be careful.
Fire
the Spirit connects, and that's going to allow 9-class to just trade back with him and survive. He gets away.
Another one.
Oh, this bottom lane, it's painful to watch, but this is getting nasty.
This can actually be the big problem with picking something like NP5, the greediness in the lane, but it's mostly just this Phoenix, how oppressive the hero can be. Ursa walks up, eats multiple Fire Spirits. They have another Urn charge immediately, so they can look to continue this pressure.
I mean, and as you said as well, it's just difficult really for Schofield to leave to the top to be here.
He might have to, honestly. Like, this is disastrous.
Jungles, he's tried for this play to see if he could kind of catch 9-class backing off, but now he's going to die for it, so it's just going to be another kill for DM, now dominating. 5 minutes in, 4 kills here on the Phoenix.
This is really problematic. You have to do something to fix this. DM is going to have the earliest Spirit Vessel of ever, maybe. Definitely the tournament, but he's pretty close to having it already. About 700 off, and he's buying small items in between. It's a really good Vessel game, too, whenever you're playing versus something.
Here's Schofield heading down to at least provide some sort of extra presence for Yuma.
You have to.
What they can do, they get the Nightmare drag back, but he has got the dive up, DM. And 9-class is here ready to help out, so DM should be able to step away. They'll throw down a block grenade, but TPs are coming in heroic. They're not getting a kill out of this. They have to back off.
No one will cancel the TP, but they do get the rune as well, so Ducalos was able to take that one away from Analog. All 3 lanes
look
going
at this
beautifully
mid lane.
for P-Vision.
20 denies here from no one against Analog's SF. That's pretty crazy, because out of all the heroes, you don't normally expect you to be able to get that many denies against an SF.
An unbelievable start for the side of P-Vision.
Yeah, this is getting crazy.
Schofield, as you said, he's looking to make some adaptation, looking to adjust somehow, but even with the 3 heroes down here, Owen, this is not an easy way to push DM out of the lane.
Look at this as well. We're 6.5 minutes in. Satanic, he has double the CS of Yuma's Ursa.
Oh, in this game, it's rough at the start here, and we'll see how Heroic can look to adapt things. Even when the problem is, too, is their mid laner is having such a hard time. Yep. Usually what happens is, okay, our mid can try to tempo control and adapt and make things look better for us, but he's getting also having big problems in that mid lane, a catapult wave even.
And I don't think Schofield's going to get away with this. Unless can you make some sort of play with the Nightmare to secure this?
You can sleep them out of it and pull them away. Let's see if he can.
He might just... Okay, he's going to show himself.
He did it.
Oh, there we go. Easy.
He did it the perfect way.
A little bit of something, but he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to just have to try and walk back to safety.
Looks like he will be able to get away with that one. So at least one thing going the way of Heroic.
It's the best thing that's happened for them so far this game. It's a tough one here.
Yeah, their Ursa is already having to hit jungle creeps. SF as well, also having to hit jungle. It's pre-8 minutes into getting pushed out of their lane. It's a level 4 Ursa,
and yeah, I guess just having sort of this mid SF and this safe lane Ursa, they both need a lot of time, a lot of space to fall back, hit the jungle creeps. Like, Who's going to make moves on Heroic? Who's going to be able to do anything anytime soon against P-Vision?
It's gonna be strictly Whisper, and when Requiem is up, it feels like, right?
Okay.
And that feels pretty difficult to play against this type of draft from P-Vision. DM, he's got Vessel. It's done. Level 6 also finished up too, so he's going to look to probably pressure this tower here. And cool to see that he goes for this aggressive build on DM also, not the Dominator, right? In a lot of games, maybe we've seen Dominator picked up even on Phoenix, but this one he knows he can just crush. He can really crush the whole game with this type of start.
I mean, just looking again at the denies, this has to be one of the highest sort of collective amount of team denies that's in the first 8 minutes of a game, right? Now, 8 minutes in, do you ever really see a team have, like, I can't do the quick maths, but it's something like 60 denies across all lanes just 8 minutes in?
Rare to see it at the International in particular, right? Sometimes we do see it in some other tournaments when a team is just outskilled, but yeah, this is pretty crazy so far from P-Vision.
See how much you can make them work for it. Stomp's going to connect.
It'll be annoying to chase him. They'll have to save the Boundless to be able to stop his TP, and it looks like Schofield's going to make him work for it for a long time here.
I mean, he still doesn't have a TP.
True.
So he's
just
he's going to try and sort of live his best life here, just trying to be a nuisance.
Just do they even want to call for anyone else to gank this is the question. Maybe Nightclass just follows him.
I think so, because 9class is like, well, my cores are kind of dumpstering all the lanes, so I don't need to be anywhere else. I could go for a little walk around the forest with you.
Yeah, why not?
I'm just going to chase him down.
Dragging multiple waves. Eventually, though, how does Schofield get out of this? We'll have to see. No one matching versus Analog. Analog with this haste rune feels safe to play aggressive forward here.
Oh,
okay.
Got your tree.
Here comes no one. Good old Schofield.
Will ultimately end in his death. No one able to get the money from that one.
Well, at least he's being annoying.
It's going to come in. He's got the arena set up. Into the spear, and with the Nature's Wrath burst, they're able to take him down before he gets any sort of chance of popping a supernova. So
nicely done.
First kill for Heroic themselves to get here in this game too, and it's a nice one.
They got to start doing things like this, right? Being a little more chaotic, as we said, even in that last game in particular. KJ, even though the lane went horrible for him, he's actually getting closer and closer toward his Vessel on this Nature's Prophet also. So slight little moves are at least recovering the overall game state a bit here, but for Yuma in particular, he still is incredibly slowed down. And the pressure on mid lane, shield rune on no one.
P-Vision definitely not afraid of going for a bit of a dive. Schofield and Analog.
Nightclass is giving the scout. Catapult is coming in as well too, so the pressure's on the tower.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the dive onto Schofield. Analog's around. Does he want to show himself to try and help? He'll get the deny. Easy.
There you go. Tower, though, will inevitably fall, but at the least they prevent a bit of extra gold going the way of no one. Satanic, though, has been left completely alone, Owen. Level 9 Templar Assassin.
Absolute free farm.
Versus the Ursa, who has not only half CS, but 3 levels behind as well. And the question is, how do you pressure the Templar Assassin with this type of draft, right? It's probably just wait until you hit these timings in particular on like the Nature's Prophet.
Sure, but
who actually kills the TA?
They just don't, right? It was one of those drafts that this TA comes through last, and unless you're able to sort of just crush them and push them back out of the lane, the overall game state it's not going to be fun.
No, like later stages, sure, they'll have options to be able to kill the TA perhaps, but in this early, maybe in the next like 10 minutes or so, it's going to be very difficult for them to deal with Satanic. Tower will fall. 9class getting closer and closer to his Dominator. DM will even give him some of that extra farm to have it finished early. And this is cool if DM goes this build also. Do want to keep, because it's a bit of an adaptation. I keep saying this word, but whatever. He's changing his build up quite a bit than we've seen from DM, usually just the straight Dominators. If he goes Vessel bots, that means we want to destroy this map.
I like it, yeah. He's got the levels. You know, he's got that quick, fast item timing on the Vessel. So if he can continue to just be in any sort of fight that happens, best of luck to Heroic in those team fight situations, because this Phoenix turning up is going to be a huge issue for them.
Yeah, it looks like the name of the game for Heroic is just farm and try to recover for now as King Jungles is getting closer and closer to that Vessel, as we were mentioning. Analog needs as much protection as possible.
Now they're going to be able to secure another power rune, arcane rune for no one ready for the next move.
It's such early 2 T1s dropping for the side of Heroic that just, limited places for them to really move outside, as we see. They're going to smoke up. There is the grip now available for Schofield.
They've got to find something with this.
A grip into a Requiem. Who are they going to get?
A DM would be a nice one to find. And if they don't, I mean, he's relatively low at the moment, so yeah, a grip and a Requiem would absolutely do it.
Yeah, they did see him on that ward too.
Can Schofield get the grab? The problem is 9 Class is ready with a Boundless Strike to put a stop to it. And there it is, puts a stop to the grip straight away. DM's able to dive out, now he's ready to turn with the Vessel and Spirits thrown down onto Schofield.
Things are awkward immediately.
They absolutely are. Yuma's going to watch from the side. They get a few raises in onto 9 Class. Will be able to kill off the Monkey King. So a 1-for-1 trade, not the worst thing to take in sort of the state that Heroic's in right now.
All right, it looks like KJ's plan of the game is, or King Junkle's, I should say, sorry, I keep saying KJ, is also disrupt and block. Look at the sentries he's placed top now. So looking to prevent that farm speed from Satanic, as we did see 9 Class doing that last game. Now it's the Nature's Prophet sending these treants in and also just blocking the camps to slow down the TA.
Top. There's the setup, and with the bots online, we're going to see DM ready to join as well. Dives forward, Whisper surrounded.
I'm a big fan of these bots. This could be really interesting. With this type of advantage that they get, he's going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with the Phoenix this early in the game? No one can kill the Egg in particular. Ursa is not going to want to show up to hit that. And he does so much damage early on here.
Definitely not the sort of build you necessarily go for if you're having kind of an even time out the lane, but definitely DM just identifying I'm ahead.
Yep.
I'm going to be able to absolutely snowball the game with what is going to almost certainly be one of the quickest bots timings you'll see on a Phoenix build, getting that pre-14 minutes after that Spirit Vessel.
And he's going Veil as well too, which helps with this Queen of Pain, helps with the ET as well. So yeah, cool stuff we're seeing coming in as Schofield again.
Cut the tree. But he's not getting out alive, Schofield.
On the other side, Whisper will get the catch onto Ducalis. We'll be able to finish him off.
That's something. I'll say what they can get right now, Heroic.
But they did lose their Shrine. I believe Ducalis was able to steal that one before he did get caught out. No one lingering up top here. Has the Blade Mail finished up.
And he's got Sonic Wave ready to play with.
Could look for Whisper here. Whisper does have this Sentry Ward. He will be protected. And Whisper is going for the catching build, rather than I believe it was Winter who was saying that maybe he would want to see something like a pipe build come out. Not going to be the case here from Whisper. So looking more about just playing around the team fights and get the catch for either the Quap or the Phoenix. So just a different approach. Dominator's done. See what 9 Class is going to be able to do with that one, how much he disrupts the farm. We've seen so much.
Battle Fury online now for Yuma, so might be able to start closing a little bit of that gap against Satanic, but unless they find some action for him to be all involved in, it's probably unlikely just due to how far ahead Satanic is in farm. 8,600 net worth, over about 2,500 ahead still of that of Yuma's Ursa.
A decent recovery, though. It could have been way worse if he did die in extra time or if they were able to actually stalk him in the jungles. This, you know, it's not great by any means on this Battle Fury Ursa, but in terms of what he was against, not too shabby. 5K lead, though. Similar to last time, P-Vision just getting that massive advantage, at least in terms of lanes. This time even more so, though. That's just fear, in particular for Analog. They're so squishy. He gets pulled back in.
They're going to dive forward, straight in with the Supernova. He'll try and get a Requiem off with the Sonic Wave and the burn from the Phoenix.
What a play from 9 Class. He just rippered him in. The Wildling Ripper just tornadoed him backwards, and he's just stuck in a world of hurt. I have a lot of fear for Analog in particular. I feel like his game is going to be the hardest one to actually play because he just is definitely at the whims of getting popped in this game. Yeah, they have so much burst damage.
See top, Whisper having to be cautious, at least with the Yules and the Arena up. It does have defensive measures.
Like
they do go on it.
Yuma in particular has ways to survive, right? Same thing for Whisper on these cores, but yeah, for Analog, I have a lot of worries in these next 5 to 10 minutes how he's able to just protect himself. Anything gets on top of him and he's probably just dead.
What's the next play going to be here for Heroic?
He's just going to keep tipping him. Because of the sentries, he's doing exactly that. He just sees that he's trying to potentially keep blocking that farm. That's Satanic. He asked for mercy. Still is having a pretty crazy amount of farm. 200 CS at the 16 and a 50-minute mark.
See Smoke here. See if Whisper can find the setup. P-Vision not looking to be caught out by this. Maybe DM.
He's not that squishy.
And he's already away with a dive, so Whisper not able to get a chance to get his hands on him.
Even if he gets him, it's dangerous. You don't know where the ET is. You don't know where the Monkey King is. These two heroes are fantastic at stopping aggression. A Fiend's Grip comes out, a Stomp stops it. A Boundless Strike from the tree line. So you have to have quite a bit of information on Whisper if he wants to look for those plays.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And especially if you're using both the Yules and the Arena to commit. You're not getting out if they get the chance to turn on you.
Definitely not. Scan coming out. P-Vision continuing to read that map, and the growth continues to be there for them.
So we've got the smoke here for no one and Ducalis.
That's what they find.
As you say, Analog definitely the easier at the kills if he's caught out in the lane.
Yuma's he is starting to getting closer and closer, at least in terms of the cores. Slowly but surely. Again, I'm going to point out, since Purge, he'll probably maybe talk about it again, but 9class is doing the same thing. So he's sending the Dark Troll Summoner, triple skeletons, blocking camps. So again, just on top of getting extra efficiency with his farm, he's blocking efficiency of farm versus Heroic, similar as last time. 9class. We'll be able to play around it.
Still make sure that he gets the large creep as well. Too slippery here for Schofield or Yuma to get their hands on.
Information gathered. Whenever they see Schofield, they probably just know that there's not going to be an aggressive move that comes out from Heroic. Schofield gets the catch.
The grip. And they'll be able to deal with him this time. Nice little grab there for the two of them.
Do they want to turn this into another move? Without the grip, obviously hard to look for a pick-off. Ducalis, he's trying to protect these Ancients.
Oh.
He knows.
They're going to be able to put a stop to that TP here with a stomp, so not able to block the Ancients this time around, and will end up losing his life for the attempt, King Jungles.
Fool me once, right? This time they do catch him. Third time is the charm. Ducalis is very ready for it. Prepared there with Satanic. Deso Blink is done, making the move top Whisper.
He's got to be cautious here, as P-Vision are bringing in no one as well. And DM, they're ready with the four of them. To make an aggressive move, and they'll just get in straight on top of him. Yule Scepter will buy him a moment of safety, but as soon as he comes crashing down, he's dead.
They're stalking Analog to this ward that 9class has placed down. Can he get his way out of it?
Should be fine under the tier 2. Schofield coming in with the TP ready to keep Analog safe, but...
Oh, but they're accelerating things.
Yeah, they could go for this. With such quick timing on Satanic, the fact that he's got this Deso and Crystallis, they'll take this Roshan down pretty quickly.
And without Whisper being there, there is no team fight from Heroic possible. And this is before 20 minutes, so they can get this Rosh and then go Tormentor. Usually what happens in a lot of these games is you have to pick and choose which one you want to go for.
They're going to get a bit of cold feet, though. They don't want to commit for the Roshan completely.
It is going to shift toward the bottom side, so maybe they just make their move down there.
Yeah, that's true. A bit off with the timing, so we'll have to regroup on the bottom. Satanic, he does have a TP ready if he wants to switch down to that side of the map.
Heroic, I feel like they have to go for
game.
I feel like they have to kind of go for this check. You need to at least go with Whisper and with Analog to potentially set up. Because you have yet to get a Requiem. I mean, you've yet to have anything really from Analog together.
Satanic able to, of course, solo the Tormentor, get the shard secured nice and early this game for 9class.
The moves of efficiency just continue being there.
Let's go for the Whisper. They're looking for no one. Get the Yule set up into the Spear. Requiem to follow up, but it's coming on the side. They've got the lockdown, though, with a Fiend's Grip, so the job will still be a successful one.
Whew, that was almost awkward. If he gets stomped there on Schofield, might actually end up surviving on no one. Should be able to turn this into a tower, too, so first aggressive move that feels like it's actually gone Heroic's way.
And at least setting up the game for a position where Heroic, they can maybe start to look towards the Roche themselves. Supernova's going to be used as well pretty early, so Heroic, they can kite that out. And maybe look to continue to try and push for this now, knowing that Supernova's on cooldown.
Too hard versus ET. ET's the king of the pit. And Monkey King too, actually. These two heroes are two of the best in terms of just preventing someone from getting inside of there.
I mean, at the least, they're going to want to make sure that they don't allow P-Vision to get into the pit for free, surely.
It does feel like they have to fight around there, but they don't have Requiem, and so I don't know if they actually can. We'll see what the move's going to be. As 9class, he's keeping the creep in that sneaky spot. So we'll be able to scout that Roche. And yeah, it looks like P-Vision will be able to get away with it.
Yeah, you're right. They feel that they can't do anything to stop them now.
I think it's just too dangerous versus the ET and Monkey. Even if you had a bit of a window there with the Quab killed, it's too risky.
So there we have it. Aegis for Satanic.
Terrifying.
As he continues to just tower ahead of anyone in terms of net worth this game. Daedalus
Full
done.
Daedalus.
22 minutes in. I mean, he's going to start two-shotting some of these heroes.
Whisper. We'll be able to get the TP out. No secondary cancel, as we saw there. Yeah, he's going to start two-shotting heroes, and he's going to get closer and closer toward that Shard, which is also very devastating to play against. Has something like Bane or even Ursa. Just these little silences can be very disruptive. Heroic. Looks like they're attempting to mount a defense down here on Schofield.
King Jungle's even looking for aggressive TPs here.
That would be...
Well, he's teasing them.
Aggressive.
At least with the BKB online for Yuma, he'll be in a bit of a better shape to turn up and maybe give you a chance to threaten the egg if DM does try and commit with a supernova. Full Shiva's online now as well for DM. These fast time timings continuing from him on the Phoenix.
Team fights just continue to look way too difficult for Heroic, just needing to buy more time. Like you said, the BKB's done for Yuma. He has a lot of protection. Analog needs his desperately next, and he is actually pretty close. There is a good amount of spells, of course, that are going to be going right through that BKB, pretty much everything, but it does feel like it's a necessary tool that he needs anyway. He actually can die so fast through this BKB versus TA, versus Phoenix, versus the Quapple, everything, really. Splitter. Positioning is going to have to be absolutely perfect from Heroic in this next upcoming situation.
Here they come, P-Vision. Heroic should be pretty aware. I mean, we can see the setup here from Whisper. Gets the spear in onto Satanic towards the tower. The refractions up, allowing him to blink out. And Whisper, he's probably going to die for that. As the setup's there, no one jumps forward. They catch the Bane off to the side of the tower on top of that. And they'll be able to keep this push going.
It's clinical from P-Vision so far this game. Yes, they've hemorrhaged a couple kills here and there, but overall, every move is really hitting his top also. KJ.
9 class. And on top of him. Has he got any way to play his way out of this one? He's going to try and stand his ground and fight back, but 9 class able to jump away with the shard.
No TPs available for the team. Buying a Yules, so as we, there was some limited extra stuns, so it does want that secondary one besides that boundless to hunt targets. 10k lead continues to grow.
Now P-Vision, they had a pretty good hold on the majority of game 1. This game 2, that hold honestly looking even tighter here. 24 minutes in. Everything looking up right now for P-Vision.
Everything looking up, and even for Yuma this game, right? Yes, he's recovering, but it still is a very difficult spot that he's been put in this one. Playing versus that TA, always not even the easiest target to burst down and overpower in particular. If he does have it prepped the refraction.
Focus towards the top lane now.
Looking to set up because they have this deep vision.
They're going to try and get the jump on Satanic. They get the spear connection, but no one's ready to back him up. Satanic falling low, but the stop comes in on towards Yuma. Yuma pots the BKB. Will be able to take Satanic down once, but it costs Yuma his life. Whisper also likely to fall as the dagger gets thrown out. Schofield gets burst by the final touch from Satanic. And indeed, Analog, he's just got a BKB and run.
His first BKB usage, and he's getting body blocked.
Indeed, looking for the body blocks, buying time for 9 class to close. He has the Requiem to push them back, but still getting slowed down. Boundless is in. Heroic loser 4th. P-Vision just playing with their food now.
Pretty much a perfect fight from P-Vision. As the Aegis is almost going away is when they make the move onto Satanic, and it isn't even close. Heroic gets destroyed there. P-Vision, they're making it look easy, Owen. Another move, KJ, he's spotted as well.
9 class. Drop the Wukong's command. Satanic ready to bring in that extra bit of damage. Tries to finish off, in fact, with style. They're looking for that side blade off the trap. Just styling on the back. Yeah, just the net worth on the TA looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Closing in on 20k net worth here, just 26 minutes in.
It's just such impressive gameplay from P-Vision this time around. Yes, last one they had this economy war that they were just constantly winning. This one, it's not just economy war.
No.
They're just finding kills everywhere, and there's pretty much no moves that Heroic can actually find hitting because of how commanding that early game really was from P-Vision. This Phoenix pick, it's been absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they crushed that bottom lane so hard.
Yep.
And DM knew exactly what to do with that sort of stuff.
Yep. All 3 cores are having a pretty much flawless game from the side of P-Vision.
Another tower taken. As the map just getting completely taken away from Heroic.
And poor Analog having one of the rougher games possible here on the Shadow Fiend. Shows up with his first BKB usage and just dies immediately. Has only really found one connection with his Requiem.
Yuma and Schofield. Maybe seeing if they ever do catch anyone out alone. 9 class, though, is going to start to get some information if he swings by.
Hey, look how quick he's able to just scout them out.
And DM's TPing over as well. 9 class just ready. He's just ready to go in on them. Start dancing around them with the boundless strikes of the Primal Springs. TP's coming back in for P-Vision Heroic. They've got to try and get out of here.
Yuma has to just TP.
He'll get away, but Schofield, it's not going to be as lucky. As a DM and 9 class will claim another.
This Monkey King is so annoying to play against. He just gives such good information and they can't stop him. Even though they have the Bane with the potential instant disables, he just jumps up on the tree almost immediately. Constantly limiting the map of Heroic. And a trap also, right? As we said, P-Vision loves to play vision games. There's Troll Summoners scouting out waves. There's TA traps scouting out movements as well. They have exact information of where everybody is. Analog walked on top of a trap twice. They have deep vision in the jungle as well. So just keeping tabs of pretty much everything that they need to. Full ags now for no one. Finished up. Just limited moves that Heroic can really do. Falling further and further and further behind.
So maybe when they've sort of got that BKB online for Whisper as well, they can try and bring everything together for some sort of arena Requiem play.
They'll be able to get their spells off, but the question will also be then, do they even have damage, right? They'll have these defensive plays to at least work around, but might not be enough with this deficit that they're at. They're gonna smoke. This is pre-BKB on Whisper. See what they can find. Because they're getting outplayed, outmaneuvered, out everything. So it feels like they do have to get something. Because in terms of just if this game continues with this grasp, it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere in their favor on Heroic. P-Vision. Smoking up. Satanic in the mid lane.
Will be a huge catch, but such a hard one to get, especially with this tier 1 tower still up. For potential TPs in. They don't quite get the angle in time. Satanic's already out of there. And P-Vision, they've got their sights set first on King Jungles.
Another kill for 9 class, another scout.
Can a Heroic maybe find someone splitting off from the back lines? It doesn't look like it.
P-Vision not giving them the opportunities. Even with this deep vision they've placed, they've had it up for about 2 minutes or so. Nobody's been in that area to get caught. If anything, it's just a Monkey King jumping around that does go in that area.
Nine class pretty much with his own BKB online, coming out ready for the next team fight. So even if they do kind of land these combos, even the supports of P-Vision are unlikely to be dying to it.
Yeah, Ducalis shouldn't get caught inside of it, right? As an ET, and then the Monkey King can just BKB and absorb the entire Requiem as well. Game continues to just, feels harder and harder. Yuma, he truly has his work cut out for him this time.
I mean, who's he ideally looking to jump in these team fights? You know, like what is he waiting to see? Do you imagine?
They just need to get the spear connection and just kill. And honestly, they do have the shard right on the Mars as well, so
cool. Look at that.
He needs to just cleave and cover both targets.
The heat map there of 9 class's Monkey King.
He's just getting full information. Yeah. It might be something teams have to look at to get rid of because it's just it feels like it's his best hero right now as well.
So they get the jump on Whisper. Talk about 9 class picks up another.
He was just bottom. He was just in the bottom jungle and he appears there already. Oh my god.
Nearly got a chance to put us up that TP out. Analog lucky to get away.
Hey, look at the pace that he can just cross the map. It's like it's faster than a Nature's Prophet teleporting in terms of cooldown, right? The NP can only TP once every so often. He can truly stalk them pretty beautifully. So difficult for Heroic to get out and find that fight. I mean, even if they do find the fight now at this point, the deficit, as we've said, it's getting to be too commanding.
Yeah, they're just not getting anywhere near enough out of the map on their side, Heroic.
Hey, P-Vision just playing it so clean. Satanic goes, gets another Tormentor while his team is farming the map, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow this lead.
He's more than happy to keep farming.
Yep.
307, yeah, coming up to 500 CS here, 31 minutes in. They haven't been able to kill him, and it's pretty hard to sort of foresee a situation in which this TA can actually die.
King Jungles. Immediately has to TP out. Yep. They'll have to expend literally everything, right? And even then, might just end up surviving. See the Aeon disc picked up from DM, a couple moments ago too, so yeah, I don't know. You were mentioning which targets do focus fire. I don't know who you can actually just insta-kill. The Queen of Pain, I guess, but...
Yeah, it feels like at this point with how tanky they are, you need kind of like the 2 rounds of the overpower to be able to kill anyone.
No, absolutely.
King Jungles, he tries to go to take away the amplified damage room, but no one's in with the blink first and picks it up for himself. Does give them the chance to get the grip off into the Rec Room. That's no one dead. Now, can Heroic get away with this? Schofield burnt down, caught out by the Boundless Strike.
So I'm definitely still able to get the Quap, especially pre-BKB. So a nice little grip angle that they're able to at the least find there. It's something. They need anything they can get at this point.
Another Roshan likely to be gotten here by P-Vision unless Heroic want to make some sort of crazy play here with the four of them.
They used Requiem. They still have Arena. Let's see if they can get any type of steal potentially.
King Jungles is going to go for the TP in. Satanic jumps straight away over towards Yuma. Yuma, he's in with the bash on towards Satanic, and now he has to back out. BKB in range coming to an end. Yuma's got to run. Look at this range, and they're just able to snipe him here. Satanic hitting them with that extended range he gets with the Hurricane Pike active, and now ready to go for more. They've got the ult set up onto the analog. Absolutely smashed to bits there by Dakalis with the ult.
Just picture perfect gameplay. P-Vision ready for every single move. Queen of Pain gonna be respawning soon, but they didn't even need him. Satanic just doing it on his own there with that silence from the trap. And the Roche, very dead. He is about to hit 25, Owen. It's only 33 minutes in.
And 9 class, he's got vision on towards Whisper.
Spear off the mark.
It is indeed so. 9 class able to jump forward. Might be able to force out a BKB from Whisper. He's gonna go for the blink TP, and it will work out.
Nicely done. At least survives. But Roche will fall. Satanic. Yeah, about to hit 25. The lead is getting pretty ridiculous. Just continues to grow every second. Every single minute, it just goes even further and further up. Up to that 26K. Luxury items now starting to come in. No one, maybe an Octarine he can give himself if he'd like to. And for Heroic, I mean, their growth just completely got stagnated as well. Even just matching any type of farm, the Ursa and the SF dead for 60 seconds. P-Vision catapults forward even more. King Jungles will continue to be very annoying, as we see with his Treants, denying runes, but heroes are just dying.
Yeah, Satanic just cutting them down with the side blades.
It's a painful one, Owen. It truly is for Heroic.
At least they were sort of able to hold on a little longer than the game one, but this game two...
It's been way, way more brutal.
Yeah, this has not been a great one here for Heroic. Is there any sort of positive for them on a high ground defense with their lineup?
The spear back plays, right? The potential, and maybe like a sleep nightmare save on somebody, but their damage is just starting to become way too limited, Owen. All 3 cores continue to scale. Their Monkey King is a core, as we mentioned him even from that last game also.
It's got to be careful, they're jumping forward. Limit to get Whisper away, and they do catch no one.
So again, they will find him.
And they get out as well, so I believe they were going for that sort of smoke play to find a pick off on the back lines, and they do get a pretty big kill. You know, taking no one at least out of the game for a minute will give them a little bit more, 1 minute more of breathing room.
Yep, some sneaky little plays coming in. That's the Abyssal Blade plus the Requiem does find him.
King Jungle's just finding what he can out on the map. And even with no one dead, P-Vision, obviously with this incredible lead that they have, won't be afraid of looking for further action. Satanic continues to sit quite comfortably outside of the base of Heroic.
If anyone shows, can very likely get brought down. King Jungles will kill a courier, but that may just prove his demise.
So it looks like no way out of this one here for the Nature's Prophet. Another one for 9 class.
Trying his best to force them out of the base. Satanic, he's in bottom. Whisper.
Again, just the damage coming in. Whisper can't surely survive this. The last few hits. Oh, that miss will allow him to live.
What was that? 2 misses at 2 or 3 misses at the least.
Yeah, lucky to get out of that one alive, Whisper. Still the tier 3. That's not going to be able to escape the damage of Satanic. The barracks as well in trouble as he takes out the range rack's bottom.
Right when the double catapults were coming in too, easily able to bring that one down.
9 class. He's got eyes up top, and Analog BKB still on cooldown for 4 seconds.
Oh, 9 class is doing this on his own.
He's going to have it up now, and we'll be able to go for the BKB TP out. So that BKB coming up just in time.
But Whisper, oh, he did show this time, and this time he did not get the chance for those misses.
As Satanic can just get back on with the push. They do get in with the Abyssal and the Sleep drag back, but Analog, he can jump in. He's got the Requiem in position. The Refraction's out, but the Abyssal and the swipes are there. They take Satanic out once. Can they do it again? DM's ready to back him up, moves in here with the Sun Ray, blink out for Satanic, he's out to safety, King Jungles will fall. Whisper having to put the BKB and run. Schofield glimmered up, 9 class ready to continue to chase him down though into the base. Spirit Vessel charge thrown down upon him, 9 class commits with the BKB again, another kill there with the side blades off the traps from Satanic, getting the double. And he's ready to look for more. Jumps in. You'll step to it by a moment of safety for Whisper, but the Sonic Wave's waiting for him on the way back down. Another kill for P-Vision as they move straight over towards the mid.
Satanic is having a field day of a game. How many side trap kills now? I think that's the 2nd or 3rd that he's gone for. 80 seconds, no Whisper. That's their whole team fight, Owen.
Yeah, look at the GPM as well. 39 GPM here, 37 minutes in for Satanic.
He might be breaking some records.
Yeah, I was going to say.
1200 XPM as well. Absolutely insane.
He's making this game look very, very easy.
That just might be it, Owen.
No Whisper for a full minute. A crucial part of their hopes of sort of dragging someone back into the fountain with a spear.
They just can't touch this TA. What a game from P-Vision. Never let there be any hope for Heroic, it feels like.
Yeah, they played a little slower in game one, but this game two, they've just come in all guns are blazing, and they've looked fantastic.
Yeah, they'll tip King Jungles because he's been very annoying trying to buy time overall for his team, but overall P-Vision is still just thriving.
Schofield will live for now. 30 seconds until they've got the full lineup back up.
It's mega creeps coming in already at this point.
Tier 4s to full, Ancient exposed. They're ready to close this up and move on here, P-Vision. Heroic, have they got one more sort of attempt here up their sleeve? The Ancient are half out, they're going to make the jump. Come in with the Abyssal and the Red Grip. Tank's already able to get the BKB off. Turns towards Yuma, takes the bear down, looks towards Analog. Double kill for Satanic as this series is over. GG is called. P-Vision will take this one 2-0 today against Heroic.
And this one in a true Gabe and Tears shellacking, as Shannon would say. Absolutely stopped it. The lane's out of control. Like you said, I think, what, 60 denies in the laning phase across the 3 lanes.
8 minutes in, you don't see that. As you see, you don't see that at TI. Just a huge mismatch of sort of performance in this game too. Very apparent.
And just beautiful draft and beautiful gameplay. This time with a more oppressive style. You know, they didn't go for the Dominator on the Phoenix, but you could see the style that he wanted to do. Vessel into bots, constrict the map, and pretty much from 10 minutes onward, it did feel very, very difficult, if not impossible for Heroic. Yeah, this was just beautiful gameplay from P-Vision.
Yeah, getting that TA in for sure. You know, Satanic, as I said, he made that one look pretty easy. Getting close up towards the 1,000 GPM.
Unreal.
By the end of this game on the TA. Just feels like something you can't let him get through as that last pick, especially if you just don't have the tools to deal with him. Because they really didn't. They couldn't touch this TA.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, right, it ends up being them losing all 3 lanes, and the game does snowball massively out of control off that. But also P-Vision they're just showing so much of how to control tempo, control economy, and just keep it a lead, right? That last game too, 6K lead pre-10, this one even more so. But yeah, a very impressive showing coming in from them. Heroic gonna have to make some big adaptations, and other teams maybe having to make some adaptations of how they want to draft for P-Vision.
I think
because
so,
this Monkey King is
9 classes.
very problematic.
It's almost sort of like, what do you even do when he gets his hands on a hero like the Monkey King? He just seems so comfortable and just providing so much for the team, information and just offensive-wise, you know, ends up with an incredible KDA on this Monkey King. And it's just the perfect sort of support for him to turn into that additional carry.
Very true.
With the way that he's playing, he's always going to get the chance to get these Scardies, get these Diffusals, and just become an absolute nightmare to deal with at all stages of the game.
Yeah, just incredibly oppressive, but also gets a ton of gold and farm as well too, and also constricting the farm of the enemy team, as we see there with the Dominator micro that he's done multiple times now. What a game.
And no one right on the mid, looking terrifying on the main stage. The amount of denies he was getting in this matchup against Analog, he absolutely crushed him. I mean, this sort of level of performances that we're seeing from P-Vision, I think this is definitely what kind of coming into the road to the TI, into TI, is what people were expecting from this squad. We've seen this level of play from them throughout the season. We know they can bring it out when it matters the most.
Yep, they are absolutely terrifying in multiple different play styles, as we see now. This is a team that, everyone knows they have to watch out so much for.
Yeah, well, as you say, Heroic, we'll see how they're able to pick themselves back up down in the lower bracket, but P-Vision moving forward, teams have really got to be prepared with how to sort of take away some of these crazy heroes they get. And in terms of play, I mean, if you're playing against P-Vision, where is their weak point? You know, where do you have to look?
That's got to be the question, right? The coach has got to get that digging in there onto those stats, watching the map, watching anything, because, as we said, multiple different styles that P-Vision has brought.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these games maintaining such a lead. Game 2, as we saw, just able to sort of get it to a point where it looked impossible, any chance of a comeback. We saw them make a couple of smoke plays on Heroic to kind of catch no one off by surprise, but a very tough series today here for Heroic and a smooth one from P-Vision. And I believe we're going to be able to head over to have some words from Ducalis after that 2-0.
Yes, thank you, chaps. Tremendous cast as ever. Ducalis, that game 2 was one hell of a victory. How much of the preparation before this main stage of the event was dedicated to studying Heroic?
We chilled one day, then played 2 day scrims, tested some new heroes. We didn't show it yet, but we'll see.
Fantastic. And 9 class, I feel, did an awful lot, and always does do an awful lot for your team, causing chaos all over the map. Do you guys actually have a plan for him, or do you just say to him, just do your thing?
Usually we just say him, do whatever you want, and we're gonna win because you're doing too much chaos. And it's really hard for enemies to understand what he's doing, because every game he can do like different stuff. It's a chaos, you cannot counter it.
Indeed, it's almost impossible, it seems. One of the things I noticed, Heroic were known for playing very fast Dota in the group stages, or the road to TI, I should say. Was the Night Stalker a response to that in Game 1, just shut down that fast play style of theirs?
Yeah, I think they was very afraid to play, and when they 16-17 Puck, they thought like, it's free game for Puck, because we didn't play an S. And we pick an S, he is already afraid to play, he needs to buy 4 stuff. After 4 stuff, he bought Octarine, I guess, and it's like, he bought Dagger, but still, like, it's super bad build. Yeah.
A very tough game for him. It's your first international, obviously 9 class and Satanic as well. How are you guys enjoying it so far?
We're enjoying every moment because it's really fun to play in front of crowd. Not much tournaments. We right now play in front of crowd, so we are really cheerful for everyone who came here to watch our games, to cheer for us. So thank you, guys.
There you go. Let's hear a cheer for Ducalis. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you the rest of the tournament. Over to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ducalis. And period. He's talking about it. There's not a lot of crowds these days, but chances to play in front of it. He's soaking up every moment and going through in the upper bracket, Winter. I mean, that's the best place to be when you're playing in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it's every player's dream, you know, playing in front of a crowd, playing at TI main event. Everyone gets to showcase their star hero, signature hero, and win the game.
Or potentially, show people that there's more heroes Lacoste that they're going to bring out.
That's terrifying.
Apparently, they're scrimming with even more heroes.
Oh, this team is super well prepared when it comes down to some secret strategies that they're going to be running, because they have way too much. Like they do so much preparation, and we can see the new tech coming out, especially with this Monkey King Dominator. It feels way too, like it does so many things on the map. You can kind of be annoying on 2 different sides of the map. Like it's.
I mean, when you say Dominic, they're one of the teams that benefited the most with how the pub games got,
definitely
got turned off from public. So they were able to develop a lot of very different strategies from everyone else.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I felt like Game 1 that Monkey King may have been something that they just like kind of flexed to 9 class because it looked good for that game. But then the more that we saw it, Game 1 and Game 2, I'm realizing this is something that they simply think is really good. I thought Monkey with the Simeon Stride facet being nerfed wasn't good because you needed levels, but with the Dom, it's like it's worth getting him to level 8 to get the max level jump, because the amount that you can do on the map, I agree. I don't know how you deal with that. And the fact that they have more in the tank that they haven't shown other than this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the Monkey King was a big one. They just kind of let 9 class go, but I wouldn't say he was necessarily like the shining moment here, Winter, at all. It felt like, yes, it was in the offlane, but it felt more for that offlane Phoenix. DM on the Phoenix was amazing, phenomenal start to end.
I mean, again, I just want to reiterate what I said before in the previous game, where they shouldn't be too focused on this position for Monkey King. They instead have to really build on their draft and make sure they have a playable draft. Like this game, I felt like the last pick kind of didn't really work with the whole draft that Heroic had. They went, in my opinion, too greedy, and they didn't really have lanes that were playable. It's just very, very hard if you don't do well in your lanes. At least one of your lanes have to be okay, but all 3 lanes kind of have very, very bad matchups, and it wasn't even them playing bad. It's just the matchup was very difficult for them to play.
It was an interesting pick. We were talking about Snap as a potential counter to Phoenix. Like they did need something to kill the egg. They identified that. Ursa was the answer, but when you're playing into an off-lane Phoenix, this hero destroys melee heroes in lane. Even if it's an Ursa that can counter the egg eventually, like, you don't get to that point in the game where you can counter the egg. He's just too farmed on Phoenix.
It was very difficult for them to play that safe lane because he first got the first blood and they continued to dominate that bottom lane. It was very difficult for them to make a comeback. Ursa is also a hero that relies heavily on having a good start, so he can farm his Battle Fury. Mid lane was just disastrous. They tried to go for a couple of smoke plays. It didn't work out. And it felt like in the later stages of the game as well, they had this one big combo that they want to execute with the sleep potentially into Requiem, or use a Fiend's Grip, Arena Spear into Requiem. Even if you use that, like later you can't really take the fight. You also need to be aware of potential buybacks coming out, so they were really not ever putting the pressure on the map.
I mean, this is where the Snapfire would have solved some of the problem because they were so reliant on the cores combo, the Arena and the SF ulti. The supports can't really do much after that. But if you have a Snap, maybe when you're going for those singular pickoffs, you don't really have to commit so many big spells to kill that hero. Then you can maybe take the next fight.
Yeah, well, I do want to talk about it more because you said it, Jenkins, that like Phoenix destroys melee heroes, right? But we actually want to see it. I want to show the clip because this one was brutal for anyone who might have like tuned into that last moment and missed what happened in the early phase.
Yeah, you know, there are of course these drafting issues, but also the way that P-Vision played the lanes was just beautiful. I mean, look at 9 class kiting here. Like, I think Yuma actually makes the correct decision with the Blood Grenade to go on 9 class. He was tanking tower. He had a bunch of stacks of Fury swipes. But the kiting from these two on the lane was spectacular. Like, understanding that Ursa running into the Phoenix Fire Spirits, which just came off cooldown, that they could turn that kill. Like, this was already, I think that was like the 3rd kill that they got in the lane. And it was just a dumpster fire after this point.
It wasn't just that lane that he was doing so well in and helping it as well. Later on, you see him rotate towards the mid, and Analog is caught off by surprise, and now the Phoenix is doing even more.
Yeah, I really like how DM turned a really solid laning stage into just controlling the entire game. Look at his inventory. At 15 minutes in the game, he TP's mid with Boots of Travel, Spirit Vessel, building into his Shivas. Like, this is insane. Like, legitimately, as an SF, you're like, why is there a Boots of Travel Phoenix in my lane already? Like, it doesn't feel fair. There's nothing Analog can do in this situation.
Yeah, and you can also, with these Boots of Travel, match what KJ wanted to do in his Nation's Prophet. Yeah. He was very annoying on the other side of the map, but with the Boots of Travel as well, you can always TP with the +1, make sure that you have a kill potential, because something that Phoenix does lack in the laning stage is any kind of stun. And when you're playing with Monkey King, who can use the Centaur-dominated creep or just be them himself, you can easily set things up on the other side of the map.
There's one more area we want to have a quick look at as well in this game number 2, try and wrap out this game a little bit, this series, because for Heroic, when you're behind, a lot of you are looking for fights. You want to get a pick-off. You want to try and make anything happen for yourselves, but it just kind of wasn't really there, Jenkins.
Yeah, they really tried, but at a certain point, P-Vision, they grouped up all of their heroes like they had to. They put their Aegis hero in first on Satanic. We talked about the Wombo combo. They had a single Wombo combo, which was the SF Requiem and the Mars ulti. I wanted to highlight this play here in particular. Like, chasing and killing Analog there. They had no BKB piercing disables left in the tank. No one just straight up out skills and body blocks him. I love the confidence. I love the fact that we're talking about all of the other players other than no one, and then he just whips this cool play out like late in the game. You just feel this overwhelming sense of confidence from this team right now, and I think that's what you need to win a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's boding well. You came into today very strong, very gun-ho, Jenkins, about how good P-Vision are looking. Have you kind of been won over now, Winter, after seeing all these plays from game 1 where we saw Helmdom on support, blocking camps to no one, body blocking SF later in the game?
Yeah, definitely always felt like they're a really, really unique team and a very strong team when they're on their A game. Sometimes they kind of lose a bit of concentration or they get overconfident, you know, they tend to pick too fancy heroes, too much for my liking, and they lose some games. But now it seems like they found the right balance between being fancy and also being efficient in the game, and they are doing really, really well at the moment.
Okay, well, we're going to learn a little bit more about them, not just heroes and how they're playing on the surface level, but also getting a listen in to just exactly their team comms.
Behind down.
Question me, guys.
Kill Mars.
I'm killing Ursa, guys. Ursa is dying. Question kill Ursa, guys.
I'll
kill Bane. I'll kill Bane. Kill Mars.
I'm running here. Yeah. More. Stop.
I'm watching.
I'm looking BKB, we don't have cancel. We can. I
it's fine. No.
Maybe not
Guys.
Yes.
Okay, I'm hitting Turtle just, guys. It's fine.
He's cancelled. I will chase.
Very good.
Nice. Okay, good play, boys. Good goals.
We can kill the...
I think my team performance at TI so far has been, funny enough, like very bad to our standards. We won the last small online tournament before this, and we've actually crushed like everyone. And in scrims, we actually had a 80% win rate.
If I had to choose one word to describe it, it would probably be tenacious. I think it was pretty grueling for us. We had a lot of long games.
Weaver spotted, hexed up, the damage incoming. Oh, it's just too much to handle. Now Batrider lassoed too, but he's dead on our screens. Mac picks up the double kill, Malrini's in. He jumps forward, Black Hole's there, though, catching up the Earth Spirit, down he goes.
The hardest series were, surprisingly enough, Team Nemesis, our first series. Honestly, like I don't think it's about enemies as much as about us, so I think that was the first game for us that we were like, oh, we just entered TI, like, oh, now games matter.
I think the hardest series for us was probably Tidebound, just because it came after Extreme. I think we played against Extreme and we felt like we should have won, which was like tough for us, but like it happens, and it's, you know, where it's like a group stage for a reason. And then against Tidebound, it was more like we did the same thing again, you know, and that one kind of hurt because that was a chance to get into TI, you know, and we wanted to just get there and get it over with. And then when we lost that, and then we finally had to play Spirit, and it was like, okay, we might have lost our chance, you know.
It's really sad that either one of us, like both of us, were grand finals in the last two tournaments. And it's really not nice, the fact that we had to match against each other.
Spirit, you know, like it's a team that you never know if they're going to show up in best form or worst form, and like we had to just kind of try to be our best and then see if it was good enough to beat them. So when we beat them, it was very, like a big relief.
Most looking forward to play against will be Tundra and Enigma Galaxy. Would be, it was like I was actually thinking about it, like my dream matches would be like play Tundra in lower bracket finals and then Enigma Galaxy at the finals and then win both.
Tidebound it's a great chance for us to kind of get over what we did poorly in the group stage and see that we fixed it and then move on in the tournament. And I think if we can start with a win against them, that's a good like catapult into the rest of the tournament.
And we're back.
Good afternoon. I hope we're all ready to kick off the second half of day number 1 here at the International in Hamburg. I'm Shiva, I'll be your host for that second half, and I'm joined by 3 wonderful minds, wonderful people, and they're going to tell us a lot of smart stuff today. We got Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. Kezu, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I've been waiting for this all day, you know, just watching the games. Like, there's nothing that needs to be said. Like, you're just pumped up the entire day. Let's get it going.
I mean, I got to mention as well, it is home country for you here in Hamburg.
I mean, we don't have any German player, do we, left?
There's Kuroki.
With Koro as a coach?
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I mean, maybe a little story about Bach. You know, he loves Germany. Maybe we need to adapt him, you know.
There you go.
He's playing the next series, so I got my eyes on him.
Half German on Bach.
I'll take it.
We'll take it. I'm so excited. I couldn't sleep at all last night. It's been crazy so far, and I just need it to be 3-game series, exciting all day.
All day. I think, Tigov, there might be a chance we get that.
Hopefully. Of course, you know, that's where Falcons are going to come in later today. But no, it is great. I just love the fact that the group stage has been so good, at least in my history and my recollection of TI. There hasn't been a better group stage for TI. So hopefully, like we're seeing, the playoffs can live up to it.
Yeah, let's talk about our first upcoming matchup. Well, third upcoming matchup here. We have waiting in the wings. It is Tidebound and Falcons. 1 best of 3 for each team, an upper bracket or a lower bracket, and that will be the series to decide that. And we're going to focus our attention on that because both of these teams have already faced before, so we got a little bit of extra information about what the teams might be doing. And there's been a little bit of a trend, Tigov, regarding Helm of the Dominator, and I know it's been talked about a lot already, but Tigov is going to tell us why we might not see that.
I am sick and tired of everyone saying that this international is the Helm of Dominator International. There's one team that has bought it in every single game they have played in the Road to the International, and that was P-Vision. That's why you think it is the broken item, because they're the one winning. But look at in the bottom right-hand corner, Tidebound, Falcons, Rogue, even Extreme, 2 Chinese team, South American team. and then Falcons, MEA. It's like we get the fact that not everyone has to buy it. Not everyone's doing it.
It's true, you don't have to. I still feel so. It is really good on some heroes, and you see them banned out, like some anti-mage and whatnot. I mean, we saw Parivision, they're very special. You have like 9 class who buys it every game on like post 4. They rely a lot on their map play, but I think the Chinese teams, like you're saying, they don't seem to be buying it as much.
And it's not the end-all and be-all. Like, every TI, there's an item that's so much stronger than the others. Whether it's Pipe, whether it was Wraith Pact in the past, and now it's the Helm of Dominator. If you can build it, you should. But we've already seen today that sometimes it just doesn't work. When Tundra built it on Alpha and Sand King, it didn't look so hot.
It did not.
I'd say we're just in the return of like creativity at TI, because I think if you look at previous TIs, a meta kind of existed with all teams. In this tournament, we've got carry Tinkers, we've got the identity of Heroic going for Pudge. Like every team feels like they're entering the tournament going, this is my strategy, I am winning TI with my statement. It's not as if we're watching 12, 16 teams try and copy the same thing. This is why I think everything that's been changing slowly throughout the year, the stats being changed, this and that, like this is why this tournament is so good.
And everything has been changing, and some of the teams have been changing here in the top 8. And I know some people only tune in for the international. There's no shame in that. You're absolutely welcome. Love to have you. But then you might think, you know, who is Tidebound? Because I don't know this organization, but let me tell you, you definitely know the players.
Yeah, like when you look at a combination of 3 players, at least in the Chinese region, Y, Bak, and Nothing to Say have the most experience as a 3-stack. And even when you look at second place, of course, Q when they're on the other roster. But it is just the consistency of these 3 players over time enables them to have these good results.
It's also funny because they have the most games, even with Bak taking like, what, a year break or like 1.5 year break, and they're still on the top of the road. It's honestly really cool to see.
And also, this roster, 4 players, with actually the removal of Bak from it, got 3rd place at TI12, so they're no stranger to this stage. And maybe with recency bias and how the last year has gone, we've forgotten that. But they are very heavy contenders, and honestly, it's just been a year of Chinese Dota not being as good. It feels like more in our memories, but the results are recent.
Yeah, it feels way more, because I think it's also something that, I mean, when I started playing, or probably many of you started playing, it's like the Chinese region, you know, the teams, your Vici Gamings, your LGDs, your IGs, they were there, they were always present, but lately, they were not. Now they're back. I think it's one of the best things that have happened to like competitive Dota in a long time, because these games that they're playing are just insane.
Yeah, and the most we've seen of Extreme and Tidebound has actually been in a series that featured Team Falcons. I know, we gotta talk about it. It's the big elephant in the room. If you caught the road to TI, a lot of times where you were tuning in, you were like, hey, Falcons playing. And then when you tune in an hour and a half later, it's like, Falcons still playing. And then when you tune in Falcons still playing.
Yeah, you had a lot of chances to see them playing.
Yeah, you really did, Effie.
Oh my gosh. Falcons had a journey in the road to the international, but as you can see here, we have the data of what the top 8 longest individual matches were, and if you look closely, the top 6 all go to Falcons. They have played some really hard-fought and grueling games, and you could argue that maybe the meta is favoring longer games, but maybe this team just prefers the late game too.
And all those games as well, it's not just 8 games of Falcons being behind playing for the comeback. We've had long games because they were dominant in the early game. They wanted to get a 50k lead to choke out their opponent. They had a long game because they did lose the early game and had to put on a masterclass to come back. Like, they are epically long games, 6 of the 8, through every variation possible.
I do think that this team, they love gold probably more than any other team. You know, they will slow it down later, they will stack a lot, they have like top GPMs everywhere. But like he was saying, it's not only with like this, oh, we're going to play slow all the time. Like, they were ahead like 10k gold even in the Tidebound series. Then they threw it away, and this then, you know, kind of leads to longer games. It's also TI, there's more nervous, you know, more nerves. You're going to make a couple mistakes here or there. And this is also one of the things that I want to highlight. Like, Tidebound, their way, their team fight is really, really crucial. They pressure you a lot. I want to highlight already Planet. We'll see the note. He's really far away. He's playing AA. He wants a big Ice Blast. He just wants to show his team where they are and maybe even ideally clip Malrine with this Ice Blast, because now his Blink is on cooldown. Now pay attention how the other heroes go into it. Nothing to say Embark. They go in, they poke, but they won't overstep. They're going to immediately back away because they're just waiting to try and poke Amar's buyback. They see Malrine's TP on the left side from a ward at Y place. They immediately go on him. They force some stuff. Boom. Buyback comes out. Ghost Strength is popped. And they're just going to back off. Because Dota is not won through like one team fight or like, you know, like one big thing. It's small things. And TI, stuff like this will happen. pressure, nerves, and that's how you win over time.
I love the fact in that clip as well, Planet on AA, and later on as well, he's got Refresher, Octarine, he's sitting in his fountain.
Yeah.
He's a fountain-based AA at the International, just throwing them down the lane.
I was enjoying myself so much during that game. I'm like,
I
look
can
at him.
imagine.
He's just standing in the fountain.
He's
he
AFK.
ulted again.
He did it.
He ulted again. And he did make sure to get
He
this
did.
low cooldown reduction, or most cooldown reduction that he had, so he could send that out time and time again.
Yeah, and watching that highlight brings back memories of that game in particular because it's very much telling of how they've been playing the tournament and how they've been playing around Shiro because they were down so much in net worth. That game did not look winnable, but a lot of Tidebound's games, they've just given Shiro as much farm as possible, played a typical 4 Protect 1, and found a really good timing to play off of. And that is something that Falcons have to be thinking about going into this one today. They've already lost to it.
They have already lost to it. It was a very close series, of course, when they faced the first time round. And we did hear Crit talk about it in the interviews, like they felt like these couple of days they've been able to use it to fix their mistakes. But a time has come to see if that indeed is the case, and for that to be proven, or unproven, depending on whose fan you are, we of course need the teams on stage. So let's waste no more time and get our first team up on the stage. It's Tidebound.
And we're back.
Team Tidebound.
And we're back.
We got Shiro, nothing to say. Buck, Planet, and Y all taking their place in the booth. They had a fantastic road to TI, only dropping one series, and they are looking to make a road through that upper bracket against a team that they have beat before. Can they do so again? And that's all up to the next team coming on stage. It's Team Falcons.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Team Falcons.
We got Peter, Maureen, ATF, Crit, and Snaking, and they have practiced hard to make sure that the results we saw in the group stages from them will be top tier. Again, Team Tidebound. Team Falcons has taken the longest route to get to this stage, but they have definitely earned their spot, and there are a lot of people that are having Team Falcons as their favorite in this upcoming best of 3. Let's see if they can make those predictions come true. I will spoil the percentage a little bit from you guys' predictions in the client. 61%. That's the amount of people that think Falcons is going to do it in this best of 3. And I also think, Kezu, it needs to be said that both of these two teams are kind of playing under the same formula. We got on both teams 2 TI winners, a TI winning coach, and a couple of not inexperienced players, but having the exact right amount of experience.
No, for sure. Like, and it's a really good mixture. Like the new kids on the blocks, the Zoomers with, you've got the experience, whether it's the veteran players or a veteran coach to really help them out. But I gotta say, Falcons, I thought they would come into the tournament maybe a little stronger, but I think since then they really, in my mind, they powered up a lot in their recent games. And with all the game time they've had, I mean, they better make use of it. Yeah.
But you mean you couldn't account for all of the 60+ minute games?
It was pretty tough, I'm not going to lie. But I feel like until 1 or 2 weeks ago, I didn't even see that many dominators. I know we don't want to talk about it too much, but it is one of the reasons why games are kind of long.
But I feel like the games are long for Falcons because they are making their own mistakes and because they are disciplined enough to understand the mistakes and then to make the comeback. Other teams, when they make the mistake, they will eventually lose because they've made the mid-game blunder, right? Like when you look at some of the Malrine options that he's had some shaker performances, but it should look a little bit shaky. The Beastmaster as well, where he's been roaring Lotus and Lincolns. It's like there's been moments where Falcons just haven't looked that dominant, and I feel like the couple days break from the road, they have the highest chance of any team from going leveling up. I feel that's why I'm somewhat favoring them because I'm just expecting them to fix the mistakes they had.
Yeah, they've definitely had a lot to learn, and even in their series versus Tidebound in the road to the International, you could argue that it could have been theirs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Very easily.
That second game, it looked so good. It was just 1 or 2 fights, some stuff went wrong, and Tidebound, they just brought it back because them too. They've been looking really good, and I feel like for them it's also a bit more as of recent. I didn't think they were that good like a couple months back, but they've also improved a lot. Of course, played a lot of pubs, practice for this event, and they're looking good.
They didn't think so either. Like if you talk to Bach at any point, he was just thought his team was bad a few months ago, and here they are. But that's just Dota. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes the patch eventually clicks. You find a tournament where you're learning faster than you expected, and all of a sudden you're one of the top teams of the tournament.
Yeah, and as we are talking about this matchup, we do have to mention a matchup that we're going to look a little bit closer at, Kazu.
Yeah, because first of all, I mean, they share a lot of heroes. They actually play a lot of similar stuff, like the Blink Initiator, the fast tempo guy from mid, you link up with your supports. But also when you look at their unique heroes, there's some really cool stuff, like the Nothing to Say Tinker. They busted out a couple of wins with that. And same for Marine. His Monkey, they flex it. His Timber, they also flex it incredibly good. And the good old Earth Spirit Mira, which, granted, it did lose, but it looked good that game.
I mean, the thing with the Tinker, though, is we've seen it been picked up by Tidebound against P-Vision due to the mini-meta of P-Vision playing it in carry.
Yep.
And then since then, Falcons are like, wait a second, we respect this so much, and they throw it into a first phase ban. Maybe in this series, they're not going to, I'm going to say waste a ban on it, because they can draft in a way where they consider it later on as an option, because in that best of 3, it was like Tinker Marcy +1 was like the ban every single time. Like they over-respected, potentially, the Nothing to Say Tinker.
And I think that one's very unique to Nothing to Say, though, because it's not like, oh, we're going to ban Tinker because we respect that it'll potentially flex to support, as it has been in the last few years. It'll potentially flex to carry, as P-Vision have popularized. No. You see this team, you see NTS, and you're like, this is a Tinker player. He got famous. He initially got scouted into professional Dota because of his Tinker gameplay in pubs. Versus this team, is it worth letting it through, really, and enduring a 50-minute long Tinker game? You might as well just ban it, too.
That's what happened in the best of 3. They lost it. So maybe backs against the wall, they got the regret of losing to Tidebound already. They got to think it, but no, I agree. If I was in their position, it's like, do you really want to lose to this OP hero on Tinker?
I mean, that's what you gotta do. Maybe it's the upper bracket for now. So if you want to try out any stuff or think that you can beat one of the household strats of any of these teams, this is the time to let it through. And with that in mind, we talked a little bit about the Tinker coming out from Tidebound, but there's one hero in particular that's been banned time and time again against Falcons. It's a hero that doesn't really get touched by many other players. I'm talking about the Chen, Kazu. That's a hero that Snaking has really shined on.
Yeah, I think that this team, they use the map so well. Like Snaking, also his Ench is very, very famous. Like the way he plays it, what they do with the map. Also, they lane together. Skeeter's usually on a strength hero. They use mana very well with the mana burn creep, and just he sets up the map in a way where his team can then just have more space to farm, open it up early, help your team. So I feel like this is one of the main reasons why I believe they're still undefeated with Chen. And it just looks incredible.
I mean, it's the same logic why we see P-Vision wanting to play buy Helmadom in every game. You have a Chen on your team, you have the creep already, you can send it down lane like Kazu's mentioning, and you have to respect the auras. Like if you look at the 30-40 minute mark of a Chen, there's a Pipe, there's a Greaves, there's a Locket, there's so many little things available, and a lot of the heroes that Snaking are playing are buffing up other people, right? You've got the Enchantress that can buff up his heroes, Pugna with healing, you got Snapfire with cookie saves, Bane with sleep dodges, and then Naga Siren with the sleep. Like everything he plays is to ensure that when ATF or Marine or Skidder go crazy, he's there to go, you know what? I'm just going to make sure you're not dying and you can keep going.
Yeah, and of all of the heroes on the list, after the Chen, the one that looks most formidable from what I've seen is the Pugna. Like Pugna in Snaking's hands is he will farm the dead lanes, he will be pushing, he will be sniping couriers even, doing tower damage wherever he can. And as these fights progress, he's providing that sustain. Also, versus teams that rely on spellcasting in the early mid game like Tidebound, they want to play the active supports with an NTS hero. Another ward is super annoying to play against, so this definitely has to be a priority pick or ban for either team.
It's also like Falcons, I would say that they have like very strict and clear roles for their players. So like Snacking, he's going to be on the Chen, Eng, Pugna, like have a good lane, open up the map, and then like play the dead lane like you were saying to like help his team. So if you're Typhoon, I mean, you have to choose. You obviously can't ban every hero, but in my mind, Chen in their hands looks so good, you should take it out.
Yeah, it needs to be banned, especially because Y's been playing heroes like Ogre, right? Do you really want to play an Ogre when the enemy team has a Chen? Like,
Probably not.
Probably not. Unless you have like some insane Gyro Cup to carry and Bloodlust, like, it's not really a good matchup. So I think banning Chen feels like the first step for Typhoon being confident.
But you know it's the Y hero that we haven't seen yet that is quite good against Chen lineups? It's the Elder Titan. He hasn't busted it out at any point yet, so that could be something that comes out today.
Yeah, and with us talking about all these heroes coming out from support, I do feel we have to address that the two styles at which the supports are playing, the support duos are playing, they're so vastly different, Effie. Coming out from Planet and Y, it's a completely different hero pool also from if you take Crit and Snaking together.
Definitely. I mean, you look at supports in Dota and how Dota has changed over the years, and you want all of your supports to be able to play actively, but when you look at Falcon supports, they are always playing to skill. They're always playing for their own net worth and their own items, while also rotating and making that early game scary. That's why playing against this Falcon support duo is frustrating. Whereas for Tidebound, they're much more of an enabling type of support duo. They're more so about protecting their cores, setting up vision for Shiro, tanking his smokes, not so much looking towards their own net worth.
No, and I'm sure that the teams also over the last few days, when we talk a lot about what has happened in the road to TI, there's a high chance we're going to see something completely different because you do not want to play what is expected of you. Surely a lot of preparation has gone in to the upcoming game, the upcoming series. And to hear a little bit more about how Tidebound prepared before this playoff, we are going to listen to Nothing to Say.
我觉得在小组赛中，高光可能就是拉比克那一把吧。
就高光时刻就是打法老的后2局吧，就第2局因为我们很劣势嘛，然后就中期一直在交流，一直在找机会，然后就是把很难赢的局翻了。然后第3把就是我的受感觉就可能自己感觉发挥挺好的，然后就赢下了比赛。
They're looking to focus Skinner. They get the pulverizing on towards him. Shiro brings in the damage. Skinner's gone.
He was right in the front line.
He's got the buyback available. Bark moves in with the Abyssal Blade. Drop down onto Amar. Amar dead as well. Because they do have buybacks, they're probably going to need to use them as all 3 are dead on Falcons.
低光时刻就是打差距的第1把是受嘛，然后因为就被对面针对的比较凶，然后就前面发挥的不好，然后第2把就是滚滚感觉有地波团没打好吧，打下来感觉可能现在比较最强的队伍可能是法老吧，因为我们就跟他们交手过，然后感觉他中单马林打得很好，就节奏带得很好，然后把就是他们打的游戏也比较就比较顺畅吧。
Whostone comes down on a Skeeter, but the bushwhack connects in onto Shiro. They take the Aegis out of the hands of the Morph, but Skeeter will die.
就是如果他把节奏带起来，就整个团队都会很顺，就打他们感觉蛮难打的。
我觉得这次小组赛就是有很多意外，可能就是因为那几个强队本身自己状态不太好吧。然后加上这个赛制就是3-2打2-3的赛制是比较残酷的。
我觉得这次的国际邀请赛 ，Heroic 有可能是个黑马吧，因为他们玩的东西比较不一样，然后他还有米波这种英雄，就是可能他会给我们一个意外吧。感觉他们打的也特别好。
我觉得一个战队要夺冠的，就是必要条件肯定就是5个人都能发挥出自己，就是至少90%的实力吧。我觉得
需要有良好的沟通嘛，然后每个人就打好自己该尽的职责，然后运气也要有吧。
我觉得在这种就是有线下观众的比赛中，就是自己会兴奋一点吧，然后打的也会，我觉得是会更好一点的。就我自己来说，就也很开心看到就是我们这么多观众，让自己兴奋起来。如果能在国际邀请赛夺冠的话，会永生难忘吧。然后第1次夺的冠军肯定会很开心。
Well, if he wants to win the international, one step at a time, gotta beat Falcons first, who Nothing to Say also mentions he considers to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest team here, and they are facing them on the main stage right now. And a lot of respect, Kezu, given to Malrine. You already talked a little bit about this mid matchup, but does that mean you think that Tidebound is gonna also try to target Malrine a little bit more in the upcoming drafts?
I think they should, maybe with either taking the hero you want that you know is going to be good against kind of what he wants, or also to be able to play into the enemy triangle. Because I think out of any team that is at this tournament, Falcons abuse ancient stacks the most. So you need to be aware of what your enemy is doing and play against it. So surely they will have a plan.
Surely they will have a plan. We're going to find out what both teams have planned, as it is time to start our series.
Team Tidebound versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
It is time for the draft, and that means we have the chance to see if any of the heroes we mentioned that we should keep our eyes out for are going to be banned, or potentially the teams are going to let it through. Again, this is the upper bracket, and that means you can maybe experiment a little bit, but not if you want to get your hands on Chen. That's still going to be banned for game number 1. We do have Falcons on Radiant, Tidebound on the Dire side, and ooh, a respect ban take of the Ancient Apparition first phase ban. Totally saw it coming, didn't you?
I mean, yeah, if the game's going to last long enough, do you really want a guy AFK in a fountain and having potentially the highest impact in a team fight? It's yeah, it's a solid ban, but you can clearly see from both teams that it is what are the staples of the road to TI, right? It's the fear of the Tinker, it's the Planet AA. You then have Malrine leaning on Sanking quite a lot. That's also getting at on Chen. Oh, the Shaker's back. This is my favorite part of TI. This is literally what I live for at TI, by the way.
We haven't seen Planet play much of anything else outside of the AA. Like, all of their drafts have been easy to build around because you have this Ancient Apparition that teams are not really valuing outside of you. You take it away early, and now I'm curious what kind of support they're going to look to replace that archetype. Something with very heavy damage to follow up on their stun hero.
The main thing from that, though, is I think Tidebound is a very traditional team where you kind of know what's coming. You know the offlaner will be the initiating utility guy. You know the mid laner will be a playmaker. You know the supports will be, like Effie mentioned earlier, sacrificial or map play. Like, I think because it's so predictable, their lanes need to be strong. They need to have the first 10 minutes of the game controllable, otherwise things can fall apart quite quickly.
I mean, there is stuff. I believe Planet has busted out a Phoenix, and I also think that Phoenix overall, like the Chinese teams, they play that very well. It's something I could see. I think for now you see a lot of emphasis on the supports actually, even in this ban stage, right? With the Eng, there could be a potential Pugna ban that we talked about before. Very good for Falcons. They do also pick out of phase, something we have to note. So if there's one hero you're looking at, you have to be a little afraid that they could take it first.
But if we're going along the traditional aspect, then we're probably just going to see this Snapfire or Hoodwink. They've been the two most popular fours. They just give you follow-up damage. In the past, though, Planet did used to love his techies. I'm not sure if we'll see it today, but that is a hero that's always in the back of his mind.
I'd like to see that for sure. Of course, with Hoodwink not being banned, it does feel like Falcons will just enter the next phase wanting to take that for themselves. It continues down the line of skirmish, which we see with Beastmaster lineups. After the first, let's say, 15 minutes of the game, you want to just kind of rally people around you, keep looking for pickoffs, and of course Crit, one of the best Hoodwink players in the world.
We also still have Bane, Silencer, and Undying. Undying is a hero that I feel is usually first phase banned versus the Chinese teams.
It's something that Bach has played a lot, actually, in the road to TI. I believe he played like 3 or 4 times. He had very good performances on it. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, of course, we'll see it later with, like, you know, maybe their double pick in terms of what they want to do. But with what you guys said, I think Hoodwink, Snap, really good out of phase for Falcons. Just follow-up damage, because that's just usually how Falcons play. Everyone also knows this, so it shouldn't be too much of a surprise for Tidebound.
Yeah, for now it seems like Falcons is taking a little bit of time. They only have their one ban to protect their upcoming pick. And it is a matter of, we mentioned all these heroes, and every single one of them is very viable for both teams even. So you got to really make sure that you plan ahead. And they end up removing Shiro's Templar Assassin and instantly picking up that Snapfire.
Yeah, continuing down the line of the skirmish, the damage, right? It's very simple. You raw a guy, monomer kisses, it's done. You then have the wave push where both Snap and Beastmaster can very quickly push waves, so you have that additional information to know where Tidebound are. If they're going to be smoking, are they making a play around the Shaker? These two heroes kind of lock down the map play very quickly.
Yeah, and I think the question of this Beastmaster is still up in the air because, as you mentioned, T, these lanes are going to be very important, and the one that I would look towards the most is Shiro's lane. Because of the way that they've been playing the 4 Protect 1 and him favoring the ranged carries, they need to fix something like a gyro that could potentially punish the Beastmaster from the offlane, because if you leave Amart his devices on this hero, he will not leave that lane. He's just going to farm there and apply pressure for 30 minutes. He does not care. You need to be able to soak that away, or maybe make it harder for him to enter the game doing that.
I mean, what's hard for Taipan from the spot too is that Falcons, I've seen Malrine play a lot of mid Bs too, like both in this tournament but also in pubs. So if you go for the gyro, which is a great answer to Bs, and it would play very fast with the disruptor, you have to keep in mind that they could flex. So make sure you play that into the pick as well.
That's why picking double support here for Taiban would keep that quite alive, right? Falcons then have to respond with their own 2 picks, and then to close the phase, Taiban can then lock in their carry, right? But with Disruptor pickup, again, they're going to have to show something. Disruptor could go 4, they then pick up an Ogre. I'm a simple man, I would happily see Ogre on the main stage at TI. There's a lot of things that you're mentioning. We mentioned Shiro being ranged hero. You just want that kind of insurance policy.
He makes people clap. He gives love to his cores.
Ooh,
which is good.
Or you could be 5 and dying, and then you could grab ally people when they're getting roared. Like I do think you need some kind of save for Shiro, because the way they play is so centered around him.
No, I like it a lot, especially because the style of fight from Falcons is so kind of obvious. You know when it's like, when they're there, they're fighting, throw it down. But nope, they go for a Muerta.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. I did not see this hero, or I wouldn't really have looked too much at Muerta. I know that a while ago Shiro has played this as a carry. I assume it's most likely just going to be a support for now.
I mean, they haven't, I believe, played it so far at the at TI. So yeah, it could easily be carry, it could be 4. They're keeping things a little bit open.
I'll say that I would prefer for this to be a carry, or them looking towards building a carry flex, because support Muerta isn't really countering anything that Falcons have to show, and it's not something they've run a lot. Like, we've seen a lot of 4 Muerta, but from Baboka, who is eliminated already, and I think that if their supports are lacking a save, now that Mars has also shown, if you don't have any kind of disruption or tombstone or aphotic shield or any means to protect your carry, their lineup is so anti-carry on Falcons.
Falcons' lineup is already saying we can make 20 mistakes, but we can drag the game out long enough to then fix the mistakes we make, right? If you jump a Beastmaster, there's an arena. You jump a Mars, everything layers on top of each other for the big team fight.
So I thought maybe Muerta is also picked to make sure that Pugna doesn't come out on the side of Falcons, as it is a little bit of a counter, but they go for it anyway.
It would matter more, I guess, if Highbound would place it as a carry, and I think Falcons are kind of daring them to do that, because it's a pretty hard Muerta game, I would say, against all of this AoE. I mean, if I'm Taipan now, if I look at what Falcons are kind of showing me here, I most likely want a carry that buys a BKB, and maybe an offlaner who builds a pipe. Because when you go into Snap, Fire, Mars, Beast, who probably buys an Aghanims, you better have a way to fight back.
But what you just described is also a big problem for them, because if they buy BKBs and pipes, do they actually have the damage to deal with the utility from the support duo? When you have life drains from the Pugna, with the cookie, with the heal from the Shard as well, like, there's so many little things to play into that Tidebound has to itemize to survive the Mars and the Beastmaster, but then they also need to itemize to do the damage to deal with the supports.
And on top of the utility, also the wave clear, like the wave shove that's going to be coming out of Falcon's support duo is not matched by what we're seeing as Tidebound support duo. And if this Marcy is coming out as Shiro's hero, I love that. Don't give him the typical ranged carry versus Mars. He's just going to get countered. Give him something that can play aggressively with the Disruptor and make it so that Falcons can't take advantage of the map with their superior wave shove.
With the troll ban, it is a big indicator that Marcy's carry, and I think the problems that we're presenting for Tidebound's lineup are fixed with the pacing of a Marcy, right? It's like you can go Dominator for quick map play, you naturally buy BKB, you like buying Nullifier, you can get Daedalus to do more. Like, everything that we've said is a problem, Marcy can do it in a good game.
I mean, what I like also about Marcy is that Disruptor, he wants to do well in his lane, he wants to gate, he wants to play fast. Marcy kind of wants to do the same thing, so they do synergize nicely. At least what I'm looking for now is that Shaker's a little bit slower. He wants his Ancient Stack, Echo at the first time, get your Blink. I do really like so far what Falcons are showing us, but I like that, Taipan are proposing this tempo to fight into it, take the fight to them. Because when they played in the road to TI, they were down a lot very early on in the game. Like, they were just getting ran over.
I feel like for Tidebound, they need their offlaner to be a hero that they can also rally behind. We want Marcy to be aggressive, disruptor, and all this kind of forward thinking, but they don't want to be the first ones going in. That's when the spells can get a little bit shaky. So like a Timber sort of lane, a Centaur off lane, like a body like this, that after 10 or 12 minutes of a good lane, you naturally want to put yourselves in places where you give your team information. But yeah, Centaur Timber is where I'm leaning. They've banned out the Centaur.
You also don't want a sacrificial type of offlaner. You want something that's going to do well regardless of your supports rotating, because we know that they will. They're going to be playing around that mid lane and then eventually rotating to the safe lane. And again, Undying still...
It is available, yep.
Still in, and it works.
Yeah, let's see where that final ban from Falcons is going. They might also have something in mind, considering on their side, they still need a hero for Skeeter. So they'll probably want to ban out any kind of offlaner that would do well against whichever safe laner they have in mind for themselves.
I mean, Skeeter has played a lot of Sven. I would say that his best playstyle is like the strength melee guy that, you know, he lanes well with his snaking 5, the range, who, you know, goes in, makes space. He's like the secondary stun, blink initiator by BKB, deal the damage. So that's what I'm looking for him. But of course, we have to hold a bit because Typebound, they do have to pick first.
Abaddon as well, still in the pool for Skeeter.
A lot of the heroes he's played are available. His Terrorblade's available, Lifestealer, Abba,
10 seconds remaining.
Weaver. But again, they close the entire draft with their pick, so Tidebound they're going to have to reveal what Buck will be playing.
Team Tidebound.
Well, the Ursa ban.
They're going to play something that Ursa potentially is good against, so that would imply a fat guy.
Yeah.
A beefy man.
He's a big boy.
And there's your Timber Saltico.
It does give them like the kind of damage that you were looking for also, right? You have a lot of lockdown with the Disruptor, the Muerta, the Shaker. I think it makes a lot of sense. So Falcons, does this change their pick in any way?
By the way, there is that, because, yeah, no, there's no flex potential there on the side of Tidebound, correct? We're just going to see...
I guess they could if they really wanted to, but I think you can just keep it default and be happy.
In this position, Skidder would probably lean maybe towards the Weaver for laning, but then in the game, you got Disruptor, Static Storm, the Marcy, the pacing might just punish the Weaver, blowing him up.
Yeah.
So I'm sure a lot of you saw that stat pop off. 0% win rate so far for the Timbersaw. That's painful.
It was only one game, right?
That's 7 games.
Oh, wow, that's bad. I thought it was 1. I was like,
no, that's a 7.
All right, but how many of those losses was on Buck, right? That's the real
question. Yeah, only 1 for Buck, but not 7. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Forced 50, he's winning this game.
Yeah, okay. That's definitely how that works.
Yeah, it works with TI, yeah, don't worry.
It just feels that Timber is not as reliable as he used to be in terms of outputting damage, in terms of the itemization that he can do. His item build has become a lot more straightforward, and now that he was in the position to get counterpicked, you just get this Gyro in the end who, with Rocket Barrage, can just beat up on him in lane. I think for Tidebound to enter this mid-game comfortably, they really needed box lane to go well. They needed to be able to sack him and then play with him later. If you're putting this Gyro on the Timber lane, that makes it a lot harder. And now you're just looking towards Shiro to be the hero to bring you into this game, and not the offlaner.
I just want discipline from Tidebound, right? A bad initiation, a simple misexecution. There's so much turnaround potential for Falcons to beat you in the team fight. So if Tidebound do have a lead, they need to make sure that every drop of gold they have is a successful pick of a successful fight. Like, they can't go even in these engagements and feel good.
I mean, what I like a lot from Falcons, and it's something that makes their drafting so good, they don't only care about this carry matchup. Like, a lot of carries will be like, oh, I can't play Gyro into Marcy, she's gonna, you know, beat me up. But no, you play for your lane, you slow down the enemy draft in Tidebound with the Timber. I think they have very good lanes, very solid team fighting. So for Tidebound, we know they're disciplined, we know they have good team fighting skills too, but I would favor Falcons in this one. I really like what they have going.
Well, I have to ask a question here, Effie, because the first couple of days of the Road to TI, Marcy was first phase banned all the time. Literally seemed like she was going to be the hero of the tournament because obviously she uses Helm of the Dominator really nicely. Made it through, second phase, gets picked up. Why aren't we not favoring the Marcy team? Is it kind of figured out?
I mean, it's not figured out in the sense that it's bad. It's still very good, but you know, solutions like the Troll Warlord, for example, have come into play, and they've done incredibly against her. The ability to match her pace with another Helm of the Dominator hero is also happening throughout the road to the International. So while she is very good, she's not a insta-win hero. And if you look at her win rate, it's like sitting at 52%, 53%. Yeah. It's fine. It's a great hero, but it's not going to win you the game by itself.
And do we feel that Falcons have figured it out in this game in particular?
I really like what Falcons have going for them because outside of having a more cohesive draft in terms of team fight, their laning is really strong. And if you look at Tidebound, they're still lacking save. They have no save heroes at all versus this Arena, versus this Roar.
Well, we're going to find out. It's game number 1 time. But before we head into that game, of course, we're going to check in with the coach. We're going to listen to Tsunami talk to AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the coach of Team Falcons, AUI, and let me say your reputation precedes you, because I know 3 years ago in Singapore, you, Snake King, and Skitter were terrorizing everybody with Wraith Pact. And now I come here to Hamburg, and everyone's hot on Helm of the Dominator, except you guys. Why are you not using the nerdiest item so far in Dota?
My players can't micro. It's like a skill issue. Like, I think the item's broken, honestly, but they don't have hotkeys. I don't know.
See, I thought that was an issue, but like even maybe like a Wild Wing, I saw Skitter got trapped at some point on a cliff.
Yeah, he got trapped with Weaver ulti up. Like, I don't know.
All right, it does add up then, but they are very good at what they do, which is playing Dota so far, but they take a long time to do it, Owie. So currently it's 5 p.m. or 17, I guess, for all the Europeans. Should I eat dinner during this series, or is it going to be way after this series?
You should probably eat dinner and get the midnight snack ready, because, like, you know, it's just going to be a long series, I think.
All right, friends, it's a long night. Get the popcorn ready and maybe a little glass of milk, and let's get into game number 1.
Welcome, game 1 of Falcons versus Tidebound. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and I think this is the best series of the day. Honestly, I'm not going to be biased, but even the fact that Falcons can't micro, there's still very high skill players, Cinderin.
Yeah, AUI loves to take a jab at his teammates a little bit once in a while, but you know, if anything, it has been indicative of this tournament, it's that, you know, the games just go late in general, and there are certain teams that thrive in that environment. I don't think it's any surprise that a team such as Falcons, Tidebound, as well as, of course, Extreme Gaming have been looking hot as well. A lot of exchanging here. Amar.
In a lot of trouble. That's first blood already for Shiro and the Tidebound side. Great start for them.
Probably wasn't expecting the starting tri-lane here with the Muerta beginning in the top lane, and it pays off for starters. One of the benefits to offlane Timbersaw, of course, he is a lot more independent than many offlaners are. You give him a couple of levels, you can move around the map, and even on level 1 against a lane like Gyro Pugna, you don't have too much to be scared of. So, yeah, that was a very successful start for them. And a hero that you and we've seen completely take over games is the Marcy. There are just situations where you feel like this is unbelievably broken. And other games, it kind of looks meh. So if I could choose any hero for either team to get a good start in this game, that's the most impactful, and it would probably be that.
Yeah, I think she's the main reason that we are seeing Helm of the Dominator brought back as a mainstay at this tournament. Obviously can rebound off of it. Terrific at gaining a lot of farm, which Marcy can sometimes have trouble with before that first farming item comes to be. But as we look at the mid lane, Malrine is playing the Beastmaster versus Nothing to Say's Earthshaker. Good old melee versus melee matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those that you on paper would feel should just be a good lane for Shaker, but as of modern Dota, if you will, Beastmaster actually fares quite well here. I want to say it's a skill-based matchup, where if both players play their best, I would say it's kind of close, but I've seen Beastmaster win that lane, I've seen Shaker win it. So not a clear-cut one. Unlike many of the other very one-sided mid lanes we've seen have been like Queen of Pain or Shadow Fiends against melee heroes. This one, I don't know, it's probably like a 55-45. Pretty close.
Yeah, well, I'll hold you to that. You've been wrong on pretty much everything at this tournament so far.
Yeah, we did predictions together. We got 1 out of 16. Did anyone in the crowd do worse than that? Yep.
No, apparently
that's right.
Not.
We win. Woohoo!
Damn, we're good. That's why we get paid the big bucks.
Ironically, the one team we got right is in this series. That is
true.
Falcons.
That is true.
That we picked to make it out of elimination round. Everything else was wrong.
At the very least, the games have been ultra entertaining, so you can't really complain too much. I mean, even the Helm of the Dominator, people are talking about this item being picked up literally every game on multiple heroes. I think it's an exciting item, actually. Feels like it ramps up a lot of people's farm. It does make high ground a little bit harder because both teams are more farmed, and high grounding is a little bit easier as a result, but I think it's been some excellent quality games overall.
A lot of the time what Dominator does as well is it just forces the teams to take out the trash a lot, right? Like you always have to go and defend your waves because there's some pesky creep keeping you at bay, and naturally that will a lot of the time lead to stalled out games, which is a little bit ironic because if you think of Dominator historically, you think of a pushing item, right?
Yeah.
That's an item that you buy to 5-man, but a lot of the time in this tournament it's been used as a farming amplifier and just a split push tool. This game, not too many of those heroes though, right? Marcy will obviously get one. She's the #1 buyer of this item as far as how good it is, in my opinion. Mid Beastmaster has been a mixed bag. I don't think Malrine will buy it. According to AUI, he's incapable. So.
Yeah, we'll see. So far, Malrine sitting on 15-7 in that mid lane versus the 20-7 of Nothing to Say, so slight advantage for Tidebound so far. Now, in terms of, I mean, not to continue this conversation about Helm of the Dominator, but you talked about it time and time again this tournament, you need a hero that can kill those creeps. Yeah. Do you think Falcons have addressed that enough?
They're not the best, to be honest. I think Gyro is pretty good, but aside from that, their heroes do need to commit some time and effort to do it. So that definitely is a bit of an X factor. But Marcy will most of the time not use the Helm of the Dominator for split pushing, but rather play with it as a constant partner for rebound. So it's a little bit of a different nature with that particular hero running it. So I don't know how big of a concern that is. Did want to say, if you notice, a Bach or Faith Beyond is running a 1-1-2 build, which I would say is less common nowadays. He started 0-1-2. It goes to show that the mindset in this bottom lane for them is not to play aggressive. It's just he's meant to farm, and the more he frees up Muerta, the better. And the payoff in that is that Muerta has made a ton of stacks already. So Planet's been going to work here. On the flip side, Falcons with none.
Yep, as Y is taken out in the top. Amar going to take a little bit of damage in reciprocation, but he will get the better of the exchange, of course. I mean, that Gyro versus the Timbersaw, that's an old school matchup where typically don't have carries that can deal with a Timbersaw, but Gyro not too shabby.
Yeah, the classic ones. Gyro, Luna, of course, comes to mind. Just having ranged heroes that have magic damage, so you can pierce through the reactive armor. This ability has been rebalanced over the years, but there's still a subset of carries that just don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
The upside here for Faith Beyond is that by nature of laning 1v2 for the most part, he should get a fast 6. And at that point, perhaps you can threaten the Gyro a little bit in the lane.
Now, well, the 6-minute power rune is upon us, and you can see that Falcons are quite pushed up, but Crit's actually spotted out, and now glimpsed into the arms of Nothing to Say. He's not going to hit the enchant totem, the dead shot either, but still the kill will come for Nothing to Say. So Tidebound up 2-1. They're able to defend this tower.
Oh, this is important, Malrine.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is big.
I believe this was a quad stack that Planet committed so much time and effort to making, and now all of it going to be stolen away in front of his eyes. So that was I was pointing this out. This is one of the big benefits of Timbersaw is that your 4 can do this, but then if the enemy team takes it, you're effectively stacking.
Well, who's sadder? Is it Timbersaw or Earthshaker? Because we saw earlier today with BZM, got his stacks mostly stolen. His game just never recovered.
I think in this game you should have given them to Shaker to accelerate the high-impact team fight maker that you have.
Level 6, Invis Rune, and Planet will be the recipient of the first roar of the game. And that's an easy kill for Falcons, as they're actually on the doorstep here of a Wisdom Shrine take as well.
This is a very
big get.
Play. Just perfect timing.
They get both.
A great play call at the right time. That is the biggest win of this game so far for the Falcons side. Getting both Wisdoms means that Muerta and Disruptor are currently sitting on level 3, and Disruptor, Static Storm is pretty good this game. You're going to have to wait a long time for that. I think Pierce the Veil less important comparatively, but
I think if the game goes 60 minutes, doesn't really have to worry about that too much as Shiro jumps right on top of Amar, back into the calling, so silenced up, trying to get to the north, be able to cast anything. Finally, the arena comes out, but actually gets decrepit at the last moment. Do they have damage to finish him off? He's actually trying to miss it, as Shiro now the one in trouble, as Skeeter and Crit have come to help out. No kills will come from this. Let's hear a cheer just in general. All right, well, that was underwhelming, I'll be honest.
It also didn't deserve more than that.
Staking under the tower, getting pursued by Faith Beyond. Looks like he'll eventually pick him up. Does take a beating in response, though, as after all of that, Skeeter actually gets picked off on the top lane.
Yeah, and I was going to point out, this whole top fight extending as long as it did was because of a rare missed dead shot from Planet. But in the follow-up fight, they do get an even bigger kill in the Gyro.
Yep, Crit helped Malrine get the rune, but they are outnumbered. That's 4 versus 2. using that haste rune to full effect to get to the north side. Has to be a little bit careful, though. Getting some bottles up is nothing to say he's going to continue the pursuit, but all for naught. We'll have to let the Beastmaster go, but still, great exchanges overall for Tidebound.
Yeah, Shiro starting to create some separation here. 3-0-0. He is up by about 600 gold over the opposing Gyro. And now, with all of these moves being unsuccessful for Falcons, Faith Beyond is actually taking second here on the Timber.
Yep.
Considering the laning start that he had playing the 1v2 for the most part, this is a very good look for him. And nothing to say is, of course, going to be losing in that equation as the mid-shaker. They can't all have a good game at the same time, but they're stacks. So,
yep, finding stacks on the other side of the map this time. As Falcon's very aware of the triangle at this stage, and Crit's aware of this as well. So he's going to leech a little bit of XP as a result. I mean, at this early state, Tidebound obviously with just a 1K lead at the moment, but whose shoes would you rather be in right now?
I think overall the game plan of Tidebound is unfolding a little bit better, specifically because of the gyro move top failing and leading to a death for Skitter. But there's no real cause for concern for either side. I think all the cores are at least somewhat enabled. Shaker is a bit behind, but will find his way back into this more than likely. Falcons only having 2 kills minute 10 is maybe a little bit surprising though, but they have taken mid tower, which is a big objective, and surely top is on the menu sometime soon. Beastmaster loves to make this rotation, whether he has a Dominator or not.
Yep, Shiro found by Crit. He's going to be able to take a Satyr for himself. Amar looking for an opening, but not going to follow through, it seems. First item will be the Blink Dagger, no big surprise. And looking at Shiro's farm right now, he of course has the Helm. I mean, do we see any variation on the Marcy builds these days?
I think every carry Marcy I've seen this tournament went Dom. But then after that, there is a little bit of variation. Sometimes you rush BKB. We've seen some people get one intermediary item. And after the BKB, I think there's a decent amount of room for creativity. Basher is classic, but you can see something like an Orchid in games where that is good. You can... Yeah, okay, that's not a lot of variety, is it? Daedalus sometimes, I guess, but it's not always the same.
Okay, well, Nothing to Say has a bit of a stack. Not the biggest we've seen, but this will be a nice, juicy Echo Slam for him. Didn't feel as good as I thought it would, if I'm being honest, but he'll get some nice farm at it nonetheless.
The sound plays a big role.
It really does.
It's just not really the same when you echo the ancient king.
It's kind of an interesting thing that we've been seeing, though, because you can't really contest this if you're the other team, because if you get in the middle of this, it's just going to add to the echo.
Yeah.
But all you can really do is try to steal a farm beforehand, which they did quite nicely. Amar, though, the recipient of this gank from Tidebound, that is an easy kill for Faith Beyond. They even find a lowly Snake King, gets glimpsed out of the TP. Double kill for Bach.
Yeah, this is...
He's owning.
Not that there was anything spectacular about that from Y, but I just want to give him a mention here. I think this is his best hero of all time, and even in patches and metas where this hero is not particularly favored, it's a bit of a mixed bag in this tournament. Some teams like this, some teams don't touch it at all. But if Disruptor is playable, Y is going to play it. Tidebound have found massive success off of this, and look at him making his next move immediately.
Static Storm right on top of him. Absolutely no response available for Crit. Still only level 5 at the 12.5 minute mark. 8-2 advantage for Tidebound, despite the gold lead basically being even at the moment. And I mean, I can't really look at the XP, but obviously that Wisdom Shrine steal from Falcons was a huge deal.
The thing that's pretty impressive about this is that now Y has been in 7 out of 8 kills, and as you mentioned, they did not get the Wisdom. So he was level 3 at minute 7, and he has still managed to accomplish this much. So a job well done. But side of Falcons, though, things are still completely stable. All 3 of your cores are having at least moderately good games, so they can keep progressing toward their key items. Seeing Amar here with his Mars approach, he is going for the 2 Bracer Soul Rings, same as pretty much everyone else. But he's going Blink. You and I have cast some Marses of, for example, XXS, who bypass Blink entirely until like 3rd or 4th item. Not the case here. Amar wants to play more aggressive and set up his teammates for success. And it might overlap quite nicely with Malreen's Ags, which is about 1,000 away now. So those 2 items would be a strong timing for the side of Falcons, combining that with crits soon to be level 6. Big level up.
Indeed. Well, nothing to say, just got his Blink Dagger. We'll see if they get a smoke gank ready to go to reveal that bad boy. Has the Echo Slam up. Still only level 1 though, but can still get a nice kill with the +1. Planet will probably just push this wave and then they'll smoke shortly after, unless they want to continue to just play the slow game. Looks like the Wisdom Shrines will go for each side this time around, and there's the connection with the smoke. Even Shiro coming to play with his Wild Wing.
Yeah, this is an interesting time to smoke. The Wisdom's coming up in 1 second. You're kind of in the middle of the map, so you're not covering them at all, but perhaps that makes this less predictable for the side of Falcons. Malrine will actually break one of them.
Yeah.
They don't know where he is, though.
Now that's a very nice spot for Malrine.
Yeah,
that is a big
placement. Deal. They will now try to perhaps invade, but if you're going to invade for the Wisdom now, you're running through the lane through full vision, so not going to be the case.
Yeah, they spot nothing to say. Now they jump on top of them instead. This is the follow-up, though. Snaking coming with a nice Nether Blast. They've already taken out Planet. Nothing to say. Trickling away. The Mortimer's Kisses just hits them in the end. 2 kills for Falcons. Not only thwarting the initial smoke attempt from Tidebound, but absolutely crushing them afterwards.
Yeah, that's just beautiful map
That's
play.
the blink reveal.
Yeah, it's just an outplay, right? You break the smoke. Malrine seemed aware that there's a move might be coming, so he took a good position. And as he breaks the smoke, they make their own move, and they get the blink reveal play. That's, you know, the Shaker was looking for this one. So, a nice move for Falcons. No real objective to claim just yet. We're 15 minutes in, but they keep ramping up.
Yeah, Lamar, he wants some revenge. They get the glimpse back into the Static Storm. He's pretty tanky. Doesn't look like reinforcements are coming, though. So will be a kill going the way of Tidebound. And for Shiro, that's 700 away from finishing the BKB. Which for Falcons, I mean, it's essentially Roar is the main counter to the BKB Marcy at the moment. Which, like you said, his Malrine's Ag's about to come now.
There's a bit of cause for concern here. So Timber was just top net worth, and now he is. They're tied for first. This hero is 0-7 this tournament. So if you're doing well, you're just going to give more gold over to the enemy team when your hero inevitably has to lose. So got to be really careful with that.
What do you think the reasoning with that win rate is?
It's a good question. I don't personally think the hero is particularly bad. So it's not the biggest sample size, 7 games, but still,
well, it's not the hero's fault. It's the player's fault. Then,
well, we cast Bach playing this against Extreme Gaming. That game it didn't work out, but it's, I don't know. I feel like we're going to see this hero a couple more times here on the big stage, and it's going to grab a win or two. The conditions in this game, in my opinion, are pretty good. He did pick it late and has some solid info. Went for the Kaya Sanj and now eyeing up BKB. Started with a casual Ring of Health that he's not converting into anything. A lot of the times you'll see this item used.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It's quite rare nowadays, as a matter of fact, to just buy a value ring. But wanted it for the laning.
You could turn it into a Crimson later if you really want to, and against the Gyrocopter, not too bad, but maybe not the most traditional item for a Timber Saw.
Yeah, the more traditional one will be Lotus. Playing against Roar, it's kind of nice.
Smoke revealed. Shiro leading the charge as Crit gets to the high ground, and he's going to get glimpsed back into the arms of Bach and just gets deleted. The Roar counteraction from Malrine. Do they have the damage to cut through Shiro? He pops the BKB and dies instantly. First BKB of the game for him. Amar, though, stuck all alone. He's going to get bursted by Bach as it looks like Tidebound now on the retreat. The buyback came out from Crit in the meantime. So this is now a 4 versus 3 situation. That's a lot of damage from the Chakram from Bach, and he takes out Snaking easily. Now Malrine on the run. This is such a back and forth affair. Gets slowed to a crawl. Nothing to say with the Enchant Totem. As Bach, again, up front and personal. The cookie's not going to hit, but the last proc from Planet is enough to kill off Malrine. So despite losing their carry pretty much instantly, Tidebound able to bounce back quite a bit.
Honestly, that kill on the Pugna was just a beautiful sequencing of skills from Tidebound in that. And yeah, this was in spite of Shiro barely getting to play his hero in that fight. It was a really nice shot call from Malrine to go for the Roar and the burst on there. They had just enough. If they have 10% less damage, Shiro starts getting off multiple volleys of attacks, but not the case. In spite of that, Tidebound definitely coming out ahead regardless. And you're seeing in these engagements so far, Bach is making a good case for Timbersaw. It's massive teamfight impact, and if his offlaner archetype hero doesn't do a lot of damage and you kill the Marcy, you win the fight there.
Yeah.
If he has a traditional offlane control hero like his Centaur that we've seen a lot of. So perhaps part of the rationale here for running this particular hero with Marcy is just that there's a second carry problem. Timbersaw perhaps one of the... Would you agree it's actually the most carrying offlaner in terms of archetype? Like, I think sometimes Timbersaw carries games enough. There's not many offlane heroes that carry.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
That's why Amar used to love it himself. Won many a game on that hero.
Yep, very true. That's the reason our team got second at TI way back when, losing to Faith Beyond, of course. Still bitter about that.
Yeah, he's actually picking this because you're casting to remind you of Moo.
Yeah, those were some classic games. Only a 1K lead for Tidebound. I mean, I don't know about you. I was expecting this to be a very close series, and it's been entertaining thus far.
Yeah, we both agreed the most likely outcome was a 2-1, so I'm sure a lot of people out there share that sentiment, and at this point, 20 minutes in, don't really have any strong favorite for this one, so still keeping it close, and knowing Falcons, they're just getting warmed up. Another 60 minutes to go in this one.
Yep.
I was laughing so much backstage in the green room when I saw they had top 6 longest games of this TI. It's like unbelievable that
all
the
of
same
them over
team,
an hour.
Yeah, they were like all 70 plus.
All right, we have smokes on both sides because Tormentor has woken up.
That's right.
But it looks like this will be Falcons to take. Question is, can they withstand a fight afterwards? Amar gets the shard. And you can see Tidebound still continuing on. The heals are coming. Planet's going to show himself first with the dead shot. Can Falcons retreat, or do they actually want to fight? Amar gets off the rebuke. Instant pierce the veil, though, into the Mortimers. That's an easy kill for Snake King. There's a Mars Arena onto 2. Shiro the BKB. Looks like they might want to retreat, though, as the Disruptor's picked off. So Falcons holding that high ground is now the roar on top of Shiro. This would be an enormous kill for Amar and company. Beautiful spear into the trees. They got the stun lock. They got the kill on Shiro. 3 dead as Bach tried to save his carry. Now he has to retreat in shame. Has to Nightfall away with the BKB TP. So 3 dead. They lose the shard as well. Falcons coming out way on top.
Honestly, I'm a bit surprised that Tidebound went for that. They might have felt like, okay, they just took the Tormentor, they're going to be low, but you had no vision and no control of the area, and the enemy team is beautifully set up on Falcons there. Having the Pugna to heal up heroes after you take the Tormentor, including the Tormentor heal itself.
Yeah, the fact that they waited for the Tormentor heal to actually go into effect.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, probably right away is the
Exactly. They were just too late, and it's easy to criticize because you're like, okay, you were too late, just call it off. But you feel so invested that you've already run your entire lineup up there that you're really tempted to take the fight. But Falcons were set up so much better, and Mars is just a godly hero in that area when you have the vision.
Oh, look at this. Tidebound. They're going to continue to get aggressive despite this BKB still being down for Shiro. Echo Slam right on top of the gyro. Gets feared back. Do they have the damage? It's going to be close, and finally Shiro coming in to finish the job. All 5 members of Tidebound here to watch Skeeter die.
The best hero they can kill. Gyro was...
And this opens up the Roche.
Yeah, and Gyro was close to BKB, so this is such a nice snipe for them to get at this exact moment. The Roche is the icing on the cake, and the reason that they went for it to begin with is if they find a meaningful pick, they know they can turn it into this. So you lost the Tormentor, but you got the Roche and the carry kill. If there hadn't been a fight up top, I would say clear advantage Tidebound overall in this exchange, but of course they did lose quite a bit in the top left corner prior to this. Now Shiro with the Aegis.
Indeed.
Another glimpse.
Snake King glimpse back and will die eventually.
Well, he's pretty tanky.
He will die eventually. Surely gets Cookie to the high ground. Now the roar on top of Faith Beyond with Amar. Nice zoning ult. They're going to get 2 kills on likelihood. Wise going to stay alive a little longer with the execution, but the rebuke at the last moment takes out the Timber. That's 3 dead now. These fights make no sense. One team gets an objective, easily wins the fight. Next team with no resources wins the next fight. This is just back and forth.
And Snake King is just deceptively tanky, right? He's got Solar Crest, he's got Essence Ring with Brawny, so that's 400 HP on his neutral item. The Wand and the Cloak. He managed... I don't know if that was a fully premeditated bait. You're going to see the replay here, but notice how tanky he is here when he gets pulled in. So Essence Ring popped.
Y almost killed himself with the Nether.
Wait, he didn't? Oh, finally he used his Solar. Okay, so he used Solar when he was on 10%. That might have actually baited them to commit for that.
Yeah, that was nice.
Even a missed spear doesn't matter there for Amar. They're still contained in the area. And Tidebound unable to bring the additional cores to the fight.
Well, the good news for Tidebound is they still have that Aegis for another 3.5 minutes. Feels like every BKB charge for Shiro so far has been just... It hasn't had any effect on the fight. He's died pretty much instantly after. But having that second life should theoretically help the cause. But now they're on a 6k deficit.
Yeah, this is the first meaningful lead of the game, where starting to approach that one additional key item mark. Skitter has finished his BKB, which is a big one. And you're approaching Amar. He's actually queuing up Refresher next. He does not have all that much mana pool for this. He has to be careful with the usage. Obviously running 3 points in Bulwark.
Wow.
Usually you see Marses take 1 Bulwark and then stats specifically to enable themselves to go Refresher earlier.
I feel like this is the fastest Refresher that I've seen on Mars, if he continues. Third item, basically.
It would be very early.
Like, we've seen Yules in the past from Amar, help set up his spear.
Yeah.
But indicates that they just want to brawl it out. As Nullifier now online for Shiro. So don't have to worry as much about the Decrepify.
This is a really important item that they've been lacking so far, and now being able to dispel the Solar Crest and Decrepify in one go is definitely big. But the problem that Tidebound has found themselves in a lot of fights is locking down the target so Shiro even gets to attack. And when he does get in there, he still needs to worry about the Roar. So it's not that easy to set it up. And Falcons with... in, I would say, you know, classic Falcons fashion now. You're playing against Aegis. They're going to just be farming the map, pushing the lanes, trying to stall out the game. Probably knowing that... I guess that's an interesting question here is there a clear favorite if this does go the hour mark? I think that's a valid concern or consideration whenever Falcons enter the game.
Yeah, would you like to talk about Tier 5 neutrals yet? We can do that.
They have such a massively big subset of their games go the distance, so... might as well start planning for it.
Yeah, who would you choose then?
I feel like it's kind of close, really. Disruptor Ags is a true wild card in the late game. That's a concern you have to deal with against the side of Tidebound. Planet, of course, can start scaling. His Muerta is currently going Atos into Ags, which is very standard on position 4. Once you get Octarine, as well as a full Gleipnir, this hero becomes a true late game menace. Just all that low cooldown AoE control. Shaker is a late game monster, so they definitely have some of their own, but of course Falcon's side, you've got Gyro, you've got late game Beastmaster, 2 arenas, Snapfire.
Yeah, we have seen that hero pop off.
Yeah.
Even without the right click variation. Just that 25 talent with the globs, crazy damage. Of course, that's 35 minutes away, so...
so much to look forward to.
That's right.
I mean, we both know we're going to get there.
Falcons sure can't end games. That's something we've learned at this tournament, no doubt about it.
So far, they've not been in a position to, so... in this one. In the tournament, can't speak for all games, but...
True. 30 seconds on Aegis. Shiro and company look like they want to make a move, potentially.
They gank some boars. They kill one of them.
So looks like Lincoln's is going to be the next item for Shiro. He's been getting roared a little bit too often.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Does feel like a requirement this game.
And he's also chosen a vast serrated Shiv, so he does have a little more attack range. It's clear that the mindset he is in is, I'm struggling to stick on targets, so he'll do whatever he can to find the opportunity to do that. Neutral item plus Lincoln's will be a big help. What can they break Lincoln's with? Decrep, homing missile. That's it.
Well, there's going to be a Hurricane Pike for Skeeter.
It's pretty good, this game. A lot of the time when you buy Lincoln's for a specific target, there's still additional problems that could proc it, but here it's not that many. And keeping in mind, Snaking went for the pipe, so Aetherland's still some ways away for him. And Decrepify cast range, not the best without that. Trying for the smoke.
Yeah, why? Ooh,
oh, Amar with a miss.
Yeah. Thought somebody was there, not the case. We'll retreat now.
Yeah, now it gets awkward. When you've broken your smoke on your initiator, you might just call off the play.
And like you said, the Aghanim Scepter online for Planet, and this is a huge deal. This is, I don't know if you'd agree on this, this is a top 10 Ags for me, easily.
It is so good.
Crazy good. Being able to increase the width of the dead shot by a very, very high degree.
It's actually an interesting item on carry as well when you go for the other facet. Now he has Supernatural, or rather he has Dance.
Mara caught off guard, gets glimpsed back into the arms of Shiro, gets decrepified though, it's going to save him a bit. Gets a huge kill onto Shiro out of nowhere. Didn't bother with the BKB and suffers the consequences.
Uh-oh. That looked kind of promising.
To be fair, he's been dying in BKB every time, so he's like, what if I don't hit it this time?
Yeah,
well, same result it seems.
If he BKB nullifies there onto the Mars, I think perhaps this fight goes differently, but just wasn't expecting to getting caught off, and you have to BKB and get Roar. You just have to, because if Falcons are going to burn the Roar on you during your BKB, they probably can't burst you 100 to 0 anymore. Gyro more or less a split damage carry rather than the focus fire single target, and you are freeing up the fight for your Timbersaw to carry it, right? Bach has big items to get in there and cause a lot of havoc with Ags now with BKB to protect it. But if you just die on the spot there, you're not allowing your teammates to shine in the fight.
As Malrine will be going for the refreshers, so lots of refreshers planned on the side of Falcons. It looks like, yeah, it looks like Amara is still going for the refresher first. I thought he might change his mind when he realized his mana
He switched to
capacity.
Aetherlands.
Oh, you're right. He does have an
Yeah, he bought an in-between item.
Okay.
I feel like he is almost the only player in the world who buys this item on Mars. I could be wrong, but I just connect this item with him in particular, using it as an intermediary way of getting that mana that he needs for the refresher. He uses it for the extra cast range on Spear, of course, and the cast range on Arena should not be underestimated. It gives you some nice additional plays with Blink spearing into Arena being easier to pull off.
Oh, Planet forces the issue from Amari, gets off his ult, going to force the BKB out of Shiro. There's the roar from the other side on Mallory. Do they have the damage this time to cut through Shiro? It's going to be close. He's really low, dies inside of his own rebound. Another death for the carry of Tidebound as Bach with that Aghanim Scepter. Boom, boom time. Gets off. Oh, the Yules actually activates because the BKB ended early, and now the Rocket Barrage upon him. Static Storm to try to save their offlaner. It is not happening for Tidebound. And now Y on the retreat. He's holding a gem. This would be a pretty big kill for Falcons. Looks like he will be able to walk away, but still Falcons super happy with being able to kill Shiro first again.
It really just seems to be the deciding factor of this game so far is, does Shiro get jumped and how do Tidebound respond? Their lineup doesn't have save, so whenever Shiro is caught, you can't just protect him. They haven't itemized defensively either. The Muerta having Atos Ags and the Disruptor going for Blink. There's no Solar Crest, there's no Glimmer Cape. Just no mitigation to be found anywhere for Shiro when he becomes the primary target. So it begs the question, are you approaching the fights correctly? Should you just full-on YOLO in with your Timbersaw first and try to draw attention to yourself so Marcy gets to play? As this has gone so far, I think this is the 4th or 5th fight in a row that Shiro just gets stunned up and more or less killed 100 to 0.
Yeah.
So,
and another
Falcons now with a commanding lead, 13k.
Absolutely.
Tormentor for Beast.
And that's the other thing. They've gotten 2 Tormentors, and the 50-50 on both has been favorable because Pugna has not gotten the shard yet. It's gone to Mars and now the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
So Falcons, again, going to be happy.
They just got 2 refreshers. Beast and Mars have leveled up massively. If Tidebound were struggling to deal with the first round of BKBs, well, you're going to have a second problem now. Even more pressure onto Shiro. If you don't manage to get his physical damage input in the fight, I just don't think Falcon's lineup dies.
Well, Roche number 2 is underway. We'll see if this ends up being a free one for Falcons.
Yep. Not gonna roar this one, as it is. The first one went to Tidebound. And they'll probably put it on Malrine, I guess, or? Well, they both made an inventory slot. They were unsure, or maybe he was just freeing up the slot.
Yeah, I'm sure they were having a very civilized discussion, and then Skeeter just takes it.
Skeeter
understandable.
Said, me carry, and took it.
Exactly.
He's almost got Daedalus now. He is starting to have a pretty strong inventory now at 33 minutes. Now, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but this one does not feel like a 70-minute game to me right now.
Yeah, there's the jinx. Remember this moment, everybody. 33 minutes in the game. Cinderin was quoted as saying that.
I mean, the fans want their money's worth in the audience. They want to be here all day Go home at 2 a.m. Why? Hiding. Oh, if those axes were thrown the other... Oh, he's going to be spotted by the boars.
Yep,
He is so
Mallory
dead.
finds Y, and this is the gem. So he did hold on to it for a lot longer than I was expecting, but a nice pickup again for Falcons, getting pretty much everything they want on the map. Now, in terms of the Lincoln's timings for the side of Tidebound, because it does feel like the Roar has just been the end of these fights, effectively. Nothing to say. I think he's finished, actually, so just needs to be delivered, and Shiro just roughly halfway there.
Yeah, because he switched up for the Basher instead of the earlier Lincolns, which might have come back to bite him, honestly, like these fights with how they've gone. Now he can maybe hope for a good setup where Nothing to Say gets to put the Lincolns on the Marcy, and then if he has his own...
How much damage do you think Shiro has done to enemy heroes this game? Feels like he's just dying first every time.
A few thousand at most.
It's going to be one of the lower on the team.
Impressive. But yeah, speaking of that, I also haven't felt much Shaker impact. I just think Falcons have done such a good job at making it difficult for these two melee heroes to get in there up close and personal and actually land.
He's actually leading the team in hero damage. That's quite surprising.
That is surprising.
Barely.
That is concerning, I would say. If it feels like he's dying so fast, nobody is soaking up the space in the fights. They just can't.
And Falcons doing what Falcons do best. They're starving out the map. The problem is it feels like this tournament, this isn't working as effectively for whatever reason. Typically you just methodically take the Roshan, you push the lanes in, you get all the tier 2s, then you wait for the next Roshan, then you finish the game. It was like that for a while, but the high ground has been quite difficult. We've seen many leads just evaporate with the first high ground push.
And Tidebound do have a spicy lineup to push into. Now that the Gleipnir is completed on planet, it makes it even harder. All of these low cooldown AoE stuns and displacement abilities are very powerful on your high ground, and of course the Ags, where it's a dead shot, does both. It is both a fear and a reposition. You've got Shaker Fissures to worry about, Glimpse. If you ever overextend, you know you're being pulled back. So I think Falcons will take their time. Shocking. And just control the map.
Yep, they're definitely savoring this. 3K gold onto Skeeter.
They do have a banner ready on crit, and Skeeter is showing intent on going high. They're actually going in here.
Well, they do have Aegis for 2 minutes, so Roche banner placed. They want to, at the very least, poke. You can see Faith Beyond trying to aggro the crease, but the 2 siege units will still remain at the base. So this tower almost certainly going to fall. And Skeeter more than happy to throw away 1 life. Well, the fissure blocks them off. Actually pretty good. But the Force Staff onto the other side. And now the barracks exposed for Falcons to take. And this is going to be the first range racks down in this series.
The thing is, this isn't a theoretically surprising play to go for this, because I think you're in a great spot to do it. We've just, like you said, if we go back 2 months, this would be the most obvious play.
Yeah.
That Falcons would do this. There's just been so many failed high ground attempts this tournament and so much stalling.
Oh, nothing to say.
But they're in firm control, and this is just a matter of time.
Looks like they'll give up the full lane as the siege units will finish the job. So Falcons, successful in their first endeavor on the base of Tidebound.
And the only trade-off for Tidebound is that Marcy gets to free farm in the meantime. So they have made the judgment call that fighting into this Aegis without Lincolns is just too difficult. So they will sacrifice 1 lane now. The Lincolns for Marcy is only a few hundred away. Actually, I'm probably overstating that. About 1,000 away. And they have the 1 on Shaker. So with these 2 Lincolns, perhaps they can look for a fight finally. It's been a very long time since Tidebound has seemed interested in engagements. But that's also a really big part of the reason why Beastmaster's has been such a high-rated hero this tournament, right? He's being banned in so many games, first picked in the rest of them almost, it feels like.
Yeah.
Just a very, very powerful hero, can be flexed between mid and off lane, buys great items. Yeah, very strong. And Malrine, no different. Ironically, he is playing a micro hero, so you'd think he could buy Dominator if he can micro this one.
True.
It's easier to micro...
The Hawks you don't need to do much with these days.
That's true.
Though.
It's just the boars.
Nothing to say. He's going to reveal himself, but we'll get the Blink TP.
Oh, he got the literal perfect neutral item, by the way. He got the...
Oh, the Dazoon.
The timeless Dazoon Bloodright. This has to be the best possible item you can get as Shaker in tier 4. bigger AoE on everything, and the spell amp and the longer stuns will very much come in handy. And there it is. They're going to look for that exact play. Aegis expired, you have 2 Lincolns. But now, of course, with how long this took, Falcons have items of their own. Skitter has Satanic now, so he's a tough target. Amar has
He is completely isolated.
He does have... He can combine his Eon Disc right now on Amar, so if he's the primary target, he can save himself. This is not easy for Tidebound.
Yeah, it looks like they just get a couple wards down and will have to wait in all likelihood for the next Roche, which they absolutely have to fight. And of course, their lineup is unbelievably scary in an isolated area like that, or in a contained area. You have all this AoE, not even included the Dazoom Blood Rights that you're bringing up. Timbersaw, you got the Echo Slam from the Earthshaker. You have the Calling is something you cannot ignore. And of course, Static Storm, we've seen it so many times turn the tides of fights.
And their arguably best AoE spell out of all of them, Deadshot.
Yeah, now that he has Ags, absolutely.
That one's available all the time. 10-second cooldown with the Gleipnir as well. Yeah, this is still, make no mistake, 17k is absolutely a big lead, but it is possible for Tidebound to find one singular good fight and swing the game almost on its head, or at least catch up fully. But so far, based on how well Falcons have navigated all of these fights and avoided disaster, it's hard to see them just fully blunder this until a Roche fight. They have so much control of the map, so good wards out. And of course the gems, like you covered, are in their favor.
So what's the next power spike for Tidebound? Because I think we both agree they're going to have to fight at this next Roche.
Shaker Refresher is a big deal, and he almost has it.
Okay.
On Nothing to Say. So I would say that is the best next spike they have. Muerto is eyeing up Blink, but didn't buy it. I think Planet might be saving for buyback instead.
Oh, Disruptor's only 4,200 gold away from Aghanim Scepter, so...
Just an Ags away.
That's right. Very ambitious for Y, but of course he's seen a lot of these games go late, so can't really blame him. And
now, unfortunately, he didn't get greedy. I'm assuming he was offered greedy when he took Timeless Outworld Staff. Because this is indeed the type of game where Disruptor might be one of the single best supports in Dota to take greedy on, because you almost never attack anything. Even when you're farming, it's oftentimes you just throw a Thunderstrike on the wave and back off because you want to be hidden and be a threat on the map with Glimpse.
No, Nothing to Say is going to show. Malrine and company would love to get a pick off before this Roche spawns. Still has not come up yet, though.
Another attempt. Glimpse on Amar.
Out. Will not be KB away. Smoke. Oh, there's the Echo Slam. There's the opening under the gyrocopter. Going to be able to blow up Skeeter. He's dead. Just like that, as Malrine gets off another roar, but now this is in full retreat mode. They do have buyback on the gyrocopter if they want to use it. Fisher's going to connect onto the Pugna. Snaking, tankier than he looks, of course. Bach, his Aghanim Scepter does proc his crit with the Mortimer Skins. There's the Mars Arena from Amar himself. Lots of damage onto Shiro with the double spear to follow. Shiro's dead. Bach follows suit. No buybacks needed from the side of Falcons as they somehow turn this.
Even though Skeeter dies first, they have to commit so much for that, and Amar finds a beautiful angle. That spear was...
Oh, the cancel of the TP. Y does get off another glimpse, but we can see the TP from Malrine. He wants a piece of this, and he'll get it. Denies a bounty rune, though. Good job to Y.
That gets tipped for that. Nice heads-up play. Yeah, that was the timing for Tidebound, right? And they kind of lost that, at least it was like
it looked good at first.
A draw at best. And it is, of course, it is a limitation of their lineup that in order to burst and commit on this gyro, since he is as tanky as he is with 4,300 health, you have to pop a lot of stuff. They used multiple BKBs, they used Refresher on Shaker, Marcy used the majority of her ult. And when that BKB on Marcy runs out, she kind of seems to be getting kited a lot in this game, so might have to itemize to solve that problem. Currently thinking about Abyssal, that would help keep people in place.
This opens up Roche number 3 for Falcons.
Okay, they really want this speed. And yeah, don't blame them, they kind of need it. They have the outpost. Okay, if the outpost was not under Falcon's control, this could have got really interesting.
Skeeter trying to rush himself into the pit because he really wants that Aegis.
He'll get it.
They'll leave it for him. It takes a while to find it with all those items dropping to the ground, but Roche has been vanquished. 5 minutes of that Aegis now. And next up on the list for Falcons, a second lane and potentially the game if they win this next fight. But Tidebound, again, have to say it. If they don't get picked off beforehand, this high ground defense is pretty scary to look at.
Yeah. They will have a banner again, though. This could be a big help.
They're not going to waste any time. Falcons right away.
Yep.
Wave getting cleared, though, so no Roche banner placed yet. Skeeter already in half HP. Will get healed via the Pugna, so not going to use the Roche banner until now. This tower looks to be dead. There is a fortification online for Tidebound. Flak cannon. As Amar jumps in very deep, gets off the arena. They're going to focus on the buildings for now, so maybe this is just... He's just going to die to the Mortimer, so Planet. No chance at all, as that's a second lane for Falcons. Glimpse back, Malraine's going to get Echo Slam with the Fissure to follow. It's going to get E-bladed, though. Nothing to say. Does get the kill with the last Fissure. There's the buyback, though, as Skeeter disposed back into the Static Storm. Pops the BKB, healing up thanks to the Pugna and a little bit from the Satanic as well. And you can see Shiro left all alone. He's roared and killed. 90 seconds of no mercy as a cheese eaten up by Skeeter, and they're going to go for full megas, if not just the throne outright.
They didn't even get his Aegis there. They kill the Beastmaster, he has buyback. There's just so many lives to get through.
Yeah.
You have to commit so much to kill one core one time.
Yeah, this Pugna pick has been pretty valuable. Deadshot can make things a little bit more annoying. And Skeeter, all he wants to do is get to that top side of the map, but they keep blocking him. All of these obstacles, as there's the roar from Malreine right on top of Muerta. That is a death for Planet. No way to get back in the game. Second one reserved for Y. He buys back, though. This is going to be potentially the last defense for Tidebound in this game number 1. But it's going to be 5 versus 3, not including the Aegis, which still has a full 3 minutes.
Yeah, Skeeter just seems invincible. 5k HP and 30 armor and a Pugna. The Pugna life drain has been such a big deal. Tidebound would have been able to defend and stall out for so long against the carry, but all of their damage just get nullified.
And that is Mega Creeps.
This is
tier
a
4
fast game for Falcons, Shannon. 46 minutes?
I still believe this will go 60 minutes some way, somehow. Bach gonna get speared into his own tier 4. Lincoln actually does proc thanks to that primal roar. And you can see the gyrocopter not too worse for wear because the Pugna's still on the back line, healing him up. Not much Tidebound can do here as the tier 4 is about to drop to the deck. Amar getting harassed a bit. Muerta back in 30 seconds. Right now, still a 5 versus 4 in favor of Falcons. Throne completely exposed now as Shiro going in for one last-ditch effort. They're just going to block off. Pugna still in range, though. And this life drain, they just can't do anything about it. Amar, Arena, right on top of Bach. Now the magic damage coming from Skeeter with the right click as well. Bach is dead. Buys back instantly. There's roar number 1 for Marcy. Echo Slam a little bit too late as Shiro is already dead. And nothing to say, has to walk back in shame as a triple Arena from Amar as the GGs come out. Falcons take game number 1.
Damn, that was... It was an interesting first 15 to 20 minutes that were back and forth, but Falcons found one good fight, started getting that 6k lead that we talked about, and after that, every single subsequent fight, they have Shiro's number, they keep good formation, so they never get wombo comboed by Shaker and Timbersaw, never really got into trouble against the Muerta Eggs. Didn't really feel all that impactful, to be honest, when it came out.
Yeah.
So credit where it's due. They did a very good job positioning their heroes correctly, and Timbersaw now with a whopping 0% win rate, 0 and 8.
Wow, incredible stuff, and Falcons finished this super quick at 47 minutes. Shiver!
Thank you very much, gentlemen. 47 minutes. Wow. I mean, we did hear Falcons talk about coming into this international after the road to TI, they talked about how they addressed some things that needed fixing. And one of the things, well, I don't think it needed fixing, because to be honest, I'm here for it. You know, I'm here for the 70-minute, and I'm sure that you guys are also here for the 70-minute games, but the players, they thought it needed fixing, and they fixed that. They make sure that they leave no room for Tidebound to make a comeback in this first game of best of 3. A lot to break down here with Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. T, this game, it did feel very smooth for them.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons weren't ever truly punished, right? They were able to set themselves up, they rebutted a couple early moves, and then as soon as they hit that farm, they're just chilling the entire time. Like, we have some, obviously, comparisons down the line, but critically for Falcons, if they ever can get the game on their kind of timeline, they will build a net worth lead. You have to do something to break that, and at no point in this game did Tidebound find an opportunity to control the tempo.
They had like a couple of okay plays, like here, right, with, you know, you had Y, who did pretty good on the Disruptor, like set up some kills, try to help Shiro with the Marcy, but ultimately there were a lot of fights where this just kept on happening. You have Snaking there with the ward, you have the Arena, the kisses, you get some kills, and later Tidebound were in an okay spot, but I feel like they did 1 or 2 mistakes that they could not have let happen in this game.
Yeah, I just feel like the Shiro Marcy really didn't do much of anything. Like, he couldn't find a comfortable entry point into this game. As we see in this highlight, he rebounded it in, got cancelled by the Arena, and for some reason it interacted with the BKB such that he bounced back. But this wasted a lot of his BKB duration, and here he just dies. Typically with carry Marcy, she takes over the entire map when she gets that Helm BKB timing. This time wasn't the case. She was just dying over and over again every fight.
It's also weird, because I don't know if he was BKB during the rebound or used it mid-air, but the fact that it like stopped his rebound, like it ruined his absolute entire fight. And like you're saying, like also with the heroes, they want to play from ahead, they want to have a good start to the fight, but it just kind of didn't happen after the 50-minute mark anymore.
There's just no damage. Like, look at all the clips, it's just Marcy punching, doing nothing. Buck with the Ags and the BKB, he's having to run away. Of course, you know, it's the tail end of a fight, but if it was in principle like Tidebound, if they didn't, you know, capitalize on maybe like the early, it's basically like they had 15 minutes to be aggressive, or the whole game is waiting for Falcons to hopefully make a mistake themselves.
Yeah, it was tough. And in that highlight just now, the most recent one, again, Marcy BKBs, jumps in, gets roared. Other times, Marcy gets Arena Speared before she can even BKB, and the Kisses have taken quick work of her. They just could not activate this hero at all.
And the stats from Snaking are insane as well, right? Yep. Like, he's got 27,000 healing, right? He had, what, nearly double, if not triple, the net worth of Y. Like, when you look at the counterpart between the Disruptor to the Pugner, it is, yeah, Snaking just had such a stellar performance.
Yeah, also his itemization, right? At some point, he had an incredibly good game. He's an 82% of all the kills. You know, he farms the dead lane like he always does. He had such an early pipe. During the draft, it was like maybe they can pick an offlaner who can buy it. They just get it on their +5 support, which is, you know, kind of unheard of. So yeah, no, Snaking his Pugner, you gotta watch out for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we talked about it even before it was picked, because it was such a strong hero for Snaking also during the road to TI, and we talked about it potentially being banned, but they get their hands on it and they crush with it. But that makes the list of heroes you want to ban against Falcons pretty big. But my main question was, this game, one of the problems that Falcons did have during the road to TI was being able to go high ground. And I felt like they solved it, but I couldn't really pinpoint as to how they did that.
To go high ground?
Yeah.
I mean,
or was it just they crushed so hard before that it was just feeling easy?
Yeah, along those lines. I think as soon as you get to the high ground and you know that, like, there was one play where it was like an Echo Slam on a Jayakov 200-0. That's the only way they actually enter a fight. So if you have vision, then you're not going to have that happen again. It happened once to Skidder. It doesn't happen twice. High ground's going to be easy.
Yeah, and we did say that it was going to be very important for Tidebound to do good during the lanes. As we here have a clip T for you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to showcase kind of Tidebound's biggest moment in my game, right? The idea is he got the BKB at 16 minutes, kind of 39, and this was instantly after. They want to make the play, but Marcy runs on in first and then dies. And sure, at the tail end of the fight, Timbersaw's stepping up, showing off, but it feels like this fight construct for Tidebound, it needed to be different. Timber has to go in first, Marcy has to follow up, it needs to be clean kills to then create this like narrative of aggression. The fact that we're seeing this from Tidebound, it does put a little bit of fear in me that they're going to have to change a little bit more than just draft going into game 2, because that entry to the game, they weren't making those mistakes in the road to TI.
Like, to me, there's something weird between how Marcy and Timber interact together, because when Marcy pops her BKB, she needs to kill, which means while she's BKB, you're going to do everything in your power for Falcons to stop her. And Timber, during this time, he doesn't do anything. If you BKB yourself to kill her, he pops all his spells and, well, they deal 0 damage.
Yeah, and we mentioned that it was going to be very important for Tidebound to do well during the laning stage, and part of doing well in the laning stage, Kazu, is getting that Wisdom Rune.
No, absolutely, because as we could see in a highlight that we have coming up, Falcons, they did really nicely in the early game to, well, shut down Tidebound. So what we have here is, at 6 minute 10, they just picked up the rune and they just walk in here with 2 of their bodies. You have Snake King and Malrine. They eye up this hard camp because for Shaker, it's very important to have stacks. If you don't have the hard camp stack, well, first of all, you're going to lose gold and XP, but it also makes it harder for you to then later on farm the Ancients. With Malrine's Invis, they not only steal the stack, they move furthermore east. Here in the early game, nothing to say. He was kind of low on HP, low on mana, and we have to reiterate, Tidebound's early game was super important for the heroes. You have Disruptor, you have Marcy, they need early levels, they need early momentum, and just this move alone sets up Falcons for success and slowed down Tidebound. So this was huge for them.
Yeah, very solid. I mean, at that point already, Tidebound a little on the back foot. So then maybe you're going to group up and try to kill this one target because that's your road back into the game, right, Effie?
Yeah, you see a Pugna, you think it's just a little guy. Let's just take quick, make some quick work of him, push him out of a lane, but that just was not the case here. In this highlight, this is right after Tidebound gets the Aegis. This is when they want to take control of the map themselves. They commit so much to killing Pugna here, and he just walks away. He gets away scot-free, the Cookie here to disengage, and then his team just follows up with Aurora, a beautiful arena in the back. And when it looks like maybe there wasn't enough follow-up damage, you have Crit with the Mortimer's Kisses in the back line, and the Timbersaw also dying through his BKB. This was a very pivotal moment of the game because they needed to kick him out of that lane and take that area of the map for themselves. And a few seconds later, the same thing happens. They go to push Pugna out of the lane. In front of 3 heroes, he just TPs out. Snake King just will sit on the dead lane, shove waves, do tower pressure, force heroes to him, and apparently walk it off.
To me, this was kind of like the checkmate moment because Tidebound, they just took Roche like 10 seconds before, but Shiro, he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have TP, so they make this move top, it's 4v5, it fails, your Aegis timer gets wasted, it was a huge mistake.
Essence Ring and Brawny is also pretty OP.
Yeah. And Nether Ward is pretty good against spellcasters.
And Solar Crest.
Yeah.
There was a lot going for him there.
There was a lot going for Falcons. And there maybe were moments where Tidebound felt a little hopeless about what they could do. For example, I think Shiro had a pretty rough time, Purge.
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the BKB usage was a little bit tough here for Shiro, and let's take a little bit of a slow moment to explore some of those spots here. This is that Tormentor fight where they're jumping in. He didn't press his BKB before jumping. He gets pushed back and immediately presses his BKB, so loses that one, ends up getting chased down. Very rough for him. This one I thought was the most interesting, though. This is the fight near the Tri-Camp. Now, he jumped in on this Mars here, which looks like it's going to be a pretty good... Oops, that was too close. Looks like it's going to be a very good jump, but the downside is that you're going to see a Cookie come from the southwest, and something weird happens. The second that the Cookie hits the Mars here, it instantly stuns Shiro. So normally, that person is going to fly over the guy, and by the time he lands here, that's when the stun happens. For some reason, the stun started early. That means Shiro didn't get his opportunity to press his BKB, so that was like the second or third fight in a row where his BKB ended up not being very good. So these kind of cascaded so many fights in a row here where he was forced to press a BKB at not necessarily the best moment. He's already down to a 6-second BKB at 30 minutes, and they had Roar to layer through this. So very, very tough game for him. The BKB usage was so crucial for him to do his damage, and we just didn't really get to see very much of it.
Thank you very much, Purge. We did not. And there's one thing that I still very clearly remember about our talk before this series even began. Kazu, we talked a lot about Shiro and his ranged carries.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not a ranged carry.
No, usually that's what they go for, but maybe they wanted to, like, because they play against Falcons, they had a few days to decide. We're like, okay, we want to play a bit faster, maybe try the Marcy, which obviously, as we could see, it did not work out. I mean, 1 or 2 times he got maybe a little bit unlucky. Like, he got Cookie stunned because he disposed, and then because of how Cookie interacts with those spells, you get insta-stunned. I mean, that's just unlocked, but the rest, yeah, this is not his usual hero.
I mean, there's a lot of layers to this where I feel like Shiro playing the Marcy brought life to the rest of the draft as well, where like Wise playing a Disruptor, he's going to play more Starved. I feel like the matchup of Tidebound and Falcons, if you put Shiro on too much scaling, you will have this issue of everyone scales on Falcons and then Tidebound have like everything only on a couple cores, right? So I can see why they're trying to adapt coming into this game. Falcons will be changing, especially after the group stage, the best of 3, but yeah, it's Shiro needs to probably not play Marcy in the next game, or they have to clean up their initiations.
It definitely looked outside of their comfort zone, because even if you look at the other melee carry that he played in Juggernaut, that's the hero that plays for the late game too. It just farms, plays to scale and will try to hit a critical mass and then carry his team through a certain point. With Marcy, it was the opposite. He was the hero they were playing around while Timbersaw was making a comeback from his bad lane. And then it kind of seemed like they were going to depend on the Timbersaw for the damage to come through because Marcy's eventually going to fall off. She's going to play versus Solar Crest. She's going to get kited. And it just didn't work out for them. I think the 4 protect 1 strategy is what they do best on Tidebound.
Well, I will also say we mentioned the Timber, and we heard Sunsfan mention the Timber, of course, at the end of that cast as well. Still a 0% win rate. Kickoff, you were on board with them picking the Timber.
Yeah, how dare
despite
you?
No. Despite, I mean, obviously you were on the same page with the squad. Is that a shortcoming of the hero, or on hindsight, do you have other thoughts about what they could have done instead of that?
I just want them, if they have this style, they have to play more aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, if you mentioned they do 4 protect 1, that could also be a problem for them where they get outscaled. But like, I like the aggression. They have the concept. The execution just wasn't there. They gave away a Pugner. They gave away a Mars. They gave away a Gyrocop to a Snapfire. All heroes that play counter-aggressively beautifully. So if you aren't flawless, you will be punished. And again, they just didn't have a good game. It was just a bad game from Tidebound. So coming into the second game, they could do 4 protect 1. They could do the same draft. Like, there's so many things they can do, because it can only go up after that first game.
Like the way I see it too, because usually I see nothing to say, like do a little more. And of course, Falcons, they did counter him, they invaded the triangle, they stole his stacks a little bit. But maybe you put him on a slightly faster hero so that your supports can play with him. Usually he's very good on Shaker, but depending on who you play on, they're going to slow down your game, they're going to pick different heroes.
I mean, they also had static cores, right? You've got a Shaker who needs to farm the triangle, Timber who needs to farm his lane to then enter the game, right? So it's like, if you make one core active like you're mentioning, be it from mid or off lane, and then the supports have life behind them, it creates so much more energy, right? It felt like you lose a couple of lanes in this game and everything's just... Ugh.
Everything falls apart, and everything did fall apart for Tidebound. Effie, going forward, I mean, bad game, go next. So how do you feel like they should approach the second game that we're about to see?
I think they shouldn't overthink or try to point fingers or anything because they did have some great moments. I would just look towards taking out the Mars, honestly. I was thinking about this, but Mars as a hero counters a lot of Shiro's hero pool. His gyros and his SFs and his TAs and whatnot, they don't want to play against this Bulwark and this Arena. If they can maybe take it out of the second phase, not give Falcons those good kill combinations, like the Mortimer's Kisses plus the Arena, like the Mortimer's Kisses plus the Roar, and make it so that they can just play around their safe lane in a way where they're not going to lose if they have to congregate there, it'll be easier in game 2.
I actually really like this point, because like we're all saying, it's Shiro's hero pool is mainly ranged. I think it's also Amar's best hero. It pairs so well with what Crit is playing, your Hoodwink, your Grimstroke, your Snapfire. And I feel like this exact lineup we saw from Falcons, like when they were dominant throughout this entire year where they won LAN after LAN, this lineup looks very reminiscent of what they used to play back then.
Well, I'm sure a lot of talks were happening backstage. It looks like the team are refreshed and coming back into the booths on stage to go next. And for this series, for this game that we're about to see next, I would imagine in the previous game we did see that it was Tidebound that had the first pick in the game. And I do want to touch upon that because that did mean that they secured themselves the Shaker. And a lot of what we're mentioning is the laning stage and how they contested the stacks for the Shaker, Kickoff. So that felt somewhat predictable. How do you feel is going to impact when the pick order gets changed and stuff like that?
We're seeing a repeat of the best of 3. Tidebound in game 1, they had first pick, they lost. They had second pick then game 2 and 3 and was able to win. So maybe in this matchup, Tidebound having second pick is the advantage for them. They want to react more. They don't want to get put in this position of, like, they're picking the Marcy, the Muerta, like they're kind of flexing things a bit more. They're trying to be more creative. They want to lock in strong, stable heroes and utilize second pick. So I'm expecting them to have that pick order potentially in the second game.
I did quite like seeing NTS play Primal Beast too. When he was on that hero, it felt like it was ready to join its team and help way earlier than a Shaker who needs to expend his first Echo to come back in the triangle stacks, right? If you're a Primal Beast, maybe you can look towards setting the place, playing with your team, and allowing for Shiro to do what he does best, which is hit neutral creeps.
I do think it's also nice if you have those heroes, because Falcons, like we said before, they become slow at some point, but they don't start slow. They start fast, they open up the map. You want heroes where you can address like the Skeeter move. You know, Skeeter's first gate, his first TP on Nature's Prophet to the mid lane, to the safe lane. So your Primal Beast, your Pangolier, your Tinker, all of these heroes, they could do that. So that's something I would like a lot.
The thing is, Falcons, when they want to go to an objective, they're going to bring the numbers, right? If they want to defend a tier 1, heroes are there. If they're going to fight a tier 1, heroes are there. If they're going for wisdom, like, they're always going to have the resources. So Tidebound needs to be able to match that. If you don't, from like the clips that you showed, Kezu, they'll outplay you, take 2 wisdom shrines, and then they'll take the stack. And it doesn't look like a lot, but 2 wisdoms, the odd stack here, the odd fight there, it compounds to 3,000-4,000 gold to simplify that first big fight.
Now, a lot of our talk has been going on about how we want Tidebound to be able to improve going into game number 2. Of course, they're the team with the game down. They want to make that comeback. On the other side, you have Falcons that just had a fairly easy, fairly smooth first game to this series. Of course, they want to repeat that result. They also know that Tidebound's going to react and do something different in this game number 2. But is there something, Effie, that we want to see that they'll just be able to do again from this game, even in with maybe a different draft? Any kind of concepts you want to see a repeat of?
From Falcons, I think the idea of 2 supports that can just wave clear, hide on lanes, create their farm, and force people to chase them around the map, do that again. Looks so good. Whether it's a Pugna, whether it's an Enchantress, whether it's a Snap or a Hoodwink, these heroes are very disruptive towards Tidebound because when they were responding to these supports map pressure, they were bringing everybody. Like, they had to bring 3 heroes, bring a +1 behind because, oh no, we don't have enough damage to kill Pugna, and they just lose their advantage on the map. They lose their area control.
Falcons have a very a script in a way where they stick to what they want from their players, and their players and their heroes that they have, they're interchangeable. So if you ban one, you get the other. So I think for them, it's probably more about they should be ready for how Tidebound will adapt in the next game with maybe a different pick, a different ban, and just play as it did in game 1.
But that's why I think when we've praised Snaking, giving him MVP for the Pugna, he can still play Chant other heroes. Why not look at Crit more? Why not look at the Snapfire, the Hoodwink? These are the active heroes that make everything feel so kind of oppressive in the game. If they're both gone, he's now playing like a Batrider or a Nyx or a Ringmaster. Like, they don't have as much of that kind of punchy value. So I'd say double ban those 2 heroes. We can see a completely different style from Falcons.
I like that. Or take the Snap for yourselves. So one of your supports has that wave shove because when they do give Snap away to Falcons, it opens up for so much combo potential. Again, the kisses on the Roar, the kisses on the Arena, they came in clutch so many times last game.
Yeah, a lot of questions we have about what's going to happen in the upcoming draft, and those questions will be answered in just a moment.
Team Tidebound versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
Game 2 means that if Falcons take this game number 2, they secure themselves top 6 at this international. Of course, Tidebound would like a repeat of what happened in the road to TI, where they were able to bring it back in game number 2 and 3. Let's see how they're going to attempt to do that. We have this time around Tidebound on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side, and it's Falcons this time around with first pick. So the complete swap around compared to previous game. But there is one thing that didn't change, is that the Ancient Declaration still gets first phase banned, even though right now Falcons only has those 3 bans. So that's a little bit surprising to me, but that also means we got extra juice left in the pool.
I think they've identified something important, which was this hero has kind of been a crux to Tidebound in how they draft. It's always picked really early on. It's always their follow-up damage, and we haven't really seen Planet on very much else. We saw him just now on the Muerta, and it didn't look as good. He looked a lot less comfortable on that map.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where they should or have to look more at the heroes that you guys are mentioning too, with the Snap, with the Hoodwink, maybe something else that just makes it a little more easy, because yeah, the Muerta, it did not sell me in game 1. At least one thing that is here now for Falcons, if they do want to first pick it, which they've done a few times before, Sanking could be left open, because, you know, last game around it was banned, Tidebound went for the first pick Shaker, and they do ban out the NTS Tinker one more time. Can't blame them for doing that.
Yeah, and then Naga makes it through also with that ban that we've had on the Beastmaster and the Shaker. We'll see if Tidebound wants to go for the Sand King themselves.
I don't think I want to see that from Tidebound. We're going to see NTS hitting that triangle early on, trying to farm a certain item timing and just not being available to his team. This Naga Siren creates a lot of issues because last game we talked about the wave shove coming out of Falcons and how Tidebound couldn't respond to it that well. That is what this hero does best to you.
Yeah, no, Naga Siren, how do you word it in a nice way? I forgot I'm at TI for a second.
You're gonna hate the hero.
I hate the hero. I mean, I'm a support player, but like, come on, man. It's like you press one button, I jump a guy, and then he sings from the tree line. Like, congratulations, man. You've got Shard, they're healing, like whatever. Like, it really simplifies Dota so much that you have wave shove, you have fight reset, and also it plays into Falcons' like logic of the game, which is we want to scale, and it is like the perfect Falcons hero. It's why it's banned out so much.
I mean, they've been using this since like what, Singapore TI, where like even carry Naga was super good back then, where Skeeter played it every time, or snaking and they go with the flex. I like Tidebound's response. Centaur has really risen up in popularity a lot. Generally, when you see Naga, you want heroes that can stay there, you can clear illusions, have high HP region, maybe by a Vanguard. And I've seen the Aghanim Scepter, like the card, it's been getting picked up like a lot.
Yeah. It's a really cool thing, especially if you have a carry like Shiro, who's gonna ranged carry and just be all of your net worth. If you can cart him late game, get him into the midst of the fight, keep him safe, that's one step better than what they had last game. Last game, not a single save existed for the carry. Here, you solve it through your offlaner.
And with the laning matchup, right, the Centaur, the Naga Siren, Centaur will just be able to play the lane like Kezu's already mentioned. And I think knowing that your offlaner is going to have all this farm and doesn't need to rotate is a really good indicator to kind of a successful Tidebound lineup for sure.
I want to see Shiro play Morph, if they can build a draft for it, because maybe take advantage of this AA ban from the enemy team. Make it so that it helps your draft in a way that one of his counters are out of the pool. We've seen how good he looked when they played the Morph plus Centaur combo, as you showed us, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think, incredibly good for them. And like I like it a lot when you do make use of bans. There's also, there's no beast, you already banned it out. That would be good for the Morph too. Of course, we'll have to see it later, because picking it like in a vulnerable position can be very hard. I think one thing that I find like really funny to see in this draft. So Falcons last time around, they were the ones that picked out of the second phase and they took the snap. Now it's reversed. You have Tidebound that they pick out of phase, and you have Falcons that are like, Snapfire and Pugna are so good, we're not going to let you have them. So it just shows you like the value of how highly they actually think of these heroes.
Yeah, speaking of high-value heroes, though, Nature's Prophet definitely has been one and can also be flexed. And we can, of course, see it as support, but we can also see it in the hands of Shiro as a range carry.
I'd like to see it as carry at the moment. Of course, the draft might change that, but just the general playstyle. Centaur doesn't care about Naga Siren. He's just going to play that lane. Nature's Prophet, good farm, you rotate in, you're now pressuring Skitter. You're like progressing the map. You're making Falcons react, and making them react in the early game, it really hurts them quite a lot.
And this is the big trade-off that happens when you do expend a double support ban on Falcons. One of the most popular heroes of the tournament gets given away. We'll see what Shiro can do with it. I mean, when you talk about what Nature's Prophet does versus a hero like Naga Siren, he can just press ulti and negate a lot of the wave shove she provides.
Yeah.
So it's already a step up.
I mean, Falcons for now, what they do a lot also with Sanking, I feel like they always make sure when he goes in, they give him the follow-up damage that he kills, but they also always have a hero that then allows him to get out again. So the Hoodwink allows you to kill. Naga Song is going to allow you to disengage. So I already like this a lot, and they stack so much. I will talk about it multiple hundred times while we're in this tournament. But Naga Siren, great stacker, Sanking will clear it. So I like honestly what both teams are presenting so far.
Then surely we should see Tidebound focus a little bit on having a lineup that can contest those stacks.
Surely.
Contest stacks or just be efficient on the map. So when you know they're farming the stacks, you're shoving that additional wave, you're hitting that extra tower, you're making another move to make Falcons kind of trade going for them. And already with Tidebound's lineup, they're kind of offering Falcons like, please, we know you're going to jump us, but we have the Puck to coil you, the Centaur with the Aghanims down the line to save. Nature's Prophet, you can ignore every fight. You don't have to rotate on the map if you don't want to. You can just farm so much economy that you have BKB, Satanic, and all the big items when it matters.
And they covered the Puck pick by picking Disruptor, which is one of Puck's counters. Another one is the Silencer or even the Lion or Shaman that are still within the pool. But you do want to pick up that instant disable for yourself if you're up against a Puck this early.
When Sanking jumps in, Static Storm, thank you very much, kill him. It's very nice. Centaur has to be the damage soak for Tidebound. Like, positioning is key, because of course how explosive Falcons are. If your Prophet's out of position, if anyone's out of position, they will just get 100 to 0.
So what do you want here if you're a Falcons? You probably pick Skeeter's hero. I think generally when I see Centaur, you kind of want a hero that eventually will, deal enough damage to kill through him, because he may buy some auras. You want like high physical damage. Generally speaking, you have heroes like Sven that are quite high up on the radar against this. Maybe because you have Naga Siren, you don't want it. Would he look more for a range hero, some gyro again?
You could just go maximum map play and go Terrorblade. Then you have Terrorblade illusions pushing, Naga illusions pushing, Sanking, Hoodwink utilizing all of that to then find the pickoffs. When you eventually break them, then you can kind of progress the game state. It's quite a toxic way to play, but it's the old school Tundra way. At least that's how they won that TI.
Because on this slot, they have to decide what is the most valuable pick. Because you have one pick into the bans, you have to decide later. They go with this should be an Amar Bristleback. Yep. I don't really see Skeeter play it. I think Amar's just so good on his heroes. There's no real reason to flex them.
is there enough damage right now with Taiban's heroes where we were... Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do they actually have any damage? Scaling, lovely. Love the scaling. Damage, not really.
I think there are actually going to be big damage issues here, because Furion's going to take a while before he really packs a punch. Like, it takes him like 4 to 5 items to get through a lot of damage reduction. His biggest strength is his ability to instantly follow up on any kind of setups on the map or join and correct lanes and farm very quickly. But Bristleback also keeps tempo, will be incredibly tanky, and if a pipe comes out, who's really doing your damage early game for Taipang?
Is that a reason to put that Nature's Prophet in the hands of Planet instead?
I would be leaning that direction, because if not, then we're looking at a 4 position to fix the damage problems.
And that's really hard.
Yeah.
That, especially with like Snap and other...
If Ancient Apparition was available, perfect hero.
Lovely.
But not available.
There's always the prospect of carry Doom, but again, that just does not fit Tidebound's playstyle and how they've been playing with Shiro.
I would be looking, I mean, it's like what I see for Taiban, and of course they will see the ultimate lineup so they can look for, the damage issues, try to fix it, but also get the carry matchup. But I also am a fan of the Nature's Prophet being a support. You do pick a new carry, so anything that gives you static, high physical damage that is going to lane okay is what you should be looking at.
If we're looking at carry, it could be like a Medusa, just to try and outscale, hold the high ground. And if you want a support for Planet, I'm thinking Phoenix. Have some Sunray, you then have all this control in front of you, you then utilize that, the Shard Sunray as well with your egg. But you have the first 20 minutes with a Phoenix support, it could be kind of scary. You overcome that, sure, the draft's going to really be able to play itself out.
And we're still, like, regardless of what position is going to be picked for Tidebound, we still want, if it's Shiro's hero that gets picked, or he gets an Nature's Prophet, we want a ranged carry.
Not necessarily, more so just a hyper carry, not something like a Mercy.
I mean, I was thinking that maybe they would want Ursa, but they banned it, so they're not going to get their hands on this. I think for Falcons, generally they play with 2 initiators nearly no matter what. And this time you have Amar, who's not the initiator, so I kind of feel like...
He does initiate, he runs in.
True, he
really
runs in his big-ass body. He's going to get in there. So I would be leaning for Falcons, for like the classic Skeeter hero. Your DK is banned out. There's still... Your Sven, is there anything else that's like strength? Maybe, it might jump in for his team.
But does that hero need to be more of an objective taker, or...?
Not necessarily. I feel like BB is quite good.
Yeah.
It could be Faceless Void.
True.
And it looks like a pretty comfortable tech. Or a Baton.
I like this.
And heroes we don't see Shiro play, but could also be good. Again, the carry Doom or a Lifestealer. We saw Lifestealer do well earlier today.
Yeah. Lifestealer is good against all these 3 cores for sure.
And good against the supports as well. You can just rage through the song, you can live through the epicenter damage.
He can be kited, but you have a lot of lockdowns, so I feel like the heroes around you could cover, for this, right? You have Glimpse, you have some kinetic fields, you have a coil here, you have a Stampede for you.
Does that mean that we do no longer, if you wanted to see the Shiro morphling, is this no longer a good game for this?
I don't like it because it'll get easily outpaced by Abaddon plus Bristleback. It just looks too greedy.
Okay. There's a lot of time left for Tidebound to come to the perfect solution for the last puzzle piece in their draft.
I mean, I'm okay with the Lifestealer. I feel like there might be something better, but I can't... Like, I think of Lifestealer, I feel like it's good, but maybe there's like this holy damn, this one pick where everyone goes like, wow, what is this? I can't see it.
We forgot about the one that they're going to pick is the one we're going to be, oh my gosh, we should have thought about that. We'll see, though. Of course, this could also be a time where Blink gives a speech to the squad about what the plan is in the early game, if they do want to play this for the late game.
Because I don't see any game-breaking +4s at least.
Ooh, well, that is a hero. We have seen Shiro played on the road to TI, and it is a ranged carry, so we like that as 50-50, all balanced, Kickoff.
Yeah, they want to try and kill in the lane, right? You have Disruptor plus Shadow Fiend, the Nature's Prophet TPing as well. We're going to expect tri-lanes from minute 3, 4 very early on, and that creates the tempo. We already know that Centaur should be independent, so tri-lane Amar with 2 supports and a Shadow Fiend, get some kind of moves going your way. I don't mind it.
It's very good for what it does on the lane, but I do worry that as the game progresses and these big tanky heroes on Falcons get these harpoons and these VKVs and get on top of the SF, there's not really much of a way to fight back.
Yeah, I wonder if Taipong can try to get off to a good start. I mean, you have the Nature's Prophet 4 who can try to offset some of the lanes. And I would also say that first Rosh in this game is quite important. You want this on your SF, especially in this type of game. I do think they can make it happen. I would say they have okay lanes. You have Center, who should be fine in the bottom lane, which allows Planet to like kind of rotate around. So I think this early game, I got my eyes on him to like try and set up Taipon for a good start.
Yeah, is it once again in this game number 2 just as important, Kickoff, in the laning stage for Tidebound to hold the fort, hold their own?
1,000,000%. Like, Tidebound need to create their own tempo in the early game to try and overlap the Farmer Falcons so that the greedy heroes are scaling in the same areas, and then it kind of hurts them. If you allow Falcons the entire map, then, as we already mentioned, big damage problems.
I mean, I am quite happy to, at least personally, like nothing to say last game. He didn't show me much. He had a hard time on the Earthshaker. This time, he's playing Puck. I think he's set up for a way better game. There are no, the only instance they have, blinks down from Sand King. But your team can bail you out. Maybe they can start to fight for you. So he's set up for more, because for me, he's the most important player on this team. He's set up for more success. That's all I need to see.
And what are they going to do with the stacks? Are they going to try to split the map, as we said as one of the solutions, or invade the triangle?
You can invade.
With a good start, they can absolutely invade. You can push in the lane with your SF, with your Disruptor, walk over, your Nature's Prophet, he can TP, place a ward. I think they're set up way better this game.
Any final words and thoughts on these 2 drafts, Effie?
I just worry that if Tidebound don't come out of lanes with like at least a 4K net worth advantage, like minute 12, I don't really see how the game is going to be played out for them, because they're going to get outscaled and outfarmed.
A lot of pressure on this game number 2 that is coming your way. But before we jump in the game, we're going to jump on stage where Tsunami is with Coach Blink.
That is right. I am standing by with a Blink of Tidebound, where I got to say, this matchup against Falcons during the road was one of the best series that we have had. And now we're getting the rematch. But it seems that they've made some adaptations, so I was wondering what you think they've changed to get that game number 1 win.
那上周呢，在国际邀请赛之路上，就是 Falcons 战队的对决，你们太棒战队是其中一个最精彩的对决了。然后呢，这次感觉他们已经做出了一些调整，来应对你们的一些做出了应对你们的一些战略。就想问你，你个人认为他们做出哪些调整呢？
他首先是他们班人吧，他们开始办我们狼人，办我们冰魂，办一些没有那么常规的英雄，就是他们可能回去深思熟虑的一些东西吧。
Well, Team Falcons have definitely done their homework. Their bans are now much more effective. They are now banning heroes like Lycan, heroes like Ancient Apparition, which are not usual bans, but are bans that are very much our hero pool, so they've definitely done their work here.
They have been doing their homework indeed, and I was wondering if I could get your perspective. The Western audience, we see you, we see Y, we see Faith Beyond or Bach, and we immediately put the term Wings 2.0 to you, but I wanted to know how you felt about that.
就是国外的、海外的这些观众呢，粉丝社区，他们看到你们战队，看到Y 队，看到边将，看到你，就是他们脑子里面想的就是太棒战队，就相当于是 Wings 2.0。那你对这种看法有什么评价呢？
还是有一些区别的吧。我们现在就是太棒的。
There is some difference after all, and you guys can now know us as Team Tidebound.
The new era is upon us, and let us witness it as we get into game number 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tsunami and Blink. Welcome to said game number 2, Tidebound versus Falcons. Winner of this moves on to through the upper bracket, while the loser goes to the lower bracket. Cinderin, we're gonna see the last time we cast Faith Beyond on Centaur.
Oh yeah.
Now, to be fair, they did lose, but it was the most entertaining game that we got to cast, with all of the carts, with refreshers. I really, I know we were teasing this, or maybe some people don't enjoy it, I don't know, but the late game Dota between these 2 teams is something to truly behold, and I hope we get there this time.
And I believe the game you're referring to was one of the games against Extreme, where Extreme had offlane Undying. That was insane. That was the most exciting, and I would say high skill game that we got the pleasure of casting during the Swiss stage. Now, as Blink said in the interview, Falcons have done some very good adaptations, and that's obviously one of the concerns that you have as the teams coming out the winners or the high scorers of those stages is the other teams get some time to figure out how they beat you. And this break that we've had in between the Swiss and the final stage here, Falcons have clearly prepared, very much so targeted at this opponent, as they should. It's their first one. You've got plenty of time to figure that out. will be interesting to see in the future days when you have less time, how fast you will learn from the few games you get to see now from here on out. But yeah, the bans in particular really show a bigger adjustment. I would argue Falcons have made a much bigger adjustment against Tidebound than vice versa in the strategy. I'm not too surprised with what Falcons are getting to run in these games.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we were talking about this the other day, the fact that historically Chinese Dota has been extremely good at late game Dota, whereas kind of in the early stages they've been struggling as of recently, but it feels like Falcons, if it does go late, they're no strangers to this type of gameplay anyway.
Yeah. I would love to see a late game between these two teams where nobody is really far ahead. I think the last game, the advantage for Falcons just became way too big at around 30, 35 minutes. If the game is close, the teams are going to be delivering at a very high level. So fingers crossed for that. Now, as far as the lineups go, I do think it's more likely this game that this one will be slower, actually. Effie brought up a good point on the panel about the tankiness of Falcons' cores if things go according to plan for them, but I don't necessarily think a mid-game portion for them will be that easy. However, it's also not going to be the easiest task for Tidebound to build a big lead. Because how will they find multiple successful fights where they come out far ahead against this lineup? Tough to see. You have disengage of Naga, you've got Abaddon, who's like the hardest carry in Dota to kill. At least one of them. Bristle back off lane. Tall order.
Yep, very true. Abaddon has been extremely powerful in this tournament, and the last few months at the very least as a position 1. Nice pushback from Crit as he gets away from this potential death. See 3 members of Tidebound in the area, and that's the beauty of having the Nature's Prophet, which started out as the best hero of the patch. And where would you rate it now? Because, I mean, obviously it's always had this flex potential.
It's still up high. I think it's just a very high skill hero because, not specifically because of the spell casting, like casting spells with Prophet is very simple, but using its map presence correctly.
Yep, Amar taking a lot of raises, wants to get aggro though, pops the stick as Shiro now is the one he's pursuing, but this looks like it might be the death of Amar, but first Planet goes down. That is a huge deal, so first blood actually going to Falcons, but of course Shiro getting the kill onto the core. He's going to be at least a little bit satisfied with that.
Still, it's a 3v2 situation. That's a great result for Falcons in that exchange to get the first blood and just overall trading. Even if they didn't get the first kill, it's still quite good in the circumstances. But Amar is an absolute master at Bristleback. I think one of the things that sets him apart from most other Bristles, in my opinion, is his ability to... It's small moments like that, those snippets where you just watch how he turns his hero. It sounds so basic, but honestly, if you look at his gameplay on this hero against the majority of the field, even other like top 5 Bristleback players, I just think he's the absolute best at these high pressure moments where he is the target, at rotating around, getting as much mitigation as possible while still doing his output. A lot of the time, the best play on Bristle is literally standing still.
Yep,
like he did there. So pretty cool to see.
So what kind of build do you want to see from him this game then, with the lineup in mind?
I mean, currently he's eyeing up Blade Mail. I think that's a very good choice into Shadow Fiend and Puck. I think you just want to reflect a lot here. Aside from that, Sanj and Yasha seems fine. I think BKB should be on the menu at some point. Lotus Orb could also be very good, which, you know, when I list all of Bristleback's best items and I like all of them in the game, it probably means it's a pretty good pick for that game. So, not sure I have a favorite order, but I do think Lotus, Blade Mail, and BKB should all be in it at some point.
6-minute power rune. Malorine's going to be sprouted and will be greeted with a shield rune activating right underneath him. So we'll be bottling that up as he's going to get the burrow. Just to harass Nothing to Say a bit as he's sitting on 43-5 versus the 41-2 on the Puck. So extremely even in this mid lane. Is this what you would expect in a normal Puck versus Sand King matchup?
Probably. The way Malorine played the lane is he just cuts waves, right? He pulls the waves together and then sandstorms them, so effectively he just trades. Maybe sometimes you can come out slightly ahead if you also integrate neutral camps well or whatever, but yeah, I'm not too surprised to see this overall result.
Is there going to be a play for the Wisdom Shrines this time? It doesn't. Well, as I say that, Malorine and Snake King are going to be greeted by Bach next to the tree line. Sand King tries to get off his ult, but it's instantly canceled. Coil is going to be expended. Malorine does not activate the ult as of yet. Tries to Burrow Strike out of the glimpse, but it's not happening. It's nothing to say. He's going to greet Snake King. Likely a death to his name is Skeeter. Now to 1 versus 2. Mallory's going to try to accompany him at the moment. Snake King, one more right click will do it for nothing to say. We'll be able to clip him with the Illusory Orb, but the bigger kill is onto Skeeter. Mallory, though, with the Epicenter, misses the Burrow Strike, but still gets the kill on the Centaur, and he takes the Shrine of Wisdom as well. So despite being outnumbered, Falcon's getting the better of that.
Just like in game number 1, they get both Wisdoms minute 7.
I was not expecting them to actually be able to get it this time, though. I mean, the thing is, Taiwan was actually ready for that, too.
Yeah, it's a pretty good showcase of some of the things the panel was talking about with damage issues, right? This support duo of Prophet Disruptor do not deal much damage in the early game. So you just run over there with your tanky heroes and with a Photic Shield, and who's going to kill them if not Shadow Fiend? You've got a bit of poke damage from Puck and Centaur. That doesn't cut it, especially with Bach's skill build of 3 points and Retaliate. So,
yeah, to be
really
fair,
surprised with that outcome.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty normal though. Got to get farm on Centaur.
Oh, of course. I'm not blaming his item build, or his skill build. I'm just saying you just don't have that much damage to kill the Sand King there. They kind of had to disengage when he got a Photic Shield on him, and he just pursues.
As Tidebound will find a nice nifty stack that Falcons have been working on. Of course, Falcons one of the more active stackers in Dota, and Shiro even coming in to clean it up. So very nice state there for Tidebound.
Yeah, that's a good steal.
Well, we get to see the Centaur Helm of the Dominator. I believe he went that in the game that we cast as well.
I think
it does
so.
amplify his farm a decent amount, but this, with the 3 in return, like you said, this is going to be farm mode for Faith Beyond right now.
The funny thing is we've seen a lot of uncharacteristic traditionally heroes going for the Helm of the Dominator, right? But when you think about it, it actually makes a ton of sense on Centaur, because you get HP regen, which is what he really wants in lane. You get 6 armor. This hero has very bad armor, but very big strength growth. So your EHP per armor on this hero is second to almost none. And therefore, if it is a patch for Dom, it just makes sense for Centaur to be the one to pick it up.
Makes sense thematically as well. With Stampede, you want more animals, aside from your teammates, of course, to be able to take part. Such a beautiful spell. Remember when that used to stun initially when it came out?
Oh, yeah.
Good times.
That was when you peaked in MMR those 2 days.
Yeah, I was ranked 6 in the world. Thank you, Cinder. I was not going to bring it up, but since you did, I will.
No, I didn't bring up your ranking in the world. I just said you gained MMR.
Yeah, something like that.
Yep.
Malrine trying to defend this mid lane. Has that Sandstorm up, of course, with that facet that applies the blind when he attacks. Can be quite annoying to deal with. The fact that that works on towers is crazy, by the way. But it is interesting, because I can't think of another spell that works similarly like that. You can't stun a tower, can you? Or maybe there is actually a spell that can stun, technically. Would have to think about that.
Off the top.
I'll give you the rest of the game to think of that one. Is Mask of Madness now online for Shiro? You can see the pressure being applied to this tier 1 as Shiro shows up with Planet as well. And it looks like this is going to be a nice pickoff for Tidebound. Will it turn into anything else, though? Malrine, he's going to be spotted. Glimpse back into the kinetic field. Nice pushback, going to slow them down a bit. Coil applied, but that's not going to really turn into much as the numbers have come from Falcons. Skeeter leading the way. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Has not leveled his ult as of yet, so does have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, I'm surprised they just let them have that tower. Considering you got both Wisdoms and the 2 enemy supports are level 5, you're oftentimes not in a position to just brute force like this. But a successful play call, Falcons were uninterested in bringing over the resources. And let's be honest, if they really wanted to defend that, they could have. That was a choice. If MR TPs, I think you don't lose that. You just place the Bristle back in front, and that's the end of it. Instead, they're letting them take the mid tower, and now Bach up top as well. Decently big wave with Siege Creep too.
Absolutely.
See if they do anything about this one.
Centaur left to his own devices can certainly push to a decent degree, especially with a Helm on top of it. Not going to tank up the tower for now, as there's still a siege unit on it, so this looks like another tower for Tidebound, playing super fast in this game too.
Crit on Y, a little bit of poke here. The rotation from Nothing to Say a little bit too late to be able to find a coil. Now Crit will make a move of his own together with Malrine. That's that blink reveal. think the dream kill here is to get Puck with a Blink Epi into Bushwhack stun combo.
12-minute rune is bottom. It's a haste as there's the stun onto nothing to say with the Bushwhack to follow, and the sharpshooter is enough. Big kill for Falcons.
Yeah, good judgment call there. I thought the epicenter might have been necessary, but they do have enough in the tank. I don't think that was a very big overkill. It was good enough.
Glimpse onto Amar. I'm not sure why wants any of this smoke, though. He will now retreat, and Malrine will greet him. As Stampede is used, but I think he is dead anyway. Yeah, drops to the deck. So a Stampede down and another support kill for Falcons.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And looking at the side of Tidebound to see what power spikes are incoming. Dragonlance soon coming online for Shiro. Faith Beyond, Blade Mail not too far away as well. As the Witchblade now completed for nothing to say, so looks like Blink is next on the menu for him. Okay, this is a real question. Before this would be a meme, but because it was so prevalent in the game that we cast, how fast can Faith Beyond go for the cart, Cinder? And everybody wants to know. Like, is this a pipe game? Do you need to go for that against, well, essentially Sand King, right?
I don't think you need to go pipe. He's also eyeing a Blade Mill over it right now.
Oh, Blade Mail into what, though?
I think you could go Blade Mill, Blink Axe. Probably get...
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And who do you want in your cart? The Shadow Friend?
It's pretty sick with Shadowfiend. You can drive him into Requiem.
Yeah.
That is a very strong combination. And of course, one of Shadowfiend's weaknesses as a hero, the panel touched upon this, is enemies, tanky heroes getting on top of you and just mauling you down. Centaur is one of the perfect solutions to that problem because SF, he has the damage to kill those heroes if he gets to attack.
That's right.
And the cart will ensure that. Of course, this was changed at some point. I don't remember which patch, but you're actually invulnerable in the cart, not just untargetable. So you can drive through the Epicenter Sandstorm and not care. You can tank all the quills. As long as you get to sit in that cart, you're all good.
But you can't take somebody out of Chrono anymore. Very important change. Very relevant in this game as well with the Faceless Void. So Blade Mail now up for Faith Beyond. As Amar is going to make his way to the mid lane. And another stolen shrine, potentially?
Oh, they might even get Shiro as a bonus.
Shiro, Epicenter's coming from him. He is not ready for this one. Bushwhack to follow Stampede, but the Sharpshooter is enough again. Falcons get away with murder, and the trade is a measly support. Of course, no offense to Snake King, he actually gets off the song anyway. Even the Wrath of Nature's not enough. They use Eclipse and the Static Storm as well, but the Illusory Orb is enough. They use everything to kill the support off as Skeeter shows up a little bit too late, though, so Planet does end up trading the Wisdom Shrines, but still the bigger kill on top of Shiro.
Almost survived.
How is he so tanky?
Well, Naga has pretty good base armor, and I think he just popped everything he had. He probably had a lot of one charges, used Polywalk Charm, Song heals, obviously, so.
Yeah, but looking at the Tidebound team fight that's going to eventually come, if the stars can align, since that seems to be the theme of this TI, Coil into Requiem with like the cart potentially helping you out in that pursuit sounds kind of crazy. Being able to snap Coil on multiple heroes.
Yeah.
A lot of upside, and with that Static Storm to make things even more difficult. You can see the potential from Tidebound's lineup.
He is queuing up Pipe on the Centaur, though.
Okay.
So this will be a much delayed blink. Of course, they can somewhat rely on Nothing to Say to set up plays, but it is nice to have a secondary option.
Ooh, close
Good
one.
glimpse.
Indeed.
We'll save Planet, but...
Oh, Sharp, this is a much bigger kill. Trying for the Requiem, but it's not happening. Skeeter gets the kill on Shiro. Second death in just a couple minutes now for the SF.
He's having a really difficult day today so far. Marcy in game number 1 did not go well. This game on SF, the 2 deaths, it might not sound like much, but this hero is the perfect target for Falcons to slow down if possible. And similar to game number 1, Tidebound are playing without saves. So when SF does get jumped, until you have that cart, which is far down the road.
Yeah, let's keep talking about the cart, by all means.
Well, absolutely. It's for once, it's actually important. The first 20 times I cast with you and you mentioned it, I didn't care. But this game I do.
Yeah, you can see, I can see the future. I have vision.
Yep.
As
You have vision. That's good.
That's right. Stampede used again. This time it does get somebody out, and it's Bach himself.
Yep.
But I mean, just based on how this game is played, Taiban has not been very aggressive at all. Like, maybe the laning stage a little bit with the TPs from Planet, but mostly it's been Falcons that have been setting the tempo.
Yeah, they took the early mid tower and top tower, but that's it. All the moves have been Falcons to get 4 Wisdom Shrines, find a couple kills on the SF.
It was 3.
Oh, did they trade 1-for-1 on the second one?
Planet ended up TPing to the other side.
There's a Radiance now on Abaddon. So this is a major level up, whichever playstyle you want to go for. If you want a team fight, this is when Abaddon really starts packing a punch. If you want to farm, you accelerate to a large degree. So Skitter's on track here for a solid...
Stampede is not online this time, as Amar finds himself a half-man, half-horse. But why is in the vicinity? Oh, a big initiation with a coil on the 3. Static Storm to follow. Malrine comes in, though, with the Epi. Looks like Boxing is the first to fall. Planet trying to kill off somebody. He finally gets a support. Looks like he's going to die shortly after, though, as the song to try to reset. Shiro on the outskirts looking for the Requiem, will get it off to get the fear. Decent timing, and snare applied to the puck at the moment, though nothing to say. He's found in the tree line. Burrow Strike applied, still stuck in the trees. Can they find him? They ping him out. Finally, the illusory orb comes. It's a curveball, though, back into the fray. He'd be able to blink out, though. And it looks like the pursuit will finally come to an end. Is that... was all over the place.
Well, he did get out, but that first orb, I have no idea what happened. That might have been a mouse slip. Like, you would want to curveball that one back to your base or just throw it in a straight line, but he orbed forward. Fortunately, did manage to find a way to play himself out of that, but that was scary. Still another good fight for Falcons. Having the damage, and Shadowfiend just arrives too late. If you want to take these fights as Tidebound, and you do have set damage issues, this guy needs to be involved.
Yeah.
Or you're just not killing him.
I mean, they had Coil, Static Storm on 3 heroes. That is about as good of a start as you can hope for at this stage of the game for Taiban.
If there's a Requiem there, you team wipe them, right? But
yeah,
Falcons might not make the move to begin with that information. They're doing it because they know Shadowfiend is elsewhere. So it's a little bit of an unlikely hypothetical to really find that type of fight right now. And of course, if you do find yourself in the back foot, hang on, nothing to say.
Sharpshooter again. The glimpse back onto Snake King gives the space needed for nothing to say to retreat.
It is hard for Tidebound to land all of their stuff because there's the threat of song at any given point. Now, in that example, Snake King was caught in the storm, but you cannot rely on that happening every time.
I mean, this might be a game
arriving. That's drums.
Yeah, this might be a game where the 3 cores from Tidebound all have to get BKB because of the song, potentially. I mean, the fact that Pipe is being bought by Bach means that that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it's far away.
That would be like a 4th, 5th item for him if the game gets to that point. Malrine, he's going to be able to pop the epicenter, and that is way too easy onto Faith Beyond. And it looks like the rest of Tidebound might want to still fight. Glimpse onto Skeeter. Gets stunned up now, has the borrowed time, and the kinetic field not in time, so he is going to be able to shrug it off with the Aphotic Shield and the rest of Falcons nearby.
Understandably, Y is hesitant to just go in there against an Abaddon ult, but ends up being a little bit too slow, doesn't land the field, and this is probably just going to cost them the
Wait, are they contesting this? No, the Centaur taken out. They know this is happening, but indeed. Skeeter, of all the heroes, gets the shard. That's surprising. Talk about that in just a moment. Kinetic field with the Static Storm onto the Sand King, but there's no follow-up at all from Tidebound. They have to run away.
This is such a good shard to get for free on Core Abaddon.
Yeah, how did that even happen? He's 3rd in net worth on his team then, or he was at that point?
Well, Crit bought his own, so he was competing against Naga, and Amar also has his own. He bought his too.
Okay.
So, yep. And if you subtract 1,400 from his current net worth, he's below Sand King. So, yeah. He was eligible. His other teammates are just that farmed.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I feel like Falcons are one of the teams that actually purchases shards a lot earlier than the average team. Probably one of the nerd stats from AUI 2000. One of his preferences, Skeeter. Under the tier 2 tower, Coil will snap thanks to the glimpse. Skeeter's ult is now down. Wrath of Nature coming for him. Does hit, but now the reinforcements have arrived. Burrow Strike from Malrine. Bushwhack not going to connect this time, but a Sharpshooter does. The Stampede does not give the distance needed. So another punish from Falcons as they now have a 5K lead.
It doesn't seem like Tidebound are able to string anything much together in these attempted aggressive moves. They're just unable to connect on the heroes that they want and get the damage out. Abaddon being the target once again just doesn't really help if you don't have the follow-up. What you want to do is to force his ult without using Glimpse. If you use Glimpse to force the ulti every time, he just runs away. So if they're unable to force it without it, the play probably doesn't exist to begin with. And it's just a big waste of time. I mean, sure, you might not lose any kills or any heroes in the process, but you just know in the back of your mind, Falcons are farming on 3 cores the whole time. So they're beating you on efficiency if these moves fail.
Yeah, well, now Faith Beyond has the pipe. Obviously, we talked about the fact that he opted to go for that before Blink, so it feels like they have to get something out of this.
He's queuing up Crimson, too.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't need Blink if you know you're going to get Aghanim Scepter at some point, Cinderin. You know?
Well, that's debatable.
I mean, the fact that you can Blink full range now with somebody in the card and it works.
Yeah.
Absurd. So many micro buffs over the last couple years with this item that we keep talking about we probably won't see, so we're just wasting everybody's time. But regardless, Falcons now through the gate as they have their sights set on nothing to say. Well, they don't have their sights yet, but they have an idea. He's up here. Burrow Strike finds him. Bushwhack to follow, and another sharpshooter kill for Crit. My goodness. He has 4 kills right now on the Hoodwink. Feels like nothing going the way of Tidebound so far in this game, too.
This hero pairing is so good. So, Hoodwink plus Centaur, Hoodwink plus Sand King. You hit a Burrow Strike, you make sure you get the Boomerang in ASAP, you amplify all the spell damage from Sandstorm, from your other spells. He doesn't even have an offensive item in these kills. He's running Glimmer on Hoodwink, so he hasn't amped anything else than buying the Boomerang. That's good enough. Now mid tower finally for Falcons. 8,000 lead going to be on the board after this goes down. For 1 second, now it's back to 7, but it was a good second.
Yeah, we will always remember that.
Again.
Very memorable moment here at TI. Mallory now taking some creeps away from Tidebound, working on his BKB next, not that far away. And Shiro with the 2 deaths that, I mean, it's only 2 deaths, but it does feel like it's kind of compounded from game 1 to some respect, because he was just dying constantly.
Yeah, he has 9 deaths so far today, I believe. Wasn't it 7 in the last game? Something like that.
Sure, we'll just go with that. Working on the Silver Edge, so wants to be able to break the Bristleback, but again, this is an off-lane hero. You still have to worry about 2 more cores that are all mega farmed.
And the question is, if you break him, does he even die? He has Lotus, Pipe, and Sanj. It's a really, really tanky Bristle here. Top of the net worth. I think you have to try to bide your time here as Tidebound, which is always going to be a dangerous strategy to have to play against Falcons, but realistically speaking, with the supports that you've drafted in this game, and also arguably in game number 1, you're putting a lot of pressure on your cores to do all of the damage, and if they're unable to find that early lead, you fall into this mid-game stalemate where you can't really pose that much of a threat. They will eventually get there. Puck is one of the best late gamers in Dota. Late from the mid lane. Centaur can become a monster. I'm not concerned about Tidebound's ability to win this game at the hour mark. I'm concerned about their ability to get there, because Falcons are ramping up more and more, and if they hit their stride like they did in game number 1, we could be looking at a similar end time of like 45 minutes where the heroes are just invincible.
Yeah, for sure. And I was going to say, he's holding on to a lot of gold, but changing his mind, going for the Blink Dagger now in Centaur. We'll see if Tidebound want to get a little bit more aggressive now. As a result, Shiro actually pops the smoke. The dust on the other side, though. They know that he has the Shadow Blade, don't have the vision required. They do find Y instead, though. Another sharpshooter kill. Man, oh man, Crit is farming up those fantasy points today.
And this is all a setup for Roche. Amar with the amp damage, with the goo. They've got Curse of Avernus. This is nice and easy.
Nothing to say. Oh, he's going to get Epicenter Burrow Strike as well. Crit in the vicinity in addition. Hoof stomp comes. It's going to be close, though. Nothing to say. Just able to get out. And again, this Roche is really all that Falcons care about, and they're going to secure it now officially.
They just have to pop so much in escape, right? If there's a hoodwink ult there, the puck is 100% dead. That only worked out because Crit had sharpshooter on cooldown from the previous kill, which is, you know, fortunate for nothing to say, but at the same time also showing that Falcons keep finding the moves back to back. So you don't get much time to breathe. For a team that's got a reputation in this tournament for good reason, and in general of playing like slower and choking out the map, I feel like today Falcons are deliberately playing a higher pace against this opponent.
Yeah, for sure.
Just seemingly the right approach, at least so far, against Tidebound in this series. And again, I would argue a large part of it is them exploiting the support duos that Tidebound has picked in both games, just not having that much kill power. So whenever we get into the skirmish mode, Crit's Hoodwink is just having more impact than the enemy supports combined. He's actually offering those kills.
And we're talking about a nature's prophet. I feel like you haven't said that statement the entire year. But that is definitely the case in this game, too.
Wisdom again for side of Falcons.
They will take it. And on the other side, the sharpshooter makes it a little bit more difficult as Crit's going to continue to stand inside. Burrow strike a little bit too late, but at the very least, they will secure their own shrine as well. So 3.5 minutes on this Aegis. Are you surprised with the Aegis onto Amar?
No, I think it's the perfect choice. I think Abaddon doesn't need it, this game, with how it's played out. And Senking has BKB and Amar. A lot of the time when Falcons play with Bristleback, Amar is playing almost as the carry of the game. So they're going to send him in front, and he can create all the space in the world knowing that he cannot die twice. So I don't mind it. I think it's good. He's level 18.
Yeah.
Top net worth in the game. Sounds like a good Aegis carrier to me.
And he can certainly hit buildings as well.
Classic Amar fashion, he's of course running Seeing Red. We haven't talked about that. A lot of offlane bristles like the Snot Rocket, but Amar wants to get up close and personal.
The fortification comes out on this tier 2, and it's just a matter of time.
I wouldn't mind seeing Falcons go high ground here.
Already?
Yeah, I understand there could be some concern with if you get caught on the back foot and you have to run away and then you get glimpsed back in. I really struggle to see the side of Tidebound killing this Bristle twice. I think they can at least burn the Aegis and see how much they can get. They have Song of the Siren, Aegis, Abaddon. It's difficult to deal with them. But
so far playing it safe.
Yeah.
They have 2 tier 2s down now. Only the bottom lane remains as Planet currently pushing that out. He's working on an Aghanim Scepter for the Prophet. So Silver Edge now up for Shiro. And like you said, this is against the Bristleback, whose top net worth has the Aegis. Will they even have remotely close damage to bring him down?
That's what's kind of interesting about this game state is Falcons, I think, are... I'm not going to say they're peaking right now, but I think if both teams just farm for another 5 minutes, I actually think that's good for Tidebound. You want Puck to get to more critical mass, like get level 20 talent to start getting next damage item potentially. Currently going for Yules though, so that's not all that scary. You want Shadow King to get crit. You know, we want him to be able to kill these tanky boys, and so far doesn't really have it. The Tormentor for Falcons, so this is the upgraded Song of the Siren, much more healing. And also regenerates mana. Largely irrelevant in this game. But
well, we'll see. I mean, it's percentage-based.
The healing is good, the mana regen is...
Oh, yeah, that...
I don't think that...
But percentage-based healing when you have 3 strength or 3 tanky heroes that are your cores is insane
It's
combo.
very good. So as an example, it heals currently 6% max HP per second. So on Bristleback, what's that? That's like 150? Not bad. It's like 2 hearts.
I thought heart was bad, though.
Well, 2 hearts is good, but you can't do it.
Okay, gotcha. Skeeter finds an opening, snaking with the ensnare. And this will be the death of Planet. Still working on that Ags. And yeah, it looks like Falcons are going to be pretty content with the 2 tier 2s down as the Aegis expiring in 15 seconds. But this is going to open up Tidebound smoke now. as they look for an opening. BKB, though, for Amar, that's going to replace the Aegis. So he's going to look to potentially pop this smoke from Tidebound as they make their way into their own jungle, which has been infested now by Falcon members. And there's a Crimson Guard.
I'm not sure about this Crimson.
It's okay. He's going Ags next. We're going to see Cart this game. I promised it to all the viewers.
I feel like
Let's hear it for Cart, everybody. Yeah!
Do you think the Crimson Guard is worth it?
I mean, there's a lot of physical damage.
There is, but
and it's good for high ground with the tower, theoretically.
There are some benefits. I just feel like the cart is what is... I can't believe I'm saying this in a cast. I feel like that is the potential difference maker in this game, where Shadow Fiend seems like he needs help being brought into good positions in the fights and dealing the damage, or if nothing else, you can use it as a save. The Crimson, you're delaying that a lot more. It's definitely not a bad choice, but I'm not sure it's the best. Anyway, might just get there regardless and get the cart. 4,000 gold shouldn't take 50 on all that long. Probably 5 or so minutes, maybe 6. But that will... Effectively, that will be after next Roche.
Yeah.
So that timing is unfortunate.
Snake King's getting pretty farmed now. Has a Solar Crest with drums, and Force Staff will be getting Greaves relatively shortly. This is a support hero, Cinderin.
He has 140 CS.
If we transported this image back 6 years to you, would you have a heart attack seeing that as a support player?
I would have a heart attack at seeing how big the map is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe a heart attack is a very big statement, Shan. Relax. We're
all about that.
I would be surprised. Now, Naga is no stranger to farming. Like, this isn't a new thing that support Naga gets farmed. But obviously, when the map is bigger like this than a couple of years back and you are in control, Naga is one of the most oppressive heroes, which is why this hero gets banned so much, because whether it's played in a support or core role, the illusions are low cooldown scouting tools that push waves non-stop, so you always have to take care of that. Naga is Helm of the Dominator 2.0, right? The illusions just do the same thing as those DOMs do by pushing out waves non-stop, farming for you, letting you scale. You can buy any items.
He's effectively a core. I mean, he's only 3k behind Malrine, for God's sake.
Yep.
Pretty impressive.
And that's probably the reason Malrine isn't ahead of at least Centaur, is because Naga is taking some space.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Sand King would get more, but he doesn't need to.
Sharing is caring.
Curious to see what Snake King will do after the Greaves, because I think we can already start thinking ahead for that. There's nothing indicating that he will stop farming. And 14k net worth already. What is a good item here for the support Naga? Dagger. I guess you could get Hex.
Ooh, yeah, Hex would be good.
Against the Puck. Plenty of options.
Or both. Blink Hex. Yeah. Just become Shadow Shaman yourself.
If he keeps farming at this rate, he will be 6 slotted at minute 50. So.
Well, Shiro has Daedalus, so damage definitely online for Tidebound if they can get the connection. That's the big if right now. Falcons will smoke up. Looks like Tidebound might want to be doing the same here relatively shortly.
Parasma. There's some big damage upgrades here for Tidebound. This feels like finally they have some tools that they have been lacking for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
If they actually do connect, I believe in their lineup to now be able to kill some of the cores. But the connection is the big question mark. How do you get Shadow Fiend into position when you don't have the cart yet? Centaur can go for a blink stun, but you have counterplay from Song, you have counterplay from Aphotic Shield. BKB on Bristle. I mean, Bristle just doesn't die, right? BKB, Pipe, Lotus, and another Plate Mill.
This is basically full timer Roche as well. So
yep.
That benefits Tidebound. They've had time to kind of catch up a bit in terms of getting the items they feel are the next power spikes for them.
Still won't have the cart on spawn.
Let's talk about cart again.
If Falcons want to force this now, they know it's up, because it couldn't have been any slower than this.
And we'll see if they want to try to contest this, or if they want cart. What is more powerful, second Roche or cart? Only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
He can't afford it now. They're going to smoke. So, big moment here for the side of Tidebound.
Oh yeah, he's getting it on the way. Workhorse about to activate. The crowd is going to cheer so loudly when it's in his inventory. There we go! We got the Workhorse cart! Enter the cart. Nothing can harm you any longer. Now, of course, he needs a BKB to be able to use it properly, Cinderin. There's still ways to go, but the important thing is he has the cart now.
You and I thought the crowd at this event was going to be cheering for killed Dominator creeps, but it turns out it's the actual Centaur.
That's right.
Not the dominated one. The scepter in hand, the smoke, highly uneventful, just breaks and they're not really following up on it. But the standoff begins. Now this ward that they've placed above the Roche pit here for the side of Tidebound could be really powerful, but, well, if the fight gets pulled away from there, it doesn't do very much exactly.
I really hope this cart does something, or else we really did a shitty cast.
I think either it's instrumental or it's completely irrelevant. One or the other. It needs a polarizing result here. It needs to not be okay.
I mean,
we want a big play.
Yeah.
Or we want it to be complete.
Yeah, Faith Beyond is no stranger to this, as we talked about, so we're not worried about the execution. It's more, will he have the opportunity? As Falcons, with this 14K lead, pretty massive.
I think it's worth pointing out the win expectancy graph of this game has flatlined in the last 10 minutes. Falcons were gaining and gaining and gaining, and now we're kind of stuck in this 3-1 favorite stage, which I think I could get on board with. I see a possibility for Tidebound to pull off a good fight, but definitely Falcons are in the driver's seat and have the easier to execute strategy at this point. Shiro almost has Pike now. Another big item for him. We're talking about his inability to hit stuff. That'll help.
Yep, Roche. Belch is in their face again.
They've got 1 minute to do this before he is tired of being here.
That's true. If they can delay this. And Lamar now outside the pit. Want to get to the triangle of Tidebound. This Planet being pursued in his own base. Oh my goodness. Burrow Strike Sharpshooter, it's enough. Planet actually out for 50 seconds with no buyback, so this is actually a 4 versus 5. I don't know how. He did not feel safe in his own base, and I can see why now. But still, Falcon's not forcing the issue onto Roche. Want to capitalize on any potential mistakes. You can see the wave is already pushed in the mid lane, so perhaps forcing Tidebound back to base is what they do.
Yep.
And they're going to be pounding on this tier 3 rather, with the illusions to follow suit. And Shiro and the company, this is going to be a mass TP for Tidebound. And immediately Falcons just go straight towards the pit. Although, like you said,
he's leaving.
Roche is leaving. His home has now changed. It is summertime Roche, heading to the south, where the closer to the equator, nice and warm.
And Falcons are already set up better in this area than Tidebound, courtesy of being there first. So once again, feels like they have things under control. Snaking will keep pushing out lanes with these pesky Naga illusions. And sure, you do have Nature's Prophet to try to do the same thing, but it just takes him longer to do it, and it's a bigger commitment. Using teleport every time puts you on that cooldown where you can't connect to your team. Naga just spawns the illusions, sends them out, and stays with the team. Always available for the save.
Yep, true.
Yeah. Do they have any smokes left is the question on Tidebound. They don't have anyone in their inventories, so it's difficult for them to access this area, but at the same time, Falcon's also uninterested. This has effectively been a 3-minute Roche fight without hitting Roche.
Well, Roche
and without hitting each other. So
the old Roche off, but this time in a different area.
Oh, yeah, we had this forever in the corners.
Yeah.
Man.
I love this current Roche, though.
Yeah. It's good.
All right, Tidebound on the high ground. You can see the illusions continually spotting them. As
It's not
just
only the
daring
Naga.
them.
It's also the Abaddon Radiance.
Oh, Stampede. Okay, Epicenter comes in from Mallory. Pops the BKB as well. As Bach looking for somebody to use on his cart. He's going to be applied some pressure. Pops the Blade Veil. Nobody really wants to touch him now, though.
Gets rooted up onto the high ground. Nothing to say coming. They're trying to take out the Abaddon, but he activates his ult just in time and heals up to full as a result. There's the cart onto the Shadow Fiend. He'll be able to get off his ult. The Centaur dies first inside of his own cart. The Shadow Fiend follows suit, and just like that, it's 4 dead for Tidebound, and Falcons lose nothing. That wasn't even close. The cart didn't do it.
Maybe they'll get one more chance, but it will be against a man advantage now. Aegis as well as Banner. I wonder who they'll put the Aegis on. Saw Skeeter take a lot of damage in that engagement, but obviously stay alive. It will be Amar again. And it's sieging time. You've got plenty of time. You've got 50 seconds before Shiro's up, so I think high ground already is on the menu. They're barely even scratched. All their heroes are looking full right now, and they still have Song. So, in reality, that wasn't even remotely close. Now, Hex comes out for Hoodwink. He almost has Refresher on the Naga.
This was the previous fight, of course. I mean, the fact that the Disruptor gets taken out before the fight really begins kind of spelled the doom for Tidebound, and didn't have enough money to buy back and TP in. So, Falcons capitalize. Now they're up 24K with the Aegis advantage, and now pushing that bottom lane. Can Tidebound do anything to repel the forces of Falcons? This is going to be one lane for them extremely easily.
Not exactly a carbon copy of the previous game, but it's feeling really similar overall. Similar time for the overall high ground, going for the killing blow here at about 45 minutes. Executing the map better.
He gets broken, but just going to shrug it off. Second lane in the sights for Falcons. Oh, the Hex onto the puck. The Bushwhack to follow. The save! The cart saves the puck. Gonna try to turn this around, but where is the damage coming from exactly? Nature's Prophet in the midst of all of this. Trying to TP out, but the Burrow Strike connects. Bushwhack to follow. That'll be the death of the NP. And again, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Falcons have plenty of resources to work with as Amar looks like he's going to finish off this second barracks very shortly. Another Hex. The Burrow Strike actually misses, but they find the connection on the Nothing to Say. The Stampede is not enough. He is out for 90. No buyback. As Falcons now to the third lane to try to get Mega Creeps and close the door in this upper bracket match against Tidebound. And it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0.
What a stellar performance this game has been from Crit on the Hoodwink.
Bach gets off the Hood Stomp to try to break the Abaddon, but he already has his ult on as Amar just destroys Y. Cart onto the Shadow Fiend in retreat. They just call GG, and just like that, Falcons 2-0 Extreme in this upper bracket match.
And this individual game more so than the first, not even remotely close when you look back at it. Tidebound maybe had one singular successful move, ending the game with 5 kills. At minute 45, Falcons in complete control the whole time. And as I was saying, for me, Crit, total standout performance of the Hoodwink. The way they played the map together, the Sand King and the Hoodwink, I feel like was what dictated almost everything that happened. So the overall strategy for Falcons is push in waves with Bristle, push in waves with Naga, push in waves with Abad and Manta, and then Hoodwink and Sand King, whenever heroes split up around the map trying to find farm or deal with the problems, they pick them off. So an absolutely incredible performance here from Falcons, and a series that you and I entering today were like, we were unsure how to place this one. I think maybe the previous series were a little bit more going the way we expected. This one we didn't know. We thought it was going to be 3 games. It wasn't.
Yeah, it feels like Falcons have really leveled up as you hear the crowd cheer as they exit their booth, but just a masterful performance. And it felt like Tidebound just, I don't know, didn't look like the same team, but maybe some nerves getting to them. Of course, we have 2 TI winners, so I doubt that that's the case. Either way, Falcons really showing up in this series, 2-0ing Tidebound. And well, we did see the cart for Faith Beyond. Unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough. Falcons completely starved Tidebound out of the map the entire game. I mean, this felt like a prototypical Falcons game from, let's say, 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, just that. Again, relative to the length, to the game length of this patch, this is equivalent to Falcons winning in 30 minutes half a year ago, right? Like this was way below their average game time of the tournament, sitting at about 54 minutes. So today, both the games they won, they did it about 10 minutes faster than they do on average, and against an exceptional opponent. So
It sounds like we have an interview with Amar.
Thank you, Sunspan. Amar, is there any better feeling than winning games of Dota on the TI main stage?
Oh, I mean, I had these games before, and you know, winning these games are nice, but you're still looking forward for the grand final.
You got your eyes on the prize then. Well, I do want to ask you, is it a little bit different this time now that you've moved into the drafting and captaining position? Is that a little bit of extra pressure? Because we have seen some pretty strong reaction from you in your longer, more stressful games.
Oh, I mean, it feels nicer this time because, you know, when you put the music in settings, it's very like all these drums. So when I'm captaining and drafting, it's a very nice feeling actually.
Good stuff. All right. Well, last time you met Tidebound, it didn't go quite this well. So was there anything about the series last time that you learned and you were able to take forward and get you this pretty clean win the second time around?
I think it was stop throwing, because we were throwing a lot and we were going 1 hour games for no reason, and now we just played 2 fast games like compared to before, you know. So that's the good part.
Absolutely. And any word for your teammates who have done so well, and also for Tidebound, which you've now knocked down to the lower bracket? You know, like, how do you think they played in this series, and do you think we'll see them bouncing back later on in the tournament?
I mean, words Tidebound, I still think they're gonna. I mean, they're still strong. You know, like I don't think because they lost to us, like something they can still go through some strong lower bracket run. And for my team, you know, like step up because I'm carrying every game. Kappa.
Beautiful stuff. All right, I have one more question for you. This one is about the upcoming series we have on our hands. It is BB versus Nigma. So do you have any words for that series coming up, and who are you supporting for? Who do you think is going to win?
Crowd, cheer for Nigma. All energy to Nigma.
Thank you very much, Amar, and congratulations, Amar and Falcons, for moving forward here at TI.
Top 6 secured for Falcons and Amar there on the main stage. And anyway, well, we'll say, credit where credit's due, he might have taken this team on his back, because that was an incredibly strong performance from Amar on this bristleback, and at times he did look like he was the carry coming into this game. I think this is a game, if we take it back to the start, Kezu, it was a little bit more smooth for Tidebound during the lanes. It felt fairly even.
I mean, they did better, but I still feel like they did not get enough out of the draft with the heroes that they had, right? You have strong lanes with the SF, you have a Nature's Prophet who wants to go around, find TP kills. They ended the game with 5 kills in total. This is what I would expect them to have in like the first 10 minutes alone with their heroes. It's just not enough. And yeah, of course, as I kind of get through it, these are my highlights from Crit, because this hero is so strong, like Hoodwink. All these sharpshooter kills that this hero just gets overall are just really, really strong.
And this fight in particular was quite brutal because they got a really good static storm at some point, and it looked like there were signs of life to it, but in comes Mallory with the epicenter on the side, Abaddon tanking through everything with the Aphotic Shield, and SF was the last to join this fight because, I mean, he was just farming up his souls because he had died prior to that by a minute, and it's just way too hard to take. This fight for me was very telling of what Tidebound's game would look like. They were just going to get kited, they weren't going to have enough damage, and their puck may be a little bit slippery at that stage in the game, but that was corrected by a Hex.
I mean, it felt like Falcons, they were just very proactive, right? Like around the 18-minute mark, when you are killing that Centaur, there was like a 2,000 gold lead, but it was the difference between Centaur and then the next core. Like that economy was so critical for them to snowball the game.
I felt like Bach maybe fell a little bit short, and I mean, it pains me a little bit because I feel like he usually does very well. But his Ida build, I wasn't too much of a fan, really. Like, sure, you have the pipe, but I feel like they needed a Blink a bit earlier to like help in the game. He went for a Crimson, which I understand people like buying it against the Sand King Aghanims because it works against the Stinger. But even then, I feel like there was just something missing today that I saw from them that they had a few days ago.
I mean, look at the just support duo, right? Nature's Prophet Disruptor. They want to join engagements and take fights. But then you've got a Centaur who's on one side, Shadow Fiend farming another side, and Puck, is he going to coil a Bristle and kill him? No. Is he coiling an Abba and killing? Not really. Like, it's so difficult for any play to be made. So Falcons, as long as their support duo is very proactive, especially Crit on his Hoodwink, you are going to feel that this game is close to unplayable for Tidebound.
It just feels that today they didn't bring the kind of draft cohesion that we've been seeing from them from the road to the International. it felt like mostly it came from their support duo, not necessarily having the ability to play make enough or do enough damage. But a couple of their key heroes got banned out, the one in particular being Ancient Apparition, which I think opened up for a lot of their own combo plays on their own timings. They couldn't find a hero that would replicate what AA did for them in that draft. And it really showed, because then they were looking towards Shiro's hero to correct for some of their side lanes not being built the way that they wanted to, and Shiro didn't get the kind of games that we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, we also saw Shiro heavily targeted for a large portion of this game. The draft, we were talking about how we wanted to see the 4 Protect 1 coming out from Tidebound, and therefore with their strength, having Shiro be the carry, the ultimate carry in the game. And he just didn't get the chance, Effie.
No, he didn't. And I understand why they went for the last pick, Shadow Fiend, but it was all on him, and he could not do that much. This is a beautiful smoke from Falcons. They were really on top of making sure SF couldn't have a game. They pre-prepared for this. They were waiting there for about 10 seconds. They smoked 20 seconds prior to that. They killed him. 1 minute later, they also bring their carry to this play. They go and they set up around to where they think the SF will farm and just make sure he doesn't get a good entry into that game.
A key thing in both those clips, they did have scan available. So if you're walking up the high ground at a 40-minute mark, you have scan and you're the carry, you probably should be using it because you have to expect the enemy to be there. So it really felt like Tidebound just wasn't on their A game today, and you can clearly see Falcons very clean 2-0.
Yeah, very clean 2-0. Clean work from the support. You already mentioned it, Kezu, but Crit's Hoodwink definitely did a lot of lifting.
No, I feel like he plays so well on these heroes. And I mean, it's always set up in the draft too. Like the heroes Marine plays, he will set up the stun, he needs the follow-up damage. And like with what Effie is saying, like they missed this from Tidebound. They did not have this on their position 4, and we can see it here. You have your Blink stun, you have your Boomerang, you get your Sharpshooter, boom, next kill. Like they just go together every time. They get this mid-item timing from the Ancient stacks, they speed up Marine, now he plays with the supports, and you will just see it like in all of these clips, it's just succession, one after the other, and every time, this guy don't miss. Like even here, you know, he's stampeded, he's walking away.
He did miss the bush, right, just...
He didn't hit the Sharpshooter, that's all we care here.
Okay.
And the last one too. This is like already in these couple minutes, they killed what, 4, 5 cores within the span of like 6 minutes. Here, there's even another one. And the last one to top it off, see you later. Like Crit, you know, this guy, he's played for years, he's so good. I'm sure many people would like to see him lift the Aegis. I feel like their chances look pretty damn good this time around.
They do look very good. I will say a lot of people probably got inspired for potentially getting some kill steals in there, but this was all kill secure. This was needed damage coming out from the Hoodwink. Very well played, of course, by Crit. And we heard Amar joke about it on stage, and he did say Kappa at the end, saying, you know, team, step it up. I'm carrying everybody on my back. But Kickoff, I believe you got some proof that he might just have done that?
Yeah, we did find the exact minute in the game in which does support that he is the carry of the team, because if we look at the 26-minute 30 mark, he does have more net worth than his carry player. Thus, he is the carry. That's how it works in Dota, of course. And I think mainly from Kezu's videos, like we just saw the clips, all of those plays was Sanking plus Hoodwink or the Naga Siren. You never really saw the Bristle or Ava having to be involved. And because of that, 26 minutes into the game, both your offlane and your carry have equal economy, equal ability to take a fight if they want to, but they didn't even need to. Like, what we just witnessed is the perfect recipe of Falcons winning a game. Like, you need to try and break this, because this is not the way to do it. You cannot allow both of these players to tank up, to farm up, and to allow their pretty much 3 players to break the map.
That pipe pickup by him as well was quite big, because there were damage issues on Tidebound. Like, we saw them trying to make plays, like going for the glimpse back into static storms and having it fail, having a hero just sit there and not die. When you bring the pipe into the factor and your main damage dealer is Puck plus the static storm, you don't really have that much going for you. And when you're creating an early game tempo kind of lineup, you need to make sure that your damage exists in multiple forms, because one aura can just counter your entire team.
Yeah, and what I love about Falcons is that I feel like they can change their roles. Like in one game, you have Amar, who's the playmaker with the Mars. In the next game, it's Marine, but it's always one guy who does it to make space for the others. And that's why no matter which draft they have, they change a few heroes, but they can always run the same recipe with success.
Yeah, and a great success it was. I think it was around minute 18 when Tidebound killed someone on the side of Falcons. And since then, the game lasted quite a while still afterwards. It was 44 minutes total. They did not get another kill to their name. So that was quite the struggle, and the damage issues that we already indeed pointed out. Quite obvious there, so a lot to work on for Tidebound. For Falcons, obviously a smooth 2-0, and with that, I want to hear how their mood was going, well, being in the game, because we're going to have a little listening.
Use the SF1 on me, guys. Stampede,
I'm going more. I'm fine. I'm zoning SF. No bike on SF.
I'm chilling.
Profit here. He's canceling. He finished on Furion.
I'm going.
He used
No
cart.
seal.
He used
I'm
cart.
going
No
on the
cart.
stab,
No
guys.
cart. He will cart him. I'm going
Center
on
is dying,
center.
guys.
Yeah, I'm killing center.
I'm fine. I'm going more. I mean, it feels like they were pretty comfortable.
Oh, they were absolutely chilling for sure. Even like at the end, he will cut him. He will like that's like the only thing. It's like there's a save coming out, but no, their team fighting is very good. They feel good in the game. It shows.
I mean, if the communication is that clear and nobody's really yelling and people are content to not talk that much during a team fight, I think that's a very good sign.
One critique. Spinner said here. Like, what's that? Where could that?
Maybe he said here plus ping.
If he pinged, that's great. But with no ping, then could improve.
Critical mistake here.
Critical mistake.
Or he just assumes that the map awareness of his squad is so good that everybody knows where everyone is at all the time.
Fair play. Good answer.
Fair play.
I can't rebuke. Congratulations.
I will say this series in a vacuum, we saw a clear trajectory from Falcons from having faced Tidebound before, having learned from that, and now coming back and taking the 2-0. I do wonder how do we feel about their power level going in further now that they're top 6?
They're scary. I mean, we heard it from NTS's interview before the series. Even though they beat them, he thought they were the strongest team in the tournament, and I can see why. Like, their laning is strong, their macro is strong, their net worth game is ridiculous, and the heroes that they play are just despicable to play against. I mean, having to deal with Sand Kings and Abaddons and Bristlebacks, like, they could potentially win this whole thing.
I think also if a team that is very strong comes into TI, if they do well in like their opening match, like this round, I feel like usually when they do well here, they continue to really do that. Because Amar, he's a bit new to like captaining and drafting, but going to the TI stage, winning your first game, feeling good, and we heard it just now, like they were very cool and calm. I think this is a very big boost for them.
A very big boost for them indeed, and I'm sure that Tidebound's going to have a good shot in that lower bracket as well if they can recover from the loss they suffered today. Now, we are going to get a little bit of a treat, but of course there is a short film contest, and we're going to look at one of the submissions. It's Dead Inside. The cat distribution system is at work in that one. It's definitely one of my favorites, but of course there will be plenty more to look at over the course of the next 4 days. 3.5, I should say, or maybe a little bit less, because it should be now 3 1/4. Because we only have one more series coming your way today. Of course, it's time to jump into that one. We are going to get ready for BB Team versus Enigma Galaxy, a best of 3 and another series, Kickoff, that has already happened in the group stages.
Yeah, and I think we need to ignore a little bit of group stage based on the fact that Tidebound look really dominant. They come to here. I want to copy-paste that to this series as well.
Okay.
I want to see how much teams have changed in the 2-3 days. And I think hopefully based on Amar's interview as well. And also, I believe they had the biggest cheer this morning. Enigma
Oh yes, they
of
did.
all the teams.
I make sure to turn up the volume. Me and Owen were listening, like who gets the biggest cheers. It was actually a little bit more Enigma Galaxy favor. The second one I would say was Falcons.
Ooh,
I feel like Extreme were also.
Oh,
pretty
Extreme
far
were
off.
actually very loud as well.
I was a bit surprised, but I feel like they deserve it.
Yeah. I will say, Enigma Galaxy at the International, guys. This has never happened before in the history of Dota 2, Effie. Never.
That is wild to think about, considering the players on this team, but it's true. Under this banner, they have not made it to an international. They haven't even been close. They haven't been doing well in qualifiers either, but here they are bringing incredible games out of the road to the international, having these like really long fought battles, these really big throws, these wild lone druid games. Like, they are back in a big way.
I mean, the last time we saw the King Sumail at a TI, I'm pretty sure was with OG. This is like years ago.
2021.
This is crazy. Like, this is literally 4 years ago. He played for like a completely different team. So yeah, just seeing them back in action and some of the other players too, of course, it's great.
And they hold on to that magic. Slightly different roster, of course, but that magic that this squad had, it is still definitely there, as we could have seen during the road to TI. They had some fantastic games, Kazu.
No, they absolutely did. Like, I would even say that they surprised a lot of us, myself included, with what they were able to do. Not just with their strategy, but like their gameplay. You know, GH being able to pull out some of his signature heroes, some Caudle 5, some IOs here, his ETs, his Tusk. Ghost as well on some of the heroes with the LDs and Trolls, as we have here. Like, this is just a little bit of a summary of what I feel like Nigma play around. This is their strategy. If you look at the white bolded heroes, these are all the hard carries that Ghost plays. And it's not just about his pick, it's about how he's protected and set up. At the bottom, sure, just one lone druid, but its last pick completely destroyed the game. And you keep going up and up. There's a save, there's a heal, there's a save, a heal, 2 buffs, a save, a heal, more buffs. And in this clip, you can just see here, Ghost is super high net worth. GH already, he reflected the enemy units with a Lotus Orb, immediately hexed Pure, and now he threw another healing Lotus onto Sumail. Without these heals, he would have died. And with all this net worth and these buffs that they stack up onto Ghost, even in a game that kind of looks a little bit iffy, they just like bring it back because this is what they play for the entire game. From draft to gameplay, set him up, buff him up, let him succeed.
I just think a really fun thing with Nigma is the fact that they do just all in on this idea. Like, you'll see Noob in the offlane, and other offlanes might want to scale more. He'll play always the utility or to jump in, and it's kind of like the power of friendship style in the team. Sometimes the calls can work, sometimes they don't, but no matter who makes the call, they're just fully committing to it.
Yeah, Noob in particular, I remember watching a couple of his games, and I was watching him as an offlane Earthshaker walk mid, minute 5, gank for his mid laner, and then go back to his lane. How many offlaners are doing things like that? It's a little bit of that mid lane DNA coming into his mind, thinking it would be a good time to rotate, but definitely not playing for himself in that sense.
Yeah, this team, it seems like the cohesion is there, the communication is there, and we must still think about Ghost maybe as the new kid on the block for this squad, but Kickoff, Ghost, has got quite the experience under his belt.
Yeah, I think we always talk about the likes of Kuroki or Sumo on the roster, but when you look at Ghost and his TI history, he's also played in multiple regions, right? Like, he lost a couple SEA Open qualifiers. He didn't have a team for TI 10. He then moved to China, qualified through the closed qualifier, got 13th-16th. Moved to Extreme, didn't get through the closed qualifier, went back to SEA for like a fun stack with Raven, who now plays for Nemesis. And then after all of that regional shuffle and up and down Turbulent, went to Nigma Galaxy. And the best thing, during all that, he had a 2-week trial on Nigma in between, I think, TI 12 and 13. Got kicked, by the way, after 2 weeks. He went to offlane. Then he stood in for them, got 3rd place as a carry. And then Nigma clearly went, wait, this guy's pretty good. And then a bit more longer, he's like, wait a second, now we bring him back. So between all of this history, he had a brief stint on Nigma, went to multiple regions, hasn't really achieved much, but then suddenly that one carry swap up to Nigma and happy days.
What I'm hearing, T, is he isn't the problem, or wasn't the problem then.
He was an offlaner, so maybe he was.
We're going back to the who's the problem on Nigma.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Really good.
But right now, not a problem at all. Happy lad, doing well.
No, it's really cool to see how sometimes all it takes is like a player-team combination or a player plus player on his lane combination, and they just look so different because the Ghost that you would watch in Chinese DPC from 3 years ago did not look like this Ghost.
No, the team has leveled up, I feel like, also here during the road to the International, and I hope we'll see that in action as well against their opponent. But their opponent, speaking of leveling up, we saw them level up. It was actually at the very end of a series that they had against P-Vision where they qualified to be here at the International. And up until that series, they did not win a single series against P-Vision. You could see their happiness after taking that win. Unfortunately, there was a casualty of war. That was Miero's keyboard. Miero, the calm guy, the guy that takes cold showers, that guy.
But this is why we love Dota, right? It's the passion. Like, they have this, like, internally, they had to win that series. They do it, and it's like, we've all played that game where we probably shouldn't have won it or whatever, we eventually do. Like, it's good to see the players have emotion. Some of them have no emotion. So getting to see it and how much it means, of course, it's the international. It means everything to the players.
Yeah, that was really wholesome, especially because when we think of BB Team, we have seen them express emotion, just not the positive kind. Very often. So
for once they can actually, and I feel like this is what TI generally does to players. Sometimes, for the better, sometimes sadly for the worse, but this is just kind of the moments that you play for as a player too. You beat the team. They always beat you and you're finally like, yeah, screw you, this time we got you, and you just make it happen.
Yeah, for context, that was a happy keyboard slam on the desk.
It was
we didn't really apply the context for that. It was a joyous like, yeah, Cool.
No,
right.
they were incredibly excited, and rightfully so. They get to play here on the main stage, so it's time to bring them on, ladies and gentlemen. The first team here for the series, BB Team.
And we're back.
BB Team!
And we're back.
We got Pure, GPK, Miero, Save, and Kata Omi taking the stage here in Hamburg. And this team with so much potential, we always talk about their potential. Can this be their best result? Yet the pressure is on, the game faces are on, and we're gonna see if they can get some revenge from the team that started the road to the international. It was BB Team on the losing end. Let's welcome in Enigma Galaxy.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Enigma Galaxy!
This is, without a doubt, here the crowd favorite tonight. A lot of people cheering for them and cheering for good vibes and hopefully some nice back and forth games. And that is what Enigma Galaxy has brought to the table on the road to TI. Every single series, entertaining and fun to watch. Sometimes maybe at the detriment of their fans, because they definitely make those heartbeats pump a little faster. But this time round on the main stage, it's been a while. I am happy they're back, and I am happy we are going to see them go head-to-head against BB Team, because I do feel that these two teams, Kezu, can bring it all.
No, they absolutely can. Like, BB Team, like, generally what we say about them, they're incredibly skilled individually. Maybe sometimes they fall a bit flat more on the team side. I think maybe Enigma Galaxy, without, like, trying to be like rude or anything, I think they're maybe the reverse. I think they're slightly less skilled players on some parts, but they have, the team mechanics, the way they play, the strategy. I think that is on their side, and that's what they should use today.
Yeah, I mean, the draft's going to be so critical, right? I think we are looking, like Kezu's mentioned, I think if Enigma can get the correct draft and the good... I feel like we're downplaying them a bit too much with the vibes thing, but it kind of feels to be that case. Like, when you watch them play, they've had, 4-hour-long games where they've been ahead in a couple of them, and then they kind of made some bad choices to make it more difficult. Like, it hasn't been the cleanest journey to get here. So again, I'm hoping in that couple-day break, they've identified a key, one problem, fixed it, and then they have all of that coming into this series.
Yeah, I could put it into a little perspective for you, T, if you want. They had one 0-2 loss against P-Vision. Other than that, every single series they played went the distance. It went all 3 games, and it weren't easy games either.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. We have had 3 2-0s today, so I'm hoping at least we get 1-2-1. So that is a promising statistic.
It is, and when we are looking at BB Team, Effie, we have to look at Miero, who has been a keystone here in BB Team's plays.
Yeah, all reliable Miero. I mean, this is the type of player that you want on your team in this kind of patch. And if we could pull up his hero pool here, I wanted to talk about, in particular, the Lycan, which I don't think will come through very often. But when you think about the most popular offlaners in this patch, in the Lycan and the Beastmaster, this is his specialty. Like, Miero is the kind of offlaner who can play everything. As you see, he's 3-0 on Bristleback right now, but he can play every archetype of offlaner. If you need him to farm, he'll farm. If you need him to carry, he'll carry. If you need him to zoo it up, he'll zoo it up. You need him to play team fight and play that Magnus, he will do that for you. That's always been his biggest strength, and because of that, Save kind of has his pick of what kind of 4 he wants to play. If he wants to roam to mid, if he wants to maybe pick something to stomp the lane, maybe sacrifice Miero a little bit, Miero, his hero pool is there for that.
Yeah. And the key thing for him is he always finds that scaling. But whilst he's trying to be active, he's not active at the detriment of his farm. He's always making sure both are balanced nicely. And it also layers with the fact that both Save, Katomi, GPK, they are very happy to move around the map, make these kind of aggressive. To be fair, they're a very aggressive team. I was about to mention 4 players, but Pure as well. Like, he's happy to join a fight. At any minute, they will just collapse on you if you are out of position.
To me, also, to go back to Miero, to me, he's one of the most improved players over maybe the last 2 to 3 years. I always saw him in like the pubs. He was very good, but he was never really, I feel like, on the level where he started being maybe towards the end of last year. Like Miero was saying, he can play all the different heroes. He can make it happen. He will itemize how he needs. He sets up his other players, and that's what makes a great team, where you can enable each other depending on what the situation is. And most of these players we have on the stage, right, they're all very young. Like a lot of your Pures, Mieros, they're like 21. Yeah. Like all of these players have so much room to grow as well.
And then we have GH.
Yeah,
my 30-year-old king.
It's Papa GH.
There's definitely, I mean, if you're looking at an average age, it is BB Team that is the younger team, especially compared to Nigma Galaxy. A lot of experience on the position 5, though, for BB Team, with the oldest in the squad at 26. 4 TI appearances as well. When I look at this matchup, though, I don't know why we haven't talked about it. GPK versus Samael, guys. That is the ultimate treat. I feel like when Samael came onto the scene, he was the prodigy. At some point, GPK, Kazu, was that prodigy as well.
No, he was for sure, and I feel like he kept that for a while, and then he tapered off. But since a few months ago, I have not seen this guy like lose a mid lane. I feel like he destroys everyone. He can play mirror matchup, and he will beat you back.
Yes.
So it doesn't really, and they play through it so well. So yeah, this matchup, I'm gonna keep a very close eye on it.
I agree. In terms of lane mechanics, GPK is the strongest in this tournament. It's just going to be about what kind of day they're having on BB Team, because they can be so hit or miss with how they play around him. Because I've seen him be thrown to the wolves at times, especially at TI. There have been TI main stage games where he's just getting camped by 3 heroes, and I don't know what's going on in the side lanes, but hopefully BB Team can get past that too.
A key thing as well is they're relatively honest mid laners, right? They're not really utilizing later picks in the draft. They're not trying to get the one up with a Huskar or something to try and beat their opponent. They are just picking, I want my Storm, I take my Storm. I want my Invoker, I take it. That shows confidence that your supports will be able to come to mid lane if there are counter matchups. So I think both players will have this logic of, I want my hero, I don't really care. We're not going to suddenly see a major shift on that, but I think the supports will be the game changer because they're so equally skilled. It just takes one rune contest, one smoke gank, one TP, and either of these players can break a game.
Also, I've seen a lot of games where Samael's just popped off, but then he won't buy a defensive item. Like a lot of the games during Road to the International, he'd be on Puck versus something like a Shaman. He'd be destroying the entire game, but not have like a Yules or a BKB or anything. Just go straight for that Blink Parasma. Then all of a sudden, one fight, he gets caught, he's dead. Suddenly, there's a big throw.
I mean, there's probably like, maybe it's because he often has like some task or bane, so maybe he's like really trying to like maximize, get that DPS going up. But like you're saying, when you miss this timing, it can really throw the game quite hard. So you have to make sure that like, you get through those mistakes, sort of like talk about what is it that you want. Can you play with me to like enable me? Because yeah, both these teams, I feel like when they play well, they play incredibly well, but they both have tendencies of missing as well.
So with that in mind, do we want, especially on the side lanes, do we want those lanes to be somewhat freed up, if you will, for the supports to have the space, Kickoff, to roam, to help out their mid laner, if it's that important for that mid lane to do well?
I mean, it's natural based on, we saw the hero pool from Miero. A lot of his heroes can be independent, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the key thing. What will Noob play? What will Miero play? If Noob's needing a hero that needs help, we're testing the crowd here.
There is is only one hometown hero here, other than Kezu on the panel. You know, we'll give him flowers, but
Give me some.
come on, you gotta give cheers where cheers are due when Kuroki is on the screen inside Hamburg, inside Germany here in the Barclays Arena. It is so good to see him back on the stage.
I like this minigame of show him into cheer, into don't show him, into show him again.
Let me guess. Are we going to show him again?
We will definitely show him.
Oh, I bet we're gonna show him play. I'm sure he
How many
realizes
will he
by
catches
now.
on, do you think?
I think that smile kind of shows
Yeah,
that he
yeah.
realized that already. That is for sure. I do want to talk a little bit about the coaches and if you guys have more information about what kind of style of coaches both of these are. We got Bulk on the side of BB Team, of course, and Kuroki on the side of Nigma Galaxy. To be honest, Kuroki hasn't been a coach for that long yet.
No, but of course, there's no point even trying to reference his experience. I think starting though with Bulk, I would say for BB, they've had a turbulent year, right? Bulk has not turned up to every tournament that they've played. He's sometimes been online, sometimes been ready. So it's like, I think they are very different in the fact that 100% from Kuroki, Bulk's maybe 75% due to like visa issues and that kind of shenanigans.
Oh, we did see GH putting his headset on proper, rubbing his hands, and it's exactly the right time to do that as we are ready to jump into the series.
BB Team versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Is this the most awaited series of the day? I think for me it is. I will say the predictions that people had inside the client are heavily BB Team favored. I'll tell you right now, BB Team is sitting at 78% with Nigma Galaxy on 22. But with in mind the series that they've had in the group stages, this should be, in my head, one of the closest ones.
Who did you predict for this one, for your fantasy?
Uh-oh.
Go on, Shiva. Who'd you put down? Come on. Tell the arena.
Leave her alone, team.
No comment. Okay, so one beat. All right, Kezu, who did you put?
BB Team.
Effie, who'd you put?
I didn't have a mouse and keyboard, so I didn't do my prediction.
Am I the only one to have put Nigma in my... Okay, all right, my panel
you
is...
at 22%.
Yeah, wait, is it 22% just the arena, actually? Yeah, maybe. Hell yeah.
Well, there's a chance Mira would have put Nigma had she had a mouse and keyboard.
I absolutely would because I believe in
sure.
I do. I'll tell you why. Because this is a triple Lebanese stack and they're my boys and I need them to do well.
That is true.
All right, let's focus our attention what's going on here with the draft as we are in it. We got BB Team Radiant and Nigma Galaxy on the dire side, and it is a shaker that gets picked up first by BB Team. We talked about respect for the mid laners.
Yep.
BB Team was like, yes, Emil? Yes, sorry, bud. No Puck, no SF, no Queen of Pain.
Yeah, this also just opens up a comfortable pathway to this being a mid Earthshaker. Like, it's mostly Nigma that's been flexing the Earthshaker to offlane more than any other team. It's just been an outright mid, but it works. If it works, it works, you know?
Yep.
It does feel a little bit disrespectful, though, towards Nigma Galaxy supports, that they're not throwing a single support fan in there.
Well, that's true, but then use it, right? Like Nigma, they get like their free pickings maybe next phase, they get what they want. So, and we saw, I believe, this exact same opening in the series just now. You had the first pick Earthshaker. I believe it was Falcons responded with Beast. You have the option of flexing it if you want. Noob has played it a lot. I would say that this is one of his probably better heroes. I like him on Beast. I like him on Mars. You know, you get the team fight going, you make it happen. So I feel like Nigma should be pretty happy with how this is starting.
It also helped for BB. We mentioned that both GPK and Sumail kind of don't care picking their hero blind. When you ban like this and pick the Shaker with confidence, you're not overthinking it too much. It's enter the draft, be confident. But yeah, Nigma, they're going to be very happy having the Beastmaster. Noob, he excels, like Kezu just mentioned, when you can rally behind him. You don't want Noob on your team to be even in net worth or behind in net worth playing catch-up. That is the wrong way for Nigma to win a game. They need him to be leading the charge, taking the early tower, having the early pipe, the aura, and then you keep skirmishing around him.
Yeah, and speaking of respect, the respect for the supports is still shown with the banning out of the IO. Nigma Galaxy has been one of the teams that have reoccurring IO plays in their road to TI, but not this game round.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light as well. These are two specific heroes that are only Nigma Galaxy, which is incredibly interesting because if you look at these bans coming out of BB Team, I don't think we've seen this replicated versus any other team. We've never seen like a triple mid laner ban into an IO ban in the second phase. It's usually, oh, Beastmaster, oh, Undying, oh, Nature's Prophet,
Lycan,
Bane.
On another mid just for the fun of it.
I guess they just really want to make sure that Shaker would have a good time, even though I feel like against Storm you're okay, but just opening up some options. Maybe there's something else. Maybe their two next supports are kind of susceptible to this. I think also when you do have Beastmaster yourself, it's really nice when people can come to your lane and help you out. You have this mid to play around. Maybe he gets a rune. We get some respect on the Hoodwink. I like that.
Okay, locking in the Muerta early on. Omar, he likes playing it against Shaker, having the AoE silence on the ground, even just hitting him with a dead shot, like anything to combo break Shaker's initiation will help a lot.
Also just a very strong lane. All of it, like if you can deadshot back the support hero into the boars, they're dead.
He should be pretty happy. I mean, because they have played it before. I personally have not been super impressed with Muerta yet. I think the stats were, what, 0-2. But, you know, if it's one of your comforts, you can always make it happen. Remember, again, you're at TI. You want to be comfortable. You don't want to, like, feel too pressured or too stressed, forced out by, like, one ban. So, all in all, I like it.
In regards to draft, though, we are seeing two of the same heroes that Tidebound drafted, right? The Shaker, the Disruptor. They quickly fell down a bit of a trap, right? Where they lacked damage. They weren't really able to kind of catapult themselves into the game. So I'm interested to see where BB changes to fix that.
I think they just have a different archetype of mid laner on BB. Like they have this Invoker Storm type of player who's always going to be able to output damage, whereas for NTS, he's more of that melee hero mid lane. Or that's what he's been doing for the last couple of years.
I like the Wind Ranger pick. It should be Save's hero, most likely. It's a hero that from the post 4 is quite good. When you do play like the post 4 support with a Shaker, you like heroes that can stack the triangle, Wind Ranger, click one, power shot the other. You have long range, you get follow-up damage. I like what I'm seeing so far from both teams.
They have zero committal engagement, right? You can glimpse a guy, fissure him, power shot, and not a single hero is actually in proximity of dying. You're never close to the Raw, you're not close to the Muerta. So you can just keep whittling them down, and then you choose when to fight.
I was going to say, I think there's a definite chance of dying for the person that gets glimpsed.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Poor soul.
Yeah. About support Wind Ranger, I feel like Save's the one who understands this hero the best, because I've seen a lot of games where he is rushing Shard, whereas a lot of other Wind Ranger players have neglected to think about it. They'll wait for Tormentor, they'll get it as their third or fourth item. But he has a good understanding of when they need this bonus catch and this bonus teamfight ability versus when they need something like a Vessel or a Solar Crest.
No, for sure. Like Save also, like him and Miero, they're like one of my favorite offlane duos. I think they both enable each other so much with the heroes they play, but also how they lane together. They win unwinnable lanes. They really make it happen. So Save for me is also one of the standout players when it does come to BB team. Now, if you're Enigma, like another reason that this Wind Ranger is a bit annoying, I think some of GH better heroes, they're also melee, like your Tusk 5, maybe your ET 5, they don't really lane well into Wind Ranger at all. I like the Phoenix a lot. I'm a big fan of this hero. I think this is AoE team fight, like taking over ground against Shaker, the Disruptor as well, like hero that wants to move forward, you drop the egg. I like it a lot.
It puts fights on a bit of a timer as well, because what you're mentioning, when you slam, when you Static Storm, that egg goes, it's like, can you kill during your spells? Is egg going to stun you, or is there going to be turnaround potential? And it's additional buff ups. Phoenix support will happily buy more utility with Sunray, Beastmaster with auras. Like you're really just throwing kind of one hero into the fight, and Troll Warlord, he's going to happily play in front of all this. And is there enough kiting on BB? That's kind of the key thing. When you see a troll, you want to have multiple 4-staffs and good lockdown and ways to annoy him when his BKB gets low.
Actually, no, their kiting is not very good right now. They have to itemize for it, but their heroes don't naturally kite this hero, except sure a glimpse back, but for the most part, if that troll is on top of you, you're going to glimpse him back like a few units away from you. And about the Phoenix, if you look at BB Team's heroes, who's really killing the egg here? If he just gets in the middle of the fight, Earthshaker can't commit his body to hit it, Disruptor and Wind Ranger can't hit the egg, who's doing that for you?
It's quite hard. And I like that Nigma, like they kind of took one step forward to pick the troll, because if you don't take it here, they're not going to give it to you last pick. Like, come on.
But also they're keeping the Beastmaster alive. It's still the mid and the offlane. If they were to pick mid or offlane here, of course, then you are kind of showing your hand very quickly. Then now BB can understand, okay, I can counter it. So they are preserving the flexibility of the Beastmaster.
And they're taking away a potential counter to the egg from BB Team, who could have looked towards picking that troll on their last pick, or that Ursa.
I will say the stat that we saw from the Troll Warlord, that seems pretty scary for BB Team as well. 100% win rate so far with 9 picks. That is quite the stat.
That's a pretty scary win rate,
yes.
I'm not going to lie. Like, if you're a BB Team, you should look to address this hero. You could put Shaker mid. There are some hard counters that I don't know if they're really happy to play it. There's Doom. It's like one of the best ones. You Doom him, obviously can't heal. It's hard to also buff up a hero who is Doom, because He can't Satanic. Maybe they want to look for something else, a carry-to-carry matchup.
The problem with Doom, though, is the pacing of the game becomes very slow. It's the mid-shaker that needs to farm stacks. It's the Doom that needs to farm a Midas and then sell it and buy another item and sell it, you know? And then Beast is buying Helm of Dom, haha, the map is mine, right? It's the pacing on BB needs to be respected. The damage they have, sure they have a pick-off damage, but for big fight, it is a little worrying. But they do go for the Abaddon. I'm like, sure, it's there. You can frontline, you buy Radiance. Eventually, you'll be able to ignore the troll, kind of soak up his damage. But still worried about the first kind of 20 minutes of the game. If the lanes are even, I'm expecting Nigma to control a lot of the pace in this game.
If we're saying that BB team doesn't have enough kite yet to deal with the troll, why isn't the Wind Ranger shard or the Fisher? Is that not enough?
It is. Not enough, but it's good building blocks to be able to kite him. But once Troll has a BKB, a Blink, and he's targeting the hero he wants, there's no issue, right? It's early on, yeah, it can be annoying. Shaker walks over, fishes him in laning phase when Windrunner has Windrun, but in the wider game, you're expecting the Troll to have that kind of instant jump, instant kind of wow factor of the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say about the Abaddon that I like that he addresses the issue of a hero that can just kill the Supernova, because that looked like a big win condition for Enigma's fights. There was really nothing before this, so you could just Aphotic Shield the Spirit, you hit the Supernova, and if they go on you because you're the one hero hitting it, you've got your borrowed time. You're fine there. Also, you're playing against Beastmaster, so you can be that save for your Earthshaker. If he's getting roared in these fights, you just Aphotic Shield him, you're removing another one of their fight conditions. So this Abaddon pick solved two issues that Nigma were creating in their team fights. The issue of the roar and the issue of the egg.
I really want to see Nigma pick up Death Prophet, because as much as like we're seeing like Abaddon can do this to Phoenix and shake it, sure, if you get more tempo, more pressure to just break the map, we've seen Sumo play it already, it's a good matchup against the Shaker. I think just have an element of go from Sumo, and this game can be, Nigma's to throw, I guess.
I think also for sure with them banning banning Weaver, it means that Beast is going into the off lane and not into the mid lane. I don't really see otherwise why you would want to ban this hero unless you want to keep up your own options. So it should be the Sumail hero we're looking at. Maybe it is the Death Prophet that you mentioned. It at least would. It's nice if you're Phoenix also if you have a dude that's going in with your Sunray so you don't only play on egg.
And with the Gyro and the Weaver ban, they're expecting Abba to obviously be the offlaner with a new carry being picked up for Pure.
I mean, BB team, you want if I don't know if I guess Abba could be the offlaner, but.
Well, they don't really have many seconds left in their bonus time.
Dawnbreaker is available, which could do enough to mitigate the early pressure of Nigma. You survive the odd fight or two, you Solar Guardian, then you reset, suddenly Abba's come online, but instead, a lone Druid.
I feel like that's a page out of Nigma Galaxy's book.
They have
it really is.
100% win rate so far as well this tournament, and I know that in fact at least one of them was in the hands of Ghost.
I mean, Hero was playing this hero last TI as well.
Yep.
Like, they do look for games of their own where they can be that lone druid, but what I like that this lone druid is providing is that it's giving them tempo and a way to overrun Nigma, because sure, we talk about what happens when they group up together, but there's going to be a period of the game where Troll is just farming with his Battle Fury. He's not going to be fighting early, especially when there's like an Abaddon to counter the roar. What's the win condition there? So while he's farming, while that Beastmaster is like taking over a side of the map, if your lone druid gets a couple of items, you just play behind him, you can take everything from Nigma
I
here.
could see the DP that you mentioned. I could even see an Invoker, something that helps you deal with the lone druid in like some shape or form. I would not mind it.
There's that Invoker. Is Invoker for everyone now Helm of the Dominator Invoker?
Yeah.
For Sumail.
You go the Helm of Dom into drums, you're really strong together. You have so much Zoo already that's just like swarming the opponent. Lone Druid is not that good against it. It's going to need a couple of items. But I mean, I don't know if I like or dislike that BB team took like maybe more what like Nigma, used against him to beat them. But I agree with Effie, and I just remember that he did play it a lot last year. And he plays it really well.
It's one of his heroes.
Yeah, you need a hero to play around. That's critical. A lot of their heroes are quite static. Lone Druid, he is the focal point. So for Nigma, you know that as well. If you can shut down the Lone Druid, a lot of their early kind of pressure comes from him. So I think I am expecting to see Nigma maybe rotate early onto him, try and stop Pure from having a good time in the early game, because a Lone Druid uncontested, we've seen what Ghost can do, but also a Troll uncontested, we see what he can do. And I think I prefer the Troll overall, personally.
I mean, it's 100% win rate. How
It
can
can't
you go
lose.
against it?
It has 100% win rate, being picked like on 18 to close it out or on 24. I don't think we've seen it picked up this early. And this Lone Druid, when he gets the BKB on his bear, and in the scenario where BB team win their lanes, and then early BKB on this bear, who's killing him? Who's fighting him? I don't see any heroes on Nigma being able to play into that timing in particular.
So we're putting a little bit extra pressure on the laning stage, especially for Nigma Galaxy to go well.
They really need it to, because if their lanes go poorly in any capacity, they could lose this game very quickly.
Lone Druid with like Aghanim's BKB and the toxic kind of rat situation can 1v9 this game. Like Effie's mentioning, like you have to roar it, you need the troll to be there. So like don't let Lone Druid get that much farm, but find the sweet spot to try and punish him like earlier. But
I have faith in Nigma.
You have
Galaxy.
faith?
I think this last pick Invoker, you get all this zoo, you have your Beastmaster, you go forward, you have your Ghost Troll with some Sunray and Egg and Alacrity. He's going to make quick food of BB team.
And that's why you put BB on your fantasy.
Exactly.
There we go.
Game 1, Nigma, and then come back.
I see.
I mean, so far both of these teams, they do like the comeback regardless. You know, we have had some long back and forth games, so I hope we're gonna get one of those as well in our first game. Before we head to that game, though, it's time to look at our fan favorite. It's Karaoke standing by with Slags.
Absolutely. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have Karaoke here on the stage for a quick interview. Gotta love that crowd, my man. They are here for you. All right. Now, you guys, woo! Thank you, crowd. Yes! Why not get to any questions here? We gotta wait for the 15-minute ovation, Ed. You guys are one of the best Bane teams out there, but you guys choose to ban it this time. Can you talk to me why that was so imperative for you guys to do, despite your 75% win rate with that hero?
We believe that they also really love the hero, so it's quite contested. And it's just an approach we took for now.
Understandable. All right. They are going to go ahead and sneak in that last pick of the Lone Druid. I know you guys know how to play that yourself. Are you nervous about that last pick?
We're actually aware that he practiced this hero on his Smurfs. My players met him in his pubs. I think he's going to play with the free items. I think, was it last year or 2 years ago, he played it pretty successfully. But let's see what happens.
All right. Who made that call for Invoker Sumail? Was that him? Was that you? How'd that come about?
We were discussing some heroes. I wanted the Invoker because I really love his Invoker. He's one of the best.
All right, my final one. Of course, we do have you here in Germany. Would you have any words to say to this crowd, perhaps in German? To everybody out here cheering for you boys here today.
Leute, enjoy the show. Wir geben uns Mühe. Danke, dass ihr hier seid. Und let's go.
Let's go! Thank you so much, my friend. Let's head into game 1.
Half a decade in the making, Nigma Galaxy have finally made it to the International. The road to TI is long and treacherous, Avery, but it's the longest most for GH and Kuro.
Oh, it has been a long time in the making. I mean, I can go back 6 or 7 years to when I used to coach this kid. I thought he was going to be on top of the world forever. Now he's at TI trying to reprove himself, a very different situation. And to me, that is the story of this series. Two teams who need to prove that they belong in that podium finish, that they can go on a deep bracket run here. And it all starts game 1.
A Sunstrike to start things off. Omar will take the first blood on Miro. Nigma start their TI debut over the last 5 years in a hot way.
These guys are going to be hungry this series. BB team need to be ready for some aggression, for some pace, probably some throws at some point. And then you need to make sure you close that out if you're either team in this series. We have seen both of these push games to the limit, and both of them have that game slip away. They have a lot of TI experience on both sides. Now's the time to put it to use. I really enjoyed these last 2 picks in the draft. Sumail Invoker versus the pure Lone Druid. These are 2 players who, when you put them on this hero on a TI stage, they can absolutely just 1v5. We've seen the damage Sumail can inflict at TI. He is one of the greatest TI main stage killers in Dota history, and this is one of the ultimate late game heroes. And we saw what Pure can do on this Lone Druid when he had that Tundra run. He was the best Lone Druid player in the world at that time.
Despite all that TI experience, this team is coming into this matchup as underdogs, right? Matched up against BB team, a team who has also been working year over year over year. Particularly the duo of Pure and GPK have been working together for quite some time. They have been hunting this Aegis for so long together, and while they have had success in various tournaments, they just always cannot seem to close it out when it comes to TI.
Whoa, who's the underdog here?
I think it's Nigma. Do you think otherwise?
I don't know about that. I have rated this team pretty highly all season, Austin. I think they are here to prove you wrong, but this is going to be a really tight match. As you said, I think both teams have a lot on the line, a lot of experience to go into it, and it's just about who brings more here today to try and push forward. Already, look at the way these lanes are shaping up. This Lone Druid is suffering on this lane early. That said, they can get aggressive on this lane, particularly those levels 3 through 5. You get the higher bear up, you can start to lay into noob. There's not a lot of sustain on this lane. I do think Nigma have answers for the Lone Druid in the mid game, particularly the Phoenix, the Beastmaster. If you want to just roar, go into him. Evoker Alacrity on Troll. Troll is a great hero versus the Lone Druid if he can just lay into the bear, take him out. I don't think this Lone Druid is a complete gotcha pick, but it could absolutely give BB Team a lot of tempo in this lineup. You combine it with the Abad, and you start pushing down towers. You go high ground early in this game. We have not seen it a lot this TI, but it is absolutely in the cards here for BB Team if they can come out with a strong laning phase and gain a lead.
And what about our other side lane? Who do you give the advantage to in this matchup? Troll Phoenix versus the Wind Ranger Abaddon.
Troll Phoenix is a really strong lane. This is a lane that was run by China 2 or 3 years ago. They just spammed it. It's probably the best carry to get Phoenix through the laning phase. Nowadays, this hero is stronger, so the help goes a long way, but Save he's a Wind Ranger master, man. He's probably the only guy at this tournament who's going to bust us out on the 4 position. I'm a big fan of this hero. When you pick it, nobody on your team in a pub is a fan of you picking it. But once you perform, you prove them wrong. This guy knows how to execute on this hero. He can do a lot in these team fights, particularly if you land those shackles. Can absolutely be one of the best stuns in the game. He has that kill shot to put through. Can be a really annoying spell for Troll. Keep that in mind, right? This is a hero that likes to get low, try and pop ult at some of these last minutes. You get kill shot down, you're just out of that fight completely. I think this off lane is pretty strong for BB Team. I think BB Team is going to pull ahead in these lanes over the 5 to 10 minute mark, even if some of the early waves are a little rough for them.
And they are already doing pretty well for themselves, particularly that mid matchup. GPK is taking that one heavily. 21-5 CS score. Sumail rivaling him in denies, but a little bit behind in the CS. Another crash. Omar trying to go after the kill. Unapure before he himself dies. A scare back into the bear. They get the kill, and the Lone Druid does not go down. Now Katomi, he's going to take a lot of damage for this one. It's a strike. He didn't see that coming. Where was the communication?
Did not call it out, just stood in place. Sumail drives it home. Huge win for him off that mid lane because he was losing that lane slightly to GPK. Meanwhile, Miro did get the kill on Ghost top. That was a huge pickup for this dual off lane for BB Team. And this Abaddon is going to have a really strong laning phase out of the gate. I mean, it's a great Abaddon game. You're removing Phoenix debuffs, you're removing Invoker debuffs, an annoying hero to all in if you're Troll, at least in the early and the mid game. You give him this kind of laning phase, that's where that tempo is going to come from. Got to look for more Sunstrike kills if you are Enigma Galaxy.
Now, we heard some of the experts talk about GPK. For you, is he the mid laner of all mid laners when it comes to that first 5 to 10 minutes, you think? Oh, Miro. He's going to be run down here. They may have gotten that sneaky kill on Ghost earlier. Miro limping away, and they try and gift another Sunstrike over to Sumail. This one will not find its mark.
This is going to be a fast game because everybody wants some early kills to try and either build the tempo or dissuade it. Going for another bear kill would be super valuable if you get it here.
Level it up, but it's still a little bit exposed. Feed over a Lotus to make sure the bear stays alive, and they keep that bounty out of Noob's hands.
That's a huge bear kill. You got to remember, he died to Sunstrike, came back, insta-resummon, so that's a 90-second cooldown on that bear if it goes down right now.
I mean, even if it doesn't die, if he's scared of losing the bear and can't use it to CS properly, that's going to have its toll, right?
Oh, absolutely. You just want to keep the Lone Druid levels down. You want to make sure that the Disruptor has to sit here and babysit him more and more. You give Lone Druid solo XP, the hero absolutely runs away with it.
Katomi's making a break for that power rune, but is going to be shadowed by Omar, so we're going to see a clash here in 5 seconds over these power runes. Both mids moving over to the bottom lane, trying to threaten it. It is not going to spawn bottom, and that means GPK is going to be in some trouble here. And he is surrounded on both sides. He gets up to the high ground and will manage to get away.
No Sunstrike mana.
Yep,
all those thrown out earlier.
Not enough mana for it. It'll be quite a few more seconds till it's back up.
At least you take the rune away from GPK. That's a win in itself. C-Save take it up top. It was a regen. Would have been a really nice one for the Shaker, given all the attrition he's taken in the lane. But JH was up there, forced the issue. Now you're looking at those Wisdom Shrines. 7 minutes, fast approaching here. And Noob is starting to power up. I mean, this Beast he's got the best laning phase of everybody when it came down to it. Double pour up, going into the Dom. Miro suffering still at the hands of the Troll.
Yeah, unsurprising that Miro is not able to equalize that CS count. No way he can keep up with this Beastmaster. This matchup is just way too difficult. He can handle the Phoenix, but he can't handle the Troll on top of that.
I like Enigma Galaxy's draft this game.
Man.
I think they have a lot of potential to shut this bear down.
Good try. They threw out the scan to try and track that kill, but it would have been quite the miracle to land that one.
I mean, that would have been a beauty. Takes a few warm-up ones, you know.
That's true.
Sumeli's not been on the main stage for a little bit. You gotta give him a little time here.
Pushed out of position. Katomi still has Fence to be able to block himself. And Pure, little miss micro there. Resummons his bear, though. Not going to be punished.
Does create an opportunity, though. Like, every time you resummon this bear in the early laning phase, as we see those shrines split, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you're thinking, can we gank this guy? Can we kill him? Take him or the bear off the map for a long time and get the tower pressure with the Beastmaster. This is the biggest pressure point on the map right now. BB team need to think about support rotating through the gate, and in fact, Enigma Galaxy, they're bringing both through that gate. They're bringing GH and Ghost to the party.
Oh, this is going to hurt real bad. If Pure dies here, loses another bear, it's on cooldown for 95 seconds. He cannot afford to go down here. He does have a 6. He pops a true form. Still going to be a lot of damage. They still might be able to overwhelm him. Get some help from GPK, but he's still slain. GPK takes out Noob while the trade out is there on Pure. Now trying to run down Omar as well. GPK will collect the extra kill on top of that. It's a 1-for-2 exchange. The bear is going to be on cooldown for a bit. Avery, is that worth a 1-for-2?
That feels a little underwhelming for what you wanted out of that gank. Particularly, you're bringing 4 heroes down there with the Beast timings. If he doesn't have 6 on Lone Druid, that is an easy gank in the teamfight in the tower for Enigma Galaxy. That timing was perfect for Pure. Like you said, he's not going to have a bear, but look at the gold injection for this Earthshaker. GPK got massive. So much off that. Save got a lot off of that coming into the fight with the amp damage rune from top, and he's still got stacks to go back to.
I was going to say, he's going to be huge if Enigma cannot contest this stack clear, which we've seen all tournament long. Like, how do you stop an Earthshaker from clearing out an Ancient stack? You get too close, then you might just die in the Echo Slam.
You have to just kill him before he goes and does the stack. Enigma do not have good stack contests this game either. Sumail, you're very far versus a Glimpse. Not enough heroes in the vicinity, though. Enigma Galaxy bringing the support. I mean, the Helms are going to start to add pressure to this map. You have Forge Spirits, you have the Invoker Helm, you have the Beast Boars, you have the Beast Helm. You have a Troll who can push a tower on his own. BB team are really going to be split trying to defend all of these tier 1s in the early game.
Yeah, this is a cool idea. Pressuring the mid lane because the Beastmaster puts enough pressure on bottom. Lone Druid feels like he can't be there, so support has to be there. That's going to be saved, so they outnumber the mid lane. And it also makes sure the Earthshaker can't clear that stack, right? You go and clear that stack, your mid tower is dead. That's the trade-off.
This is where the big pressure in the early game can come from. Don't group up, just pressure all 3 lanes at once. Force this BB squad to split up. Their lineup does not have a lot of mobility in this early game. They don't have a lot of heroes that can stand on the lane against the Roar into the Sunstrike. We're already seeing it. Everybody got kicked out of bottom here. Noob is going to take this tier 1 for free. And that is going to open up the Beast rotation into mid. That's your normal trajectory here. These are scary early game moves for BB team to respond to. And like you said, if you use Echo on the stack here, you're not going to have it for a tower defense.
Frankly, I think they have to do it. Because if the Beastmaster comes into mid, they take that mid tower, your jungle is completely open for the taking potentially. Katomi, he's going to be in some trouble here. There goes that Echo Slam. Oh, look at that.
The Slugger hits.
All the hits from the Ancients go flying in. A Sunstrike barely off the mark. Misses out on the Wind Ranger. Not that he would have died. Katomi hoping to pull another core out of position here as a Glimpse is up in 1 second, but too much pressure from these Helmadoms plus Forge Spirits.
Noob did not make that rotation mid. He kept pushing in bottom. Maybe the right call. That Shaker Echo was devastating there. He is so rich out of this early game. He's going to have to pull the next 10 minutes together for BB team as the Lone Druid tries to catch up.
And here comes that Blink Dagger rotation. They may not have the Echo Slam, but they can just bring Ghost down to half without much trouble and pull him back into the Static Storm for no chance at an ultimate.
perfect usage of the first ult here from the Disruptor. I mean, this is going to be the best target for so much of this game until he has BKB online. You lock this Troll and Static Storm, easy pickings.
Now you use the Echo Slam, you show GPK top, 100% you're losing this mid tower. So Enigma Galaxy, you're still going to get something for it, and we can see it is reflected in the network chart. The pressure they're putting on these lanes, despite the stacks and everything that's going on, they still have a bit of an advantage.
This game is so even. They are within 2 XP of each other. Coming into this 12-minute mark, these Wisdom Shrines are going to mean a lot. I mean, I don't think I've seen a closer experience gain in the early game. Just brawling it out. Pure trying to lend a little help to control this mid lane against some of the summons. Not the most efficient use of his time, but he's scared to go and show against this Beastmaster. You get roared from the tree line into Sunstrike, you're just dead. His reactions with the ulti this game are going to have to be on point as we go later and later.
I think one thing I'm concerned about for Nigma is you go this Helmet Dom, and you have the Beastmaster. You have really good ways to pressure towers. You want to get these early towers, but we've seen the way that these heroes, particularly Earthshaker, he gets his shard, and it feels impossible to push into him just because every single time he just from a distance, Fissure, pops Enchant Totem, the Aftershock plus the Fissure damage just takes out the whole way.
You also have to be scared about grouping into a fight with all these summons against the Echo. There's a lot of destruction that can happen here. I mean, this is the biggest target priority for Enigma Galaxy in this game. You're worried about the Lone Druid scale, but you shut him down here. It's the Shaker that's the real problem. Miro freeing up this top tower is going to give a lot of space to Pure if he can eventually rotate up there. But here's the smoke coming through. Again, start to make space. Look for big core target takedowns. You're looking for the Beastmaster. You're looking for the Invoker. You want to relieve the pressure in your jungle right now.
Oh, this is going to be awkward, though. Enigma Galaxy are wrapping into this area from behind. If they can just get a clean kill on the Beastmaster, that's fine. But Noob, look how safe he's playing it.
He's
playing behind this tree, on the high ground. They know he's here, but it's not going to be a fast kill. Not what they're looking for. They certainly have a glimpse available, but he gets off the roar first. Now they have to pull him back into the Static Storm, and he's certainly dead. But the rest of Enigma Galaxy is on their way. Can they get a good team fight out of this? Tornado's going to go down. Noob's not gone yet. They killed the Supernova. The Bear, it just cannot seem to find the kill, and they get a kill out of it without losing Noob.
A sick dead shot from Omar. Push that Shaker away, buys more time. Enigma Galaxy bailing their offlaner out. They are losing some damage on the mid tower, but the positioning from Noob was on point there. No easy Shaker blink. GPK's move gets shut down. That's what you're looking for. Little Helm cleanup. I mean, this also is talking about the interactions. This Lone Druid pick, you are into some counters here, particularly that Phoenix. The attack speed slow is brutal to fight into. The Sunray on the high HP targets, also brutal.
Yeah, miss percentage is really bad for this Bear, right? Also the miss and the attack speed slow. I saw a couple times Pure just didn't get a hit in.
You're a bit concerned in terms of he likes to join these early fights. He likes to make his way into that 15-25 minute period and have impact. I just don't know if he can do it this game in terms of the matchups unless BB can find those supports early on.
And even if they can they end the game fast enough before the scale of Nigma starts getting out of control, right? It feels like they are squeezed on both sides. They have to hit this mid-game timing superbly.
I have some faith in Pure's super late-game Lone Druid.
Okay.
This hero is terrifying late game. We see what Ghost can do with it.
Tornado catch and push him into the Meteor.
The back
6-5, and the pressure does continue with a pick off on a support. A little bit of damage on the tier 2. BB team trying really hard to keep control of these towers.
I'm surprised Pure has stayed on this part of the map for this long, because this is where Enigma are just putting all their forces. They're taking over this jungle. He's basically on the front line, but he can't ever get this bottom wave out. There's a lot of space up top. There's Ancients to clear. It's almost as if he wants to take the fights right now, but can't find a way to do it. Still a dead even game in terms of that experience. So he's at least finding the levels, but Ghost is out farming him right now. This Troll has just been going ham with this Battle Fury. He's 2 levels ahead. He's already level 12. If he gets defensive items up in this game, you put Alacrity on him, he's going to be an absolute beast in the fight.
Trying to slow down Miro's push. See if Omar can get the deny here. Combined with GH, they do get it. Dead shot back, double hits from the supports, and a denied tower.
Nice little gold injection. I mean, Miro's done his job though, right? He had the tough lane, he got through it, got the kill on Ghost, took the 2 tier 1s. He's opened up the map for Pure.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's even close to the Nigma cores, I mean, that says a lot about what he's managed to pull together after that rough laning phase.
But I will say, Nigma Galaxy defended against the early Shaker power pretty well here. We have not seen GPK find a substantial opening after he cleared that stack, got the big kill, got the Blink Dagger up. You got the 1 kill top, but that was it.
Yep.
The smoke failed bottom. He's kind of just been farming LPs. Not getting what he wants out of this period when he's super strong right now.
In a way, it feels like these the pressure on all these towers makes it even harder, right? All these lanes are shoved in. How's your Shaker ever going to be out on the map finding this troll? Because he could be anywhere at this point.
He's also just not seen heroes do it. Helm of the Overlord, plus Invoker Dom, plus Forge Spirits, plus Boars. Deadshot, Fire Spirits. There's a lot of ghost shove in this game. Kind of hard for GPK to find targets to jump and initiate on. Hard to find glimpse targets right now. And the mid lane has been a big issue. BB team have had struggles pushing this mid lane out.
Small opportunity, but not enough backup there. Spots the Lone Druid. Pure is able to back away safely.
If Nigma Galaxy get to some BKBs, Mantle on the Troll, 1 or 2 defensive items, they are going to force Roshan in this game. And it's going to go down incredibly fast, and BB is going to be forced into a tough situation of fighting into that Supernova, fighting into the calling around a choke point. It's an incredible Roshan team, incredible Tormentor team. This is why you wanted to outpace them here. Early Diffusal on the Abaddon, and not a conventional item. He's looking to ramp his own damage and control in the fight.
But now he's in trouble. Nice use of the Hurricane. That extra bit of distance in the Echo Slam. It found Samael's Invoker. In trouble. Half HP, a power shot. That's not going to do it. Getting a bit of a helping hand from his supports. Oh, and the backside here. He gets right on top of Samael with the bear, but he can't hit him right now. He's got to get it. Oh, he just follows him, gives him the vision from the power shot, and save. He don't miss. GH, he may have popped that Supernova, but he's come back in. His second life isn't going to do him a bit of good. BB team, they rout Nigma Galaxy on this one.
GPK finally getting that connection he was looking for on the biggest target of that Invoker before the BKB comes out. And Pure lending a helping hand. Hey, I'll throw the bear in there, give you some vision, maybe some body blocks. You get the kill shot. Easy, out cleaning up Ancients the whole time. Extra levels coming in now for BB team. They should have a Vessel pretty soon on save as well. He got a lot out of that fight. Level 10.5. Quietly having himself a game here.
Certainly been BB team's MO. Save. He rocks kind of like the same 3 or 4 heroes when it comes to a tournament, and he has a tendency to be one of those supports that scales up into a real threat going into the mid to late game. And we'll see him do that with the Vessel. Certainly needed, because we saw that initiation on Samael. It was not a fast kill by any stretch of the imagination. With some of the stat buildup from Invoker, he is tanky, man. 1750 HP.
That said, if I'm BB team, I want to fight right now. Before the Invoker BKB comes out, before extra defensive items on the Troll come out, that's when this Vessel is going to give you the maximum value. They're smoking up, trying to do just that. Would love a big core kill off this smoke committal.
Backing up the Lone Druid as he pushes out top. Katomi and GPK barreling through this jungle area. Anything they pop in should be a glimpse kill. They run into New.
He's so tanky.
He is so tanky. He hasn't even popped the pipe yet. He's not going to go down easy. While the Disruptor on the front lines, that's going to be an easier pickup perhaps. Needs a little bit more damage. One more hit is all it should take, but can't quite find it. Meanwhile, Miro locked down, but he still has his ultimate. He's okay for now. They turn back, deal with the Granite Golem, and go back to Ghost, who still has his ultimate. He's okay for now, but as you said, the BKB timing for Nigma Galaxy is so crucial. They don't have to force this. They don't have to try and defend this Tormentor if they just want to wait for this extra 1,500 gold. But no, aggression, name of the game for Nigma Galaxy. They re-smoke up. And Noob trying to give them the opening, trying to find something.
This could be a tough contest. Your Beastmaster's just so low. Doesn't have pipe for another 15
Omar, he's
seconds.
going to break. Pure's in this jungle area, but he's already popped his true form. He's too tanky to get initiation on. Samael goes in from the side. They find the Disruptor, and they do manage to bring him down. While Miro, he doesn't have his ultimate this time around. Popped that earlier. They're backed him in the Tormentor. There's nowhere to run to. They're kind of to a corner. They just got to TP away and hope it works out for him. Miro trying to deny himself. He gets the deny.
But what about Pure?
A sick little play, but the carry. It's going to be both him and his little dog, too. They both die.
Nigma Galaxy's attack points in that fight were so damn good. You had Sumail and Ghost flanking from the back, cleaning up the weak supports, threatening the Abaddon who didn't have ult. This bear ran into the Phoenix and the Beastmaster. This bear's just dying. He got no damage done in that fight. Quite literally, it says 0 for Pure.
Oh no.
That is brutal. Like,
that
this
is brutal.
Not the carry player who is used to having 0 damage. This bear just never gets an attack off it. It's just struggling through the attack speed slows and whatever. I mean, he's obviously doing some damage here, so the game did not like
it's not
the bug damage, but
I love how aggressive Omar, he sees weakness, he just goes in. Finding that dead shot, catching Pure, because otherwise that would have been, okay, we got a Disruptor, a deny on the Abaddon. It would have been okay. They would have gotten Tormentor. That would have felt good, but catching Pure, mwah, that was great.
I think the first half of that was okay for BB. They're wearing through that. That Beastmaster, you run into him, he's so tanky. He had Granite Golem, he had Pipe, 2,500 HP.
Oh, trying to get the glimpse back. GH is too quick for now. Oh, and he gets over until the power shot, until GPK. There's just no way out for old GH.
And they're giving it to the bear. I think they are feeling how much Pure is struggling in this game. He's going to need as much as he can get here.
While Miro, he was left to fight for scraps and is still finding himself a bit more. He's going to work towards that Manta. Yeah, BB team, this seems pretty clear that their mid-game timing is just not going to hit.
No,
there's just no way they can end the game.
They're going to have to try and scale in this game right now. Which means
especially if Nigma Galaxy is strong enough to just do Roshan, which they won the last fight, and now they have BKBs. Now they're hitting their really strong timing. There's no way you could stop this.
Well, we talked about BB team's tempo, but this Nigma lineup can also very easily go high ground early here. That mid-game window with first or second Roshan, again, Alacrity Troll with Beastmaster Ores behind him, Forge Spirits, a lot of summons. As long as you don't give up a massive Echo Slam, these tier 2s and potential tier 3 sieges on the menu. Especially before Pure gets more items. Like, he's going Ags here. But you're going to need something to help you fight through the debuffs from the Phoenix going onto the Bear. That's his biggest problem right now.
And that's why he picked up the Shard, right? So he's got the Shard where Savage Roar, he now has a basic Dispel, but that'll help some, right? There's still going to be a growing miss percentage chance. There's still going to be maybe another Fire Spirits.
It does feel like this is a game you eventually need BKB on the Bear.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But obviously that's a ways away. It's going to be a strong Aegis period for Nigma Galaxy. Up 6K. Looking to expand that lead. They would love to let Ghost take some tier 2s while they smoke and try and find something else on the map. I like that they're looking for that right now. Their catch is not the greatest, but they can absolutely run heroes down.
GPK spotted by the Fisher. Omar's going to find him, and he gets a dead shot in time. GPK trying to run it out. Nope. Primal Roar not even required to collect the killing spree on GPK.
Amp damage Shaker taken off the map. Super valuable here. It's going to let you push the lanes a lot more aggressively. The summon shove continues to oppress the lanes for BB team. I just don't think I've seen this mid lane across the river for Radiant here.
No, and it probably won't really change.
So
the foreseeable
That's
future.
Your biggest point of information in Dota. And every time you can't get that out, the enemy can make better moves than you can. Sumail looking for the solo pickup here.
Yeah, it just means you have to do stuff like this. Katomi kind of has to just run out there, push out a wave, because they're trying to buy time. But Nigma Galaxy, they've got a tight hold on this game. Not letting the lanes push out very far, not letting these Helma Dom creeps do too much, right? How many times has Ghost run into him, just cleaned one of them up?
They have double Solar Crest already up as well. Extra barriers to try and fight through here. I mean, Miro is gearing up to try and carry this game himself.
Yeah, with full out Manta.
I just don't know if that was the role they originally had intended for this hero in this lineup.
What do you think their intention was for this hero?
Basically back up the LD's timings.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you go full utility, but Diffusal Manta in this game, it's not giving you a huge amount of value because you're just not fighting with it as your other heroes are behind.
All right, now this will make things a little bit more annoying. Nigma Galaxy will have to deal with this bear that has an Aghanim Scepter. So it's going to be running around, it's going to be farming your side of the map, it's going to be cutting out these creep waves as well. You do not, we've seen this before, Avery, you don't want to have to go all the way back behind your tier 2 when you're winning the game to address some sort of split push rat problem.
And it is one of the minor weaknesses of this Nigma lineup is their heroes running across the map to try and catch something feels pretty bad. They'd rather just group up at this point behind the troll and push. The Invoker is the one catch, but this Bear Ags is already doing work. You're stealing Ancient stacks, you're killing couriers, you're cutting waves.
And also a lot of the Invoker's catch. I mean, that Dispel might just allow him to wear through it real quick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you chase this Bear, if you do end up catching it and bringing it down, he's just going to resummon it. You don't feel good about it unless you're getting more economy out of the map in the meantime.
Oh, but if they catch... Oh my god.
That is the...
What is this position?
Yeah, that's an interesting place to just park it.
Don't make a noise. Don't breathe. They were right behind you. Pure on the edge of the map. Does not get found by Nigma Galaxy.
I will say this Ghost Walk is also really slow. This isn't like the super fast Wex Ghost Walk where he's speeding around the map with bots or anything like that. So the Invoker's ability to chase this Bear pretty limited. This Bear is going to be able to do it at once here. This is an incredible farming rate. If you can continue to take map farm away from Nigma and cut waves, get a couple more couriers in there. Oh yeah, there's one.
It's a massacre out here.
It's just going ham. And there's the instant troll TP. Ghost is like, this is illegal. Someone has to put a stop to it.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is already done. It's been like a minute and a half, 2 minutes of him splitting the map on you.
You can't chase it.
He's killed 3-4 couriers. He's taken out like 10 different waves.
Just stealing farm in front of you. Gotta go for the permanent.
Oh, he doesn't have the roar. It's on cooldown. He's actually got the bear.
Yep, there's one. And
one down, another to go.
Send it back out. You made them all go to the part of the map where you weren't. Now you're going to farm the rest of it. This is highway robbery right now.
Okay.
This was Nigma Galaxy's Aegis period.
Foregoing that they actually managed to find it, what happens if this keeps going on? Aren't you in a way forced to just barrel down high ground? Hope for the best? Katomi really wants to switch some control. Omar gets right in there just at the last half second. Takes away the Wisdom Shrine and claims the kill. Katomi tried his best, but Nigma Galaxy up in experience and up 8,000 net worth. Just the question is, how good are they at being able to close out the game? Here comes Ghost, and nice dead shot from across the way. Stops Miro. Miro will do his best to create as much time, hoping that a Manta will give him a little bit more. Nope, locked down by Ghost for too long.
Map is starting to shrink a little bit. Every pick off Nigma Galaxy get here is a huge amount of time to try and get the lanes out, deal with the bear pressure.
Oh, they found the bear noob setup trap, but he did not find it in reach of his roar.
I mean, he went early bots on this beast, probably just to deal with some of the pressure, still be able to join the team.
Yep.
That said, Nigma are still getting a lot of items on their cores here, particularly Ghost on this troll. It just hasn't been touched in so long, and you can absolutely just man fight the bear.
Yeah, there's
not afraid of this matchup, at least for the foreseeable future.
There's really not this fear of going another 20 minutes,
no.
Right?
Maybe 40. You know, 60-minute plus game, your Nigma Galaxy, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lone druid that can get 12 items to your 6.
If there is one team that knows how to deal with Lone Druid, it should be Nigma.
It should be.
They have had or at least some of the greatest Lone Druid players of all time in that squad. AC next for Pure. Be a very nice power spike for him if he can get there.
Another smoke up. Nigma Galaxy, I'm surprised they're smoked where they are.
That's a long way to run.
Yeah, I mean, having that many heroes up to that side of the map, just all the way up there at the top, right? It's like,
it's also
if they don't find this bear, it's going to feel really bad. But Pure is getting greedy. He wants the tier 2.
You should find it here.
And he doesn't have the roar again.
Is a 5-man smoke worth a bear when he has a resummon?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, you have to roar it. He can't afford this chase to go on too long. He still gets the...
I mean, you'll take it, but It's a little awkward timing-wise, right? If this was when the Roche was spawning, which it could, though it absolutely could line up here. But if you delay that smoke 30 seconds or a minute, and you clear out the map, you can just go straight into Roche if BB Team continue to dodge you.
What is BB Team doing? What is going on here? They're going for... They're going to try and sneak away a Tormentor?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
That's a pretty cool play. I mean, that shows you what Tormentor is worth. If you're willing to invest that kind of time, that many heroes. Oh, no, Cataclysm! Save. He wasn't sure if that TP was going to get him out of there in time, but now he's just got to lead Enigma Galaxy. Ooh, that dead shot so close. He gets through the gate, and he might be okay to make it back home safely.
I mean, you could see BB Team's idea, though. Like, they take this Tormentor, GPK, he's TPing out of there before that thing's even dead.
Yes.
He's like, good luck, team. I've seen this one before. I'm not getting stuck in this corner for a second time. They're in dodge mode right now, but they are recovering this net worth gap.
Yeah, taking away that Tormentor. I mean, it's not just a shard in their pocket, the extra gold. It's denying it from Enigma Galaxy, who clearly, I mean, they have full control of the map. They could have taken it as soon as it spawned. Miro sneaking by them again. Oh, spotted by Omar, but not in time.
So damn close. They did get a second Boots of Travel up on that Invoker, though, so double Boots of Travel for Enigma Galaxy. In theory, this is what you need to keep the lanes and then look for those catch kills around the map. And of course, Roche is up, so...
Yeah, and that is not an objective that BB Team could just sneak away under Enigma Galaxy's nose. This one is certainly going to be Ghosts.
Very difficult to contest, too. You're unlikely to find GH at the start of the fight, and if you don't, he's just a monster around that pit. Especially without any BKBs on your heroes, right? You have a BKB-less lineup. Very hard to man up in the Phoenix spells right now, and Enigma Galaxy know it.
Well, we're going to have one of the ultimate carries of Dota 2 with a Battle Fury, BKB, MKB, SNY, Aegis at 33 minutes, soon to be Satanic, so he's got 2 lives and potentially 3 if he can finish up this Satanic quick enough. Do you get a little bit scared about what this Lone Druid's doing to you? Do you just say, okay, they're not willing to fight us, let's try this high ground. Let's see what happens.
The difficulty with the high ground is you are going to get ratted. And this is a very high damage rat. I don't think
you know Noob is willing to roar that bear to stop it. And they brought 5 heroes back to kill that bear.
I mean, you see the lines instantly drawn. Okay, get out on the map. Killing this bear does give you a window where if you can make a fast play and engage in a fight or find the bear again,
yes,
it's unlikely Pure will play as risky with it. Or if you force the high ground, then the Lone Druid buyback is irrelevant if he only has the 1 summon. It does create small windows during this Aegis period to try and get something out of it here.
Which means BB Team may feel like that they have to be even more aggressive in their splitting. I can't believe this bear's just running through the middle of the map right now.
He's playing a little reckless with it. They also just got Ags on the Disruptor, and we saw a Refresher on the Shaker, so the AoE teamfight control from BB Team is online. You cannot clump into this lineup.
Miro's stuck. He goes to the TP, but spotted. Omar's just always there. This Muerta has worked out beautifully for Enigma Galaxy due to all the rat action that's been happening. Miro, again, just trying to create as much time as possible. His team immediately pushing out mid, pushing out top, but his life is forfeit.
Let's see what Enigma do with this. 60 seconds, no buyback available.
And Bear, another Bear, not up for another 50 seconds. So you don't have that backup still.
You can just go down mid here. Maybe send someone back to defend. Try and gauge where BB are sending the defensive resources versus the offensive ones. But this is a scary high ground into Refresher, Shaker, Ag, Static Storm. There's a shard on this Wind Ranger as well. Look for that Gale Force that can drag you and you can get Fissure blocked.
There's the Echo. First one goes down. Trying to get a quick kill and refresh, and they take out the Troll. That's the Aegis. A second life, and they do not go for the Static Storm play. I thought maybe that second life, Kataomi would try and get there. They try and get a glimpse back, and they do manage to get the Static Storm on him. No BKB. Can they burst him down fast enough, though? Half HP, gets out of the Static Storm, and free to use the BKB. Not required, though. The damage simply isn't there from the BB team. In fact, the Bear is the one to die here as it's dead shot back into Ghost.
That Crimson Guard off Noob blocked so much of the Bear damage.
Shackle shot goes down. Oh, and the push in on Ghost. That's a dangerous position, but he got off the BKB and he got off the ultimate. That second bear is gone. He's going to be pulled into the base. Zane trying to be protected by the Euphonic Shield, but he cannot get away. Miro, he'll take some of the damage for now. A quick buyback out from the Wind Ranger as they need every bit they can to deal with the carry of Ghost. But Ben Cataclysm comes in and wipes out Miro. Another man down. 4 left. Call it 3 with no bear on the lone druid. Enigma Galaxy have full control of this base for now.
How far will they push it? Satanic is flying in for Ghost right now. You get this on him, he heals up, put another alacrity. You keep going here.
Power shot after power shot. Ghost, he'll out heal it. Satanic builds him back up the full. And now what do? No Echo Slam for 25. No bear for 30.
Don't have the damage right now. Enigma Galaxy know it.
It's got to be a second lane of barracks. Seemingly nothing BB team can do to stop this.
You can block him off, you can pull him in, but you cannot bring this troll down right now. Not with the auras he has behind him. GPK just getting hounded by Forge Spirits. A clean 2 lanes for Enigma Galaxy with that Aegis. Exactly what they wanted in that period. And this is where I go back to the itemization on the Lone Druid. It feels like you need BKB to get in there and do anything, but you need more damage as well. Now this Crimson Guard is a big problem for you.
Not to mention the mid and bottom lanes pushing in when your whole play for BB team has been doing this rat. Rat's going to be a whole lot less effective now. Octarine. Invoker, Samael is scaling up. He's level 20.
They still have so much in the tank. That's the scary part about this. You're going to need to land some big static storms or some massive echo slams. I mean, you can also argue that push kind of works because they have to commit so much to bring the troll down the first time.
Yeah.
Right, that was the entirety of GPK's kit.
In which case, Enigma Galaxy, they should probably just chill out until there's another Roshan available.
Yeah, you can all in the troll this game if it's just a straight up push and they have everything. Like, and you're not going to do that without 2 lives or some hard save. Doesn't exist right now.
In 3 minutes time, it means BB team will be forced to contest, right? Like, it feels like they cannot afford to give up another Aegis.
That is a must contest Roshan. You cannot give up the 3rd one this game. You just try and get as much on the bear as you can. He does have MKB done. That helps a lot.
It does. Still no BKB, though, so he could still be locked down. Quick Savage Roar. Pushes Ghost away from his mark, but level 25 right around the corner for him.
I mean, you do have to be careful of a situation where they go in, start stunning a target while the bear is in range to go and hit that target at the same time. Because this bear will do a lot of burst damage.
Sure. I think that's why Enigma Galaxy have been so careful every single time they've brought multiple heroes when it comes to ganking that lone druid bear. Because so much of BB team is off map, they're saying, you know, maybe they're behind the bear. Maybe this is a play.
There will be saves that come into this game for Enigma Galaxy, though. That is something to think about, particularly in Ags on GH down the road. He went an early Aether Lens on this Phoenix, not an item you usually get.
Sure.
But it helps him with the cast range to put debuffs on the bear, and if you eventually get to Ags, significant cast range on that save. You can pull people potentially out of Static Storm this game. So there's still some really solid scaling mechanics for Enigma Galaxy here. And of course, everything rides on this next Roshan. You get next Rosh here, you can put 2 lives on your troll, you're threatening the Megas, you're threatening that final push in the game. This bear just farms so fast. I mean, can you imagine if Pure did not have as slow a start as he did in this game?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's where credit is due to Omar and Noob, the fact that they won that laning phase so hard.
Just looking at Refresher.
I mean, is more bears better than one strong bear?
It is the age-old question. I mean, this is where you trust your instinct as a lone druid player. Sumail gets caught.
And they caught Sumail. Sumail thought he was fishing for a bear kill. Instead, he is the fish. Victim of the bear and company.
That's a nice bait. I mean, that's like mentality, right? This bear has been hunted all game. If you're Enigma Galaxy, you're used to just being able to commit on it for free. There's no one around. Guess what? 4-man smoke going straight into you. Not a move Sumail was expecting. Lucky for Enigma Galaxy, this Rosh is not up yet. So you have a window to get this Invoker back on the battlefield before that objective's available.
bottom tower is under attack.
BB team behind yet another push, looking for another pickoff. I mean, they get another one, then maybe they could actually get Roshan for themselves. It's going to be a medium respawn time.
Also keep in mind that Troll 25, available for Ghost, Battle Trance, Strong Dispel, super valuable in this game if you're trying to go in on him with stuns first.
Yes, because
not going to help you in the static storm, but can help you in a stun situation around the pit.
Right, which is where the Disruptor really needs Blink Dagger, because he can't just rely on the Earthshaker jumping in and chain stunning as he slowly walks in with his arcane boots to drop a static. He's got to be there instant.
I mean, he's looking for it, but Kataomi is pivotal for BB's game plan. He needs to land a good static storm on one of these core targets between likely the Invoker and the Troll. The Troll, if you can grab him, because Ghost, he just bought out for Refresher. He is an absolute beast.
And he is kind of approaching peak.
Yeah, this is him. I mean, this is Cap, basically. You get buyback. He doesn't have buyback right now, but BB team don't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
And if he gets BKB off before Static Storm hits, he's guaranteed 2 of them. He's guaranteed 2 ults. He's guaranteed 2 Satanics.
Well, is he guaranteed?
Well, yeah,
he doesn't have much mana to work with here.
Somebody
it's pretty much all of his ult. If he battle trances, refreshes battle trances, that really doesn't leave him much for any axes.
He is not the smartest hero we've ever seen.
No.
He'll figure it out.
Grand total 52 intelligence, runs into Miro. GPK. Little Fisher goes out. And you know Ghost he's got his finger just hovered on either the BKB button or that battle trance. The glimpse, it made him skittish. He thought he was being pulled back into a static storm.
You can't blame him for that. I mean, if the static storm gets dropped there and you don't BKB, it can be the team fight over.
Yeah, this is going to be a game and position that you want to exercise some restraint, some caution, some discipline. You can't really afford any risks if you're Ghost right now. And so it all comes down to this Roche. And it's a position that Nigma Galaxy, they have the advantage. Cataclysm scouting things out. They have the advantage, right? They have the outpost advantage. They have the net worth advantage. So they can play off of buybacks. But Roshan will switch over in a minute's time. So the clock...
It's not favorable for them right now.
Yeah, it's kind of against them.
And also, this bear is farming BKB. He's 1,000 away. Pure's going to buy out for it.
They give Refresher and BKB to Pure. That starts becoming a different ball game. The initiation coming up the side, though.
Oh, this is such a bold move.
It doesn't break.
I mean, the thing is, there's A on this. At least one on this Phoenix. There's Troll with that hard dispel. You cannot jump the Shaker first. There's just no way it's going to work out for you.
So they back away.
Especially without the Disruptor Blink.
BB team... There is still this mid lane that's pushing in. Top is also pushing in because the Helm of the Overlord.
A little bit.
Yeah. So they've got to start showing some pieces around the map.
But again, farm for the bear right now. Nigma Galaxy just in a standoff.
Yeah, they're going to set up for top Roshan. So they won't have the outpost to play with, but they will have first movers advantage. They can maybe get some early wards down. They'll clear out the area of any wards thanks to the gem on Omar.
They would love to kill this bear up here.
Little high ground ward. Here comes the bear. Attempted kill. It's got the Outworld Staff. Savage Roar, 3 seconds. And Ghost is keeping his distance here. He's going to make sure that Savage Roar does not stop him from claiming this pickup.
So there's the first resummon. Pure does buy out here. No reason to keep that buyback when you're playing with the main hero back. And that is BKB for the bear. This is the biggest power spike for him in this game. You run this thing in, you BKB, it is going to do some serious damage.
I think BB team is happy with the way the standoff is going currently. Nigma Galaxy are the ones who do need to kind of force things.
Might not be too happy about this.
Roshan roars, the bear will TP in. And it'll start checking out the pit. Static Storm goes out, maybe it'll just jump in. All in after Ghost. The Cataclysms are coming in, but Ghost is already gone. A quick buyback gonna be used. It maybe costs them a bear. Yep, there goes the bear. It's a dead shot. Through the bear, hits 2 heroes. Nice shot from Omar, but it doesn't undo the damage that was done. Ghost, he lost his buyback, and now he desperately needs that Aegis.
Nigma are all in on this Roshan. Concerning fight for GPK though. Again, this is not an easy fight for the Shaker going into the calling.
They can't do anything about it, right? He's got BKB, he's got strong battle trance. They jump over the Echo Slam. They force the BKB, and the Aegis will be dropped. Ghost picks it up immediately. BB team, no, they just cannot contest here. They can play for the high ground, but they say, Nigma Galaxy, they use that buyback on the Troll. It's not even guaranteed they're gonna do anything with this Aegis in the first place.
Not confident to go without Static Storm here. That's the biggest factor. But that means you're going to have to take this Troll down at least once without it. I mean, this is Nigma's best chance to force that last lane. Do you have the confidence to go in without the Troll buyback?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Nigma Galaxy fans, I know they don't have the confidence in it. Little Outworld staff got out the BKB. He really wants to try and hold that refresher still. Oh, he actually already used the refresher. Just noticed that. So
that was his last bear for 40.
Yeah.
He loses it there. KB forced. And there's the Ags for the Phoenix.
Big pickup.
That's a big one here, especially when you have that Aether Lens.
I mean, with level 20, or I guess level 3 ultimate, 10 hits. What are the chances that BB team can deal with the egg?
Zero.
Zero?
There is almost no world in which this egg goes down in the middle of the fight. Just don't have the heroes to BKB and hit it through a lot of the disable.
Yeah.
He's also got Refresher Shard, so he's got 2 of those eggs that can come in and save. And he's got Aeon Disc on that Phoenix, so it's really difficult to jump GH first.
Sure.
This could be a incredibly pivotal item purchase. If you could bail the Troll out.
Picking through the trees, Noob doesn't have a stun for it. The Hawk not acting fast enough.
I mean, I'm sure this is a phrase that a lot of Nigma Galaxy fans hate to hear, but I think you're supposed to go high ground here.
Just that phrase puts a little sickening feeling in my gut, Avery. Because a 3,000 net worth lead is all they are left with right now, and another pickoff has completely killed their net worth lead. A force staff back up to the high ground, and this is now approaching an even ball game.
Can't give up freebies like that. And you're right, the gold swing in the last 5 or so minutes here has been drastic. Not only that, but the buybacks available for BB team, they basically have them all. You go in a high ground situation, you're going against 10 lives, not 5. Potentially less because the bear has its own buyback situation, but...
And now, if you're Noob's Beastmaster, you start feeling really bad. I mean, your build was correct. You got this wonderful pipe that gave you so much of the early team fight, but if this game starts going another 10, 20 minutes, this Abaddon may actually start doing more than you in fights.
This is not the hard scaling Beastmaster build. You don't have the Refresher right now.
Yeah.
Don't have that Ags. Can still absolutely find his mark, but I mean, you are just looking at this bear vacuum up the map. The net worth Pure is soaking in right now is insane. This is where I go back to that Invoker versus the Lone Druid in the last picks in those drafts. 2 players on some ultimate late game heroes that they are specialists on. You have to be able to match it here.
Samael trying to stop this bear where it can. Pure almost has enough for Swift Blink for the bear, but the Nigma Galaxy, they're going to go and sneak a little high ground push here with a banner, and a minute and a half left on this Aegis. Now's the time. You said,
do or die.
Now's the time to go for that high ground. Nigma Galaxy, if they want it, they've got to do it the hard way. Pushed into BB team space, the tier 3 gone. The pitcher leads things off, Nullifier placed onto him. Activates the Satanic. Just trying to stall, hoping that they can get through this minute. That the Aegis protects Ghost and be able to all-in him. A bear almost going down. Savage Roar pushes him away just in time before it falls. But that leaves Ghost. He just runs back up to the high ground. Here comes Cataclysm. Ooh, not that much damage. Oh, and the Echo Jesus, he's gone. And on the second life, here comes the Static Storm. Where's going to be the save? It's all DGH now, and he's got the Supernova save. He bails out his carry Ghost, and BB team, now they're the ones on the run, as a fresh life Ghost will approach the stage with no Static Storm to stop him. Another Echo Slam. Almost the first damage, but he got him the Battle Trance. GPK, his Aeon Disc only protects him for so long. A refresh from Ghost. He's dealt with one. A Bamback's going to be used. Can he get off another Battle Trance? He's got one more to go. Another Supernova save. And no way to stop the egg. Megas inbound now as on another life. They'll finish off the building. BB team will have to play against Megas in game 1.
And if you get out without being glimpsed, that is an absolute win here. You got GPK's buyback, you got Megas, 2 perfect saves from GH. They were not ready for that egg cast range. I was surprised he got it. He was on the other side of that static storm. The item investment from GH, you saw this from 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, hover over that range. It's massive, man.
Yeah, it's
Blood Right, Aether Lens. And as you said, if there's no fear of the egg going down.
No, there's zero fear in this game. Absolutely no way an egg dies. Just got to make sure you bail your troll out at the right points. And
now what do? You got to get a refresher on your disruptor? Maybe. So you static storm, he eggs, and then you static storm the egg right as they're about to revive?
Refresh disruptor, or somebody finds that Phoenix and checks him in the fight, which we just haven't seen at all.
Yeah, I mean, BB team have been playing defense so much, the very idea of them wrapping around on Enigma Galaxy seems entirely foreign concept.
That said, Megas is not the game here.
Oh,
right
no.
It's a lot harder to take that throne down than it is to get Megas sometimes.
Which means we're probably going to be playing for yet another Roshan.
60-minute items as well.
Yeah.
If you're Enigma, you would love to item starve BB team. Like, get that Roche, get 60-minute items, get them up before they do, and try and all in. Could be an interesting window.
That damage from the Earthshaker, though, has been pretty crazy.
Oh, it's insane, yeah.
He's got the Whisper of the Dread, plus an 8% Spell Amp from Timeless. So his Spell Amp is pretty high. That burst damage was more than I was expecting when he jumps on the troll. He's got 3,500 HP, but he just ripped through him pretty casually.
Or you've also got Shiva's amp it up even more.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, you're going to get exploded.
Yeah, add in like a power shot on top of that, which there's another Whisper of the Dread on save with some percentage based off of the kill shot. Damage does come quick and fast when it does, but BB team, they've been running out of spells as they've had to endure Enigma Galaxy's advantage, and we said the net worth was going even. Well, now it's back up to 20K, Megas, and perhaps a bear pick off.
Big bear kill if you find it, yep. Might be at the point you roar that every single time, because that's a 30-second roar.
Yeah, might as well.
All right, this is the biggest threat in the game. You take it down when you can. Don't overthink it.
So is Abaddon ever going to be enough of a threat? He's got Nullifier, he's got Bloodthorn.
He is building up the damage.
I think, yeah, I like this. I think he needs Blink Dagger. I think he's the one who has to address GH.
I think you get this Abaddon on the back line. Not a target Enigma wants to prioritize. Just let him cause some chaos, right? Yeah. Threaten the Phoenix, maybe. Throw this Nullifier Bloodthorn into one of the supports or the Invoker there. Get an early BKB out.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Silence, he has the Nullifier to get through Aeon Disc. Like, theoretically, he can address the Phoenix. Now, whether you can put that to paper, particularly since BB team is going to be stuck inside their base for the foreseeable future. It is Megas pushing into you. You don't have any super creeps on your own side. And you've got a Cataclysm going off every, like, 35 seconds or something. So
it's all easier said than done here.
Yeah. Outside of this rogue bear that is roaming the map, Enigma Galaxy can kind of play and go wherever they want.
There's one other scenario that I want to mention.
Okay.
I don't want to mention it.
No, this
but
is
I have to
be
mention it.
A true Hail Mary.
You do not want to get caught in a fight and get ratted by the bear onto your throne.
Yeah, but there's some time for that, right? You've got tier 3s, you've got tier 4s, you've got Glyph.
It is a scenario that we've seen This thing will chunk buildings very quickly.
Don't do this to me, Avery. Don't whisper that into reality.
I'm not. I just, you know, it's my job. Don't blame me. No matter what happens in this game, I'm just doing my job. Fourth Rochel spawn. It's a big one. Refresher shard cheese. Potential to end the game here. Got to look at the buyback situation as well. Every buyback available for Enigma Galaxy. BB team still missing that GPK buyback for 2 minutes. And they technically are missing the Lone Druids off of a gold, but of course, this buyback is likely not consequential.
Aghanim Scepter, Shard, and whatever you want off of Roshan's keepsakes. Ghost is very, very stacked.
This bear could blink in. Okay, he blinks it out.
Yeah, he goes for the wave. He goes for the wave. And Noob goes for the bear. Another roar.
See if he can get this one.
They keep on finding the bear when Savage Roar is on cooldown, which is perfect. Another 300 gold for the team. They take the Aegis for Ghost and all the other goodies. A cheese for the Muerta, another refresher for GH. So look for, I mean, even if you could get a refresher on this Disruptor, you can't counter 2 ways.
No way. Such a valuable Roshan for Enigma Galaxy here. And this is a throne killer right now. Gonna have to come up with a miraculous defense. Abuse the hell out of buybacks. Try and drag Enigma deep into your base. Maybe Gale Force, maybe some Fissure Blocks.
Is under attack.
4 minutes on Aegis. Plenty of time here. Enigma Galaxy, you don't see the opening. You don't have to force it here. World Staff, not dodging that. You know, GH might try and blow him up. They got him. Woo! Faster than he can battle trans, but here comes Noob. Aurora goes out. Cataclysm, that's going to be denied by the Eontes. Ghost on his second life. Got to be quicker on the trigger. If he wants to stop that Echo Slam damage, he's got to get off that battle trance.
Solid move.
Jump onto Noob. Got the BKB out of him. That's going to be Bloodthorn Nullifier used and deal with the banner.
I mean, this is going great for a BB team. They're getting so much out of Enigma right now, and they're paying nothing for it.
It is. Kind of feels like Enigma Galaxy, no point to even try this anymore, considering how bad it kind of started.
You also just can't go in and roar a backline target like that. I mean, it's tempting in this game in terms of target prioritization, but there's Aeon Discs, there's Force Staves.
Sure.
No one's locking onto this target when you go in like that if you're new.
Nice out, World Staff. Certainly helps against the Invoker. Dealing with some of the Meteor. Another Cataclysm attempted to find that Lone Druid bear kill, but no.
60 minutes is in almost 30 seconds here.
Yeah, it is inevitable. We're going to see some tier 5 items guaranteed. Our BB team going to get that many, though.
The bear, yeah.
I mean, the bear can get what he can, but you've got to collect so many of those shards.
It's going to be a lot slower for sure.
Yeah, you're going to be left with this drought where Enigma Galaxy have their tier 5s and you don't.
So I'm saying, man, if you can get some Helms of Undying or books up, just throw these books in, let GPK kill himself on the Necro units. Might have a little window here to make that push a little more enticing. You could wait for next Roshan as well. Say, hey, we messed up that last push. We'll be a bit more disciplined about it next time.
I mean, not disciplined enough. What could they have done better outside of Ghost getting out Battle Trance? They don't really have another way to protect him. It's just pure reaction time.
It's tough. You just have to take advantage of the fact BB are jumping into him and find a big target at the same time. Or kill the bear when it commits. Whittle through some of these bear lives. Which he has all of them up, by the way. So yeah. 3 bears available on this map.
Well, I do think it's possible GH just holds on to his blood right. I'm not sure if there's anything better than that for him. So there's one tier 5 you probably don't have to worry about. Bears out on the map. trying to find any sort of neutrals, but Enigma Galaxy have already cleared them all. He goes deeper and deeper, but this one's taken 2.
You know, the funny thing is, Pure is the lowest level, basically, in this game, because he's just sat his hero in the fountain.
Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, does 25 matter that much to a lone druid? Probably not.
No, not the way he's playing it, not at all. Could be bad for someone's fantasy, though.
That's true.
They're getting close to that disruptor.
All right, pressure. Helm of Undying.
Oh, yeah, those are big.
Beastmaster, Helm of Undying, Muerta, Fallen Sky, Samael. So he's got an interesting meteor combo from himself. Minotaur Horn for Ghost.
Potential bear kill. 1 of 3.
Tried to save it with the Aphotic Shield, but it has its own Helm of Undying. They actually jumped for it. But the push away at the same time made things kind of weird. Not that swift execution they're looking for, and Aeon is going to be popped on the Muerta. That's double Echo Slam.
Yeah, that was... Maybe he thought he'd get a lot more damage off the Slugger, but it felt very casual. He does have the Echo Slam cooldown, but popping a Refresher there feels pretty bad. This Helm of Undying on the bear is going to be insane if it's in the middle of the fight. That was a huge find from Pure. I mean, he gets 2 of them, so...
Yeah, pretty disgusting.
That is
an extra 100
something.
attack speed, 80 magic damage from the Audacious as well.
All right, bear number 2.
It's beginning to stack up. Oh, trying to get it out of there. They do manage to bail it out. But still, the forces are beginning to push in.
Ghost going in here.
Invaders on all sides. Ghost will push in without an Aegis. They're not going to wait for another Roshan.
They're going to jump in with Storm, though. Katayomi smoke.
They're certainly going to try. Shackle goes out for a second slam, but he's going to be saved. They do have the bird damage. Here comes the Roar Cataclysm. Double Cataclysm. Big damage. Oh, the Earthshaker. A little bit more. He gets up the Aphotic Shield, but it is not enough to save him. They're going to have to burn through some buybacks now as the Pure Bear tries to hold onto these tier 4s, but Ghost locked on with Alacrity on him. He will make short work of these tier 4s. They cannot concede many more of these buildings. They're going to have to fight. Miro tries, draws a little attention to himself. A beautiful tornado. Gets the Earthshaker a second time. Oh, Fallen Sky onto Miro. He jumps in and goes. He sees the opportunity. He goes to the buildings. They pop the glyph. He's going to back out for now.
You have
Providence BKB. They got the Alacrity. He can commit. He goes after save. Waiting his time. Waiting for the glyph. Noob is just trying to create some space so they can all in on the throne. They see their opportunity. And Echo Slam jumps in. And Fisher. No!
Another
a Supernova save from Oma. What a save from GH.